Bai Shao graduated from Mythical University. Endowed with an innate ability to communicate with animals, she secured a position at the Beast Management Bureau. However, shortly after beginning her employment, she unexpectedly found herself transported to a parallel world. Upon arrival, she discovered that her original self was being vilified online, leaving her no choice but to return home and inherit a dilapidated zoo. Bai Shao mused. Is this not the life she has always yearned for? With the rise of the live streaming industry, Bai Shao resolved to broadcast her animal communication skills, offering solace and solutions to the creatures in her care. Yet, upon commencing her live stream, she was met with a chorus of derision. Are you out of your mind? Flaunting in the pet community? How dare you? Strongly demand that this opportunist be stripped of her status. Chapter 1. Inheriting the zoo and registering a streaming account. Daylight broke over the Jiangxing Forest Zoo. Bai Shao's gaze was fixed on the first-floor lobby as she exited the navigation map and wheeled her suitcase inside. The crisp sound of her boots echoed sharply along the broad corridor. Realizing your mismanagement, you should have handed the zoo over to someone more capable sooner. The old director finally showed some sense, yet entrusted it to a distant relative who is utterly unqualified. That old fool has truly lost his mind. A middle-aged man, having finished his tirade directed at the green-haired tortoise in the viewing pool, set down his empty wine glass and spat before turning to cast a sidelong glance at the young woman standing at the office door. Tall and imposing, with a striking appearance, her long black hair cascaded to her shoulders, her skin possessed a pallid quality, and beneath her long lashes lay a pair of pitch-black eyes, exuding an unsettling calm, reminiscent of a tranquil ancient well. Although her expression was neutral, it radiated an undeniable aura of intimidation. The inebriated man swallowed hard, rubbing his suit pants, only then realizing his nervousness. He smirked disdainfully, attempting to assert his authority. What are you staring at? I am many years your senior. Is this how you treat your elders? Bai Shao lightly tapped her fingers together, her tone airy. Have you installed GPS? Do you know your place? With your audacity, the state ought to study your hide for ballistic armor, so even a single-celled organism like you could contribute something beneficial to society. She rolled up the sleeves of her jacket, revealing the white bandages on her left wrist. An hour ago, she had still been a member of the Beast Management Bureau, utilizing her innate ability to communicate with animals to assist in a major case. After several consecutive days of relentless work without capturing the mastermind, she suddenly found herself in a parallel world where animals were prohibited from becoming sentient, embodying the same name and suffering the same vilification as her online persona. Those self-proclaimed arbiters of justice had twisted the narrative to such a chilling degree that they had driven her original self to take her own life. Bai Shao awoke amidst a pool of blood, bandaged her wounds, and chose a different path to inherit the zoo. Under the scornful gaze of the man, Gao Datong's swollen eyes widened in disbelief. On what grounds? Bai Shao smirked. Because I am the director, and you are not. Gao Datong stammered, then loudly accused Bai Shao. I merely vented a few grievances in private. Must you make such a fuss about it? With her arms crossed, Bai Shao looked down at him. How forgetful of me to regard you as human, thinking you could comprehend reason. Allow me to reiterate. You are dismissed, and your severance pay will be included with your final wages. At that moment, a somewhat languid voice chimed in. Why compensate him? This fool has embezzled funds from the account, and is stingy. I've gone 3 days without a proper meal, and my lovely figure has become emaciated. Bai Shao glanced towards the viewing pool, where a green-haired tortoise was munching on aquatic plants. The tortoise blinked its tiny eyes. What's wrong? Never seen a turtle so brazen. Bai Shao raised an eyebrow. On her way to the zoo, she had not heard any animal voices. She had thought her ability had vanished, but it appeared to be merely delayed. Gao Datong was taken aback, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Regretting your decision? Let me tell you, I won't be easily intimidated. Bai Shao lifted her gaze, her expression suddenly serious. A brain is a wonderful thing, too bad you lack one. By the way, how many years would one receive for embezzling company assets? Gao Datong's pupils dilated, instant sobriety washing over him, his face turning ashen. What are you babbling about? The green-haired tortoise stretched its neck and waddled forward. What nonsense. The second drawer holds the false accounting records. Bai Shao opened the drawer. False accounting records? You should have fled the moment you learned this. The tortoise shrank back, fearful. Is this fool drunk enough to commit murder? Bai Shao tilted her head. Why would I flee? Gao Datong glared at Bai Shao ominously. Ah, because your life is about to end perhaps in your next life. You'll be smarter. A fire extinguisher narrowly missed her hair. Bai Shao sidestepped and swiftly delivered a lightning-fast punch to his jaw. In the next moment, cries of agony filled the air. The tortoise's eyes gleamed. What splendid skill, young hero! Gao Datong's face swelled like that of a toad, curses spilling from his lips, and had he not been bound, he would have lunged at Bai Shao. Soon enough, Gao Datong found himself with a mop in hand. Silence enveloped the room as Bai Shao leaned against the desk, calling upon Yao Yao Ling while waiting for the other employees to arrive. Bai Shao pursed her lips and opened the computer on the desk, her thoughts stalling at the account balance. 0.18. At that moment, the number transformed into a sticky, unrelenting thread of honey, flooding her with anxiety as time progressed, both cloying and burdensome. The green-haired tortoise climbed beside Bai Shao, gently patting the edge of her clothing. New director, please don't let this fool's actions make you doubt the zoo's future. Though we are impoverished, poverty can be a badge of honor. Bai Shao sighed. Your consolation does not resonate with me. Taking over such a vast zoo, she had not only animals to care for, but also a team of employees to support. Her original self had paid a hefty penalty before retreating from the public eye, and her savings were nearly depleted, barely enough to sustain her for 3 days, after which she would be unable to afford food for the animals, unable to lie down and rest, yet unwilling to exert herself further. Possessing the ability to read minds, but lacking a veterinary license, she could not seek part-time work as a veterinarian. The tortoise's eyes widened. What would you prefer to hear? Wait, can you understand my thoughts? Bai Shao nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to her phone, a bold idea blossoming in her mind. She could live stream her mind reading to diagnose animals. Although her original self had been vilified online, even negative attention could be beneficial. Who knows, perhaps this notoriety could generate some income. Without hesitation, Bai Shao picked up her phone and registered an account on Douyin under the username Sean Jieshou. Chapter 2. Anything for fame. No matter the streaming gimmick. After completing her profile, Bai Shao titled her live stream Mind-Reading Diagnosis of Popular Creatures. She then commenced her broadcast. 3 days passed, yet the streaming results remained dismal, and Douyin's backend periodically sent notifications. We regret to inform you that due to excessive reports, we must suspend your account. For questions or further assistance, please contact our customer service team. Bai Shao took it all in stride over these few days. Being suspended and reinstated had become routine. After yet another reinstatement, she opened the comments section of her stream, where a few scattered messages caught her eye. Where is Jiangcheng Forest Zoo? Never heard of it. I would call it the dilapidated old zoo of the animal kingdom. What does mind-reading diagnosis mean? Another case of false advertising reported. Bai Shao pressed her fingers against the brim of her cap, pausing to explain. I can communicate with animals. Pet owners in need are welcome to connect for consultations. Douyin's backend notified her that she had made it onto the newcomer leaderboard, causing her viewer count to surge dramatically. As a result, the mockery intensified. This is hilarious these days. People will do anything for fame. Are you out of your mind? Flaunting in the pet community? How dare you? The last person who claimed to be a pet communicator was taken away for false advertising. I advise you not to dig your own grave. A strong demand to dismiss the Lao Nu. Bai Shao lowered her head, noticing the barrage of comments. She suppressed her smile and cast a cold, sidelong glance. Your words are as shallow as the water in your brains. Originally, she had no intention of cursing, but the thought of her previous self being relentlessly attacked by trolls, driven to withdraw from the circle and ultimately end her life, struck a nerve. The fact that she shared the same name, appearance, and perhaps even the same fate as that previous self made it unbearable for her. The onslaught of comments paused for a few seconds, then it erupted. Your words are too harsh. The host looks familiar. Isn't she that diva who publicly berated her assistant and assaulted the director? How could such a notorious has-been work at a zoo? Wouldn't she abuse the animals? Bai Shao's dark eyes remained calm, seemingly piercing through the screen as she unleashed her retort against the trolls. Welcome to the gathering of those who are as ignorant as they are loud. You plaster your faces with a FOD, thinking that hiding in the shadows grants you immunity from shame. Freedom of speech does not excuse fabricating lies. My assistant urged me to comply with the director's unspoken rules. Scolding her was the least of it. If you keep babbling, he'll include you in my tirade. That little head controlling the big head? What I did was not assault, it was a lesson in humility. The viewers in the live stream appeared momentarily stunned, taking a while to respond. Is the host's tongue laced with poison? We can't provoke her. While Bai Shao engaged in this verbal sparring, a business opportunity arose. An account named Shishiwuzhuwei Junjia followed her and requested to join the stream. Bai Shao retracted her hostility towards the trolls and accepted the request, her tone softening. Good morning. Shishiwuzhuwei Junjia appeared on screen, a short-haired girl clad in cartoon-themed plush pajamas. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with warmth, and black-framed glasses perched on her nose. With her cherubic cheeks, she looked barely over 20. Bai Shao felt an inexplicable familiarity with the girl. Quickly, she dredged up memories of the girl from her former self's recollections. Before she could greet her #1 fan, Su Shishi glared at her as if she were a betrayer. Upon noticing the medical bandage on Bai Shao's wrist, her expression shifted dramatically, filled with concern. Su Shishi's eyes reddened, her voice hoarse and tremulous as she implored, "Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed for you? I've supported you for so many years, attending every one of your fan events. I have always been behind you. Why would you choose to end your life over a few vile individuals? How much pain must you have felt then?" The comments surged once more. She must be seeking sympathy. Who are these vile people? The director offered Bai Shao a helping hand to enhance her skills. It was a kind gesture. Some individuals see malice where there is none. Not everything is dictated by hidden rules. Exactly. Why does the director only extend such favors to you? Don't paint others in a bad light. Su Shishi removed her glasses, wiping away her tears, and shot a disdainful glance at the comments. Can you all refrain from blindly following the crowd and spreading negativity when you know nothing? As Su Shishi defended Bai Shao passionately, Bai Shao leaned back against the wall, relishing the moment. But she could not enjoy her leisure for long. Shishi put her glasses back on and turned to Bai Shao, setting aside your despair for now. As your fan, I feel compelled to pull you back from the brink. I understand your desire to earn money, but you must not engage in false advertising. After all these years, do you think I cannot see through you? If you need money, just tell me I can help you. Bai Shao propped herself up. And what good fortune is this? The host sitting up in shock. Poor people don't speak in riddles. How much are you offering? The earlier descriptions were quite vivid. Haha. TSK, TSK. Even the fans are. Admitting to your false advertising. Stop pretending you're impervious to criticism. Su Shishi, with utmost sincerity, continued, I will help you find the right path to earn money. I won't let you stray further down the wrong road. Bai Shao. Sigh. She thought she could just let things be. Bai Shao feigned ignorance, her gaze drifting to the photo behind Su Shishi. The picture featured Su Shishi with a cat and a dog. The silver tabby nestled in her arms had striking blue eyes, its undercoat white, while its back, head, and sides were smoky gray. The stripes on its tail were deeply colored, exuding elegance and nobility from a distance. The black and white border collie sparkled under the sunlight, its deep brown eyes reflecting the sea's depths. At that moment, it lacked the vivacity seen in the photo and lay at Su Shishi's feet, weakly wagging its tail. Su Shishi pouted in distress, gradually becoming unruly, just like you. Where are you now? I must find you. I need to ensure you don't do anything foolish. Bai Shao cleared her throat, raising a fist to her lips, ahem. Before she could speak, a knock echoed at the door. A girl with curly hair, a fever patch on her forehead, and bloodshot eyes entered, her hands brushing back her hair. With a gentle smile, she said, Shishi, it's raining outside. Make sure to close the windows tightly and drink some milk to warm your stomach. I've left it on the table for you. The transparent glass of milk made the red manicure on her fingers appear even more vibrant. Wow, a family of beauties. Auntie, I don't want to struggle anymore. What Annie? She's clearly an older sister. I wish I had such a gentle and caring mother. Amidst the barrage of admiration, the previously listless border collie sprang to its feet, ears pinned back like airplane wings, its body hunched as it bared its teeth. This display of aggression puzzled the live stream viewers, as border collies are known for their intelligence and obedience. Why the sudden hostility? The The border collie glared at the newcomer. Bad woman. Thank you, Andy. You're still unwell, you don't need to worry about me. He'll take care of myself. Sushishi managed to smile, bending down to stroke the border collie's back. Moo, you must not be rude to Annie-chan. Chapter 3. The stepmother has reached an irrefutable point. Bien Mu barked in protest. She. I witnessed her unceremoniously shoving the foolish cat into a garbage bag while it struggled. And afterward, she deceitfully claimed it had gone missing. Your cat is lost. Shishi's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly raised her head, fixing her gaze on the person in her phone. How do you know? Bai Shao's dark pupils flickered as she raised her chin slightly in Bien Mu's direction. Mumu told me. Bien Mu's ears perked up, its wet, dog-like eyes scanning the surroundings for the source of the call. Who called me? Speaking of cats, Shishi's emotions visibly escalated. After Jian went missing, Aunt Chun was overcome with guilt to the point of tears, and she fell ill. Bai Shao scoffed coldly. It would be for the best if she were blind. At her words, the quiet live broadcast room erupted. That's excessive. Does the host not have family? Such malice in her words. One cannot expect compassion from someone of dubious character. Shishi furrowed her brow, her expression dazed, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Even if you are a star I have admired for many years, I cannot permit you to speak ill of Aunt Chun. She has been exceptionally kind to Jian, and every time Jian fell ill, she tirelessly took him to the pet hospital. Upon hearing this, Bien Mu ceased its search and barked uncontrollably. That's not true. The foolish cat's recent illnesses were all caused by that wicked woman behind the scenes. Bai Shao's tone remained unchanged, as frigid as a creature dwelling in the depths of the sea. Your dog claims that is a fade. In truth, she harbors a deep-seated disdain for your cat and often torments it in secret. Shishi shook her head stubbornly. I refuse to believe it. Although Aunt Chun is my stepmother and is frightened of cats, she wholeheartedly supports my desire to raise one, and that suffices to prove everything. Bai Shao's expression remained impassive as she locked eyes with Bien Mu through the screen. She does not believe I can comprehend your sentiments. Raise a paw to substantiate it for me. The viewers began to mock. Raise a paw, as if a dog could understand you. Huh, do you really think you can read minds? Bien Mu found the source of the noise and suddenly leaned towards the phone's camera, raising its fluffy paw and barking louder by the moment. I will cooperate. Quickly tell Shishi that the wicked woman took advantage of the recent spate of missing cats in the community to abduct the foolish cat. Shishi was so anxious that she didn't eat for 2 days. When Jian was taken by the wicked woman, it had been tied at the door, helplessly watching. Heaven knows how impatient it had been, desperately trying to convey this to Shishi, yet language was a barrier. Bai Shao's brow furrowed. Your community has been losing cats frequently, and you didn't eat for 2 days searching for one. Shishi's countenance could no longer be described as merely shocked. Again, Mumu told you, bien monada emphatically, holding its paw aloft and barking incessantly. I saw the bag containing the foolish cat being handed over to a cat trafficker by the wicked woman. I cannot mistake the scent of the foolish cat. I know where it is. Bai Shao spoke with conviction. It also said that your cat was given to a cat trafficker by your stepmother, and it will lead you there. The live broadcast room erupted in astonishment. I raised my paw. How does this dog understand human speech? The host must work at a zoo. She must be training animals. It's all an act. Shishi, you are a remarkable person. Bai Shao is slandering your stepmother. Why do you not defend her? TSK, I truly feel for your stepmother. Shishi hung her head, avoiding the screen. Bien Mu barked frantically at her side. Noticing her lack of response, it tugged at her pajama pants, attempting to lead her outside. Since adopting Bien Mu, it had never behaved so frantically, making it difficult for her to maintain her composure and causing her to feel a growing sense of doubt. In the past few days, while searching for Jian, she had no time to be distracted. Otherwise, she would have certainly calmed Bai Shao down and would never have allowed her to consider such drastic measures. Had it not been for Aunt Chun keeping an eye on things and promptly informing her, she would still be oblivious to Bai Shao's situation. Speaking of Aunt Chun, a cold sweat broke out on Shishi's palms, and a chill coursed down her spine. What horrified her further was her unwavering belief that Aunt Chun had treated her well and cared for them both. Could it all have been a ruse? While searching for Jian, she had entrusted Bien Mu to Aunt Chun's care. If she had misjudged someone, wouldn't Bien Mu be entering the lion's den? No wonder Bien Mu had seemed so lethargic these past few days. Shishi felt her scalp tighten, a shiver running through her. It's not that I don't believe, I simply... Bien Mu paced anxiously. Bai Shao understood. You are just unable to accept this in such a short time. Follow Bienmu outside. I will handle the translation. The viewers in the live room continued their mockery. Keep making up stories. You two R&T acting. I'll do a handstand while washing my hair. She trusted Bai Shao would not speak without reason. But believing that the person who had treated her well for so many years was merely acting was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, the thought of Jian suffering somewhere unknown to her propelled her to hastily attach a leash to Bienmu. As she stepped out of her bedroom and opened the front door, Aunt Chun stood at the corner of the living room, the warm wall lamp casting a shadow that illuminated half of her face. She lowered her eyelids, concealing the darkness in her gaze. Where is she going in this heavy rain? Shishi's question lingered in her throat. She feigned nonchalance while putting a raincoat on Bienmu. Staying indoors is stifling. I just need to step out for a bit. Aunt Chin sighed and approached to personally hold an umbrella over Shishi. Before your father passed away, he entrusted you to my care. For these years, I have treated you as my own daughter. Jian has gone missing, and I'm just as heartbroken as you are. Yet, no matter how sad we are, we must face reality. In any case, take care to keep warm. Annie will stay home and not accompany you. The viewers in the live room expressed their sentiments. They say it's hard to be a stepmother. The stepmother has reached an irrefutable point. What a wonderful person. How could she possibly hand the cat over to a trafficker? The host is fabricating a story without evidence. If he can't provide proof, it's slander. Bienmu, anxious to locate the cat, paid no heed to Aunt Chun, running ahead. After exiting the community, to the left, there is a strong scent of foolish cats. Bai Shao, attuned to Bienmu's thoughts, translated in real time. Turn left after exiting the community. Go to the end. The cats that have recently gone missing from your community are all there. Following Bienmu's lead and Bai Shao's translation, Shishi eventually halted in front of a dog meat restaurant. Shishi frowned. Here, in recent days, every time they passed this place, Bienmu would bark incessantly. She had assumed it was due to the restaurant selling dog meat. Could there be another reason she was unaware of? Bienmu dashed toward the back door of the restaurant. The foolish cat is at the back door. Bai Shao's expression turned serious. Let us go around to the back door. A gust of wind swept through. Shishi's short hair dampened slightly from the rain, and Bienmu's reaction sent her heart plummeting. They circled around to the back door, where the restaurant owner emerged, carrying a black, tattered plastic bag. The contents within wriggled incessantly, and a tuft of gray cat fur fell from a hole, splashing into a shallow puddle, creating ripples. Both person and dog lunged forward simultaneously. The sudden commotion startled the owner, causing him to lose his grip on the bag. Get lost, you mutt. Seizing the opportunity, Shishi snatched the plastic bag away. Upon opening it, she discovered a silver tabby, weak and breathing slowly, with red-rimmed eyes. Her mind went blank. Jian. The live broadcast room erupted with excitement. No way, they actually found it. As a dog meat restaurant owner, I can understand abducting dogs, but why cats? Clearly, they're staging a show together. Who would be foolish enough to believe that? There's only one cat. There are no so-called other cats, which is ample proof that Bai Shao is deceiving everyone. She must have bribed the fans to cooperate in this performance. In the next moment, a startled cry escaped Shishi's lips. Oh my God! As Shishi embraced Jian and pushed open the back door, a thick, metallic scent of blood instantly filled the air, overpowering even the rain's cleansing flow. Before her lay various breeds of cats, trapped in rusted cages, many of which had already lost their lives. Chapter 4. The Pitiful Little Master. The circumstances surrounding the old master's death are suspicious. The scene before Su Cici was heart-wrenching, her hands trembling as she cradled the silver tabby. The viewers in the live stream were vociferously expressing their discontent, exclaiming about their pain while hastily calling the authorities. Upon the arrival of the police, the owner of the dog meat restaurant concluded his harrowing chase by a border collie and disclosed that he was merely a hired hand, having been given a hefty sum of 100,000 yuan by a curly-haired woman to eliminate all the cats in the neighborhood. Although he was supposed to dispose of the cats after killing them to erase any evidence, he became entranced by the notion that cat meat, when seasoned and boiled, could be indistinguishable from other meats. Despite receiving a lecture from the police, the restaurant owner stubbornly asserted that capturing cats was not a crime. This infuriated the live stream viewers further, who voiced their outrage with comments questioning his humanity and pointing out the legality of his actions, especially since he was targeting pet cats, which could lead to civil liabilities for their owners. Some speculated that the curly-haired woman might be Su Cici's stepmother, while others criticized the absurdity of making baseless claims without evidence. Fuming, Su Cece shot a glare at the restaurant owner before turning her anxious gaze back to her phone. The owner had mentioned that the woman had worn a mask throughout their transaction. Bai Shao's tone grew intricate as she remarked that if she were a fox, her tail would eventually betray her. Su Cece took Bai Shao's words to heart, nodding fervently while masking her panic as she walked home with a cat and a dog. As they approached, she spotted Aunt Chen standing at the entrance, braving the cold wind with a hand over her heart, her expression one of profound sorrow. Aunt Chen lamented the moral decline of today's youth, expressing her dismay at their propensity for deceit and manipulation. She questioned Su Cece on whether she had known about Jian Jian's whereabouts and criticized her for colluding with such morally bankrupt individuals, reminding her of her love for her cat and the suffering it endured. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down Su Cece's face as she wished she had known Jian Jian's location. Aunt Chen interrupted, urging her not to aid in further wrongdoing. After pausing beside Su Cece, Aunt Chen shifted her gaze to the phone, imploring her to apologize to those she had wronged, should she still possess a modicum of conscience. Bai Shao scrutinized Aunt Chen's features, concluding that she exuded an air of extreme hypocrisy. Aunt Chen, with a furrowed brow and a tone filled with regret, chastised Su Cece for knowing that violence was wrong, yet still choosing to strike a director in front of others who admired her. She admonished her for lying and deceiving, questioning her lack of accountability. The live stream audience erupted with indignation, expressing their disbelief at the despicable actions of the host. Aunt Chen shook her head, sighing as she concealed her eyes with her hand, which glinted with a triumphant mirth. After Su Cece exited, she comprehended the unfolding events within Bai Shao's live stream, admitting to herself that she was indeed flustered. However, she believed the audience to be gullible enough to sway their emotions with her words. Aunt Chen narrowed her eyes, preparing to speak again, but Su Cece trembled uncontrollably. The last flicker of hope within her shattered at Aunt Chen's words, leading her to suspect that Aunt Chen had always worn a mask in their interactions. With a throat constricted as if blocked by a leaden weight, she opened her mouth but could utter nothing, her usual eloquence overshadowed by fear. She sought solace from Jian Jian and Mu Mu instead. Aunt Chen followed her inside, her footsteps light, yet feeling like heavy hammers striking Su Cece's chest. She expressed her belief in Su Cece, suggesting that if she truly believed in the supernatural abilities of her pet, she should show it the silver arowana at home, which had not eaten or drunk for several days. Su Cece's heart quivered, and she quickly pointed the camera towards the large fish tank embedded in the decorative wall. The arowana, adorned with silvery scales that shimmered pinkish in certain lights and boasting an elongated, elegant body with broad, forceful tail fins, lay listlessly at the bottom of the tank, lacking vitality. The livestream audience commented that they could diagnose the situation without the host, noting the fragility of the arowana and how it was typical for such a delicate creature to refuse sustenance. The arowana released a stream of bubbles, its voice playfully lamenting that tomorrow marked the anniversary of its owner's death, while the poor little owner remained oblivious to the mysterious circumstances surrounding it. Bai Shao sensed something amiss from the arawana's playful tone and widened her eyes in realization, recalling that Su Cece's father had passed away 20 days prior. Upon mentioning her father, Su Cece could no longer restrain her feelings, her voice heavy with distress. Aunt Chen, with a sorrowful expression, reproached her for revealing too much, emphasizing that in her struggle to move past her husband's demise, she constantly reminded herself of the responsibility she held in raising Su Cece and could not afford to falter. She questioned whether Su Cece's sincere relationships were aimed at exposing their wounds. The livestream audience was outraged, condemning the insensitivity of the host for deliberately reopening old scars, and expressing sympathy for Aunt Chen, who put on a brave face while enduring her own suffering. Aunt Chen wiped her tears away, casting a cold glance at Su Cece's phone, as if to say that she was merely playing a role. She was determined to see how Bai Shao would continue to act. Just then, someone posed a rhetorical question about the suspicious circumstances surrounding Su Cece's father's death, revealing that it had been due to a heart attack, exacerbated by the deliberate disposal of his heart medication. Aunt Chen's expression shifted as she recalled the day she had deliberately chosen to confront Su Cece's father, inciting his heart attack, and remembered his agonizing struggle after losing access to his medication. Feeling betrayed, Su Cece confronted Aunt Chen, accusing her of being the only one present when her father passed away, suggesting she was the one responsible for his death. Aunt Chun's eyes glistened with sorrow as she choked back tears, asserting that she could care for Su Cici's father without seeking recognition. But she could not bear the weight of such slander. If Su Cici believed her father's death to be suspicious, she was free to report it rather than staging a performance that pushed Aunt Chun to the brink. The audience was left in a state of confusion, unsure whom to trust as the drama unfolded before them, with the tension mounting in the air. The arowana leaped from the tank, splashing water onto Aunt Chun while accusing her of feigning sorrow to gain sympathy. Bai Shao mentally applauded the fish for its cleverness. Aunt Chun, attempting to maintain her composure, countered that using eye drops to soothe her discomfort was not unusual. However, Bai Shao, unable to read Aunt Chun's expressions due to the camera angle, marveled at her quick wit, attributing Su Cici's misjudgment to the skillful acting of her adversary. With a slight smile, she inquired when Aunt Chun had purchased her eye drops. The arowana, in a display of agitation, splashed the tank, exclaiming that it had witnessed Aunt Chun opening a delivery right before the owner's death. Bai Shao nodded, contemplating the implications of Long Yu's assertion that Shishi's father had purchased the item online before his untimely demise. A pressing question emerged. How could Ms. Chun have foreseen its future relevance? Aunt Chun fell silent, her fists clenched, crescent-shaped imprints left by her nails on her palm. The thought of having misplaced her trust in someone caused Su Cici great anguish, her voice trembling as she implored, "Tell me, does my father's death have any connection to you? Did you pay the dog meat restaurant owner to abduct Jian Jian?" Aunt Chun's eyes flickered with uncertainty, her expression revealing pain. "Shishi, would you rather trust a stranger than me, someone who's been by your side every day?" Su Shishi's breath quickened, her rationality shattered by the sudden influx of information. Her father's death was abrupt. She hadn't even seen him one last time. Yet she felt powerless to bring Aunt Chun to justice. Long Yu pondered for a moment, swimming to a nearby stone and nudging it with his tail. The previous owner installed a camera here. It's uncertain whether it recorded anything. Bai Shao deliberately downplayed the gravity of the situation, reflecting thoughtfully. There's a camera in the fish tank? That simplifies matters. Aunt Chun's complexion changed drastically, her jaw clenched tightly. That's impossible. I turn off all the power in advance. Before she could finish her sentence, Aunt Chun realized her slip, her own foolishness provoking a bitter laughter. Su Cici bore witness to the hypocrisy of humanity. Beneath the gentle facade of the person before her lurked a blade, a maddening smile contorting her features, causing her neck to tremble, every wrinkle on her face concealing the derivatives of sin. Unable to contain herself, she demanded, "Why? Have we wronged you in any way?" Instinctively, Su Cici shielded her phone, protecting Bai Shao from that frenzied gaze. When the police returned to Su Cici's side, Bai Shao felt a wave of relief and ended the live stream. "I trust Shishi will handle this matter well. It's feeding time at the zoo, and I must sign off. Interested friends may follow for irregular broadcasts." The viewership of the live stream surpassed 100,000, with newcomers attempting to intervene. Are you really going to abandon your fans? Leave a comment. I'll kick you if there's a follow-up. Start the feeding broadcast. I want to see the animals. Bai Shao contemplated that live streaming zoo employees could be an effective way to attract viewers. Thus, she placed her phone in her chest pocket, donned a cap, and exited the break room. Minutes later, chaotic noises erupted from the rainforest exhibit. "Let go. I said let go. Can someone manage those monkeys at your zoo?" "Sir, please don't panic. Our golden monkeys are quite docile. Just don't hit it. That would provoke it. Open your eyes and see. It's me who's being provoked. Do you have any idea how much this outfit cost? You couldn't afford to pay me back. Damn it. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and pull it away." A staff member in blue uniform bent down, attempting to pry the golden monkey from a young man. But the monkey refused to let go. The young man, wearing a disposable blue mask, clutched his handbag, angrily swatting at the monkey that was biting his pants. "Is this what you call docile? What is happening? Is that monkey sick? If it attacks a visitor, this would be a significant incident, and the zoo would have to compensate." Bai Shao rushed forward. "Uncle Ho, what is going on?" The golden monkey's fine, soft fur glistened in the sunlight, its light blue face filled with anxiety. "Director, please save my child. He stole my child." Bai Shao's expression hardened, her brow furrowing as she glared at the masked man. "You stole a child." The masked man kicked the golden monkey away, distancing himself from the crowd. "To evade responsibility for animal harm, you dare to accuse me? Everyone knows harming a nationally protected species carries legal repercussions. Why would I want to break the law?" The onlookers turned their attention to Bai Shao. chattering in agreement with a masked man. Indeed, who would dare break the law in this day and age? Your zoo employees are utterly shameless, slandering others to escape responsibility. However, the viewers in the live stream refrained from joining the fray. After being embarrassed by the host multiple times, I think I should speak cautiously and observe. Observe what? Regardless of its protection status, if an animal harms a person, it deserves to be euthanized. The golden monkey extended its sharp claws to scratch at the man. Return my child. It was just born 2 days ago. The director said it was underdeveloped and couldn't handle stress. Bai Shao rolled up her sleeves. Please open your handbag. If I've misunderstood, I will apologize and compensate you double. The masked man exchanged a glance with Bai Shao, quickly averting his gaze. You think you can accuse me without evidence? Don't even think about searching my bag. Bai Shao scrutinized the masked man's expression, not missing the gleam of satisfaction hidden in his eyes. He altered his tone, adopting a mocking inflection. However, to avoid you claiming I'm guilty and uncooperative, I'll open my bag. If it's empty, I expect you to kneel and apologize. With that, the masked man swiftly unzipped his bag, revealing only a folding umbrella and a few strands of golden fur. I like golden monkeys and picked up some fur along the way. It's not like I stole a golden monkey. Considering your youth, if you apologize, I'll let this go. The crowd rallied behind the masked man. This uncle is suffering from a wrongful accusation. He should apologize quickly. You saw what the golden monkey did to his clothes. You all should figure out how to compensate. The viewers in the live stream were astonished. Did the host just crash? I feel sorry for the uncle. He came to the zoo and was mistaken for a thief. Host, hurry and apologize. Chapter 6. In tranquil times, the voice of animals learns to bark like dogs. The golden monkey continued to scream. No. I saw him hide my baby in his bag. It has my baby's scent. I followed him all the way. I wouldn't mistake it. Bai Shao bent down, soothing the golden monkey while asking, did you follow him the whole time? Do you remember where he went? Did he ever let go of the handbag? The golden monkey racked its brain, pointing towards a public restroom nearby. He went to the restroom. He was in there for a long time. Bai Shao slowly stood up and walked towards the restroom 100 meters away. As she reached the entrance, the masked man shouted, what do you mean? You don't think I stole the golden monkey, do you? In an excited moment, the masked man grabbed Bai Shao's wrist, his eyes displaying a feigned concern for the zoo's reputation. Anyone can see I'm innocent, yet you don't believe me. Are you intentionally trying to tarnish the zoo's image? Your heart must be quite dark. Oh, the last person who got this close ended up hospitalized after being beaten by the host. Some idiot. Please don't. Truly, what kind of person has fans like this? The director has a name. Bai Shao instructed Uncle Ho to clear the restroom of patrons while she swiftly twisted the masked man's arm behind his back. His cries echoed loudly. The onlookers, sympathizing with the weaker party, murmured disapproval at Bai Shao. This is too much. Your zoo slandered him first, and now you're resorting to violence? Regardless, it's wrong to use force. Let him go, or we'll call the police. Bai Shao released the masked man, and following the golden monkey's guidance, she walked directly to the restroom stall marked for maintenance, ultimately retrieving the curled-up baby golden monkey from the trash can. She shed her outer jacket and wrapped the little monkey within it. As Bai Shao carefully cradled the monkey, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, their cheeks burning with embarrassment. Oh my, there really is a monkey. So the zoo was innocent? How fortunate we are to speak on your behalf. Are you even human? Why have you targeted the golden monkey? The viewers in the live stream were exhaling in exasperation. I anticipated a twist. Thankfully, I refrained from making any rash demands for the host to apologize. How did the host deduce that the little monkey was inside? The masked man was thoroughly flustered. No, it wasn't me. How can you prove that I did it? Bai Shao handed the little golden monkey over to Uncle Ho for care and cast cold, sidelong glance at the masked man. Has your intelligence been severed along with your umbilical cord? There are surveillance cameras outside. A simple inquiry will reveal whether you entered or not. If you hadn't scouted the place beforehand, how could you possibly know that this restroom just so happens to have a single room under maintenance? The masked man stood in shock. The newborn monkey was exceedingly fragile. A moment's inattention could lead to its demise. He relied on the absence of thorough investigation and the scant surveillance in a rainforest area, having successfully committed such acts many times before without consequence. Yet today, he felt the hands of a mere girl. Bai Shao addressed the onlookers, call the police. This individual is likely a habitual offender. The tourists nodded in agreement, and then some noticed the masked man attempting to escape while the crowd was sparse. He meant to flee. Everyone rushed forward, determined not to let him get away. Bai Shao delivered a swift kick that sent the masked man sprawling, sliding several meters, with his bones colliding against the ground, producing a symphony of violent aesthetics and a crisp, melodious sound of fractures. The live stream was filled with exclamations. "Ah, sister, how cool. I adore her. I believe the host can understand animal language now. Is it too late to kneel and call her daddy? You don't have your own father? Why are you trying to steal mine?" The tourists found themselves rendered powerless, standing by to watch the spectacle, occasionally snapping photos. The masked man was utterly terrified, begging for mercy. "That little monkey looks like it won't survive long. I acted impulsively. Please forgive me. I have a 3-year-old child to care for. And I don't want to go to jail." Bai Shao pretended not to hear, leisurely rebut-toning her disheveled clothing. Once the masked man was handed over to the police, the interlude over, Bai Shao discovered an unprecedented surge in the popularity of the live stream. It had surged into the top 10 on the rankings. Bai Shao checked the back end for the follower count. 19,582. She thought it was a glitch, refreshed, and saw the last digit change to 7. Had she become famous? Hastily, she withdrew a substantial amount from the gifts she had received to ensure timely salary payments for her employees. Just after completing the withdrawal, she received a live streaming invitation from someone named Sui Wejinghao. The elderly lady exuded an air of elegance, her hair grayed, her face lined with the marks of time. Even sitting in a wheelchair, she maintained her appearance, adorning herself with pale, pearl jewelry, embodying the essence of a refined lady. "Hello, you may not know me, but I often hear about you from Cece. My granddaughter has recently faced a significant setback and has been forced to mature. However, her ability to see through her stepmother-esque character is largely thanks to you. She is currently preoccupied with handling this matter, so I would like to thank you on her behalf." As she spoke, Grandma Wang gifted several carnival prizes. Bai Shao responded, "I hope to receive more thanks. Dear Grandma, shall I suggest a grandson who is over 3 months and 7,000 days old? Grandma, I am your long-lost granddaughter. Everyone is vying for Grandma's attention. I will take the host." Bai Shao softly inquired. "Cece used to support me as well. Is there any way I can assist you?" Grandma Wang donned her reading glasses, concealing her kind gaze. "Yes, indeed. I would like to connect with you to see what is wrong with my little darling. It has recently been uttering strange phrases, and I am unsure where it learned them." Bai Shao raised an eyebrow. "A budgie?" Grandma Wang expressed mild surprise, certain that her little one had not been on camera. "How did you know?" Bai Shao's eyes sparkled with mirth. "I heard its inner voice. It is currently complaining about the new millet you purchased, claiming it does not suit its taste. Yet it prides itself on being the most understanding budgie in the avian realm, unlike your son, who often causes you trouble and settles for whatever is available." Grandma Wang nodded vigorously. She had indeed recently changed her little one's food, with her son and daughter living far away, one abroad after a divorce. Even the neighbors were unaware of how many children she had. Yet this person seemed to know everything with clarity. It appeared Bai Shao truly possessed a remarkable talent, worthy of her granddaughter's trust. She leisurely leaned against the dining table. The camera then shifted to focus on the leucistic budgie struggling with its lunch on the table. Grandma Wang tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and gently said, "You are correct. Do you know why it frequently mimics dog barks?" The budgie, noticing the gaze upon it, strutted over to Grandma Wang, waddling with an endearing gait, and upon seeing the phone, began pecking it eagerly. "Come on, eat your meal, Moo Moo. You are such a good baby. Oh no, I have become a pet. Grandma must certainly spoil this budgie. People say that if a parrot barks, the human is bad. But the parrot remains affectionate and forgiving. How lovely. It seems quite normal. Where's the barking?" Upon seeing this comment, Grandma Wang mysteriously addressed the camera. "You will soon find out." As soon as she closed her eyes, the budgie hopped onto Grandma Wang's shoulder and barked. "Woof, woof, woof." Grandma Wang opened her eyes helplessly. "That is how it is. The most crucial part is that I have never owned a dog." The live stream fell silent for several seconds, then an overwhelming barrage of comments flooded the screen. I couldn't hold back from laughing at the dog barking imitation. This bird truly barks. Dog. Everything it says is my vocabulary. So it really is barking. A voice actor in the animal kingdom. Haha. The dog barking parrot, a new breed. In Chapter 7, the parrot squad accomplishes great deeds. The biological son turns out to be a thief. However, Bai Shao did not join in the viewer's banter. She attentively focused on the parrot's inner voice. She detected an urgent tone. The silly dog next door said a thief is planning to steal while Grandma is resting. Grandma cannot sleep. Bai Shao furrowed her brow. Her expression complex. It is mimicking the barking of the dog next door. It wants to inform you that a thief is eyeing your home, urging you to stay awake. Grandma Wang was taken aback, shaking her head. Yes, my neighbor has a Samoyed. The big white dog enjoys wandering around outside and has become good friends with my little darling. You say a thief has designs on my home. But this neighborhood is renowned for its safety throughout the entire Jiangxin. The parrot flapped its fluffy wings, shaking its head like a rattle. The silly dog heard it directly. It said the thieves are planning to come tonight. Grandma cannot sleep. Bai Shao elaborated. The thieves will come tonight. It must be that the Samoyed overheard their conversation and related to the parrot, which can only mimic simple words, hence why it imitates the Samoyed's speech. Grandma Wang's expression grew increasingly grave. As if recalling something, she began to push her wheelchair towards the door. Finally, the camera focused on the door. The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with discussion. Ah, I recognize this. These are the markings drawn by the thieves after casing the place. The parrot squad has done a splendid job. How frightening. Thankfully, Grandma connected with the host. It's a relief that the host can truly understand animal language. What nonsense. Can she really understand animal language? This must be another ploy to create hype. Don't forget, the host and the people she connected with have private ties. The truth will silence all the skeptics. Just wait and see, as long as you don't compete with us for daddy. Bai Shao, distracted by the comments, seriously suggested to Grandma Wang, for safety's sake, it would be best to call the police. Perhaps the children could visit you more often. Grandma Wang's expression was somewhat pained as she shook her head. I would rather not trouble them. The parrot hopped on Grandma Wang's shoulder, mimicking her shaking head. No way. I don't want those who only care about Grandma's wealth and ignore her well-being to accompany her. Grandma has her dear child in CC, and that is enough. Bai Shao pressed her lips together, choosing not to speak. It is difficult for an impartial judge to resolve family matters, so she refrained from probing further. The parrot sensed the melancholic emotions and gently touched the old woman's cheek with its beak. It had just rewarded Bai Shao with several carnival tokens and was about to click to end the live stream when the doorbell rang. How heartwarming. Everyone has their own life. Being able to buy a bird for the elderly to accompany them in place of their children is also commendable. Could be a thief at the door? Don't scare me like that. Before Wang Grandma could utter a word, the parrot fluttered its wings and flew out, chirping cheerfully, "Open the door, my good child." Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man in a suit stood outside, holding 2 boxes of fruit. His slick back hair and the crow's feet beneath his 3 white eyes concealed ambition and calculation. "Mom, why didn't you tell me you moved here? I searched everywhere for you." The parrot flapped its wings and bumped its head against the man, saying, "Goodbye, goodbye." It dove into Wang Grandma's arms, its inner voice revealing a sense of grievance. Why didn't Grandma chase away the bad guy? He.S. definitely here to bully her again. Bai Shao hesitated, unsure whether to end the live stream, until she heard the parrot's heartfelt thoughts. Mr. Wang placed the fruit down, loosened his tie, and his eyes reflected dissatisfaction. Dad has acknowledged his mistakes and promised not to entangle with other women. Yet you insist on causing a divorce and moving out. What about my reputation? Can't you allow us children a moment's peace? This man, though outwardly presentable, had such unpleasant words. I cannot agree with this. Life is one's own, and the choices one makes should be respected. Wang Grandma's heart ached terribly as she closed her eyes. If you came to waste my time, you may leave. Being the only child of her parents, she had vowed that her husband must be adopted into her family and that her children would carry her surname. Little did she know her husband was a philanderer. She had also failed to raise her children well. Her life felt like a failure. Were it not for she and the parrot, she would have long been driven to despair by these people. Mr. Wang squinted knowingly. The Su family's affairs have been widely discussed online. As their uncle, I must support her. But you know the company is currently facing cash flow issues. I wish to help she, but I simply cannot. Upon hearing this, Wang Grandma could no longer contain her anger. If you want money from me, just say so. Don't disguise it as concern for she. Mr. Wang smirked. Then let me be blunt. Money is not brought into this world and cannot be taken out. You're of such an age. Why hold on to so much? The audience in the live stream was astounded. How brazen. Is he even his mother's biological son? In a wealthy family, true feelings are indeed absent. What a huge scandal. He likely has no idea he's about to go viral. Get out. Wang Grandma flung the fruit platter at the door, losing her composure. Seeing he could not evoke a reaction, Mr. Wang sighed regretfully and retreated to the door. his gaze inadvertently falling on two small marks beside it. Stepping into the sunlight, Mr. Wong glanced at his watch and lowered his voice. Mom, be careful lately. Hide your money well, and don't let anyone steal it. Suddenly, a snow-white Samoyed popped its head out from the bushes, holding a green leaf in its mouth and barking loudly. Woof, woof, woof. Silly bird, a thief is coming. If a thief calls Wong Grandma Mom, it's a family thief. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Mr. Wong turned his head, squinting at the Samoyed, smiling in a rather sinister manner. Little beast, you heard that, did you? Fortunately, you can't speak human language, or else what then? Wong Grandma at the door gasped, her expression one of unexpected heartbreak. The parrot landed on the Samoyed's back. We must be vigilant. Family thieves are the most difficult to guard against, yet we discovered it in time. The Samoyed proudly raised its chin. Exactly, our combined efforts are unstoppable. From that moment on, regardless of Mr. Wong's pleading, Wong Grandma remained resolute in severing ties, removing him from her will as an heir. Mr. Wong's face contorted with rage. Without me, who will support you in your old age? Are you counting on Su Shi, that money-wasting fool? She can't even support herself after her divorce. I'm just waiting for her to squander the family fortune. By then, your only recourse will be to beg me. Chapter 8. It is evident how crucial it is to learn a foreign language. Mr. Wong departed, simmering with resentment and indignation. With a cold demeanor, Wong Grandma slumped, bitterly smiling at Bai Shao through her phone. Have I become a laughingstock? Am I truly a failure? Bai Shao gently shook her head and spoke slowly. You must not belittle yourself. The Wong family's status in Jiansheng is due in no small part to your efforts. If a tree grows crookedly, it can be straightened. Why blame the roots? Who would have thought my son would turn out to be a thief? Grandma, misfortune at home. Please, dear host, elaborate on this straightening process. Wong Grandma stroked the parrot, looking at Bai Shao with hopeful eyes and a pleading tone. The only thing I cannot let go of is she. Would you be willing to show some compassion and help me look after her? Money is not an issue. Bai Shao. Ultimately, Bai Shao's confusion remained unanswered, and after Wong Grandma's poignant plea, she meaningfully ended the live stream, leaving her and the audience staring wide-eyed at each other. It wasn't until the following morning that Bai Shao's confusion was resolved. Leaning against the doorframe with one arm cradled, she let the morning breeze rustle the contract papers, creating a soft sound. After a while, she lifted her gaze to see people from a moving company busily carrying packages inside. Su Shi adjusted her black-framed glasses, standing with her hands on her hips, and said earnestly, if you're going to live here, it must be comfortable. This place, and this place all need renovations. Money is not an issue. Bai Shao, with a blank expression, wondered when she could finally shout out the last sentence. Su Shi, ingratiatingly, offered a pen, indicating Bai Shao to sign. Right now. If you agree to invest in the zoo, after you sign this contract, I'll give you 10 million. Bai Shao's eyes brimmed with incredulity. After knowing you for so long, I had no idea you were a hidden wealthy person. Su Shi lowered her voice. It's not that I meant to hide it. My grandmother taught me to keep wealth discreet. Bai Shao raised an eyebrow knowingly. Su Shi, growing less confident, continued. I came to keep a close eye on you, so you wouldn't do anything foolish and take care of you. Well, it's you taking care of me. She admitted she was useless in life. Otherwise, she wouldn't let Aunt Chin handle everything, allowing her to rise in status as her stepmother. Being clueless isn't a problem, but she excels in obedience. Whatever her grandmother asks, she does. Moreover, living with Bai Shao makes her feel like the happiest fan in the world, and this joy dispels the pain Aunt Chin brought her. As for her father's untimely death, she would continue to pursue Aunt Chin's accountability. She wasn't overly saddened. Her father favored sons over daughters, and had he been able to have more children, she would never have been acknowledged. Su Shi batted her big, expressive eyes and pouted. Gradually, we're still treating the pet at the veterinary hospital. Can you bear to see us, a mother and child, homeless? The border collie howled and cuddled up to Su Shi, creating a comical scene amid the melancholy. Bai Shao, Su Shi, feeling aggrieved, continue to show weakness. I brought over Aunt Yu as well. I see you have a green turtle on your table. Can I place Aunt Yu's home next to it? Bai Shao, exasperated, nodded slightly. Upon receiving her approval, Su Shi cheered, leaping with joy as she called out to the border collie. Moo Moo, come greet your godmother. This will be our new home from now on. The border collie barked and raised its fluffy paw to shake hands with Bai Shao. Godmother, I look forward to your guidance. Bai Shao's temples throbbed. With a furry paw in her palm, she now had a godson, and perhaps in the future, she might even have a goddaughter. However, the feeling wasn't too unpleasant. In her past life, she was an orphan, devoid of family and friends. They found her peculiar, capable of understanding animal speech, an enigma that blurred the lines between human and beast, leading them to avoid close contact. During that time, she grappled with self-doubt, a shadow looming over her like a dark cloud. She quietly observed the bustling crowd around her, their chattering voices, though slightly cacophonous, unexpectedly illuminated her gray world and dispelled the confusion lurking deep within her heart. It became clear that it was not her unworthiness. That evening, when Bai Shao logged onto the internet again, her reputation as a mind-reading pet consultant had already spread throughout Jiangxing. The headlines read, Bai Shao's mind-reading consultation. The demise of Su Zong, the parrot team's significant contribution, and the financial benefactor Su Cece. The top 4 trending topics in Jiangxing were all linked to Bai Shao, prompting her to stroke her chin and decide to capitalize on this momentum by going live. As soon as she began her broadcast, the chat room exploded with comments. I wish I could have a financial benefactor like that, who stole my life as a rich second generation. It's evident how crucial learning a foreign language is. What? Is it that I didn't want to attend Qingbei? By dad with a foreign language proficiency of 10. Today, I will dazzle everyone's eyes. Although the pronunciation of Bai and dad was somewhat similar, it could not justify her being compelled to change her gender. Bai Shao took a moment of silence before diving straight into the matter. Is there a pet owner in need of assistance? I can understand animal intentions, host. That's me. It's time to show off your speed. She randomly accepted a request from an account named Mei Shi, and in the next moment, a familiar face appeared before her. Mei Shi, adorned with exquisite ancient makeup and a lofty hairdo, retained her intricately crafted hairpin and the gilded floral ornament on her forehead, enhancing her allure. Her appearance instantly caused a stir. A visual feast. Sister, she is stunning. Being surrounded by such beauty feels amazing. Wife, seeing you so clever. Let me quiz you. How much do you weigh? The cool and beautiful protagonist and the charming recipient. Any pairing will only balance my nutrition. Am I the only one who thinks this is a grand battlefield? Didn't they used to bicker often? With a seductive gaze. Mei Shi regarded Bai Shao with a hint of disdain, her red lips curling upwards, her tone cloaked in an unspeakable arrogance. I heard that after you withdrew from the circle, you were unwilling to be mediocre and took on the role of a pet communicator. It's no surprise, really. Your methods of fleecing fans are as bizarre as they come, always managing to ensnare different people. Before Bai Shao could respond, Mei Shi feigned realization, covering her mouth and pretending to just understand. Don't be angry. You know I tend to speak my mind without thinking. She habitually elevated herself to a moral high ground to criticize Bai Shao, who had previously refrained from confronting her due to company pressures. Now, even if Bai Shao felt the urge to retort, she had to weigh the consequences, considering Mei Shi's newfound worth. The chat room was filled with comments. Is Sister Sharp taking on new drama? Can you give us a little hint about what it's about? Starting off with a quarrel. What a close relationship they have. I envy this way of conversing. Am I blind? When did exposing someone's scars and slandering them become a sign of good rapport? Sister Sharp is straightforward. Let us all be a bit more forgiving. Bai Shao scoffed coldly, spitting no leniency. Don't think that just because you've had plastic surgery. I've forgotten you used to look like a pig. Is this what you call being straightforward? This is simply a case of an ugly person causing a ruckus. Do not test the limits of human intellect with your ignorance. If my help to pets is seen as exploitation, then what about your high salary for acting without a script? Isn't that just profiting from a bad performance? Mei Shi gasped, nearly choking. She sought to connect with Bai Shao, not only to witness her disgrace, but also to ride the wave of popularity. They were from the same company and debuted as trainees in the same year. Although their personas differed, she had always viewed Bai Shao as a rival. She had expected to compete with Bai Shao for a long time, but was taken aback by Bai Shao's refusal to conform to the company's unspoken rules, leading to her being set up and forced to withdraw from the industry. After the fallout with the company, they had fully supported Mei Shi, and she was reveling in her recent success. She had thought that with Bai Shao's downfall, she could finally mock her from the peak. But she had underestimated Bai Shao's resilience. She was not a soft target. Mei Shi had a rein in her arrogance, chuckling awkwardly and explaining, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Bai Shao replied unemotionally, A joke is only a joke if the person involved finds it amusing. Did you see me laugh? Isn't it odd that no one has informed her that Bai Shao now explodes like a firecracker? This was not a bad thing, as it further highlighted her own goodness. However, the chat room was filled with laughter. You didn't laugh, I did. Is this a mutual roast while exposing secrets? Who knows if this is all an act? If you want to bicker, do it privately and don't waste everyone's time. Meishi sighed. I just wanted to say that even if you're broke, you shouldn't succumb to pressure and become a morally corrupt host. As a friend, I'm willing to lend you money without interest. Bai Shao displayed the contract. I'm sorry, but I just received 10 million in funding. Can you refrain from biting people everywhere? Are you afraid others won't know your true nature? Meishi pretended to be on the verge of tears. Enough. How was I supposed to know you suddenly had money? It's not like your fans didn't give you anything out of pity. They say when the wall falls, everyone pushes. I didn't kick you when you were down, and I even generously offered to lend you money. If you don't appreciate it, why insult me? She felt her eyes widen in anger, calming herself internally. It's fine. Bai Shao had always been simple-minded, hot-tempered, and unable to tolerate any humiliation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been blacklisted online for assaulting a director. Unexpectedly, despite her harsh words, Bai Shao did not exhibit the same emotional outburst as before. This was unusual. Bai Shao remained unfazed, shrugging. I don't do fortune-telling, nor can I provide you with the gossip you desire. If you don't need a consultation, I'll give the opportunity to someone else. Meishi experienced a sense of defeat akin to striking a cotton ball, feeling utterly disheartened. She instinctively closed the connection. But just before muting herself, she seemed to remember something and raised her chin. I actually do have something. Bai Shao picked up the calming tea that Su Cece had prepared for her in advance. Are you waiting for me to guess? Meishi replied with a hint of sarcasm. Aren't you supposed to be able to hear thoughts? Did you not hear mine? Bai Shao took a sip of tea. Glancing at Mei, she nonchalantly, within 100 meters, you are the only dog here. To be frank, I truly did not hear your thoughts. Meishi, again, she insulted her. The chat room erupted with joy. The dog's reputation is being harmed. Question, why has Sister Sharp suddenly become less sharp? Answer, because she encountered someone sharper. Honestly, if you view it from Meishi's perspective, being roasted by the host would truly drive one to despair. Soon, a fluffy white Bichon Frise trotted over to Meishi. The dog obediently sat in her lap and barked. Mom, don't mention that rotten cucumber. Meishi kissed the Bichon's forehead. If only researchers could develop a pet translator, then I'd understand why you bite people. Walking cotton candy, indeed. So obedient. It still bites? The Bichon raised its little head, its shiny black eyes blinking as it barked several times. Mom, you don't know. I saw that rotten cucumber and 2 wild women rolling in bed, running a brothel behind her back. You can trust me. He is unworthy of being your boyfriend. Listening to the Bichon's inner monologue, Bai Shao lazily leaned back in her chair. Basking in the sun, your boyfriend is juggling multiple boats while running a brothel in your home, and your daughter witnessed it. Mij Romein let er elf schmoil froos. Who? Juggling how many boats? Running what brothel? The chat room erupted in chaos. Is it true or not? I feel like someone's expression has completely changed. Nonsense. Shi Jie is pure and virtuous. She could never fall for a scoundrel. Her boyfriend has another girlfriend. It's so stimulating. Please elaborate. A fleeting panic flashed in Meishi's eyes as she attempted to disguise the truth of her relationship. You're mistaken. I do not have a boyfriend. My relationship with my manager is purely platonic. Bai Shao raised an eyebrow. This excuse might fool others, but don't deceive yourself. Meishi felt a chill run down her spine from Bai Shao's ambiguous smile. At that moment, a Bichon Frise stared incredulously at the computer screen. Can you understand what I'm saying? Bai Shao smiled. I can. The Bichon Frise raised its paws in a humble plea. That's wonderful. Please help my mother see the true face of that rotten cucumber. There are women's undergarments hidden under every mattress at home, and even in her current RV. That rotten cucumber is just trying to disgust her. Please help my mother. Bai Shao nodded, suppressing her smile, and turned to Meishi. Your daughter says your boyfriend has peculiar tastes. He enjoys hiding women's underwear under the mattress. And there are some in your RV, too. Meishi struggled to contain her fury, her face turning a deep shade of crimson, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She had signed a betting agreement with the company, pledging to earn 300 million within 3 years to secure a stable marriage and family with her boyfriend. Little did she know, he had betrayed her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, almost losing her composure in public. The live stream exploded with comments. Goodness, I'm utterly shocked. The manager hiding underwear everywhere. If you seek excitement, you must go all the way. It feels like Jie could explode at any moment. So, she really is in love? Love isn't the point. The real issue is infidelity. Fascinating. I want to see more. Mei Shi could no longer hide the truth about her relationship. She stood up furiously and strode toward the RV. Bai Shao discreetly moved her phone away. Soon, a piercing scream echoed through the earpiece. Bai Shao disconnected the call, and before shutting down the live stream, she sighed while holding her teacup. Since your daughter will comfort you, I won't force myself to be disliked. Until the plea for help trended. The popular star quickly rushed to the hospital for antibody testing after violently confronting her cheating boyfriend. Chapter 10. UDE. Randomly scaring a police officer to death. Although it is wrong for Jie to date behind our backs, I can't help but feel sorry for her upon hearing about her betrayal. Has anyone noticed that every guest on the live stream has a tragic story? I wouldn't dare to indulge in this gossip. It's too frightening, and I fear applying for a call. It's good to climb out before falling into a deep pit. Do not shy away from medical issues. A day passed, and discussion surrounding Mei Shi gradually dwindled. Bai Shao resumed her broadcast. Not long after, negative comments emerged amidst the praises. It must be an act. Who would actually believe this? If you truly understand animal emotions, find a pet owner with no connection to you and read their mind. Then I will believe you can understand animal speech. Bai Shao pondered this too. It was peculiar that all three guests were intertwined with her in various ways. This could not continue. Just as she was about to randomly select another guest, an account named Jiang Cheng Xiao Qi requested to connect with her. Bai Shao scrutinized the account, ensuring she did not recognize them and had no prior connection, before swiftly agreeing. In the next moment, Officer Qi, sporting a crew cut, appeared in the upper right corner. The camera only captured his upper half, and his broad shoulders beneath a gray casual outfit exuded a sense of stature. Officer Qi smiled. Hello. Fantastic. A stranger, and a police officer at that. Officer Qi avoided Bai Shao's overly enthusiastic gaze, clearing his throat awkwardly. The situation is as follows. A few days ago, our precinct received a report. Half a month ago, a citizen in our jurisdiction found a giant salamander. After confirming it was indeed a giant salamander, they intended to transfer it to a nearby zoo for rescue. However, just as they were about to send it off, a landslide occurred. Thankfully, there were no casualties, but the road down was completely blocked. They had to temporarily keep the giant salamander at the station, worried it might get cold, hungry, or die. As the officer responsible for this case, my superiors entrusted me with the important task of observing the salamander in the pond daily to ensure it was still alive. Last night after work, I video chatted with my police academy roommates, sharing my daily tasks, which led to uproarious laughter. I was at my wit's end. Before I could scold them, one of my roommates, interning in Jiang, Changhuan district, mentioned that the Jiangcheng Forest Zoo had a new director who supposedly understood animal emotions. And our superiors hinted we should pay more attention to it. Understand animal speech? I thought it was absurd. Yet considering the salamander's condition, I felt uncertain. We needed a professional. After all, the zoo director must have more rescue experience. I hurriedly applied to connect through the account responsible for online publicity, a desperate measure. Officer Qi succinctly recounted the sequence of events and concluded by asking, I heard from my colleagues that you can understand the thoughts of animals. Do you know why this giant salamander often flips onto its back? The camera panned downwards, revealing a plump giant salamander with a flat head adorned with two round, glistening eyes like black pearls. Its four small limbs moved gracefully as it navigated through a school of golden koi, sending ripples across the water surface. Upon sensing a gaze, the giant salamander suddenly rolled over, exposing its belly. To an unknowing observer, it would appear lifeless. Officer Qi clutched his chest with one hand, feigning shock, just like that. As soon as it notices someone watching it, it unexpectedly flips over. Bai Shao's lips twitched. It was a temperamental fish, rivaling the magical beast she had contracted in her previous life. At that moment, a wave of viewers who followed Yi daily flooded the live stream, commenting that the elder had gained weight again. Haven't seen you in days, and you've gained folds. This giant salamander has such a large mouth. So, why does it flip over to play dead? Bai Shao attentively listened to the salamander's thoughts. Its little paws twitched, revealing a mischievous tone. I just love how you humans treat me like a grand elder. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Shao summarized, it is merely pretending. It enjoys seeing you all frightened, relishing being treated like a grand elder. Officer Qi exclaimed, wait, what? He couldn't comprehend and quickly inquired, "Why does it enjoy being a grand elder?" The giant salamander rolled its eyes. "Because I have never experienced this kind of life since birth. Having finally escaped, this luxurious life is what a fish ought to enjoy." After translating the giant salamander's thoughts, Bai Shao spoke with a meaningful tone. "It has never received such treatment before. Having tasted it, it desires to continue enjoying it." Officer Chi felt overwhelmed. The live stream erupted in laughter. "So this is the kind of grand elder you are. UDE, randomly scaring a police officer to death." "Huh, I can't stop laughing." The giant salamander proudly declared, "I heard from those who raised me that my mother is a domestic fish, and my father is a foreign fish. Who would have thought I am mixed breed?" Bai Shao rubbed her temples. "It's a hybrid. Specifics still need expert verification. In a world where animals do not attain sentience, animal hybrids imply impure genetics. Even in her realm, where magical beasts can transform, those born from different species remain unaccepted by society." Recalling the past, Bai Shao fell into deep contemplation, uncertain whether the myriad of demon beasts in her room had been taken over since her arrival. At that moment, Officer Chi received a text message from a colleague. Barely concealing his delight, "The road down the mountain has finally opened, and I am bringing it to your zoo." Upon hearing this, the giant salamander ceased its act of playing dead, flipped over, and began paddling with its four little limbs towards the depths of the water. "I am not leaving." Officer Chi watched in bewilderment as the salamander swam further away, perplexed. What is wrong with it now? Bai Shao rolled up her sleeves, her face alight with eagerness. "You have taken excellent care of it. It does not wish to leave. If we cannot catch it, we can go over and capture it." The viewers in the live stream began to revel in the misfortune. "The old man's comfortable life won't last long. The host is on the way to fetch you." "Fish Grandpa, I won't leave. I'm a fish of the police station in life and a braised fish of the police station in death." Is the old man a hybrid in the fish world? Does what the host say hold any weight? "By Dad. Yes, 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 word are not enough. I will stuff the test report in your mouth later." Officer Chi waved his hands repeatedly, who was not busy with their own affairs. Today he had a day off and had the time to take the giant salamander, so he rolled up his sleeves and happily went to catch the fish. Chapter 11. Director, do you have another bird outside? As Officer Chi drove the giant salamander to the Jiangcheng Forest Zoo Wildlife Rescue Center, the live stream was buzzing with discussions on whether the fish was indeed an esteemed creature or would end up being stewed. Bai Shao was not idle either. Holding a basket of fruit, she led the elderly woman who insisted on applying for the zookeeper position towards the bird language forest area. The morning light stirred the tranquility within the zoo through the branches. The feathers of the yellow mutation parrot shone slickly, appearing as though draped in a golden tiger skin coat under the sun, save for its bald head, which bore an unsightly surgical scar, glaringly evident amidst the greenery. Bai Shao paused, bending down. From now on, Grandma will be in charge of this area. Grandma Wang, seated in her electric wheelchair, followed closely behind Bai Shao. Upon hearing this, she adjusted her reading glasses. "No problem." The viewers in the live stream expressed their envy. "May I ask which direction to bow to apply for a zookeeper position?" "Firstly, one must possess a heart that loves animals. Secondly, like Grandma Wang, one must not seek a salary, only the experience of life." "Excuse me, I am leaving." At that moment, a plump parrot soared towards Bai Shao and landed on a small tree trunk nearby. The parrot, with its beady eyes darting about, made a sudden dive into the fruit basket Bai Shao was holding. Strawberry juice splattered onto Bai Shao's blue employee pants and black marten boots, instantly shattering her calm demeanor. The air fell silent for several seconds. Bai Shao seized the parrot by its neck, forcing a smile. "You are as swift as ever." The viewers in the live stream were astounded. Is it alive and well? Whose bald little darling has run out? Such a peculiar little creature. What a robust chicken. The parrot, with its shiny black eyes, affectionately rubbed its beak against Bai Shao's fingers. Grandma Wang waved hello. "Hello there." The parrot, with a pitiful expression, opened its beak expectantly. "Hungry, hungry." Instantly, Grandma Wang's heart melted. She pinched a strawberry from the fruit basket, just about to hand it over. Bai Shao smirked, unabashedly mocking. "Is your head just for height? A donkey does nothing all day but kick your head, look down at your own belly. Who cannot see you are wallowing in self-pity?" Grandma Wang, completely oblivious. "I truly did not notice. The host's insults are quite vulgar. This parrot and Grandma's well-behaved grandchild are truly world apart, one free-range and one domesticated." Grandma is almost convinced. "Director, are you speaking the truth? Or is it amusing to bully me? Bai Shao gazed meaningfully at the parrot, which was becoming increasingly agitated. Oh, it is indeed quite amusing. The parrot flew off, squawking caw. Director, you are heartless. Do you have another bird outside? The well-behaved grandchild, nestled in Grandma Wang's embrace, was awakened by the parrot's cries, blinking its eyes left and right. I will go feed the other birds first. Grandma Wang nodded, glancing at the profile of the yellow mutation parrot, circling a sentence with her pen and sternly looking at the grandchild. Little one, learn from Grandma. No dating. The grandchild tilted its head in confusion. No dating. The viewers in the live stream were clearly skeptical. Second brother, first of all, I did not provoke anyone. A parrot is so keen on courting a wife. Is the host really setting this up? The parrot, with great determination, shouted, I want a wife. I want a wife. Under the blazing sun, the green leaves in the mountains curled under the summer heat. Light filtered through the layers of leaves, illuminating the depths of Bai Shao's eyes. Her phoenix-like gaze imbued with warmth, her long lashes casting shadows above. Bai Shao, holding a rose, glanced at the parrot in disbelief. Which bird have you taken a liking to now? The parrot shyly covered its face with its wings. Is that beautiful bird in Grandma's arm single? Bai Shao diplomatically replied. You have no future together. The parrot sprawled across Bai Shao's shoulder, pleading. How will you know unless you try? Love must be boldly expressed. As the beloved bird moved further away, the parrot chased after Grandma Wang, only to become bashful as it approached. Beautiful bird, would you like to go out? The well-behaved grandchild, perched on Grandma's shoulder, elegantly groomed its feathers, mimicking Grandma's words. No dating. The viewers in the live stream were astonished by the dialogue between the yellow and white parrots, which truly lived up to expectations. It genuinely desires a wife. My face hurts. The poor boy of the zoo and the rich girl's untold tales. Not long after, Bai Shao encountered Fish Grandpa at the rescue center. The giant salamander, quite displeased with Bai Shao for exposing it, gazed at her with eyes full of resentment. My happy life has vanished just like that. Bai Shao smiled slightly. Soon, the test report from the rescue center was released. Bai Shao recorded the report for the camera, informing Officer Chi. It is a hybrid of the national giant salamander and the national giant salamander. Initially, they could not determine whether this fish belonged to the cultivated or wild variety. The latter is too precious and rare. They had initially suspected that the giant salamander was cultivated but had to keep it under wraps, only to discover that it was not only cultivated but also a hybrid. Shortly thereafter, an official announcement appeared on the hot search in Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng Police. As of June 1st, the giant salamander has received professional rescue and placement. We thank the citizens for their concern for this giant salamander. What a line. Has the police finally released the giant salamander? But is it the giant salamander that has been freed, or the police? Officer Chi, I am free now. The host guessed correctly. Fish Grandpa is indeed a hybrid. For those who said the host is merely putting on a show, step forward and tell us how it feels to have a sore face. I'm sorry. I will never be obstinate again. Chapter 12. I will compete with you all. Gradually, some viewers began to find their way to Bai Shao's livestream, and her popularity soared, evident in the increasing viewership and follower count. It could be said that surpassing 200,000 was just around the corner. Thanks to the giant salamander, everyone became aware that the zoo also undertook the rescue of small animals. And a portion of the viewers spontaneously rallied to support Bai Shao and the zoo. No wonder the zoo is struggling financially. I will no longer say that your zoo is dirty, dilapidated, and poor. Anyone who questions whether the host's mind-reading diagnosis is a performance, I will throw the official announcement in their face. Let us not even discuss whether it's marketing or mind-reading. The injury on the parrot's head is no trivial matter. A notorious artist who retreated due to assaulting a director could very well be secretly mistreating the parrot. Bai Shao did not notice this comment. After leaving the rescue center, she hurried to the bird language forest and spotted a certain bird perched on a tree, withdrawn and isolated. With a sigh, she retrieved a strawberry from her basket and offered it to the creature. The parrot instantly revived, its beak still glistening with strawberry pulp. Upon hearing this, it widened its eyes and lamented internally. Is this morsel enough to sustain anyone? Oh, the hardships of a bird's life. The parrot shook its head incessantly, squawking, penny-pinching king. I've suffered heartbreak. I've suffered heartbreak. Bai Shao wiped her last strawberry clean, took a bite, and squinted slightly. Though I bear no grievances, it would be impolite to continue lamenting. The parrot launched into a tirade. The director is robbing the fruits of the citizens. Viewers in the live stream expressed sympathy for the parrot. The host is truly incompetent, only giving it a couple of bites. Why not let it feast to its heart's content? Does a zoo really lack strawberries? I'll send a reward if you let it eat. Goodness. Withholding the parrot's rations in front of everyone. Who knows how it's treated behind closed doors? Previously, Bai Shao had been short on funds, and the animal's rations had dwindled accordingly. Now that her situation had normalized, her reputation as a miser had spread throughout the zoo. She allowed the parrot to continue its outcry while she pulled out her phone, glancing at the latest comments. A gentle breeze tousled her dark hair but could not disperse the mockery in her gaze. Inexcusably obstinate, a golden miner could not unearth a gem of your caliber. If you have time to meddle, perhaps you should hit the gym instead. Such talent must not be squandered. The viewers in the live stream applauded. The Sister S words are daggers to the heart. No wonder the host was so ruthlessly criticized before. With a mouth like that, it's best to avoid her. I can't fathom how some people's minds work. The host isn't foolish enough to mistreat animals in public. Hasn't the parrot grown as big as a truck? I'll follow. Does the host have a fixed streaming schedule? Bai Shao remembered she needed to go shopping today and shook her head before closing the live stream. Not fixed for now. See you next time. The parrot, unable to process such complex information, had no idea why the director was speaking so much to a square iron box. It waddled up cheerfully. I want a wife. A fragrant and soft wife. A flock of colorful birds approached, squawking loudly as they flew through the air. Their internal voices echoed. Fat Jew, what are you shouting about now? Everyone, come and see. The single little yellow feather is pestering the director for a wife. How embarrassing. Single bird, single bird. The parrot exploded in anger. I'll fight you all with your partners. Bai Shao quickly intervened to prevent the parrot from being overwhelmed, as its scar had yet to heal, and it could not suffer another injury. The parrot buried its bald head in its wings. Woe is me. This group of gossipers will surely spread rumors. I'll be the laughingstock of the birds, and no female birds will want me anymore. Before Bai Shao could offer comfort, an adult egret patrolled the bird language forest. It paused in its steps, elegantly turned its head, its long legs stepping gracefully on the cobblestone path. Its azure eyes gleaming with a hint of light. The egret's internal voice was earnest. Comrade director, indulging birds is akin to harming them. One must not be overly lenient. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Bai Shao recalled their first meeting when the egret had recited a lengthy essay to her for half an hour. She quickly hid the rose behind her back. Rest assured, director, the egret remained stern. Comrade director, the parrot secretly sent you flowers, hoping you would find a mate. You must not condone such corruption and bribery. Bai Shao thought. The director's nagging, though delayed, has arrived. The parrot, upon hearing this, became disgruntled. What is wrong with me wanting to find a mate as a big bird? The egret sighed again. At such a young age, what love is there to speak of? One should share joys and sorrows with the community and contribute to the zoo's development. Seeing the parrot on the verge of exploding, Bai Shao quickly blocked its mouth. Turning to the egret, the hippopotamus couple in our area has been quarreling for 2 days without resolution. Director, could you please check on them? Upon hearing this, the egret spread its pristine feathers and immediately turned to leave. Is that so? Since comrade director believes in me, I will do my utmost to resolve this matter. I'll handle the couple's mediation. Watching the egret depart, Bai Shao set the parrot down. I need to go shopping. You can entertain yourself for a bit. Find me a wife. Bai Shao replied. Even wives are not so easily won. She heard a voice. Today, there are no customers. Mother will surely think I'm unlucky. Unable to attract wealth, and one tea feed Fei. Bai Shao slowly pressed the brakes, parking at a temporary spot by the roadside, and approached the source of the voice, spotting a Garfield cat curled up at the entrance of a pet shop. The cat was as plump as a pig that had stolen a brown and yellow striped bodysuit, and upon seeing her, it weakly flicked its tail, emanating an aura of lethargy. Bai Shao paused for a moment, waiting in vain for the cat's internal voice to return, only hearing its gentle purring as it fell asleep. After some contemplation, she resolved to assist the cat in its plight and help it fill its belly. Upon pushing open the door, a young girl behind the counter hastily kicked the pet cage inside. She approached Bai Shao with a sweet appearance, dimples appearing when she smiled. Dressed in warm yellow loungewear, her gaze gentle and soft-spoken. What can I help you with? We have everything from freeze-dried to canned food. Bai Shao did not overlook the girl's earlier action, yet upon listening closely, she heard no internal voice. Most likely, it was an empty cage. Chapter 13. Animal Cruelty? Let us check the rescue center's surveillance. Bai Shao suppressed her doubts, purchasing several bags of dog and cat food as gifts for her adopted children. After Bai Shao left, the girl's smile vanished, her eyes turning cold as she stood at the counter, glancing down at the cage with a sinister air. Not that impressive, is it? The sudden popularity is likely due to the favor of the goddess of fortune. Wouldn't you agree? Warm light illuminated a corner of the cage, revealing a blood-stained animal curled up inside, its fur scattered with remnants of blood. If one ignored the slight rise and fall of its chest, it appeared lifeless. The girl casually swiped her phone, repeatedly browsing Bai Shao's account. As a fellow pet streamer, she had spent years building her following to only a few 100,000. The thought of the viral short videos and overwhelming attention made her restless, tugging at her collar in an attempt to conceal her jealousy. She pondered whether she could seize some attention by claiming to expose the truth. Once she started streaming, thousands would tune in. So many people waiting made her feel somewhat unaccustomed. Don't think too much. I'm not thanking you for helping me see that scoundrel. I'm just restless with too much money. Bai Shao thought. That arrogant streak is unmistakably Mei Shi. Viewers in the live stream reacted with dismay. When can I also have money to burn? The host never mentioned charging during consultations, yet somehow always ends up receiving a hefty sum. Because the host is worth it. Hey wait, is the matter of the host mistreating the parrot just being glossed over? Whereas the explanation. Bai Shao shifted her gaze from her phone to the computer, just in time to catch that comment. She raised an eyebrow, beckoning the parrot on the table. The parrot was diligently arranging grains into a heart shape, hoping to confess to its beloved, entirely oblivious to Bai Shao's presence. Bai Shao rubbed her forehead and called out, Xiao Ju. The parrot stiffened, alarmed, and turned its head, noticing Bai Shao. Inspecting her expression closely before concluding she posed no threat, it approached with a nonchalant gait. Director, a kiss. It's an undeniable fact that you are mistreating the parrot. Otherwise, how do you explain the scar on its head? Enough noise. I recognize that truck. This is a yellowed budgerigar. While hiking with friends, we encountered it. Its head was severely injured, and upon bringing it to the zoo, we assumed it would not survive. The notion that a head injury could be treated? The fervent supporters of a streamer seem oblivious to the need for a sensible excuse. Ia bai vu, xi ovu. Come forth to uphold justice. There are those live streaming the abuse of animals. Bai Wu is a renowned pet streamer on Douyin, frequently feeding stray animals and assisting various abused creatures at rescue stations, gaining countless followers through her charitable endeavors. Fans and passers-by inundated her with messages, prompting her to enter Bai Shao's live stream and request to connect. Embracing the idea that conflict breeds attention, Bai Shao readily accepted the request. In the next moment, Bai Wu appeared on the screen, her familiar figure momentarily startling Bai Shao. The young woman sat in a pet store, her smile radiating sweetness. We meet again. You may call me Xiao Wu, just like everyone else. The adjacent room was under renovation, with a makeshift desk by the window, allowing a glimpse outside. Bai Shao observed the border collie chasing butterflies. Your dog food is excellent. Mumu says it loves it. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she spoke, her words devoid of reproach. Thank you. But even if you praise me, I must state the facts. I do not believe you to be the type to abuse animals. So why are you withholding food from the parrot? What will you say about the scar on its head? Bai Shao, composed, leaned against the windowsill. Firstly, the zoo champions' respect for animals. Having eliminated performances, their lives have always been free, and Xiao Ju can find food on its own. Secondly, the scar is a result of an accident. Xiao Wu maintained her smile. I believe you, but many do not see it as an accident. Do you have evidence to support your claim? Bai Shao scrutinized Xiao Wu, realizing the girl harbored ill intentions. Instead of displaying anger, she laughed softly, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. Perhaps you should review the surveillance footage from the rescue center. Due to age, the original surveillance had deteriorated, but upon learning this, Bai Shao promptly allocated funds for its purchase, aiming to prevent situations like today. Suxixi, an administrator in Bai Shao's live stream, quickly uploaded the footage online, decisively silencing the critics. Bai Shao scrolled through the comments, reading usernames aloud. Please remember to receive your lawyer's letter. Upon hearing this, the critics hastily deleted their comments. Observing this, Xiao Wu feigned calmness while her heart grew anxious. She was reluctant to be implicated. They are merely concerned. You need not overreact. Some critics echoed her sentiment. Indeed, we all have good intentions. Issuing a lawyer's letter seems excessive. The so-called saint is not at fault, but being generous with others' resources is problematic. This time, I support the streamer. Bai Shao shook her head lightly, her bangs falling slightly over her brow. She smiled sweetly. Being unattractive can be remedied, yet a saintly heart cannot be cured. By your logic, everyone could use concern as an excuse for rampant criticism. For instance, how are your grades? Or those of your children or relatives? What scores can they achieve? If the grades are not high, would it not be better to find ways to improve? Is that not hard to hear? Do not be offended. I am merely expressing concern, so please do not exaggerate. Xiao Wu, breathless, stared at Bai Shao. I cannot argue with you. Even if what you say is true, animals should not be exploited for your profit. Cancel animal performances? Mid-sentence, she sensed something amiss. Bai Shao had mentioned the cancellation of performances. Why would she eliminate such a lucrative source of income? Had Bai Shao lost her mind? Critics began to voice their doubts. It must be false. It's clearly a marketing ploy. Not to mention the costs of maintaining animals. The rescue center itself is a money pit. Without performances, how would the zoo generate revenue? It would inevitably go bankrupt on mere ticket sales. I can attest that it's true. Jiangqing Senlin Zoo has not had animal performances for over a decade. No wonder the zoo appears so shabby and impoverished. Thus, we misjudge the streamer? What does the former director's benevolence have to do with Bai Shao? She merely seized a great opportunity. In Chapter 14, the adorable pet streamer's deception, did she truly falter? Xiao Wu silently scoffed. The idea of understanding animal language was merely marketing. Science reigned supreme. Bai Shao's previous claims of live consultations were not credible to her. As for Officer Jiangcheng Shaoqi's cooperation with Bai Shao's false marketing, it was simply that Bai Shao could relieve the police station of its burdens. No longer needing to care for the axolotls, they would certainly comply as instructed. She understood the darkness of human nature too well. Xiao Wu adjusted the camera, moving towards the door, revealing a scheming smile unseen by the audience. I hear you can read minds. Why not discern why my Fei seems so lethargic today? She had already resolved in her heart that regardless of Bai Shao's forthcoming statements, she would counter them. Xiao Wu bent down, calling out to her Garfy cat. Fei, come say hello to the big brother and sister. The Garfy cat's golden eyes flickered, lifting its head to sniff the phone, its tongue gently licking its owner's fingers, eyes shimmering with a touch of grievance. Meow. I'm starving. I don't want to greet anyone. The call and the thought flitted by. Bai Shao furrowed her brow. It says it's very hungry. How long has it been since you fed it? Xiao Wu's gaze flickered momentarily before she scoffed. I appreciate your concern for Fei, but I believe you may be mistaken. My fans can attest that Fei enjoys sunbathing after meals. Its current state is a result of being well fed. The viewers in the live stream unanimously agreed. Fei, the peace ambassador, travels with Xiao Wu, rescuing various stray animals. Its weight has decreased, and it should be rewarded with a couple of cans of fish. My poor Fei. Why does it look so worn out? Hurry, let Annie give a treat. The Garfy cat, barely able to lift its head, gazed longingly at the humans, meowing incessantly. Observing this, Xiao Wu quickly turned the camera away, no longer pointing the phone at the pitiful Garfy cat. But I'm not full. I've missed 2 meals. Manga. Is it because I have a terminal illness that you want to abandon me like you did with Hua, not letting me eat? Bai Shao's brow furrowed deeply. Her eyes, like fine obsidian, set within her deep eye sockets, coldly scrutinizing the screen. Xiao Wu felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety, unnerved by the intensity of her gaze. Confirming she had not misheard the cat's thoughts, Bai Shao confronted Xiao Wu. Fei has been hungry for 2 meals and is ill. If you do not help it, it may very well die. Are you going to abandon it like you did with Hua? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression changed drastically, even through the screen. One could feel the fury in her eyes. Do you take the audience for fools? Please do not belittle everyone. Your fabrications should have been preceded by a proper investigation. My fans know my first cat passed away naturally. Moreover, how could I be unaware of Fei's hunger or illness? When did it become your place to point fingers? Do not assume that your good looks will sway everyone. The eyes of the masses are discerning. I admit my previous words may have been somewhat rash. But like everyone else, I was merely concerned about your treatment of the parrot. You cannot curse Fei and maliciously speculate about my intentions. Xiao Wu was visibly shaken, and the Garfy cat appeared even more distressed, nudging against Xiao Wu's hand, both its meows and thoughts saturated with sorrow. Mama is lying. You know I am ill. Yet you say treating me will cost tens of thousands. In the live stream, fans of Air Bai Wu rallied to her side, condemning Bai Shao. To say Fei is ill is absurd. Fei is simply lazy and tired. The streamer treats everyone as fools. Could Fei Fei, being so plump, truly be hungry or sick? In speaking of Shouzhong Juqin's Hua Hua, she is indeed the oldest cat known in our nation, and I am genuinely delighted for her. The Garfi cat, with its mouth agape, mewed plaintively, its whiskers quivering. At that time, Hua Hua could not digest her food and suffered greatly. Mama used medication to keep her alive, preventing her from passing away. I believe I shall soon be reunited with Hua Hua. Xiao Wu stood dumbfounded beside them. Bai Shao and Fei Fei appeared to be in deep conversation, and they even insinuated that she had prolonged Hua Hua's life for the sake of amassing followers and setting a world record. No, this must be mere coincidence. How could anyone possibly comprehend the words of a mere beast? Bai Shao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu, too apathetic to roll her eyes. Fei Fei, do you possess any evidence to substantiate her claims of deceit? The Garfi cat meowed sharply in response. Indeed, my health report lies upon the countertop, but I feel too unwell to rise. Bai Shao's eyes flickered. Fei Fei claims that its health report is on the counter. Do you dare to retrieve it? A look of sorrow washed over Xiao Wu's face. If you dare to openly slander me, why should I fear proving my innocence? A slight smile graced her lips, her gaze brimming with anticipation, for she had already concealed the report. The scales of fate began to tip in her favor. Xiao Wu approached the counter, capturing the empty surface in the camera's focus. The audience in the live stream grew ever larger. Where's the health report? Xiao Wu, the fraud investigator. Bai Shao furrowed her brow, knowing that the Garfi cat would not deceive her. Thus, the fault lay solely with Xiao Wu. Just as the situation reached an impasse, a feeble voice reached her ears. I can tell you where the fat cat's health report is, but in exchange, you must save me. I feel as though I'm nearing death. Xiao Wu spun around with her phone, exhaling a sigh. I truly do not understand how you can be so brazen. Following the camera's focus, Bai Shao scrutinized the pet shop but failed to locate the source of the voice. Bai Shao lowered her gaze. I agree to your terms. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu appeared bewildered, immediately feigning a pitiful demeanor to elicit sympathy. I love my Fei Fei dearly. If it were truly ill, would I abandon treatment? The feeble voice echoed once more. At the entrance by the black trash can, Bai Shao stated coldly, do you dare to rummage through the trash can at the entrance? Still not giving up? Rummage. Let the host be convinced. The look of distress froze on Xiao Wu's face, and the camera could not capture the depths of her panic as her pupils dilated. She tossed the report into the trash can, too fearful to search through it. She could not fathom how Bai Shao had deduced the report's location, and as she frantically sought a countermeasure, the Garfi cat struggled to rise from the ground, inching towards the trash can, pawing it over to retrieve the crumpled health report. Xiao Wu hastily turned her phone's camera to prevent the audience from seeing the health report. Yet she could not mask the panic etched across her face. Bai Shao observed Xiao Wu's flustered state with a calm demeanor, her gaze brimming with contempt. Xiao Wu's face flushed red, her breathing quickened, instinctively wanting to shred the paper beside the Garfi cat, and before doing so, she remembered to cut off the live connection, leaving a group of bewildered viewers behind. TSK, that reaction is not right. Could it be that there truly is a health report? I happen to be near Xiao Wu's shop. I will go check it out. Chapter 15. The tadpole bears the pattern of a frog. Are you showing off your mother? Xiao Wu clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at the Garfi cat, which shrank back in fear from her gaze. Ungrateful wretch, you have caused me to stumble into a ditch. What use is keeping you? Xiao Wu swiftly picked up the health report, prepared to tear it apart, when she sensed an approaching presence. She could not hide her anxiety, puzzled as to why business had suddenly picked up, even at this late hour. However, when she caught sight of a boy raising his phone in the distance, she realized this might not be a mere customer. A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she began to perform with the paper. An eager netizen, claiming to be Lao Zhao, sported a head of spiky hair, with a few strands dyed light gray at the front. His black mask failed to conceal the vigor in his brows and eyes, which radiated a naive, youthful brilliance. After Xiao Wu muted her microphone, he requested to connect. Once they were connected, Lao Zhao stepped into the pet shop, only to hear Xiao Wu utter, the tadpole bears the pattern of a frog. Are you showing off your mother? Bai Shao laughed, her amusement tinged with incredulity. What a clever remark. The viewers in the live stream erupted in applause. Well said. Xiao Wu, why did you mute the connection? What are you trying to hide? Perhaps it was an accidental click. Ha, how careless indeed. Xiao Wu lowered her head, feigning innocence, unable to restrain her tears as she addressed the camera. Why do you say such things about me? I did not intend any harm. I had no idea Fei was unwell. After all, we had traveled together many times without incident. It just occurred to me that Fei's last checkup was conducted by a recently departed staff member. Perhaps they concealed this from me out of concern for my feelings. They had good intentions, but did a disservice. Do not blame them. If you must lay blame, let it be upon me. Bai Shao furrowed her brow. Refusing to look at Xiao Wu, Doryman's treasure chest is indeed capable of holding much. Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with tears. I am also saddened by this situation. But the urgent matter at hand is to save Fei. I hope you can be rational and not direct your anger at me. The viewers in the live stream rallied to comfort Xiao Wu. We do not blame you. Fei has always been in good health, and it is entirely reasonable not to have noticed any issues. The staff member was truly incompetent. How could they conceal such a significant matter regarding Fei's health? I trust Xiao Wu. She is Fei's true mother and would never allow it to die in front of her. Lao Zhao also chimed in. This is not your fault. Xiao Wu secretly smirked, a fleeting smile dancing across her face, thinking to herself that the audience leaned more in her favor. Bai Shao scoffed. There is another animal in the pet shop. It revealed to me where the health report for Fei is located. It claims it is in the pet cage beneath the cash register. Lao Zhao eagerly raised his hand. I will go find it. Xiao Wu's expression contorted in an instant, her gaze fixed fiercely on the boy's back, her eyes barely containing a murderous glare. She wanted to intervene, but dared not do so publicly. Lao Zhao, determined, searched the area, ultimately discovering the pet cage beneath the cash register. Upon opening it, he gasped in shock. A fox, battered and bruised, curled in the corner, its left eye swollen shut, revealing only its right eye, an amber hue. A rusty blade was deeply embedded in its hind leg, and its white fur was stained with blood, dried and congealed. A sight most disturbing. The fox breathed weakly, silently gazing at Xiao Wu. She often mistreats the stray animals in the vicinity. The wounds on my body serve as irrefutable proof. Bai Shao's eyes narrowed with rare indignation. You abuse stray animals. This statement struck the hearts of everyone in the live stream like a hammer. Xiao Wu's followers wavered. This cannot be true. Where's the evidence? Do not speak without proof. Xiao Wu, explain yourself. If you clarify, I will believe you. Xiao Wu's breath caught, as though someone had stepped on her tail, and she erupted in fury. Why would I harm stray animals? They have been abandoned, and I feel for them. I see you are also an animal lover. Why do you harbor such prejudice against me? I found this fox. It was already injured when I discovered it. You cannot slander me. Bai Shao sneered, her smile devoid of warmth. The white fox is a nationally protected species. If the rescue center verifies the injuries and finds you responsible, I will formally apologize. However, if it is indeed you, the law will hold you accountable. Xiao Wu's pupils swelled with uncontrolled emotion. She had finally achieved the fame she had sought. She could not remain idle. As long as there were no fingerprint tests or injury examinations, there would be no evidence to implicate her. With time, everyone would eventually forget this incident. Lao Zhao cautioned those attempting to flee. The broadcaster had already alerted the authorities, and there was no escape. Xiao Wu staggered, her gaze transfixed on the approaching police vehicles, collapsing onto the ground. Her fanbase shattered. The viewers in the live stream were equally dumbfounded. What are you running for? Are you abandoning the store? Isn't this a classic case of drawing attention to oneself? I switched my allegiance from a star who has fallen from grace to a broadcaster. Who would have thought the broadcaster would also meet a similar fate? Observing Xiao Wu surrounded by officers, Lao Zhao bent down, softly reassuring the two little ones. Do not be afraid. I will take you to the zoo, and you both will be fine. The Garfield cat let out a soft meow before losing consciousness, while the fox cast a deep glance at the youth. Jiangcheng Sunlin Zoo Rescue Center emitted gentle purring sounds. You saved me. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. From now on, I shall be your fox. Bai Shao noted that if her observations were correct, the freshly cleaned fox exuded an almost imperceptible aura, reminiscent of the criminal suspect beast she pursued before her transmigration. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she turned to communicate with the staff at the rescue center. The fox felt a pang of foreboding. Soon, the fox's ominous premonition was confirmed. A male staff member donned gloves. White foxes are rare. The director's words hold weight. We must ascertain whether it is male or female, and if it can mate with other foxes in the zoo. The fox's right eye widened, its fur bristling as it tucked its tail tightly, displaying no semblance of maturity. I am male. There is no need to check. I do not require a female fox. Shortly thereafter, The thoroughly examined fox bore an expression of despair and dishevelment. Bai Shao stroked her chin, amused. Is this not evident? Bai Shao suppressed her teasing and scrutinizing gaze. Please take care of it. Once its injuries heal, send it to the fox enclosure. The eavesdropping fox thought, fine, but these injuries will take time to recover. Chapter 16. What will happen to this home without me? In the dead of night. The fox deftly opened the cage with its bandaged paw, leaping down and scurrying towards the window. The fox glanced left and right, and suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure, its expression shifting to one of wariness as it locked eyes with Bai Shao's excessively clear and dark gaze. In an instant, the fox's eyes widened like copper bells. Bai Shao propped her leg against the wall, arms crossed. Why are you awake at this hour? Where are you off to? The fox weakly called out. Just taking a walk after a hearty meal. Care to join me? To the fox's surprise, Bai Shao replied enigmatically. No, thank you. The fox pressed its back against the wall, wary, convinced that Bai Shao would not abandon her pursuit to see what it was up to. Bai Shao bent down to adjust the little red scarf around the fox's neck, her smile radiant. Did you know there's a locator here? The fox thought. I miscalculated. Bai Shao chuckled, delighted at the little fool's expense, stretched, and sauntered back into her room. She slept soundly until morning. After breakfast, Bai Shao began her stream promptly. At that moment, a familiar account requested to join her. Upon closer inspection, it was Lao Zhao's father, the enthusiastic netizen from the previous day. After accepting the request, Bai Shao observed a boy of similar age to Su Cici, speaking in a soft tone. Nice to see you again. Lao Zhao had been waiting under Bai Shao's account, and as soon as she began streaming, he eagerly requested to join. Broadcaster, I would like you to scold my daughter, the rebellious hockey pig. Here's the situation. I have a daughter who is exceedingly undisciplined. The viewers in the live stream began to swoon. I wanted to ask yesterday, Lao Zhao, if you're single, I'll take a cab over today. No matter how handsome he is, he's still just a child. Step aside. Let me have a go. Your daughter is undisciplined? That sounds like a case of needing a stern stepmother's discipline. Lao Zhao ignored the comments. Just as he stood up, a chubi kaukat, fur bristling, dashed towards Lao Zhao, its green eyes sparkling in the sunlight, its black and white coat resembling a black trench coat with a white tie. Lao Zhao staggered back a step. Your cat delivery has arrived. Your daughter is a bit too large. Your hockey pig wants to stay in the live stream. It must pay 2 parking fees. Saying this, he pointed the camera towards the nearby cat bed. On the floral cushion lay a smaller cow cat, a miniature version of the larger one. Lao Zhao brought the breakfast prepared by the caretaker to the dining room, his tone gentle. Chow chow, you must not knock over your father's bowl again. Can you not be a bit more obedient like your sister? The cow cat, frustrated, let out a loud cry. You know nothing, foolish father. The livestream's popularity surged with the appearance of the 2 cow cats. Why have 2 identical cats? Adults carry many germs, and little kittens can easily get sick. I advise the broadcaster not to have such close contact with the kittens. You can give them to me. I'm small and germ-free. Just give them to me, and I'll pay an extra 20,000. Eating and taking, haha. The cow cat climbed onto the dining table, knocking over all the dishes and utensils in one go. Lao Zhao, witnessing the cow cat's unrepentant behavior, exhaled a resigned breath and turned to Bai Shao with an expression of helplessness. I thought the elder was jealous and angry because I raised the younger. Who knew it would escalate? Whenever it sees me eating, it rushes over to knock things over. Its temperament has changed drastically. It is increasingly disobedient. Every time I reprimand it, it sulks, so I thought I might borrow the broadcaster's words to scold it. Lao Zhao continued to fuss over the cow cat in his arms, his voice rising with excitement. How dare you look down on me? Give me attitude. Have you forgotten who feeds you daily and cleans your litter? It's your father. Chow chow, what is wrong with you? Tell the broadcaster. It's my fault, and I will surely change. The cow cat meowed. My father is too naive. What will become of this family without me? The viewers in the live stream began to analyze. It is well known that pets with black and white coloring often have some quirks. Do you guess why I can't smile? Understand the same breed of pig cat? The cow cat's heartfelt thoughts caused Bai Shao to open her half-closed eyelids, inquiring, Your father does seem quite naive, so how does this relate to your knocking over his bowl? The cow cat suddenly choked up, tears streaming down its furry cheeks. These past few days, my father has been excessively drowsy after meals. I thought he was just sleepy, but a few days ago, when I didn't accompany him for a nap, I spotted the apron-wearing person sneaking around. I watched the apron-wearing person for 2 days. Every time she cooked, she would add a few white things, saying my father had developed a tolerance and needed an extra pill of sleeping medicine. Bai Shao frowned, her tone complex as she repeated, "Your cat says that your housekeeper often adds sleeping pills to your food, making you drowsy." Lao Zhao's eyes widened, his lips twitching uncontrollably. "The housekeeper was hired at great expense by my parents. She has taken care of me since childhood, and not to mention, she's the cousin of my family's steward. How could she possibly give me sleeping pills?" The live stream? Following a series of question marks. The chat exploded, highlighting the point. Steward? Which wealthy family is Lao Zhao from that he is experiencing life as a commoner? The key point is the sleeping pills. Well, the broadcaster has just provided the local authorities with another case to investigate. You all believe this? Honestly, it's easy to slander someone, but that could lead to a lawsuit. Seeing that his father remained unconvinced, the cow cat anxiously flicked its tail. Heaven knows how worried it was. However, the apron-wearing individual wished to mount its neck and bully its father, which it could not tolerate. Bai Shao gazed at the cow cat, her tone gentle, yet laced with a hint of polite amusement. "Please calm yourself and sit aside. I shall have a proper conversation with your father." Lao Zhao furrowed his brow deeper. If his daughter disregarded his words, she would certainly not heed those of a stranger. Then, he observed his rebellious daughter suddenly quieting down, sitting obediently beside him, her meows sweet and cheerful. Lao Zhao, is this really my daughter, so obedient? Chapter 17. Bai Shao's plan was impeccable. Please refrain from further schemes. Bai Shao's expression remained unchanged as she slowly shifted her gaze to the cow cat. Please recount the events of the past few days. And remember to raise your paw to speak. The cow cat swiftly raised its front paw, meowing incessantly, while Lao Zhao fell into an odd silence. Bai Shao nodded and translated. Yesterday, you dismantled your family sofa. This morning, you chewed up the new headphones, resulting in a thorough scolding from your father, who was understandably upset and confiscated your fluffy toy, punishing you to reflect in solitude. Lao Zhao waved his hands repeatedly. Yes, you are absolutely correct. However, it's not that I doubt your ability to comprehend animal speech. I simply believe my housekeeper has no reason to drug me. The cow cat meowed a few more times. Bai Shao continued her translation. It also mentioned that you enjoy singing in the shower, albeit off-key, and that you detest cilantro and carrots. Today, you are wearing. Lao Zhao felt a sense of foreboding, his face reddening as he quickly covered his daughter's mouth, awkwardly interrupting. Stop, stop, stop. I believe you, I truly do. The cow cat wriggled free from her father's grasp and pointed a paw toward the kitchen, confidently meowing. Bai Shao's dark pupils flickered as she translated. The medicine box is in the second cabinet of the first row in the kitchen. Lao Zhao held his breath. Under the cow cat's persistent meows, he picked up his phone and strode toward the kitchen. At that moment, Lao Zhao disregarded the housekeeper entirely, relying on his height and weight. He bypassed her obstruction and spotted the half-empty bottle of sleeping pills in the cabinet. The housekeeper looked anxiously at him, tightening her grip on the vegetable basket and explaining, This is my own medication." Lao Zhao's tone was low. "Is that so?" The housekeeper retorted defiantly. "What else could it be for you? Your health has never been good, and you don't suffer from insomnia. Why would I give you sleeping pills? If this got out, it would not only tarnish my reputation, but also lead to legal trouble." Lao Zhao appeared dejected, his voice trembling as he repeated, "Yes." What would be the point? As he pondered, a thought struck him. He recalled the housekeeper mentioning that her son attended the same university and was in the same major as he was. The national scholarship was allocated to students at 2 of the enrollment, with only 1 spot available in their college. He was also applying. However, due to feeling drowsy during the day recently and not being in the best mental state, he had missed several campus activities and had not even prepared the necessary documents for his application. If he remembered correctly, the housekeeper's son was also applying for this national scholarship. Lao Zhao tentatively suggested, "Is it about the scholarship?" The housekeeper's expression shifted. Lao Zhao's eyes glistened with bitterness and sorrow. "From childhood to now, it has been you, Auntie, who has taken care of my every need. If your son requires this scholarship more than I do, just tell me, and I will not compete with him." The housekeeper's eyes widened in indignation, as if a cannon had exploded. "Who would covet your charity? You privileged ones are born into wealth. How could you possibly understand the hardships of us lower-class individuals? My son is equally outstanding, yet you constantly overshadow him." The livestream chat instantly filled with comments. For a mere 10,000 yuan scholarship, you resort to drugging someone? Is it worth it? You can admire or even envy their excellence, but that cannot justify your actions. This is terrifying. The cow cat continuously comforted Lao Zhao. manifesting through its persistent rubbing against his pant leg until his trousers were covered in fur. Lao Zhao refrained from saying much more to the housekeeper, picking up the cowcat and coldly stating, "You will need to explain this to the police." Once the housekeeper was escorted away by the officers, Lao Zhao opened the gift menu and promptly showered Bai Shao with numerous extravagant gifts, filling the screen with vibrant rewards. The discussions in the live stream grew increasingly lively, the chat akin to boiling water suddenly coming to life. As expected of the heir to the Zhao group, truly generous. "Young master, do you require any loyal subordinates? I would gladly serve." Seeing these playful comments, Lao Zhao's complicated emotions were soothed, warmth flushing his cheeks as he hastily exited. "I am not a young master. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." "Thank you, host. Goodbye." Bai Shao smiled and nodded. "Goodbye." She lifted her teacup and took a sip, then wandered through the zoo with her phone. Along the way, she introduced various animals. It wasn't until she passed the bird language forest that a white egret blocked her path, stepping forward to report on its progress. "Good morning, comrade director. After a full day of persuasion yesterday, the hippo couple has reconciled." Bai Shao's gaze darted towards the area. "Thank you for your hard work. I will go take a look." A sense of guilt inexplicably rose within her, as she felt the hippo couple endured the egret's nagging all day due to her, and she needed to check on them. Arriving at the area, the hippo's gray-brown skin glistened in the sunlight, and the adorably clumsy couple, upon seeing Bai Shao, swam from the center of the water to the shore, abruptly halting and splashing a massive wave. Bai Shao, a young man, dashed forward, promptly opening a prepared umbrella to shield her from the colossal splash. "You startled me." The hippos have a rather peculiar way of welcoming visitors. "Thanks, umbrella guy." The air fell silent for a few seconds. Bai Shao's temples throbbed, her sharp gaze landing on the young man's dark face. "Did you teach them this?" Mahi puffed out his chest, his lean figure contrasting sharply with the hippo couple, as he chuckled. "The director will surely find it effective. Visitors will be just as startled as you, thus leaving a lasting impression." Bai Shao tactfully conveyed her suggestion. "Thank you for your efforts. The design is commendable. But please refrain from such schemes in the future." Mahi swiftly folded the umbrella, standing tall and declaring, "Not a problem. Director, you can trust me with this area. I will continue to work hard with them." "Ha! So this was at the host's request. Doesn't that count as self-inflicted?" "Host, well said. Please refrain from saying it next time." Bai Shao wearily glanced at the hippos. The left-eyed Dapai, who had lost his vision from a gunshot, rolled around in the water, his body covered in scars, bellowing. "The director said we should have a welcoming ceremony when visitors arrive. My wife and I brainstormed for quite some time to come up with this idea. Are you satisfied with what you see?" Air Pai, who had lost a front leg, remained cheerful despite her appearance. "Visitors will surely appreciate my way of greeting." Mahi applauded the hippo couple while expressing to Bai Shao, "Director, I will teach Dapai and Air Pai well, striving to create even bigger splashes." Bai Shao smiled without humor. "Let the visitors be. They merely wish to see wild hippos. They have done nothing wrong. It is unnecessary for them to be drenched in these two clumsy creatures' bathwater." Mahi excitedly replied, "We provide disposable raincoats. I assure you the visitors won't end up soaked like drowned rats." Bai Shao felt a tightening in her chest. Ultimately, she chose not to waste her breath. All for the development of the zoo, she could not extinguish her employees' enthusiasm. Chapter 18. A Golden Presence at Home. Often awakened by spontaneous combustion, Huang Lao, Bai Shao closed her eyes, engaging in self-encouragement, and upon reopening them, Dapai had already swum over. The two were now mere inches apart. Dapai rested his chin on the railing, his thoughts exuding delight. "Will the director be captivated by me? Surely, you have never encountered a horse more handsome than I." Bai Shao smiled softly. "There is no need for such confidence." Dapai winked at her, mooing a couple of times. The director, with a gentle smile, reassured, "There's no need to be shy. I have braved the rain before, and I wish to offer you my umbrella for warmth." Bai Shao maintained her smile and replied, "Thank you, but you may keep that tattered umbrella for yourself." Dapai's mood soured instantly, exclaiming, "Do not hinder me. I want to drown myself." Air Pai's inner thoughts tinged with sarcasm. "Fool. Go sulk in a corner and do not compete with me for the director's attention." Bai Shao, her fingertips brushing her forehead, displayed an unusual blend of exasperation and helplessness, before finally lifting a 6-pound watermelon from the small cart behind Mahi. Dapai ceased his pretense of self-destruction, swallowing hard, his mouth agape like a cavern, baring his strong teeth, and patiently awaited his turn for a treat. Director, you fed my wife yesterday. Today it is only fair that you feed me. Soon enough, a massive mouth was replaced by another, as air pie shoved a pie aside. In the competition for the director's hand-fed morsels, the couple was forced to establish a victor. Mahi, cradling a watermelon himself, playfully urged them, "No fighting, no fighting. Domestic violence is unacceptable. You both should let the director feed you, while I feed your wife." The hippo couple, with their gigantic mouths snapping at each other, paused momentarily to glance at Mahi, sharing a fleeting look with his dark visage before resuming their scuffle. Mahi lamented, "I have been disregarded, ha ha ha. Zookeeper, believe me, I can cry for you too." What could the curious hippo possibly say? Bai Shao, cradling the watermelon with one arm, pondered, after the broadcast, "I will compile our dialogues with the animals and share them online." Upon hearing this, the two hefty hippos instantly quieted, swimming in unison to Bai Shao's side, eagerly shaking their round, plump ears. "Director, what will you post online? Will my wife and I become famous?" Bai Shao, with a hint of disdain, tossed them watermelon, saying, "Stop trying to be cute. It's too ugly." Air Pie's thoughts were drenched in grievance. "I am also angry, the kind that cannot be soothed." Bai Shao, after a prolonged effort, finally managed to progress from a 0 to a 50 feeding status for the day. The hippo couple, with their immense jaws, savagely tore into the watermelon, their voracious appetites on full display. Their powerful jaws effortlessly crushed the watermelon, releasing a torrent of juice, revealing the vibrant red flesh, with chunks mixed with black seeds tumbling from their teeth and floating on the surface. Bai Shao rested her arms casually on the railing, a smile blossoming in her eyes. Animals always had a healing effect on her, and in their presence, all worries faded away. At that moment, in a bid for the last bite of watermelon, the hippo couple resumed their quarrel. Mahi, in a fluster, tossed grass over the fence, exclaiming, "Why are you two fighting again?" The viewers in the live stream found it amusing. Fighting hippo couple, a zookeeper trying to mediate, and a nonchalant director. What adorable amphibians. Do these two creatures fling dung? Bai Shao, casting a bemused glance at the one feeding the hippos grass. Mused, "I thought they could use their mouths to nibble." The pie and air pie, unexpectedly in agreement, displayed their cunning. Nothing compares to the flavor of food hand-fed by the zookeeper. Mahi scratched his head. With air pie's legs not being particularly nimble, feeding one is the same as feeding two. Bai Shao stood in place, shaking her head with a sigh. A mother's excessive kindness spoils her children. You may pamper them as you wish. Monantaihe tiaklid yolili. Before departing the enclosure, Bai Shao caught a glimpse of white out of the corner of her eye. She turned her head to see a fluffy foxtail flash by. She suppressed a smile, for she had always felt her journey into this world was dubious. The sudden appearance of a potentially criminal suspect fox only solidified her belief. Bai Shao concealed her thoughts and took out her phone, only to discover she had once again made the trending list. Upon returning to the live stream, the chat was flooded with requests to connect. Bai Shao raised an eyebrow, wondering how a super member with an extravagant avatar could not know how to connect. Soon, she learned the reason. The one requesting was an elderly gentleman clad in a Tai Chi uniform. Bai Shao willingly connected with him after confirming he had a golden treasure at home. Facing the camera, the elderly gentleman sat upright. In his 70s, with a wispy white beard and pronounced cheekbones, he still bore a semblance of his youthful handsomeness. Even as his dark hair turned silver, his eyes retained a bright spark, as if brimming with untold stories. "My surname is Huang," he introduced. Bai Shao politely inquired, "Does Grandpa Huang have any questions?" Elder Huang stroked his freshly shaven chin, pondering. "How shall I put this? You may find it hard to believe. For the past half-month, Elder Huang had inexplicably experienced spontaneous combustion, sometimes during the day, sometimes at dusk, without any discernible cause. It always involved his clothes catching fire. After visiting the hospital for an examination, no answers were found, and the police investigation yielded no results either." With a sigh, Elder Huang rose to open his wardrobe. A wave of burnt odor wafted out, revealing a collection of charred garments hanging on the rack. Elder Huang waved his hand in front of the burnt smell, explaining, "Recently, it has escalated. It often ignites in the middle of the night. I installed several cameras around my home, yet have found no explanation. Spontaneous combustion, indeed. Is a fireman from the national server? I apologize, I do not wish to laugh. A supernatural incident, perhaps?" Elder Huang continued in an orderly fashion. He and Granny Wang were old acquaintances, having been schoolmates and later living in the same neighborhood. when Granny Wong moved her family to the zoo. He happened to cross paths with her while out for a stroll and learned about Bai Shao and Granny Wong's unfortunate circumstances. The girl, who was said to understand the hearts of animals, piqued his interest immensely. However, his predicament with spontaneous combustion had hindered him from reaching out sooner. After a phone call with Granny Wong that morning, he realized he could seek the young lady's assistance. Rather than using Granny Wong's connections to contact her privately, he sought to demonstrate his sincerity by purchasing a smartphone, downloading the app Douyin, and registering an account. Finally, the young lady recognized his earnestness. Elder Huang spoke with sincerity. "I have heard of your great abilities and would like to ask if you could inquire with Jean. It spends all day with me. Does it know why I suddenly catch fire?" He removed his phone from its stand, aiming it at a hamster scurrying in its cage. The adorable golden hamster, exhausted from running, clutched a nut, its black eyes set against its golden fur, its shiny nose twitching, and its small ears bobbing in rhythm with its movements. Sensing the gaze, the hamster scampered from its unlocked cage, wiggling its chubby body, and rushed to Elder Huang, squeaking excitedly. "Do not worry, Grandpa. I, the little mouse, will ensure you have all you need in your old age." Elder Huang affectionately patted the golden hamster, saying, "I have always regarded Jean as my grandson, taking it everywhere with me. I wonder if it knows why I spontaneously ignite. Indeed, why? A wild guess for attention, perhaps?" 1. Chapter 19. The truth behind the 70-year-old man's daily fiery ordeal is that Bai Shao could not help but feel curious, and then she heard the golden hamster's thoughts. It was I who set him ablaze. The hamster raised its tiny chin with pride. Bai Shao nearly spit the tea she had just sipped, hastily grabbing a tissue to cover her mouth as she coughed. This was absurd. She thought she had misheard, until the hamster's thoughts echoed again. To make Grandpa ignite. I wake up every morning before dawn to stealthily hide Grandpa's lighter. It has exhausted me to the bone. Even my little face is thinned out. Bai Shao cleared her throat and asked Elder Huang, "Have you been frequently losing your lighter lately?" Without hesitation, Elder Huang nodded, his tone resolute. "Yes, how did you know?" "It must be Jean who told you. I am an old smoker, unable to be without cigarettes and lighters. I thought maybe my old friends had taken them." Bai Shao shook her head with an enigmatic smile. "No, it is your Jean who has been stealing them." Elder Huang, old friends, wrongfully accused. The lighter thief. It was I, the little mouse, who was exposed. Why did the old man catch fire? Today's segment is not perhaps akin to Close to Science? Huang Lao, with a look of astonishment, voiced the query that lingered in the minds of the viewers in the live broadcast. Why? The golden-haired bear responded without a moment's hesitation, to set Grandpa ablaze. Bai Shao translated simultaneously, "It intends to burn you." Huang Lao was even more bewildered. Who is burning whom? What a revelation. I never considered such a reason. Could it be that the old man has been secretly mistreating the golden-haired bear, prompting the little creature to rise in rebellion? What could the rationale be? I pondered. Hamsters do not possess such tendencies. The golden-haired bear called out to the camera twice. "How would you know? Do you also know that I sneak out at midnight to steal food?" Bai Shao's lips twitched slightly. Huang Lao, cautiously cradling the golden-haired bear that was spinning in circles, was oblivious to the reason behind the fire, yet he firmly believed that the bear meant no harm. Bai Shao observed the golden-haired bear nestled in Huang Lao's arms. "Is your relationship with your children not very good?" Huang Lao sighed. "It is a source of shame. His father was a forest ranger, and under such influence, he developed an affinity for animals. Upon growing up, he embarked on a lifelong journey into the study of reptiles. In caring for and researching those rare creatures, he missed out on the childhoods of his 3 children, resulting in a strained bond with them. Since his wife's untimely passing a decade ago, their relationship had grown even more distant. After retirement, he did not wish to burden his children further and even suggested moving into a nursing home. Had it not been for the incident of self-immolation, he would have long been enjoying his twilight years there. Huang Lao exhaled deeply. "How does this relate to Jean attempting to set me on fire?" Bai Shao translated with a complex tone. Huang Lao's eyes grew warm, his nose tinged with sorrow, unwilling to release the golden-haired bear. The bear extended its tiny paw to wipe away the tears. "Why is Grandpa crying? This is what a hamster should do. Alas, it seems there's something in my eye." At this moment, a man, akin to a majestic eagle, shed tears. I cannot help but wonder if I deserve such mistreatment. Trending today, the truth behind the 70-year-old man's daily fiery desire. Before this, I had just begun to conjure tears. Fortune star, muddled star. The golden-haired bear proudly patted its small chest. The hamster, and becoming increasingly adept with a lighter. Each time, I manage not to harm Grandpa. Just give me a few more days, and Grandpa's care will surely improve. After Bai Shao finished translating, she shook her head and smiled. Summarizing, this little arsonist has become quite skilled. Huang Lao chuckled through his tears. I know that Jin means well. But this matter is not as simple as it seems. He conversed a bit more with the golden-haired bear. Dear grandchild, your uncles and aunts are not at fault. The fault lies with me. I have never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. How could I dare to expect forgiveness and yearn for a life surrounded by my grandchildren in my old age? My children are all good kids. They have suggested I rotate living at their homes, but I simply do not want to. Since your grandmother's passing, I have lived these past 10 years this way. In the end, why disturb their lives? I am content with Jin. Having said that, Huang Lao turned to Bai Shao and earnestly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Bai Shao contemplated momentarily. You need not be so courteous. If there is nothing else, I shall close the connection. Huang Lao did not hesitate. Actually, I do have something. Bai Shao sat up straight. Please go on. Huang Lao stroked his graying hair. I am old, desiring nothing but to hear Jin's thoughts every day. Then my future would hold promise. However, there was only one translation device, and to achieve his aim, he had to humbly request. Thus, Huang Lao looked at Bai Shao. Speaking plainly, is your zoo in need of staff? I do not require a salary. Could you find me a leisurely position? Bai Shao, another eager employee. He merely wishes to know the innermost thoughts of his grandson. What fault lies in that? Let him proceed. Many may not recognize this elder. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. Huang Lao, head of the Academy of Sciences, a renowned zoologist, educator, and former director of the National Museum of Nature. Numerous companies and biological research institutes have sought his counsel, yet he has declined them all. Host, what are you hesitating for? Bai Shao did not truly hesitate. She merely pondered briefly before ultimately deciding to hire Huang Lao as a consultant, a position distinct from that of Wang Nai. After exiting the connection, Huang Lao gleefully began to pack his belongings, while Bai Shao sent the news to Su Shishi. Bai Shao, Su Shishi's family has yet to finish their meal. Bai Shao lowered her head to edit her conversation with the hippo couple. Just as she was about to post it online, someone interrupted her. Bien Mu, with a solid little ball in his mouth, trailed behind Su Shishi. Auntie S' birthday is approaching. Mama said she wants to surprise her. Bai Shao feigned ignorance of this sentiment. Her curiosity piqued. What do you intend to do? Su Shishi leaned in closer to Bai Shao, a mysterious expression on her face. Though I am an accounting major, I have spent several years learning to paint. However, I cannot disclose too much. With a pair of bright, sparkling eyes, Bai Shao's gaze softened, and she turned to send the conversation to Su Shishi. Su Shishi received the item, beaming with joy, and linked arms with Bai Shao. I'm feeling much better now. One day, let it bow to you. Bien Mu's tail spun like a propeller. I believe that Aunt Fish and Brother Turtle have a point. I suggest that gradually should perform a backflip before bowing to Annie. Bai Shao, she has seen that little chubby silver gradually, let alone a backflip. Walking 2 steps would leave her gasping. Chapter 20. Caught a flight attendant? Please bring your broken cat to court. What secrets are you two keeping? Is this an encrypted conversation? After Su Shishi left the temporary office, Bai Shao had intended to end the broadcast, but upon seeing the audience number soar to 100,000, she promptly abandoned that thought. Those in need of assistance may draw from the fortune bag. Another connection will be made today. No sooner had she spoken than all accounts named Dao scrambled to draw fortune bags and apply for a connection. A man with sparse hair leaned closer to the camera. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, and through the few strands of soft black hair atop his head, one could glimpse his shiny scalp. The man had a handsome face, though his hairstyle undermined all. Had he possessed a full head of hair, his attractiveness would have soared several notches. Facing the camera, he revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. I must be considerably older than you, dear host, so I shall bravely refer to myself as Brother Lin. The heavens can bear witness. I am innocent. Everyone, please vouch for me. As he spoke, Brother Lin held up his phone and surveyed the surroundings, peering over the fence of a small courtyard, revealing layers of green hills beyond. He stood in a corner of the courtyard, posting the pre-edited surveillance video in the comment section. In the video, a calico cat was seen sauntering with a drab object in its mouth, and gradually, everyone recognized the distinct patterns belonging to an owl, prompting an involuntary gasp. Caught a flight attendant? Please bring your broken cat to court. Hello, 3 years a slap. 5 years. Very punishing, very severe. Brother Lin smiled wryly at the camera. When Mimi saw me, she turned and ran. I chased after her, coaxing her to release the owl, but Mimi would not listen. Instead, she ran faster while clutching it, and soon disappeared from sight. Cats in the countryside are quite wild, so not seeing them often is normal, but this time was different. He had to find Mimi to ensure the owl's safety, and then respectfully return the owl. However, after searching the village multiple times, he still could not locate Mimi, feeling as though she was deliberately evading him. With no other option, he sought help online. And by chance, the Douyin platform recommended Bai Shao's live broadcast him. After some understanding, although he believed that comprehending animal speech might not be entirely genuine, he found himself at a loss, adopting a desperate attitude, hoping Bai Shao could assist him in finding his cat. Lin Ji's face was etched with anxiety. Mimi has never been away from me for so long. I inquired with the villagers, and someone last spotted Mimi at the western village's edge. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung open the door, brandishing his phone, and stepped out in his plastic shoes, pausing at the western village's head, scanning left and right, yet failing to catch a glimpse of the calico cat. Instead, he encountered a few local dogs basking in the sun. Bai Shao's gaze fell upon the dogs. Why not approach those dogs? They might have seen your cat. Lin Gu shook his head vehemently, his expression one of refusal. Those were the village bullies. After their owners passed away, they have roamed the streets, and they delight in chasing and biting people. The golden-furred yellow dog was the first to rise. Is that a living person? Come on, boys, let's scare him. The rest of the dogs followed suit, standing up. Just you wait. Today I'll be the first to chase him down and bite. Let me sharpen my teeth first. But don't actually bite him. What if we frighten him away and we no longer have anyone to play with? Upon hearing this, Bai Shao gently reassured. They chase people simply to invite them to play. They won't truly bite. I don't believe it. They look ferocious. Not convinced. What if I get bitten? Will you take responsibility? Bai Shao's eyes remained calm, unfazed by the hostility in the comments. Think carefully. Have they ever bitten anyone? If they had, would the villagers allow them to wander freely? However, he soon realized that he could leverage these dogs to ascertain Bai Shao's true capabilities. If the translations proved accurate, then Bai Shao might indeed assist him in locating me, gathering his courage. Lin Gu approached the intimidating village bullies. Hello, have any of you seen a black, orange, and white calico cat with a golden bell around her neck? The yellow dog suddenly barked. Lin Gu, fearing it might bite him, recoiled in shock. What did it say? Bai Shao translated. It asked if you're referring to Sang Bo. Lin Gu elongated his tone. Sang Bo? Bai Shao nodded. Lin Gu shook his head in disbelief. No, that's not right. Mimi is such a gentle and lovely girl. How could she be called that outside? Is that correct? It can't be. The calico cat. Yes. At home, call me Mimi. Outside, remember to call me Sang Bo. Through the owner's lens, Sang Bo is illuminated with a layer of sunshine named Mimi. Bai Shao gestured for Lin Gu to step closer and asked, Sang Bo is missing, and he is quite worried. Do you know where he has gone? If found, I will ensure you receive 3 meals. Lin Gu appeared bewildered. It seemed he had overlooked something. If humans could understand animal language, could animals understand human speech? At that moment, the 4 dogs began to speak simultaneously. Ignoring a life in peril is not the mark of a good dog. We aren't doing this for the 3 meals. Stop pretending. Drool is running from your mouth. How embarrassing. Leave it to us. Hearing this, Bai Shao felt her heart soften, though her expression remained impassive. She instructed Lin Gu, let them sniff something that belongs to Sang Bo. Lin Gu pulled a small comb from his pocket. Can I use this comb that I grew Mimi with? Bai Shao nodded affirmatively. Hesitantly, Lin Gu presented the comb to the dogs, who indeed lowered their heads. He was witnessing a miracle. The dogs had become wise. The leading yellow dog lifted its head first. Have you seen Sang Bo? Boss, I lie down for 25 hours a day. I might not even notice if it walked past me. I saw it running into the mountains with a bird in its mouth, looking quite anxious. Let's follow the scent. That way, we'll have lunch and dinner sorted. Bai Shao translated the sentiments of each dog, finally addressing Lin Gu. If you follow them, you will find Mimi. However, is it safe in the mountains? Would you like to bring a few people along? Lin Gu waved his hands repeatedly, appearing relaxed. You're worrying too much. I grew up in these mountains. I'm more familiar with them than anyone else. What danger could there be? The dogs are too adorable. After hearing the host translation, they don't seem like dogs at all. They resemble people. Lin Gu, don't stand there. Chapter 21. Wonderful, it's a tiger. We are doomed. Lin Gu firmly believed that without rain, the mountains wouldn't be foggy, let alone pose any danger. Especially now, the pressing matter was to find Mimi and rescue the owl. He followed the 4 dogs through the mountainous terrain while explaining to the viewers in the live stream and glancing around. The solitary human and 4 dogs wandered through the forest for quite some time. Just as Lin Gu was about to exhaust himself, the yellow dog perked its ears. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Gu, panting, exclaimed, "Did we find it?" Bai Shao's brow furrowed. "Don't go over there yet." Lin Gu halted, confused, and looked at Bai Shao, who had stood up from her chair. The 4 dogs displayed extreme fear. The boss was right. It's the scent of a great beast. There's an enemy presence. Retreat. Retreat. My legs are shaking, brothers. Bai Shao swiftly summarized based on their thoughts. They have detected the scent of a tiger. You must leave there immediately. Huh? Whose scent? A tiger capable of devouring a person whole? Wonderful. It's a tiger. We are doomed. Wait, do you all believe this? Didn't you hear Lin Gu say the mountains are safe? If there were a tiger, wouldn't the villagers know? Wouldn't they take precautions? Lin Gu was equally bewildered. Once he regained his composure, his first thought was humor. The villagers had thoroughly explored this mountain several times. If there were wolves or wild boars, he might believe it. But a tiger? He was the first to dismiss it. However, disbelief aside, the 4 dogs with their tails between their legs, frantically panicking, made him swallow hard. Let everyone leave first. All right, brothers, cover the rear. Everyone, don't just stand there, run. A thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. Lin Gu collapsed onto the ground, clutching a tree, gasping for breath. I'm drenched in sweat, everyone. It's indeed a tiger. Good thing I run fast. Bai Shao carefully discerned the tiger's roar. Don't worry. The tiger has merely caught the scent of humans. You should continue down the mountain. Lin Gu scrambled to his feet, running down in tears. How could a tiger enter the mountains? Initially, he had reassured Bai Shao not to worry, and now he was the one being worried about. He feared for Mimi's safety, eager to find the cat, not wanting the black-haired person to lose the calico cat. Had he been even a tad slower, it might have been the calico cat that delivered the black-haired person. Lin Gu, still shaken, reached a clearing and turned to look at the mountains surrounded by uncertainty and terror, still concerned. What about Mimi? The 4 dogs panted with their tongues out. Sangbo runs fast and can climb trees. There's no need to worry. I'm so awesome. I saved a dog's life. Ha, from now on, we brothers can match the speed of great beasts. I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. Bai Shao had already climbed into the pickup truck. Send me the address. I'm heading there right now. The zoo still lacks a northeast tiger. With an accent, the northeast tiger, here she comes. By the time Bai Shao arrived at the foot of the mountain, 2.5 hours had passed. Lin Gu cautiously glanced behind Bai Shao. How long until others arrive? Bai Shao tied her long hair back into a high ponytail. Just me. Lin Gu exclaimed, "What? Are you kidding? That's a tiger. Not a mouse. Please take this seriously." Lin Gu felt relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't relied solely on Bai Shao. He had already called the police. Officers and experts would arrive promptly. As the sirens blared, Lin Gu raised his hands and weaved through the gathered villagers. "It's me. I called the police. There's a tiger in the mountains." To avoid causing panic, Lin Gu only insisted on preventing villagers from ascending the mountain, without divulging what lay above. The leading old officer, with furrowed brows, commanded, "Surround the mountain path and prohibit villagers from passing through. Prepare the tranquilizer guns." Upon hearing this, the villagers were thrown into a state of panic, engaging in fervent discussions. A tiger? How could there possibly be a tiger in our mountains? Xiaolin, you must be mistaken. We cannot close off the mountain. My grandson is still up there gathering wild vegetables. Xiaolin had just counted the number of people present and confirmed that Zhu was indeed missing. He must still be on the mountain. The old officer raised his calloused hand to calm the crowd, assuring them, "Rest assured, we will certainly rescue the child." Yet, the villagers remained anxious. "Please, save my grandson. How can we save him if we don't know where Zhu is? What if it's too late?" "No, it's certainly 1 TB late. Everyone, don't block the path. We will go up the mountain with the officer. With so many of us, we will surely find him quickly." Amidst the turmoil, Bai Shao presented a thin, sturdy business card and calmly analyzed the situation. "Officer, I am the director of the Jiangchang Forest Zoo. This Siberian tiger is about to give birth and is particularly vigilant. If so many people ascend the mountain together, it may have the opposite effect." The old officer's eyes, deep and murky, sparkled with a sharp light. "I know you. Your reputation precedes you in our bureau. Can I invite you to join our efforts?" Without hesitation, Bai Shao nodded, refusing to don protective gear. "There is no time for that. I will lead the way." Hearing this, an elderly man standing nearby scoffed, appearing quite pedantic. "You're going in without any equipment? Aren't you just courting death? You think your nose is sharper than a police dog's?" Bai Shao cast a sidelong glance at him, and, noting his blue rescue vest, recognized him as a competitor. She had no time to engage with him and turned to ascend the mountain. Meanwhile, the comment section of Lin Gu's live stream was bursting with agreement. It's a rough idea, but it makes sense. Going in unprepared to find a tiger is reckless. Why isn't the streamer confronting him this time? Is he feeling insecure and trying to save face? The priority is to rescue the child. I believe the streamer knows what he is doing and won't act foolishly. Foolish fans, retreat. Retreat. Bai Shao looked up at a large great tit and pulled out some millet she had pilfered from Parrot. Please help me find a child. Though Lin Gu was skeptical that a great tit could locate someone, he immediately added, Erju is about 3 meters tall. He should be the only one in the mountains right now. The great tit, with a black head adorned with white spots, landed on Bai Shao's shoulder. Its upper body a striking blue-gray and its lower body white with black vertical stripes, making it particularly conspicuous. The great tit lightly pecked at the millet in Bai Shao's hand, consumed a few grains, and then flew up to the treetops. The elderly man, clearly familiar with Bai Shao's reputation, frowned and shook his head. I thought you were going to find the child using your own abilities. Are you trying to fool everyone? After the great tit took flight, Bai Shao finally had the chance to disregard him. If only you channeled your argumentative energy into studying. Even the leading scientists would yield their seats to you. The elderly man, arms crossed, stubbornly retorted, if you manage to find the child before the police dogs do. I'll admit you're impressive. I'll serve you tea and acknowledge you as my teacher. Bai Shao showed no signs of tension. Then wait for me to receive that tea. Chapter 22. I've told you to call me Sangbo when we're out. The old officer squinted slightly, deliberately refraining from intervening, wishing to allow this obstinate elder to witness firsthand what it meant to be proven wrong. Despite having warned countless times that Bai Shao was no ordinary person, and given the directive to pay special attention to her, his friend remained unconvinced, as if someone owed him 8 million. He was destined to be struck down by a hard truth. A short while later, the great tit returned with news. Landing in the palm of Bai Shao's hand after consuming all the millet, a little person has fallen into a cave. Beside the cave are a cat and an owl. I will lead you there. Upon hearing this, Bai Shao turned to look at the old officer and Lin Gu, exclaiming, the child is in a cave, accompanied by 2 cats. Lin Gu gasped in surprise. The old officer's eyes twinkled with mirth. The elderly man, trailing at the back of the group, continued to adopt a sarcastic tone. You're lying without even drafting a script. The police dogs couldn't find him, and you, along with a few birds, not only found him, but also know precisely who is there. In my opinion, you should stop training police dogs and start training birds instead. The old officer pointed to his own weathered face, implying, what more do you have to dispute? Finding the child is a good thing. You insist on stepping forward for attention. Just make sure you don't regret it later. The elderly man shrugged, raising his hands. I never said it wasn't a good thing, but I only trust police dogs, not her. Since neither of us can convince the other, let us split up and act independently. With that, the elderly man stubbornly turned in another direction. Bai Shao said nothing, parting the underbrush to follow the great tit deeper into the forest. Lin Gu stood frozen, unsure what to do. Had the old man watched the streamer's 2 live broadcasts, he wouldn't be so obstinate. General Douglas MacArthur once said, if I could use his mouth as armor for my tanks, the casualties I suffered in World War II would be halved. Animals will punish every obstinate person on behalf of the streamer. The police dogs continued their thorough search. Bai Shao, following the great tit along the path previously taken by the 4 dogs, arrived at a small cave. Lin Gu spotted his cat at once. Mimi, the calico cat, squatting, trembled, covering its ears with its paws, pretending not to hear. I've told you to call me Sangbo when we're out. Why can't he understand cat language? The owl flapped its wings wildly and hooted. Haha, is this why you ran away when you saw him? The owl, having been disturbed from its daytime slumber by Erju's fall into the cave, had hurried down to find a familiar face, the cat, hoping the calico would lead it to seek help. However, upon seeing its owner, the calico cat had bolted without a word. Bai Shao chuckled and translated the exchange between the calico cat and the owl. Your cat ran off because you called it Mimi. It was embarrassed. He found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Without time to settle scores with the calico cat, Lin Gu crouched by the dark cave entrance, peering inside with the others. Erju? A resounding voice echoed from within the depths. Uncle Lin, I'm here. With everyone as collective effort, the disheveled child was rescued. After understanding the situation, Erju leapt into Lin Gu's arms. Uncle Lin, it was the owl that saved me. Can I keep it? Before he could finish, Lin Gu quickly covered Erju's mouth, chuckling awkwardly. Children speak without a filter. The old officer squatted in front of Erju and began to explain the law. Young friend, the owl is a raptor and a nationally protected species. It cannot be kept as a pet. The owl, now perched on a branch, exclaimed, "There's a tiger." I saw a tiger. Lin Gu discreetly directed his phone's camera toward the owl, eager to capture a glimpse of the raptor. Little friend, you can't keep that. Owl, what are you staring at? Do you want to eat state rations? Before Bai Shao could translate the owl's words, the roar of a tiger thundered through the forest, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Everyone understood that the tiger had appeared. Bai Shao leaped lightly, landing on soft grass a meter away. A gust of wind swirled around her, and within a few breaths, she vanished completely from sight. Erju, scratching his head in curiosity, asked, "Uncle Lin, why can that sister fly?" Lin Gu replied, "Good question. He wants to know too." The old officer silently noted the peculiarity of someone able to navigate the mountains with such grace, unlike an ordinary person. As he pondered, he chased after her, believing that even the obstinate elder would not face life-threatening danger. The tiger's emergence stirred excitement, disrupting the tranquility of the forest. The summer sun was obscured by thick foliage, and perhaps due to the terror emanating from the tiger, the sunlight above lost its arrogance. The entire environment grew dark and unsettling. The tranquilizer gun proved ineffective. In a bid to ensure our escape, Mr. Xiang bravely remained behind to soothe the tiger. Several young officers bore injuries, some severe enough to have fractured a leg. The seasoned officer, upon hearing this, grew anxious. What folly is this old man engaging in at his age? He glanced towards the distance, where hope now rested on Bai Shao. The much-anticipated Bai Shao halted her steps. With her back turned to Mr. Xiang, she stated, "Do not approach. You were right. She is indeed pregnant, with at least 4 cubs, and her condition is precarious. The scent of humans may provoke her." They had miscalculated. The tiger adeptly evaded all tranquilizer darts. Moreover, with nearly 3 meters in length, a mere swipe could inflict grave harm. Bai Shao rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "Let me try." "Mr. Xiang widened his eyes in disbelief. "I, a researcher of wild tigers, am powerless. What can you accomplish? Hurry, let old Run fetch a real gun. We cannot allow her to escape the mountain." The roar of the tiger reverberated, sending tremors through the forest as smaller creatures fled in terror. "What are you staring at? Did I provoke you? You fire your weapon at the first sight of me. Once I give birth, I will have my revenge." Bai Shao stepped forward, explaining, "They did not intend to shoot at you. I can assist with your delivery as a gesture of goodwill." Mr. Xiang, in a state of panic, tugged at Bai Shao's sleeve. "Are you out of your mind? This is no kitten or puppy. Approaching recklessly may lead to your untimely demise." Bai Shao sidestepped his obstruction, gesturing calmly to reassure him as she inched closer. Mr. Xiang, in exasperation, stomped his foot, astonished by her audacity. She truly was a fearless newcomer. Just then, the old officer rushed over, glaring. "Why aren't you stopping her?" Mr. Xiang, irked, retorted, "How do you know I haven't tried?" Brother Lin and his companions dared not draw near, standing at a distance while shielding Erju's eyes. "Please keep your phone away. I am frightened. I cannot bear to watch. Will the tiger tear the host to shreds?" Chapter 23. Descending the mountain with a midwife. Is this correct? It seems most unlikely. The king of the jungle emerged from behind the massive trees, its magnificent yellow and white stripes exuding dominance, its fierce gaze revealing its intent. Each step it took seemed to declare its sovereignty over the land beneath its paws. Upon spotting the tiger, Bai Shao exhibited no trace of fear. "You must have your reasons for emerging from the depths of the mountains." The northeast tiger nodded. "Indeed. I have heard that bipedal creatures possess many talents and enjoy helping. Sister, your scent is delightful. Can you truly assist with my delivery?" Bai Shao's eyes sparkled with mirth as she slowly raised a herb she had plucked on her way. "I can." The northeast tiger, filled with excitement, responded energetically. "After giving birth, I shall present you with a great lingji, as I have heard that you bipeds adore it." Mr. Xiang, initially concerned for Bai Shao, found himself astounded as he witnessed her engaging in dialogue with the northeast tiger, particularly as she approached it unscathed. Bai Shao placed her palm gently on the tiger's massive head. "Do you still possess strength? The medical equipment I brought is in the vehicle. It is best to descend the mountain for the delivery." The northeast tiger nuzzled Bai Shao's hand, and to the astonishment of all, followed the midwife down the mountain. The crowd murmured, "Is this right? This cannot be correct." As they exited the forest, the sudden appearance of the fierce, white-faced tiger caused an uproar. "Good heavens! It's a tiger! What have you all been doing?" Not a single beast has been subdued. What if it injures someone? Why are you all standing there? Quickly restrain it. Bai Shao positioned herself protectively in front of the northeast tiger, urging the villagers. I assure you, it will not harm anyone. I understand your fear. I kindly ask for a moment of your time. Once it gives birth, I will ensure its departure. The villagers, however, were unconvinced, interrupting her. What guarantee do you provide? If a life is lost, can you pay with your own? The law prioritizes human rights above all. Why should we yield to a beast? Are you even human? Whose side are you on? Bai Shao suddenly felt a constriction in her breath, as though invisible hands were tightening around her throat, reminiscent of swallowing expired pills, leaving her utterly unwell. This scene evoked memories of her previous life. She had done nothing, yet was branded as someone destined to consort with ferocious beasts, met with slander and scorn simply because she could understand their language. She could not comprehend why humans and beasts could not coexist peacefully, why there had to be a distinction between them, as humanity's actions consistently demonstrated the notion that those not of their kind were to be treated with suspicion. Upon arriving in this world, she discovered that animals could not ascend to sentience and were protected by the state. This brought her joy, for it meant that humanity would not harbor excessive wariness toward animals, nor would they be filled with disdain. Yet, the reality remained unchanged. Someone picked up a stone and hurled it at the tiger. Who knows if it has ever harmed anyone? Its mere existence poses a danger. It must be killed for our safety. She resolved to enter the Beast Management Bureau precisely because she had witnessed humanity driving away the beasts. The tremors of muscles when firing a gun, the splatter of blood upon being struck, it was impossible to discern which was more innocent. Just like now, the harm of stones and bullets bore equal weight. Bai Shao lowered her gaze, her aura shifting dramatically, akin to a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, shedding the final layers of restraint. The old officer, with hawk-like eyes peering from beneath his hat's brim, sensed something amiss with Bai Shao and stepped forward. Everyone, please remain calm. I can vouch for the truthfulness of Director Bai's words as a representative of the police. Mr. Xiang cast a complex glance at Bai Shao. Having dedicated my life to the rescue station, I have encountered countless animals. I can assure you that, with her present, this tiger shall not pose a threat. Brother Lin also spoke up. Indeed, what is happening? We have always cared for the creatures of the mountains. It is natural to fear something stronger than ourselves, but like elephants, they too possess a gentle side. The villagers fell silent, as though awakening from a dream. We do not know. We simply felt that the tiger was dangerous. If it is dangerous, we can leave. Indeed, were we merely experiencing a nightmare? Bai Shao finally realized something was off. She abruptly looked up to see the white-tailed creature that had failed to hide in time. A distant fox let out a sneeze. Bai Shao crouched down, gazing at the northeast tiger, which had grown weak and collapsed onto the ground. I am about to give birth. She reassured the tiger, stroking its head. Do not worry. Just focus on delivering. The northeast tiger licked Bai Shao's hand with its barbed tongue. I trust you, Mr. Xiang remarked. It seems he has no desire to speak. It is well known that wild tigers would never give birth in the presence of humans. The scene before him overturned all prior beliefs and left the viewers in the live stream in astonishment. Delivering a tiger? How thrilling. You are not alone. May the tiger mother and her cubs be safe. Just now, I nearly thought the host would clash with the villagers. It terrified me. What has gotten into them? Any tiger could easily devour us. Who wouldn't be afraid? Time passed slowly. Indeed, the northeast tiger faced complications during birth, blood pooling around it as it emitted weak groans. This is agonizing. Mr. Xiang furrowed his brow. The membranes have ruptured. The cub's arm is stuck. Bai Shao administered invigorating herbs to the tiger, then expertly pressed on the tiger's slightly rigid belly, drawing Mr. Xiang's attention. Unable to find help, he resorted to borrowing from friends. The old officer suddenly felt an itch in his nose. He stood firmly behind the erected barrier, tightening his clothing against the mountain's chill to avoid catching a cold. Bai Shao dared not relent until all 4 cubs were born. She placed the newborn tiger beside its mother, 3 males and 1 female. They are all healthy. Mama, who gazed several times at the little tigers in the incubator before finally succumbing to sleep, her snores resonating loudly. Lin Ji's live stream continued unabated. The little brainless one is so adorable. Is this the esteemed director by who assisted in the birth of the northeast tigers? Mother and cubs are safe. How delightful. Bai Shao removed her gloves and shed her blood-stained white coat. Under the guidance of Grandma and Lin Gu, Zhu trotted over, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sister, for saving my life. Bai Shao cradled a bottle of water that seemed to refract a glimmer of sunlight reminiscent of Fuxian Lake, pure and heartwarming. In contrast, a certain fox appeared somewhat ungrateful. The fox blinked its bewildered amber eyes and chirped innocently, "Good evening, Director." Bai Shao's lips curved in a matching arc. "I am well, but you seem to be in distress." The fox shrank back slightly, suddenly recalling a phrase circulating online. "Do you see her as a gentle soul? Who dares to provoke her?" Chapter 24. The Stability of a Triangle. This one is exceedingly stable. The fox's tail was ensnared in Bai Shao's grasp, the former struggling vigorously, its claws leaving marks on the floor, yet it ultimately succumbed to the fate of being held in Bai Shao's palm. Bai Shao grasped the soft flesh at the back of the fox's neck, her tone inscrutable. "Speak." These past few days, she had been preoccupied with the affairs of the zoo, scarcely able to focus on the fox, and had nearly fallen under its spell, almost losing herself. "The beast deceived me, oh no." The fox's voice was sweet and innocent, akin to the softness of cotton candy, a stark contrast to its previously elongated tones. This left Bai Shao utterly flustered. She had anticipated the fox would reveal its true nature, yet it was now weeping uncontrollably. The fox's behavior and speech were childlike, entirely opposite to their initial encounter. Bai Shao could not fathom why the fox's demeanor had such a drastic variance, as if one were in childhood and the other in adolescence. With a complex mood, Bai Shao released the fox. She still needed to tend to the tigers and had no time to delve deeper. Once Bai Shao's figure vanished completely, the fox unfastened its scarf to wipe away its tears, hugging its tail as sobs racked its body. "You forget the beast." The fox curled into a ball, its tears and thoughts concealed beneath the scarf. The following morning, the fox, with swollen eyes, clutched a stone it had picked up by the roadside, tapping on Bai Shao's window. Bai Shao, still half asleep, greeted it with a grimace. "It's 5 in the morning, if you lack a satisfactory explanation." At that moment, it seemed a dark resentment emanated from Bai Shao, swirling ominously in the air. Taking a deep breath, Bai Shao wiped her face, pulled the fox inside, and turned to wash up. The fox, entering someone else's boudoir for the first time, was at a loss, its face flushed with embarrassment. When Bai Shao emerged from the bathroom, the fox had transformed from white to pink, resembling a perfectly ripened shrimp. The fox covered its uninjured eye, bashfully nudging Bai Shao with its tail. "I am Yu Su Chung. You may call me Chung Chung, as before." Bai Shao inquired. "What do you mean by before? Do we know each other?" The influx of information was overwhelming, prompting her to take a moment. The fox shyly leaned against Bai Shao. "I merely wish to confirm whether you remember me and if you have changed. I cannot disclose more until I permit it. Rest assured, I will reveal everything when the time is right." Bai Shao pondered. Why are there so many versions of me? She stroked her chin in thought. Water from her damp hair trickling onto the fox's paw, soaking a small patch. The fox lowered its head slowly, the shadow cast by its eyelashes obscuring all emotions hidden in its eyes. After a long pause, the fox looked up, its eyes resembling amber honey, radiant under the sun, with its oval pupils appearing as if they contained a long-buried insect, poised to take flight at any moment. Bai Shao lowered her gaze, meeting those eyes. She discerned no malice within. Her intuition told her the fox was trustworthy. She had always relied on her instincts, yet the beast remained a ticking time bomb for others. Thus, she arranged for the fox to stay in her room. After breakfast, Bai Shao uploaded the edited short video to her social media account, which soon overflowed with comments. Thank goodness for the streamer. Otherwise, the children and Mimi would not have been found for ages. Those 4 dogs are hilarious. The best part is Mimi, right? Mimi, call me Sangbo. The owl truly understands humanity. Mama, who is magnificent. Once she finishes her confinement, she must visit the zoo. An hour later, the comments had soared to 999. Until Bai Shao began her live stream, the chatter persisted. Bai Shao, exasperated, remarked at the time, the tranquilizer gun was depleted. Had we not calmed it and guided it down to give birth, would we have gone barehanded to wrestle with a tiger? If you think you can, step up. Having said that, Bai Shao ceased her banter and delved into the topic. Pet owners in need of assistance could draw a lucky bag for a chance to connect. No sooner had she spoken than an account named Wu, in a flash, snatched the lucky bag and requested to connect. Once the connection was established, a nearly 30-year-old woman with short hair appeared, exuding an air of professionalism. She wore frameless glasses perched on her nose and sat in a swivel chair adorned in a white suit, emanating a calm, yet imposing presence. Wu Jia, facing the computer with her hands crossed in front, parted her red lips. "Hello, I wish to inquire whether your ability to read minds and diagnose is genuine, and if you truly comprehend all forms of speech." Bai Shao nodded slightly. "I can hear the hissing of a snake. Your pet is a snake." Wu Jin nodded earnestly. Recently, work has been quite stressful, and a colleague suggested I adopt a few pets to alleviate my mood. So I acquired 2 pet snakes. One was a gift from a colleague, and the other I found in the countryside. As she spoke, she lifted a black king snake from a nearby enclosure, its surface as dark as ink, shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Wait, keeping snakes to relax. Truly a woman aspiring to be a mogul. It looks stunning. I want one. Hurry, give me a price that will dissuade me. A colorful black? Quite the handsome one. The black king snake coiled around Wu Jie's delicate wrist, hissing, foolish woman. Bai Shao remarked, well, what a dominant snake you have. Du, ye slowly stood. Playing with the black king snake while searching for the other. The other snake might be hiding. Let me look. After a fruitless search, she said, I'll show you some photos. When they rest, they curl up elegantly. I have taken many pictures. The other snake that Wu Jie mentioned was a vibrant green, contrasting the black king snake with a pattern of black and orange blocks, adorned with striking black H-shaped markings on either side of its neck. Soon enough, a knowledgeable viewer provided insights. While bandneck snakes, colloquially known as wild chicken necks, secrete toad venom that is highly toxic, though injecting it is quite challenging. They are classified as rear-fanged venomous snakes. This species is relatively docile, but may not be suitable as a pet. Wu Jie, wait, why did you only mention its toxicity now? I have encountered many who keep pet snakes, but you're the first I've seen so bold. Wu Jie, upon reading the comment, froze momentarily. Is this little snake venomous? Bai Shao was equally astonished. You were unaware of its venomous nature before adopting it? Wu Jie shook her head. The black king snake seized the moment to mock. Foolish woman. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Just by looking at the pattern, it seems unlikely to be non-venomous. One bite from this, and it will be game over. Look at the snake's head. If a triangle possesses stability, then this one is exceptionally stable. Chapter 25. Woman, do you truly protect that which could harm you? Wu Jie's expression shifted, fear causing her to retreat along with her chair, sliding toward the wall, her lips pressed into a thin line as she scanned her surroundings, anxious that the venomous snake might unexpectedly spring forth. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Wu Jie lowered her guard and gazed at the black king snake in her hand. Is it that this snake constantly drives away the other because it knows that it is venomous? I had hoped to see if there was any discord between them, perhaps to mediate. The cold voice of the black king snake echoed once more. Damn woman, can you not feel that I am saving you? Bai Shao felt so awkward that she could have excavated an entire apartment with her toes. She had never imagined that a snake could be linked to oil. She translated every word meticulously and concluded, no need to mediate. It is indeed saving you. Wu Jie responded, is her snake truly so oily? The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter, detected that you are indeed oily. Such oiliness that even the beautiful country would want to invade this spicy strip. Too much oil may breed bacteria. The black king snake, with a smirk that was both mocking and aloof, said, woman, are you truly so protective of that which harms you? Dare to deduct 6 points for the snake. Wu Jie detached herself from the panic and confronted the reality with calmness. Then I must find that venomous snake. I hope it won't devour me. Bai Shao organized her words. Your master asks if you know where that venomous snake has gone. The black king snake twisted its body and slid to the computer, locking eyes with Bai Shao. Ah, so you can understand me, woman. Excellent. You have successfully captured my attention. Bai Shao rubbed her temples, and, as she did, her fluffy bangs fell over her eyes, concealing her exasperation. The black king snake flicked its tail, hissing while tasting the air, its vertical pupils filled with derision. Bai Shao finished translating, feeling goosebumps rise from the oily sensation. That foolish snake was frightened and hid away. How infuriating. Am I really that picky? Let me take a sip of water to compose myself. Wu Jie seized upon the crux of the matter, focusing on the black king snake, which was still under half a meter long. It indeed consumes its kin. Sister, can you guess why it is called the black king snake? King snakes possess the habit of hunting their own kind and are immune to snake venom. Thus, venomous snakes are part of their diet. Little black. One bite and it's a spicy strip. Everyone, is it possible that the venomous spicy strip is already inside the black king snake? But the black king snake refuses to acknowledge it. The black king snake coiled around the neck of a wild chicken. Dear relative, you smell delightful. Bai Shao took a sip of red tea and held her cup. I would appreciate it if you could make the effort to find it. The black king snake proudly lifted its chin. Since you have sincerely requested, I shall reluctantly assist you. In the next moment, The Black King snake slithered down from the table, crawling on the ground, its black and red tongue capturing the scent of its companion. While the Black King snake searched around, Su Cici's frustrated voice approached. Shao, I got sprayed with bathwater by a hippopotamus. And Lama didn't even warn me about the hippopotamus's bad habits. Bai Shao shifted her gaze from the Black King snake to Su Cici. Didn't he give you a raincoat? Su Cici pouted and placed her drawing board on the table. He did, but I thought it wouldn't rain today, so I wanted to save the zoo some gear. I'll go wash up first. Bai Shao caught the drawing board that almost slipped from her grasp. Watching Su Cici's retreating figure, her intellect may be questionable, but at least she has a kind heart. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter, suspecting the host is mocking, but alas, no evidence. I generally don't laugh, unless I can't help but chuckle. With such a knack for rhyme. Is the host considering graduate school? Wu Jie, heeding Bai Shao and the viewers' reminders, donned a pair of gloves before attempting to catch the snake. Returning to the camera, the uniquely patterned wild chicken had curled up in despair, its thoughts exuding a sense of gloom. Just as she was about to close the connection, Bai Shao straightened up and raised her hand to stop her. Wu Jie feigned confusion. What is it? Oh, is there more to come? Wait. Why does it seem so unsettling upon closer inspection? I have an ominous premonition. Wu Jie had just placed the venomous snake into a pet box and discarded her gloves into the trash when she felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. The company had been performing well lately, and her superior had mentioned organizing an outing for everyone. On the day they soaked in hot springs, she and Hao Hong, the colleague who had introduced her to the industry, encountered a second snake while strolling outside. At that moment, she thought this snake was beautiful, small, and gentle, surely fitting to be coiled in her hand. What happened next? The snake was bait, and she was the fish. Wu Jie wore a wounded expression. Bai Shao continued translating. It also said that the red-haired woman has been training it to bite based on scent. The day after it arrived near you, it smelled the rose and sword you had sprayed, and it initially intended to bite you, but the Black King snake intervened. The Black King snake stood tall with pride. Wu Jie took out a bottle of perfume from her drawer. Rose and sword is a niche fragrance from abroad, symbolizing romance and strength. Aside from drinking at social events, she favored this scent for work, knowing that only a few were aware she wore it, one of whom was her close friend Hao Hong. This kind of venomous snake, the wild chicken, has no anti-venom available at the hospital, which means if bitten, one can only await death. Oh my heavens, this is murder. Call the police. Wu Jie appeared unable to accept this reality. Speaking of which, Hao Hong and I have the best relationship in this company. If I have done anything wrong, surely it does not warrant death? The wild chicken coiled itself, flicking its crimson tongue and emitting a hiss. The red-haired woman often whispers in my ear, claiming you rely on sheer luck. Bai Shao adopted the perspective of the venomous snake, her tone betraying no discernible emotion. Without her recommendation, you would never have qualified for the assistant manager position. The recent multi-million-dollar project should have belonged to her. Wu Jie forced a smile. Among the 3 competitors for the assistant manager role, she was one of them. At that time, she was indeed concerned about the project, and the leadership felt her personality did not align with this follow-up work. She also declined on the grounds of family matters. The live stream erupted into chaos. The viewers unanimously agreed that Hao Hong should be held accountable. Wu Jie removed her glasses and wiped away her tears. I have not been harmed. Setting aside the fact that the snake's testimony cannot serve as evidence, I believe Hao Hong must have her reasons. She merely took a wrong turn in a moment of carelessness. I will not pursue her responsibility, so I ask everyone to refrain from speaking about her further. A living saint. The saint and the saintly BTCH are not the same. She is unwilling to pursue the matter, and we cannot say anything. That won't do. We must confront her face to face. Chapter 26. Indeed, snakes may not lie, but humans certainly will. Wu Jie's voice trembled slightly as she picked up her phone. I can bring everyone to question her, but regardless of the outcome, I hope we can all agree not to pursue this matter further. The viewers cheered in approval. Bai Shao, however, frowned. She had brewed tea for many years, and the aroma emanating from the person in front of her was almost overwhelming. She hoped her concerns were unfounded, even with ignorance as a premise. She did not wish to become an accomplice to wrongdoing. Wu Jie dialed Hao Hong's number, and not long after, Hao Hong knocked on the office door. Upon entering, she sat down across the walnut desk, crossing her legs. With slender fingers, she picked up a lady cigarette, her tone far from friendly. It is working hours. What do you want from me? I thought we had nothing left to discuss. Wu Jie readjusted her glasses. Bai Shao could not see Hao Hong's face, but she could infer from her tone that she was quite forthright. Wu Jie deliberately displayed sorrow in front of the camera. Do you remember the day you and your son were in that car accident? I was the one who took you both to the hospital. Hao Hong seemed to have hit a nerve, her breath quickening. She lit her cigarette, using nicotine to numb herself. Truly, you are someone who climbed up from the countryside. Doing a good deed makes you want to hold it over my head. Speak, what do you want me to do this time? Wu Jie glanced at the computer. The viewers in the live stream were filled with righteous indignation. With my hot temper, she probably doesn't even realize her schemes have been exposed. Identification complete. This person is no good. In my opinion, she is simply envious that Sister Wu has made a fortune while looking down on country folks. Wu Jie looked innocent. Why do you think of me this way? I didn't mean it. I just want to know why our relationship changed so suddenly. Hao Hong exhaled a puff of smoke, flicked the ash, and interrupted with a cold smile. It's one thing to put on an act for outsiders, but you don't need to do that with me. Wu Jie ceased her pretense, slowly rising from her seat, her hands resting on the table, her icy gaze falling on Hao Hong's face, her tone laden with meaning. So, do you admit that you used the Viper to harm me? Hao Hong trembled slightly, the ash falling from her cigarette as she stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Wu Jie turned the computer screen, directing the camera towards Hao Hong. Nothing to say? You have a harmonious family, a successful career. Why do you envy me? Why plot against me? I trusted you so much, considered you a good friend. In that instant, the look of shock in Hao Hong's eyes was evident to the viewers in the live stream. She feels guilty. She has nothing to say. So beautiful, yet so vile. Dyeing her hair red and smoking. Clearly not from a respectable family. Why wait? Call the police. Hao Hong closed her eyes, then opened them again. A struggle evident in her gaze. She extinguished the cigarette, as if making a decision, ready to nod and publicly confess her crime. Bai Shao's deep, penetrating gaze rested calmly on her. You don't need to admit to something you didn't do. The sudden voice disrupted the atmosphere. Wu Jie wished she could reach through the screen and strangle Bai Shao to silence her. Hao Hong looked up, finally noticing a girl with a striking appearance sitting beneath the layers of barrage comments, her eyes like dark jade, deep as an ancient well, resembling a divine mirror capable of discerning all illusions. Bai Shao spoke in a neutral tone, devoid of emotion. I am merely translating the Viper's words. Wu Jie laughed. So are you implying that the snake would lie? Bai Shao took a sip of red tea, her meaning clear. The snake may not lie, but people certainly do. Wu Jie's smile froze on her face, leaving the viewers in the live stream bewildered. What is happening? Is there a twist? Wait, who is lying? I can't take this. My head hurts. I need to think. Bai Shao ignored Wu Jie, her gaze now fixed on Hao Hong's shocked expression. It was she who asked you to find a pet snake for her, and it was she who prompted you to speak those words in front of the Viper, all to ruin your reputation. Don't be surprised. It's your chameleon that told me. Hao Hong instinctively looked up. The tiny chameleon, only 26 centimeters long, crawled out, revealing its round head. Its small black eyes darted around as it emerged from Hao Hong's red hair, climbing onto her palm. The chameleon's tail was short and stout, its eyes moving independently like a turret, adorably cute. Good job. You managed to stop your owner from being foolish. You are impressive too. Without you, I wouldn't have known. Bai Shao smiled at the chameleon and turned to Hao Hong. Why cooperate with her? Don't you realize that once you admit it, you'll face the consequences? She knows, but she is under the thumb of a villain. The chameleon spoke. Don't say it. Please don't say it was me. I did all. Hao Hong covered the chameleon. She regretted her scattered thoughts while feeding it earlier, not noticing it had crawled onto her. She couldn't allow Bai Shao to reveal the secret. She must protect her hidden truth. Bai Shao, having overheard the chameleon's unfinished words, looked conflicted. Do you think this is good for him? Hao Hong shook her head vigorously, nervously trying to light a cigarette, yet trembling so much she couldn't ignite it. Wu Jie's smile, rigid on her face, melted like ice, and she stepped forward. She has admitted it. Bai Shao's gaze was unwavering. Be silent. Compared to the simplicity of animals, humans were far too complex. If it weren't for the chameleon, she might have become Wu Jie's accomplice and harmed the innocent Hao Hong. The mere thought of such a possibility darkened Bai Shao's expression. Wu Jie clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks. A flicker of resentment crossed Wu Jie's eyes. Ever since she stumbled upon Bai Shao's live stream, she had been plotting this scheme. Bai Shao could understand animal language, couldn't she? She orchestrated this play, using the pet snake's voice and Bai Shao's hand to eliminate her rival effortlessly, all while remaining clean. Now it was all ruined. Bai Shao glanced at the white strands in Hao Hong's red hair, her thoughts aligning with the chameleon. You wouldn't want your son to have a mother who has been in prison. Hao Hong was still torn about revealing the secret she had hidden for 5 years. But I can't lose my son. Bai Shao understood Hao Hong's fear but countered. How do you know he wouldn't choose you? Hao Hong opened her mouth. The chameleon crawled out from between her fingers. Bai Shao continued to interpret the chameleon's thoughts. The chameleon says you gave up marrying your longtime boyfriend to care for Zhuang Zhuang. You love your child dearly, and he loves you just as much. These are not mere words. Zhuang Zhuang has expressed this directly to the chameleon. The chameleon nodded emphatically. Indeed, Zhuang Zhuang is quite straightforward, always expressing his love for you. Aoun wept uncontrollably. Her body could not bear children, and when she found the baby in a hospital restroom trash can, she regarded the child as a gift from heaven, adopting him under her parents' names. To shield her child from her boyfriend's family's disdain, she refused to marry him, raising her child and the chameleon for 5 years. The upheaval began with a car accident earlier this year. Chapter 27. Duplex? I truly wish to compete with the affluent. That accident revealed that Hao Hong and her son were not biologically related. You used your connections to investigate and discovered that her son was the child of her company's CEO. You recognized her deep attachment to her son, repeatedly coercing her to recommend you for a position in the company and a hand over a multi-million project. This wasn't enough. You also sought to ruin her reputation, pressuring her to face reprimands from Chunda and Zhu Wu, making her compliant. It was Chunda who was at fault. My apologies. I shall drink 3 cups as penance. He was pure of heart, genuinely believing that Wang Luan's invitation to drink was sincere. With Hua Lao's assistance, mobilizing troops or establishing organizations was a simple matter. Questioning his own heart, he seemed to feel that while he feared death, he wasn't yet at the point of retreating. For the audience, the most vivid memory of Cangzhou was the place where the fierce Lin Chong was exiled. As Cangzhou borders Beiyao, it is considered a remote military prefecture in the current Song dynasty. At this moment, Yi Tianyin had already swung his sword down, his overwhelming battle power of 8 trillion crashing down. The domineering sword light shattered the protective shield of the Tianhun artifact with a resounding bang, easily cleaving through to the head. The remaining 6 divine kings were inevitably slain by Mou, leaving the entire abyss ancient domain desolate and empty. Whether from examining the palace or from his memories, he could not find any trace of the heavenly emperors, as if they had vanished long ago. Indeed, the fragments had lost their spiritual power, appearing dull and broken, utterly mundane and useless. At this time, the contrast between the brutal demon race gladiators and the human race gladiators was stark. Those who came to compete saw Wang Luan and his group well prepared with ample supplies, leading them to believe they had a definite advantage. In this short span of minutes, as the world underwent dramatic changes, numerous locations across the globe experienced transformations akin to miracles. Gu Feng meticulously surveyed his surroundings, yet found no trace of the Fengxingsh. However, he was acutely aware that the Fengxingsh possessed the ability to conceal himself, and it was entirely possible that he was already present. After the various tributes had been dispatched, Luo Pingyan exhaled a sigh of relief and invited Luo Zhen and his son, along with Cui Nyang, to the Cui Tingxian that very evening. Naturally, Luo Miaoshu had sent word ahead, but regrettably, she had excused herself due to ill health and did not attend. The door to the room stood ajar, and Zheng Yi remained stationary, not intending to accompany the two inside. Ning Shiguang could only surmise that his father must have offended someone, for it was inconceivable that he would be targeted so. As fate would have it, the one who sought to deal with him was none other than his own man. From the moment Vishnu made his move, the 2 imposing figures flanking her, both muscular and robust, had swiftly positioned themselves before her, wielding formidable alloy shields that formed an impenetrable barrier akin to a wall of steel. As the door was firmly shut once again, he entered the bedroom, retrieving a sheet to wrap the lifeless body, then proceeded to the bathroom to fetch a towel and cleaning supplies to erase any traces of blood from the floor and coffee table. Hearing the rationale presented by the other party, Wang Yuan surprisingly found it quite reasonable, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a series of swift blade flashes, the towering blood figure of Cain bore the marks of a violent onslaught, with no fewer than a dozen wounds marring his formidable form. A double-handed sword of exceptional quality lay unused, crafted from dragon scales, the purpose of which remained a mystery, likely to be revealed by blacksmith. Chapter 28. Stand back. This is my soft rice, do you understand? Within the room, The fox, adorned with a floral apron and clad in disposable gloves, stirred incessantly until the sound of footsteps prompted it to leap from the high stool and open the door for Bai Shao. Bai Shao lowered her gaze and stated, "Since you refrain from speaking, I shall inquire, and you may nod or shake your head in response." Upon hearing this, the fox realized evasion was futile, its ears drooping in resignation. Although her face was riddled with wrinkles, her youthful beauty could still be discerned. After the bleeding ceased, Yi Mingxin promptly took a mouthful of the earlier wine and sprayed it on his Song Zixin's wounded arm. Ming Xiu could only offer a resigned smile, having already resolved to descend into hell alongside Su Lang. The situation could scarcely worsen. The limitless medicinal energy of the Golden Court's celestial master struck down like thunder, fracturing the air with an icy crack, dispersing the magical essence like a dissipating mist as if it were on the verge of collapse. On a dreary, rainy day, the doors were closed early, and the mist gently tapped thrice upon the doors of every household. Although reassured by the knowledge that Zhuo Luoyang was unharmed, 11 still felt a profound unease, having not witnessed it with her own eyes. The full release of her foundational cultivation summoned forth a dense barrier of spiritual energy before her. Presently, the stock of spiritual food had reached several tens of thousands of tons, sufficient for Zhang Yuan's consumption for a decade or even several decades. However, before the anguished scream could escape, Su Qing silenced it with a surge of spiritual energy. What is the essence of the 5 energies of heaven and earth? Bai had never imparted any information regarding this matter. Luo Tian remained in place, pondering the words spoken by Zi Luo earlier. Wan Yin privately mused, feeling as though she were being subtly alluded to. Her heart startled, and she awkwardly rose to take her leave. After hearing the emperor's words, the Lin clan, including Lin Ji, finally felt their anxieties lift, as they had feared being casually designated as a concubine for Jianlin due to their less-than-noble lineage. Now, the emperor's decree had firmly established Lin Ji's position as the prince's consort, a truly splendid outcome. She could not divulge that she had met Li Ruo Chu while trailing Lin Mo Ran and Su Ling Wei, nor could she reveal the incidents they had witnessed in the restaurant on the commercial street. Thus, she knelt before the hunter, gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes. Aside from the College of Science, the military academy had also admitted 862 students, although no one from Earth had enrolled in this division. It was manageable. The initial wave of customers had passed. "Look, the cash register is quite idle, isn't it?" Sun Yuan promptly pulled up a chair beside Su Ling Wei. As for her, the opportunity to reunite with an old friend far outweighed business concerns. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of shyness, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Moreover, Mo Pei's demeanor had been palpably felt by Tian Xin at the airport today. Even Xiang Zetian, no matter how cunning, dared not act brazenly before someone who could disregard everything and extinguish him without a second thought. Startled, I jolted upright in bed, placing my right hand over my heart, gasping for breath. Chapter 29. Is stealth considered assaulting a police officer? The disturbance of the sugar glider. Xiao Wenjing turned his face to glance at the staff before continuing to play the role of a mere background figure. Xiao Jiang adjusted his badge and stepped forward to explain another matter. Additionally, our team has discovered 2 wild pandas by the roadside, both severely scratched, and we are at a loss as to which rescue station to take them to. The mention of the zoo piqued Bai Shao and Su Shishi's interest, prompting them to exclaim in unison, "We can help." This alert had not ceased since Uruk had expanded its territory to encompass several settlements. From the myriad assaults by the Yali and the people to the disturbances caused by bandits and the threats posed by mutated beasts, all attributed to Gilgamesh, the ancient king, who, rather than succumbing to fury, took delight in resolving each issue. I believe you are quite aware of the consequences of losing your rationality, and I trust you will make the right choice. Signing the contract ensures that you will not act in violation of our agreement during our collaboration, Fust remarked coolly, his eyes revealing a sense of understanding. Wei Gong Xieshi's original plan was to draw the enemy's servants away from the far side camp by executing 2 separate retreats during their siege and to unleash noble phantasms in open areas to vanquish the adversary, while Maimi would remain in the residence to look for opportunities to confront the magicians attempting to destroy the workshop. He had yet to notice Jiang Li, brushing past her without a second glance. Perhaps he was never there, and all was but Jiang Li's futile longing. Upon exiting the airport, someone approached to converse with Yen Ruyu in Japanese, while Luo Nanshu draped in a blanket and appearing somewhat pale, was led by him. She could not comprehend the language and followed Yin Ruyu into the waiting black sedan at the airport. During the calamities in the remote regions of Shiyun, she consistently found the most effective solutions, saving numerous victims and ensuring their comfort. Dong Zhuo then led 5,000 of Yi Jin's personal guards and 3,000 of Li Su's elite troops, joining forces with 3,000 Chang cavalry outside the city, along with Li Ru, to engage in battle. As the two armies faced each other, Elbu appeared, adorned with a golden crown, clad in a floral battle robe, donning Tongli armor and fastening a lion's belt, charging forth on horseback alongside Ding Yuan. After a long day of travel, Sumi felt somewhat fatigued. After a brief wash, she lay down to sleep. The memory of his earlier words, "Dare to stir feelings for you. Let us see," ignited a flicker of anticipation within her heart. Fu Wen mentally questioned Fu Yu Cheng repeatedly, the weight of sorrow and grievance growing heavier within her. The two, marveling at the myriad of peculiar ancient martial plants and fantastical beasts surrounding them, joyfully made their way to the largest city within the Gu clan, Gucheng. Yuan Si was not inclined to meddle with the old woman's schemes or assist in hiding money, so she decided to allow the old woman to choose her own course. In the distance, the young master of the Hu family gazed in astonishment. This fellow could actually contend with Gibo for such an extended period despite being at the initial stage of indomitable existence. Xian Qi and Qin Zhao Shui eagerly picked up their spoons, hastily savoring a mouthful of soup. The challenges of this step are readily apparent. His myriad experiences spanning several centuries in his past and present have only allowed him to advance a mere half-step. Although the forces of heaven and earth are finite, the lack of information is an equally significant shortcoming. How can it be compared? I have a son who can support me in my old age. Can you rely on your elder sister's family? The old lady's tone contained an element of pride. Chapter 30. Surveillance, the greatest invention, without exception. The expression on the fifth prince's face made Song Yijing's heart skip a beat. Despite his reluctance, he grasped the fifth prince's soft wrist and, trembling, began to take his pulse. Pei Shufeng glanced at her reflection in the mirror and felt quite satisfied. Her modest adornments were perfectly suited to her age and complexion. The attire she wore emanated a breath of spring amidst the winter chill, making it hard for anyone to overlook her appearance. The fierce tiger lounged on the sofa, anxiously awaiting news from Mr. Yamamoto. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock at the door. Hundreds, even thousands of divine and demonic apparitions showcased their destructive might. Annihilating the pinnacle of 9 turns immortality control. On the Baihu Dalu, the true power lies with the Baihu Khanate, composed of numerous formidable tribes united in allegiance to the Baihu Khan. Yes, the doppelganger glanced at the azure desert and began to walk step by step into its depths. Zhou Liang squinting his eyes, fixated on the transformation of the doppelganger. No sooner had he spoken than countless missiles launched from the body of the aerial warhorse Masquedi, tracing arc-like trajectories in the air as they swiftly approached Di Mago Airzon. He hurriedly made an emergency call, naturally to the traffic police department, knowing that this city took a firm stance against rogue drivers. However, it was not just the traffic officers who arrived at the club, but also members of the police department. Shieling is her territory, where her subjects must be protected. Now is not the time to let go. The method of activation was already tragic enough, and they were dragging the weakest present into the spatial rift. Xiao Anxia felt an unsettling tension course through her, a dreadful premonition enveloping her as she gently unlocked the compartment, observing Han Rishu across from her. He will awaken soon. If you don't believe me, just ask, Chun Xian confidently assured. This restraint was still due to Yi Songtian's reluctance to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Otherwise, the sheer ferocity of the massacre would have claimed countless disciples from the Yuming sect. Upon hearing her grandmother's voice, Lung Muzhun rushed forward, almost slipping and falling. However, with a gentle kiss on his jaw, Feng Xie felt warm tears sliding down his neck onto the sheets, vanishing in an instant. The second wave of individuals all donned identical white robes, all elderly men with white beards and hair. The master, in his compassion for the people, should be aware of the circumstances surrounding Feng Xie's growth. How many innocent lives have perished at his hands? Qi Qing's tone had turned icy as she spoke. Yin Daxiang humbly declined, stating, "Such a fine vehicle, I dare not drive it. Where do you wish to go?" After some pleasantries, he directly asked Zhou Ming where he intended to enjoy himself. "Brother Qingyu, why does this song seem so melancholic?" Have you thought of title? Huang Ming gazed intently at the lyrics, feeling as if they mirrored the earlier incident, a surge of stubborn, heart-wrenching emotions washing over her. Chu Xiao readily agreed, but the power of this cultivation world was entirely of his own making. How could it possibly be unraveled? There were plenty of trees here. Crafting a boat should not pose much difficulty, right? Luo Hong certainly wouldn't reveal that his boat was currently resting in the shopping cart space, instead pointing towards the grove they had just exited. And Chen Yu secretly chuckled at the unexpected compliment, feeling unworthy as someone completely unfamiliar with fashion. The camp commander, deputy commander, and the ground troops exchanged opinions, with the latter primarily listening attentively and nodding. Ultimately, it was El Songjun who intervened, effectively placing El Longhao under a form of house arrest to quell the uproar. It wasn't until today that El Longhao learned of Luo Hong's arrival and finally emerged from the empty training room. Meanwhile, the demon tribe exchanged bewildered glances, becoming increasingly chaotic. Even the invincible Jin Gang Xiao Yi had been inexplicably defeated by the human Chu Xiao, leaving them stranded on the battlefield while he escaped alone. What fate awaited them? Li Bixiao was somewhat taken aback upon seeing these individuals, as he had not anticipated encountering them, let alone all at once in the same location. Guan Xiaoyin's face grew pale with fear upon witnessing the scene. The middle-aged man in dark blue attire, a martial artist from his family, had been struck down in a single move. Ling Jianyue was completely oblivious, as his thoughts had shifted from practicing his new technique to realizing that no matter how much faster he became, Li Changyao would relentlessly pursue him from behind. The crystal, originally larger than Bailan's palm, had been cut into strips, each roughly the size of her index finger. Chapter 31. A frayed paddle and a rotted canoe cannot sail far. Lu Quan coldly observed as Jiang Ma was subdued by the police, slowly handing over the surveillance footage. Immediately, everyone witnessed the entire process of a tragic incident unfold. In a surveillance video, Jiang Xian and Jiang Man engaged in a fierce argument due to the presence of a sugar glider. Have you ever shown me any respect? Jiang Xian's face twisted in rage. Little wretch, what do you think this is? Truly deserving of being ranked third on the top 10 young combatants list of Yongzhou City. This was her true strength. Just a moment ago, even a martial artist of the 6th-tier Qi Wu realm would struggle to withstand her offensive. Yi Fan silently praised, astonished at how she could freeze everything around her in the blink of an eye. Mu Yingchun was the complete opposite, emanating an aura of coldness that could rival Lung Zishu. Help me? How will you help me? Bai Ping was momentarily taken aback by Zhang's words, questioning them with confusion. The situation had since reversed. I had become his captive, a hostage in his clutches, my fate held in his hands. What would he do to me? Would he kill me? Or would he keep me here until I starved to death? Wei Donglong understood that he could not ask for too much. The primary objective had already been achieved, so he saluted alongside several other military leaders. The black-fired Taoist spoke as he descended with Zhongzhe, while Zhongzhe's gaze inadvertently swept over the two cultivators seated on the steps. County Magistrate Wang arranged for Sima Xiangru to reside in the Du Pavilion of Linxiong. Not only did he manage Sima Xiangru's daily affairs, but he also made it a point to visit the Du Pavilion after work to inquire about his well-being. However, the air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, so intense that it nearly induced nausea. The next door could very well lead to the location of the Rennie Wang stone, which was also where the Yueqi Tianlu lay. Wu Li raised his right hand to deflect the claw, while simultaneously, Xing Jun's right fist shot upward from his waist, aimed at Wu Li's chin. After all, once one's cultivation reached the divine emperor level, if they were determined to escape, even the combined might of the 5 leaders of the Mingxin sect would find it difficult to stop them. However, not mentioning it does not signify a lack of progress. After all, Yan Ming's pregnancy was an urgent matter that Yan Boping felt must be addressed without delay. What do you mean by this, Minghua? Such a long sword must be wielded by a master like you. As for its value, it hardly matters. Bai Long remarked before sipping fragrant tea, clearly unwilling to dwell further on the subject. He emphasized the last 3 words, knowing that Prince Qing Xian had not yet formed a marriage alliance, primarily wanting to discern if the prince had someone special in mind. The so-called master of Tongli Jing is rendered as fragile as an infant in the face of the suddenly appearing undead, though no truly terrifying monsters have been encountered. The malice of human hearts proves far more fearsome than those dreadful creatures. Within the council chamber, a throng has gathered, with the majority of elders and stewards from Lingfu Zone arriving in advance. At this moment, they huddled together in small clusters, engaging in hushed conversations. After staring blankly at the valley entrance for a considerable time, the sword spirit, with a look of helplessness, finally retrieves a communication talisman to summon other sword spirits. Among her few friends, aside from relatives, Jiang Yu's closest companions are Su Na and Yang Lisha. After all, my silver is still with you. You have slain my servants. And mine is no more. Ruan Zicheng squats down, appearing utterly unyielding to any persuasion or threats. As soon as the call connects, Yang Yu's somewhat anxious voice begins to chatter from the other end. Chapter 32. The 3-year deadline has arrived. Welcoming the return of the panda, gazing at Bai Shao's departing figure, Lu Quanlai lowers his gaze and subsequently dials a number. She is indeed extraordinary. The lively voice of Lao Zhao comes through the receiver. So, Brother Lu, do you wish to join me in seeking refuge with the garden master? I've already discussed it with my parents and packed my bags. Lu Quanlai purses his lips and slowly replies. She is not the type of person everyone can accept. Lao Zhao, perplexed, asks, What do you mean? What then? The cave is not spacious, with the sole exit being the passageway through which Yu Qing entered. Strangely, the waters of the pool appear to be obstructed by an invisible barrier as they reach the cave's mouth, preventing the cavern from being flooded. Qian Qian has long belonged to the wealthy, and her fortune was acquired through her beauty and lifespan. After sniffing her body and detecting no odor, the advantage of the Yinshan is that one can simply wave a sleeve and leave no trace behind. After Li's family acquired it, Mama Wang had yet to examine it closely when she opened the cover and spotted the jade pendant, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Mu Wenin, amidst thick haze, sighs deeply, contemplating for a long time before deciding to visit Jingyan. Eating is certainly feasible. They all hail from rural backgrounds. And it is no secret that rural people consume substantial amounts of food. Moreover, since everyone has work during the day, it is quite normal for each meal to be hearty. Shaking his head, the Qingyan by Long Spirit cast a glance at Yu Cheng before directly pushing his head against Cheng's chest, urging him to step back. I perceived it to be juice and took a sip, nodding repeatedly. It was sweet and gentle, not at all astringent. Being the director of the Spring Festival Gala means missing out on the meat and soup while enduring the blame. Su Xin portrayed a mother who lost her child, and from her expressions and tone, one could almost feel the profound sorrow of a mother who has lost her offspring. Your Majesty, I believe Minister Wei's words hold some truth. This method is worth a try, a minister remarked, at the same time that his subordinates were apprehending Wang Jin. General Zhang Cheng was awaiting in a hotel in the capital. While she was pleased to see such radical viewpoints, which are instrumental in creating topics, she never anticipated that Ho Xingyan would express it so bluntly, devoid of any subtlety or circumlocution. After speaking, Sun Yin approached Cui Shun, Fei Ran, and Song Ying, preparing to introduce Luo Huasheng and Kongru. His brows twitched, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, before he unhesitatingly picked up a fork and divided the pancake into several pieces, transferring them to his bowl with chopsticks. The proprietor observed Fan Wuxing's resolute attitude and, wishing for the establishment's prosperity, felt compelled to heed Fan Wuxing's counsel. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fong and Zhu Hua found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Even Lu Shiyan shook her head repeatedly, acknowledging that this was indeed an irrefutable conspiracy theory. To honor the gods, constructing massive cities and carving towering stone statues becomes a comprehensible endeavor. In an instant, the soldiers at the foot of the mountain, disregarding the need to clear the debris, hurriedly made their way toward the military camp. This task is indeed arduous. The roots of trees are tenacious, and it need not be elaborated upon. Moreover, beneath the roots lie hard bluestone slabs. A mere touch of the shovel produces an unpleasantly jarring sound. Chapter 33. Society, your brother Xiong, ruthless yet abundant. In an instant, Yi Si's thoughts raced through all these considerations, leaving her heart racing from a state of mild concern to one of sheer panic. Upon hearing this, Jun Zilin's heart raced. What did Zhou Jin mean? Was he dissatisfied, and what would he do about it? That night, Li Qianmu was restless, unable to sleep until dawn. After rising and washing up, he departed from Ningbo Fu, intending to seek assistance from Luo Sigong in the capital. However, she had no intention of comparing her standing in Nangong Yan's heart with that of Guiyueme, nor did she wish to burden Nangong Yan. Just as she prepared to withdraw, her waist was unexpectedly tightened again. The formidable skills of the eagle claw technique mastered by the world-renowned Xiong and the white tiger knife technique of Mao Rongtian possess exceptionally high attack attributes, making them equivalent. Since foreigners place great importance on privacy, Li Fei, despite his curiosity, refrains from inquiring directly, waiting for the elder to introduce him. Without communication, the two lingered on the line without disconnecting. They listened in silence to each other's breathing until a call came through on Fu Ting's phone, leading to the end of their conversation. However, Ma Yu and Rin Yuan, mere disciples of Yang Tian, managed to ascend from novice ascenders in the demon realm to formidable Yuan Immo-level experts within a century. Yet, the position of empress must undeniably be bestowed upon her. Apart from her, he harbors no other candidates in his heart. This lifetime can only belong to her. Shen Yuan hastily caught it and stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling a pain that was too difficult to endure, he never wished to experience such agony again. He would do anything for the antidote. The pain was excruciating, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Her body wrapped in wet clothing felt as if it were about to explode from heat. Guanju simply rested at home for 2 days, completed the household chores inside and out, and, after chatting with Hong Weiwa at the Hong family, he entered the mountains at dawn on the 3rd day. Isabella was utterly astonished. Using golden energy to propel fate techniques was an audacious notion, and what shocked her even more was that Xiaoyu had successfully accomplished it. The mere thought of creating metallic life sent shivers down her spine. Using spiritual consciousness to examine these rough jade stones, he discerned which pieces contained a substantial amount of jade flesh and which could yield high-quality jadeite. Hong, too, comprehended it all. Even Guan Peipei found it easy to identify potentially lucrative jade rough among these gambling stones. At that moment, Jing Xian thought that Su Yin seemed to be living a rather unsatisfactory life as she collected the crystal cores of those men. Xiaoyu was baffled. Did the emergence of the second level of the fate not signify his official ascension to the status of a fate master? Why then did matters not unfold as such? Cheng Jiejia pouted, displaying arrogance. However, her flushed red ears betrayed her shy nature. The ghostly immortal, in its complete form, seemed to be grasped by the throat, gazing incredulously at the purple aura in the air. The divination progressed slowly, yet Sidu Xing remained unperturbed. It felt as though an invisible progress bar was incessantly fluctuating within his mind. Yet, who constructed this teleportation array? What purpose did they have in its creation? After hearing Lin Chuan's words, the old general instructed him to first deliver the disc to the Chinese embassy in the United States, while he would send someone to assist Lin Chuan in capturing Mu Jingqing. As for who the old general intended to send, he did not disclose. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received news that Yi Tian demands we procure a substantial quantity of materials to construct blood-stabbing mechas, and the requested amount is quite significant. Freeman, seated at the head of the table, furrowed his brow as he spoke, with both parties unleashing their full might. The surrounding space appeared to be enveloped in an impenetrable barrier. Quite the bravado. Today, I shall witness what you, Qin Hengqian, can truly sever. The Longxiang Emperor swung the Dragon Emperor blade overhead, a radiant golden light piercing the sky, devouring the energies of the universe, transforming into a colossal golden blade that surged through the air towards Qin Hengqian. Subsequently, regardless of whether it was through meticulous scrutiny with a magnifying glass or the tactile examination of the banknotes, the British HSBC found no distinction, thus accepting the currency. Such excessive words. The hand of the heavens, annihilate. Qin Hengqian, growing impatient, unleashed a mighty hand that absorbed endless demonic energy, manifesting as a divine giant hand. Its fingers resembling celestial pillars, as it ingested the true dragon runes, with myriad blazing lightning entangled, seizing the horned giant rhinoceros. Without the vigilance of the several thousand steel soldiers, the atmosphere was devoid of any oppressive sensation. However, for Ao Lan, having severed the king's ears and raised him like a swine, how could he possibly face others again? Simultaneously, his gaze shifted from his colleagues, who were shifting blame amongst themselves, to Xue Qin on the other side. Chapter 34. The forest quack in the light of the moon before the bed, my brother. How fragrant you are. Reflecting on these matters, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for the proprietress. It was her choice of partner that led to this predicament. Hastily, I rose to fetch a bottle of warm water to warm her hands. Glancing at Jean Wan's tear-streaked face, feeling her distress as well, Li Chuan understood that entangling further would yield no results. So he adopted the simplest and most brutal approach. As Mu Xiao retrieved the seafood ingredients that had been soaked the night before, washing them once again before setting them aside, he directed Sun Xingfu and Song Xunli to simmer the pig bones and chicken in a broth while preparing other ingredients. Collaborating with Fu Jincheng at least provided a financial return. Should the matter leak out, it would be utterly disastrous. Tang Xiaoxiao had not seen Mo Chun for quite some time, and she had no opportunity to converse, let alone argue with him. Gu Xiaoqi felt a pang in her heart, and, seizing the moment when Shun Wanner was distracted, raised her right hand to strike the back of Shun Wanner's neck. She could not discern Su Weizhou's intentions. It seemed that this couple would not come to fruition, and to label them as mere relatives was not an exaggeration. Jiang Sen stood dazed, gazing at the scene before her. She thought she had encountered her kin in the underworld, yet this scenario felt oddly familiar. Mo Ruowei furrowed her brow, a hint of helplessness and sorrow flashing in her violet eyes. Feng Yin received a knowing blow. The second treasure would not allow him to embrace, nor would the eldest treasure accept his hug, rejecting him so thoroughly. Could there be a more lamentable fate? Yet, before he could enfold her in his arms, Yun Jinghong had already pushed him away, raising her hand to slap him. With the queen's delivery approaching, and considering the current division within the court, both the officials and common folk sensed an unnatural tension. That night, they all remained indoors. Once calm, he promptly fastened his seatbelt, ignited the engine, and the vehicle vanished into the night like an arrow released from a bow. Blood trickled from his lips, dripping onto the ground before him. As Jiang enclosed his eyes in meditation, already having lost consciousness, under the threat of death, Ling Jiao was driven to her limits, the totem on her brow manifesting clearly upon her skin. He kissed her deeply, and she seemed to be drawn into the gentle whirlpool he had created, sinking deeper. The one who exclaimed was not Lu Xiaoxiao, but rather the usually solemn Jiang'an. He raised his hand, attempting to grasp the fading figure, but with his insufficient cultivation, he was ultimately too late. He could only watch helplessly as the savior dissipated like mist, leaving a lingering sense of desolation in his grasp. When you tightly grasped the yellow sand, she appeared to hear a soft whimpering sound. Then, the yellow sand softened into a puddle, scattering anew. Understanding dawned. She intended to employ a long line to catch a big fish, using him to unearth the true culprit. Feng Huang immediately discerned Luo Zhan's intention. As midnight approached, feeling somewhat alert, I decided not to close the paper shop near Chunshan Mountain, continuing operations under the assumption that if anything occurred, Zhang Wuxuan was next door and could be summoned without issue. Su Qingli intended to say something further, but, seeing Hua Jincheng's demeanor, could only respond softly, bowing in retreat. Dongfang Yin turned to leave, but paused as he noticed when Ren Li's back arching. Yet, since the demonic energy leaked from that place, it signified that the location of the seal was likely in that vicinity. Moreover, this place had probably already manifested cracks, allowing the demonic energy to seep forth. The crux was that the destination she sought appeared to lie beneath the pit of flowing nitroglycerin. She couldn't help but curse, "You fat pig, when I catch you, I'll drown you in this boiling nitroglycerin." Thus, at that moment, Yi Yuqing's speed in speaking and bowing left everyone astonished. Even Hua Jincheng, who still harbored resentment towards Yi Yuqing, was at a loss for how to express his feelings. This matter had placed the community committee of Wanshur Street in a position of great responsibility. If I were a member of the committee, I would not have committed such an act of severing all retreat. You make me laugh, which eye of yours saw that I cannot handle you. Lin Ran was truly amused by the absurdity. Li Weici pondered for a moment before agreeing to Walter's plan, promptly reporting it to Feng Zhen. He Mei Jing was enjoying the breakfast laid out before her, a bowl of white rice porridge, a boiled egg, and several slices of toasted bread. Frankly, the reason I opened the tea house near Chunshan Mountain was due to its water source. Tea brewed with Chunshan Mountain's water not only exudes a delightful aroma, but also possesses the effect of clarifying the mind. Li Shuhong hesitated slightly before adding, this time, Carl mentioned a multitude of terminologies. The new recruits are bound to find them incomprehensible. Miauta? Blood control, essence, shun, mo? Wei Liang inquired. Pei Chu observed closely, following Lu Si's actions to learn. Gu Qingyan, unable to endure the silence as Hua Chani remained unresponsive, cleared his throat darkly, prompting the others to finally cease their chatter. Hey, what are you doing? Xiang Yang exclaimed in shock, hurriedly grabbing Dai Sinu's clothing to drape it over her. For someone as stubborn as Yu Ming in everyday matters, Voluntarily scrolling through Weibo was already a significant advancement. Fang Zhen nodded, noting that the other party appeared to be mercenaries like Maxim Wei Ku. Their ability to engage with Maxim Wei Ku suggested they were not mere novices in the mercenary world, possibly a renowned mercenary group. "You bumpkin, do you dare to hit me?" Lai Pyron exclaimed, clutching his instantly swollen face as he rose from the ground, filled with resentment. When Yi Jinmu uttered those words, everyone present grasped her intentions. At this moment, a Dong statement was indeed surprising. After all, there was nothing wrong with the competition itself. With the competition, the magical culinary world would progress, and practitioners would strive harder under the impetus of desire. Just then, Han Zi seized the moment when Xiao Longting relaxed. Breaking free from the encirclement of the beastly demonic soldiers, a thought emerged, and the cheesy sword was already pressed against his throat, fingers poised to immobilize Xiao Longting. Chapter 35. One cannot conceal love for one, but must conceal love for two. The crowd had yet to discern any difference in Huang Yan's demeanor compared to before, except for Chen Gong, who observed with keen insight and immediately perceived the underlying issue. The starry heavenly demon frowned slightly. This Li Ming was truly formidable, as tens of thousands of stars failed to shatter him, and he had managed to escape the gravitational pull of the celestial body. With a thought, countless star rivers began to shift rapidly. "Once that carpenter Yang Gu produces the wooden mold for the horseshoe, please forge me a set of samples to inspect. Subsequently, I shall have Yang Gu craft a standard model of this saber from wood. At that time, you may assess its feasibility," Huang Yan remarked with a tone of deliberation, accompanied by a smile. "Ah, you dare to underestimate me." The LQ demon, a manifestation of the wisdom of countless individuals, is quite displeased at such a slight. It incessantly rebuts WCHing. A young disciple of the ZYN sect stepped forward with measured grace, as fine droplets of rain cascaded down. Yet not a single drop touched his form. Countless raindrops evaporated into mist upon nearing him, creating an ethereal ambience. However, he remained unperturbed, while another, who happened to witness it all, was not so indifferent. Amidst the chaos, massive ancient trees crashed down, and two beast souls, unable to mount an effective offense, were dissipated by the blade's radiance. Wang Hua and Li Pin, too, spat blood, their vitality waning. Zhang Yu, glancing back at us, stepped repeatedly on the wooden board, finally initiating the action. This grand banquet continued until well past 10 o'clock, concluding only after Li Zhen, upon hearing the total expenses, turned a shade of crimson, realizing his cash was insufficient, and the street stall did not accept cards. In the public eye, should he be exposed, his pride would be in tatters, a consequence he could scarcely bear. Following the suggestion of the domain spirits, the 17 types of inner skin were reduced to 13, while the 5 types of hair remained unchanged. Almost simultaneously, Pei Juanxing heard Su Qing's voice behind him, and his heart sank. She had disregarded his counsel. In the 4th week of entering the trial grounds, Xian Yin and others finally encountered the prodigious disciples emerging from the central jungle. Did I succeed? Su O felt a tinge of disbelief, awakening from his slumber, initially convinced the plan had failed, only to discover it had unexpectedly succeeded. It seemed that following this procedure, Yi Chengfan's demeanor had transformed peculiarly, not just by a fraction. Once this news spread, the members of various sects became quite agitated. After all, if one's life were to be lost, what good would it do to study the paths of immortality, humanity, or divinity? Fu Qingyun, rising from his seat, stood up slowly, his movements rendered stiff due to the numbness in his shoulder from being wounded by the Tian Shao. Feng Duxing contemplated creating a word wall for others to see, wondering who might assist him. He decided to close his eyes and gather materials, for if he delayed, they might not be available for purchase tomorrow. Regrettably, he had not identified a suitable successor to the sword master before his demise. Otherwise, he might have swiftly struck against the blood demon with another blow. These 300 superior spirit stones could be utilized for procuring various cultivation resources or for cultivation itself. Sun Yin was slightly taken aback. In their limited interactions, Fu Yiqian had always given her an impression of being somewhat oblivious. It turned out that his thoughts were quite intricate. Alas, only a fraction of individuals were willing to labor. Many preferred to scavenge for grains tainted with dust rather than use their own hands to secure their survival. Feng Duxing had exhausted the resources of Dashin City. Contemplating a change of scenery to continue his daily life, travel, and increase his spiritual restrictions, which appealed greatly to him. Upon completing his statement, he noticed the atmosphere in the carriage had suddenly turned icy, even colder than when entering the palace, as Shenwan belatedly realized what had irked Xie Jingyan. Upon seeing the white jade toad alchemy chart hanging, Li Yong recognized it as the appearance of a young Taoist after aging, which explained the bizarre sense of familiarity he felt. Go to hell. You're so intoxicated. Do you expect me to take advantage of you in your drunken state? Guasisi lamented. Master, how shall we improve the shortcomings of a long snake formation? Wolf Fong inquired eagerly. Sun Xiao, filled with resentment towards Yang Jiu, pondered whether the chaotic true body had not split. The wolf totem remained a wolf totem, unaltered. Interesting, Tai mused, secretly contemplating that the teleportation array of the domain of divine punishment was indeed a restricted area. Pondering if this teleportation array was part of the same system as that of the domain of divine punishment and also a component of the heavenly tower. Chapter 36. Once I strike them, they can no longer strike me. As events reached a stalemate, the spotted spider pointed with its claw towards the grass, appearing remarkably astute. Bai Shao translated, while noting the spider's peculiarity. It indicated the presence of small umbrellas they had used nearby. Wei Lun's face turned pale in an instant. Zhou Zhou's last shred of hope dissipated, yet she timidly refrained from observing Wei Lun's reaction, unable to accept that years of affection had been laid to waste. The spotted spider trembled on its 8 legs. Look, Mengpa nodded, her fingertip lightly touching the spider's forehead, a white light entering its body, revitalizing its parched form. Han Yi first provided Zhou Jingye with some information regarding Wang Guixiang's current situation, ensuring he fully comprehended her circumstances before making an informed judgment. Lu Huaidong, filled with concern, could only tenderly embrace her. After a brief, warm hold of her soft form, he bid farewell to Sunya and transformed into a streak of light, soaring from the heart of Taibai Mountain. Very well, there's no need to meet frequently. With the passage of time, you might just forget about her upon encountering someone new. Following this, both sides maintained a relatively stable state, with no further actions taken thereafter. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor followed closely behind the Demon Lord, furious at the recent malevolent spirits, seizing the opportunity to ensure the demise of this scoundrel. He Zhendong, now with his sister, had begun to save some tickets, particularly fabric tickets, to buy new clothes for her. Ji did not faint by the roadside. Rather, he stumbled and fell into the thicket nearby, concealed by the lush vines. Very well, my health remains quite robust, Chun Bo remarked, patting his chest to demonstrate his strength. It's nothing, merely a training experience, Mu Qingshan said with a smile, pulling Mu Yi closer. Meanwhile, Jin Wuqie turned away, unwilling to witness their affectionate display. This courtyard was not large. Upon entering, one could immediately see the living quarters. Hong'er led Li Yeshu to the outer guest hall before entering the inner chamber. Xiang'er, you have arrived. I was just about to seek you out. Yi Feng greeted with a serene smile upon seeing Yi Xiang and Chanwan. Montak Yunshu chuckled. Although he did not comprehend the meaning behind the kite as horizontal and vertical markings, nor the previous letter's significance, he knew that as long as he seized this letter, this signal, Yi Chio'er could not escape his grasp. The fierce clang of clashing weapons melded into the roar of the river as Qin Hu engaged in a desperate battle with the Turkic cavalry. At that moment, Li Yeshu finally reached the opposite shore, raising his strange blade high, aimed at the top of the rope bridge. Perhaps it was due to unbearable bloating, as suddenly, a sound echoed, and the cunning beast shot forth, leaving the onlookers astounded. Chang Yiming laughed, saying, "Don't you understand, boss? The plan is to feign a straightforward approach while secretly maneuvering. Don't take it to heart. Just proceed as you must." I suspect he has misjudged Rinny Hong. Who would have thought Oldrin would be such a person? The crowd below hurriedly applauded. Jean Lizi's gaze flitted between Du Qianjia and Huang Pu Ai. Chapter 37. A display of skills so fierce, it draws cries of despair from the principal. The spotted spider stealthily followed the white fox to the zoo, astonished at the sight that humans could coexist peacefully with so many animals. After careful observation, it discovered that the animals devoid of demonic power were confined within various cages, revealing a group of pitiful creatures domesticated by humans. They traversed through numerous areas. The fox, without further ado, determined the future of the bride. Working at the zoo. Sentence reduction. The information verification device in their hands was entirely different from the ordinary identity verification machine. capable of covertly validating the deep-seated information of the implanted chip host through the high-level authorization code of Tian'Im Intogwo. Before Lu Qingshan could move, he sensed several warm bodies drawing closer, eventually pressing together in an impenetrable mass. This, I naturally understand. A smile appeared on Li Feng's face as he stood up and extended his hand. Xiao Cheng hesitated for a moment, suppressing his disgust to shake hands gently. What schemes do you have? Why would you show me such kindness? Qin Pianpian initially felt joy but then became alert, discreetly surveying her surroundings. Upon seeing the completely unfamiliar scenery, a wave of unease washed over her. The southern battle, combined with the Battle of the Island Bandits, had been reported by Longchang Rabao, making it well known throughout the nation. Upon His Majesty's triumphant return, a warm welcome was expected. However, at that moment, Lu Qingshan had no inclination to attend to these matters. He left those people to Sifu and, with Huayan, rushed directly into the imperial palace. What happened in the hall? Is there a guest? Li Ziyu entered the kitchen, and Zhao Wanyu had already raised her head to inquire. The calm expression on Luo Zhang's face gradually faded, and the worry in his eyes weighed heavier than that of Luo Hai. The entire process actually transpired in an instant. Compared to previous occasions, Luo Chan was certain that after entering the realm of a great magician, his mastery of magical elements had become even more adept and effortless. Tianheng absorbs energy during regular attacks, and once the energy reaches its peak, he can unleash this skill, forming armor to withstand significant damage. Upon seeing Jerry's arrival, Jiang Chan naturally did not linger, leaping down to land before Jerry and approaching slowly. What a perverse individual. Lin Tian observed the soldier with attributes akin to his own. After a few exchanges, he had already lost 170 hit points. Respecting others' chosen lifestyles is the greatest assistance one can offer, and doing the best for others lies in honoring their wishes. To contravene the will of the concerned party, no matter how noble the intention, only complicates matters. As Tang Ba stated. So, you mean Qin Song subtly guided the topic for him to continue speaking. Beast experienced only one battle. The Battle of the Horseshoe Crab Sea, which, although it eliminated over 1 trillion mechanical horseshoe crabs, lasted only 6 days. For over 200 years before and after, there was nothing but stable and peaceful construction. Rubbing her sore elbow, Ouyang Daiqing grimaced and attempted to scold Lin Zhixiao harshly. But upon seeing his agitated state, she realized the emotional turmoil caused by her sister Ouyang Daling had been immense, and she could not help but feel pity, turning her resentment towards her sister. Wang Jinran, on the other hand, was not lacking in strength, but had inadequately prepared. Originally intending to recruit Fij and his group, he found they had turned against him midway, and without sufficient traps, they struggled tremendously against the killer. Chapter 38. The zoo goes viral? The meeting paused, and one could only gaze at the screen. This was truly the most explosive scene the heir Ha had ever witnessed. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. At the Changcheng Hotel, Xian Yuan, he slept exceptionally well, only awakening when his mother knocked on the door to call him for lunch. It seemed Xian Yuan Mama had also enjoyed a peaceful slumber, where she wouldn't have waited until lunchtime to wake her son. Jian Lao San wanted to point at Jian Songsu and Lu Muguan, berating them for forgetting their roots. But the law required him to apologize in court. Xian Yuan, he looked curiously at Nanhua, who had fallen silent, while Nanhua merely smiled and remained quiet, locking eyes with him. After several minutes of silence, both suddenly broke it. However, Suyu directly informed them that he would not place Yunjian's sect above the other 6 major powers. The crown prince, as the heir to the throne, had tasted all kinds of delicacies, yet he found the drunken immortal tower appealing. Even its name was enough to attract attention. Having the Zheng family deal with a troublesome entity was ideal, provided it yielded some benefits. The best friend, in despair, finally accompanied her to the hospital for an abortion today. She was cautioned not to disclose anything. As the second-generation star was known for his gentle and considerate nature in the circle, exposure could ruin his public persona. As long as the complaint was withdrawn, his task would be nearly complete, allowing him to request a transfer from the city. Bureau Chief Zhang seized the opportunity to elaborate in front of the leaders, exaggerating the unusual relationship between Ji Jingjie and Lin Jinghao, leading to a notable divergence in opinions among the previously unified higher-ups. Sitting at the crystal table, Bai Wuchang twisted his painfully captured shoulder, unable to relax, even slightly. At that moment, Mr. Yi fell silent, and Wu Tian took over. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Today, I do not see any of the Sha people. She herself did not come. Su Huinan promptly shifted the topic. His snow could only be spoken of by him. These two pitiful souls might have known that Erhu and San Hu would dispose of them. Hesitating in their steps, Erhu and San Hu pushed and kicked them forward towards the mountain. The fused corpse jumped in front of the fighter jet, and the pilot's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Zhao Xiaocheng was not there for him. Without obtaining the consent of Bai Shao, he brazenly snatched the handgun just confiscated, catching Bai Shao off guard. Upon seeing the pattern on the pill, Zimei's delicate face suddenly changed, unable to suppress her inner exclamation. Your mother would have been better off giving birth to a piece of char siu than to you. Han Bingshi could no longer endure this and silently cursed. Do you need help? Shi Yixiao leaned against the kitchen door, watching Shi Yijing don her self-sewn pink and blue floral cotton apron, preparing the ingredients for lunch. Unable to help but inquire. At that moment, Feng Lu proactively shifted the topic. Seeing the other party's stance, Feng Lu understood they wished to attempt merging their internal power with his, yet he still harbored reservations. The next moment, Zheng Hao focused entirely on controlling the spiritual energy, slowly guiding it into the lower Dantian, injecting it into the fractured golden core. In truth, to prove his existence and the hope of survival. There were numerous methods beyond merely challenging others' practices, Ling Feng remarked. As Yungue brushed past the pangolin demon, he occasionally glanced toward the Bema monster stone, wondering if the Huiyun beast had made an appearance. Thus, it was essential to establish the magic crystal cannon, which, although lacking a legion, still had a group of level 50 players responsible for blocking the door. After all, dying would not entail significant losses, and participating in the activity would yield rewards. Eat up, don't sell it. I see you seem to be level 22. Huan Qingwen concernedly addressed Xiao Yu and Xiao Yi. This was Lu Yunfei's first practical trial of the skill, and he had not anticipated such gratifying results. Unexpectedly, the mechanism beast turned out to be a good comrade, bursting forth with 3 swords in a single blow. Li Hanmei picked up one of the double-handed swords gleaming with purple light, exclaiming with delight. Lu Yunfei had thoroughly prepared for this challenge, boldly entering the sacred duel arena. He spotted the Shuro warrior Kamadu, who had long awaited his arrival. Indeed, he may not possess the strength and stature of other Shuro warriors, yet from a player's perspective, he was an intimidating figure. No, I must go to see ya. My legs are nearly healed. Mo Jiuqing shook his head, firmly disagreeing. Squatting down, she firmly slapped the face of the unconscious townsman, and under the moonlight, she vaguely saw him frown slightly, clearly on the verge of awakening. To be frank, if it were not for the multitude of individuals assisting Ziyun Yuan, the attainment of this milestone would have required at least a century. However, the truth remains that without the aid of others, how could one possibly surmount such challenges? Chapter 39. If rising early benefits me, I hope it is in a Ferrari. The forest exuded an atmosphere of harmonious tranquility, devoid of even a single bird's chirp, creating an eerily silent ambience. Meng Fu possessed some understanding of the Qian Kuan life and death gate. He knew that entering the death gate meant one faced a perilous journey, figuratively speaking, a 9-fold death. The so-called 9-fold death entailed overcoming 9 lethal trials, and the recently encountered corpses likely represented the first trial, implying there were still 8 more to conquer to emerge alive. In the customs of marriage in the underworld, the bride's wedding gown is black. Observing Bai Lan's elegant attire and exquisite makeup, it was evident that the wedding was about to commence, prompting her to be unable to contain her emotions, leading to her being called forth. The defensive array above Wuye City suddenly shuddered, unleashing countless sharp spikes that surged violently toward the Sharkman clan. Jun Chua followed the gazes of the crowd towards the staircase, her eyes widening in astonishment, seemingly unprepared for their unexpected gathering. Nevertheless, Feng Lan was a commendable man. If he treated Qing Si well, he would indeed be a worthy companion. Yet, when had these two come together? If they were not permitted to ascend the mountain, there was little left to discuss. Zhang Ning swiftly entered a focus state, advancing to close the distance to 22 meters before launching his flying sword directly at the obstructing monkey. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was an extraordinary level warrior present. Attempting to act under the watchful gaze of such an individual was tantamount to courting death. Whether or not you know is inconsequential. If you do not, it merely reflects your limited perspective and cannot be construed as my younger brother's lack of notoriety. The old man's lips twitched slightly as he shook his head in resignation. Wei Meizi felt a twinge of anxiety. Today she received a call from Yun Hanrui, whose forthrightness astonished her. She never anticipated that Lu Tingyu was aware of her relationship with Ling Feng, and rather than reproach her, she expressed a desire to foster a good rapport, which deeply moved Wei Meizi. Upon realizing their inability to summon power, they were left in a daze, their faces turning ghostly pale. Within Xuangu Gate, everything proceeded as usual. Disciples practiced diligently while others attended to their tasks. So vast, Zhao Chong was somewhat taken aback, struggling to fathom how a suspended structure could possess such scale. If this were not Atlantis City, who else could accomplish such an architectural marvel? Initially, they had taken the opportunity to strike while the ancient martial realm and body refinement practitioners were caught off guard, conspiring to annihilate Huaxia. Brother Chong, I wish to request a favor from you, Zhou Lin said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps the previously encountered malevolent source had unsettled the rampaging evil dragon, for upon sensing our approach, it let out a howl and expelled a dark red orb, intending to eliminate us on the spot. Zhang nodded. He was aware of the Asgalar family, particularly as 3 of its members served as attendants to Apollo. Many ministers in Nanxiatlin also had marital ties to the Asgalar family. Gu Yin squinted and smiled. There was a hint of discontent in Gong Sunming's words, seemingly dismissive of Gua Zian's reputation, leaving one to wonder if there was some entanglement between them. Hai Kuei gazed upward in amazement as a wondrous scene unfolded. The shimmering lake surface was obstructed by a barrier. Fear not. With your wisdom, Zian, you shall surely comprehend it. Su Yichen remarked as he gathered 10 1-yuan coins from the ground and tossed them into his backpack, lifting the ceremonial robe worn by the tortured soul, revealing its attributes. Zhuge Fengchu smiled, expressing confidence that it would surely succeed, suggesting that even for a monk, it was achievable, was it not? He looked towards Zhuge Fengchu. Realizing that the latter had accurately assessed the situation, she would indeed take such measures for the monk. However, this was unsurprising, for Zhuge Fengchu was a sage, capable of discerning such matters with ease. After informing the workers of the address written by Shi Huahua regarding Lao Jiang, dozens of individuals set off towards what was likely his hiding place. Just as Zhang Fei began to feel despair, he sensed something stirring within his storage ring, as if someone was calling to him. Suddenly, 2 skeletons appeared before Zhang Fei. Young Master Wei was indeed an individual of crystalline clarity, easily discernible. Zhu Yingtai's tone brimmed with admiration, indicating her profound satisfaction with Wei Jie's intelligence. Chapter 40. Signing the cat agreement. 1,000,000 rewards from the mature lady. Lori's cheeks flushed as she quietly buried her chin in her thick scarf. At that time, he and his fans both found the name Meng Meng delightful, prompting him to manipulate things behind the scenes. The Siamese cat licked its paw, tilting its head and meowing in Lori's direction. I forgive you this time. Remember to call me saying Biao in the future. If you can manage that, just let me know, and we'll remain good friends. Day by day, you never let me rest easy. Now that the formation had successfully breached the trial, Qin Tianyu had no desire to waste time further discussing it. In an instant, the room fell silent. The previously chatty individuals closed their mouths, some wearing worried expressions, fearing a confrontation, while others appeared eager to witness the unfolding drama. Mu Changsu, as a third-tier source of the human alliance, was now equipped with dark energy refining tools, fully armed, though he also possessed his own dark energy system, much like enjoying an ice pop while using air conditioning in summer. Although Chen Xuansheng was the largest shareholder, he had turned the company into a dictatorship, much to the dissatisfaction of others. The entire family looked on, their gazes filled with eager anticipation. Upon seeing Su Bei safe and sound, smiles spread across their faces. Filming a video? Ling Shi chuckled lightly, her expression nonchalant, as if these unfavorable remarks were mere trifles. Ultimately, at that time, she was merely a plaything in his eyes, devoid of any affection or adoration. However, at that moment, Ning Chen's body trembled as an immense force erupted, coalescing into a circle of dark luminescence that enveloped him. Just as he was speaking, Qiao Weiyang's phone rang, and she casually picked it up, answering with indifference. Miss Pang is getting married today. I spotted her in front of the guard's mansion. Mu Shi could not help but comment. Just then, Fu Tianxin stepped forward, extending a finger resembling jade, tracing circles in the air. Su Yuan stood there, motionless, as he watched the swift arrow approach. In the midst of the boy's startled exclamation, He raised a finger and gently flicked it outward. No, Kai shouted anxiously. Despite any hostility, how could sibling affection be severed? However, even with their considerable existence, that previous power was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that they were unable to contend with it? Rest assured, I shall promptly reveal the transcendent technique to you, Su Yuan declared as he seized the soul bell firmly in his grasp. On the sofa, Shimin Junda felt a bit weary, stretching and rising to the bedside. Lying down directly, he dared not ponder further, for he had never experienced the phenomenon of talismans absorbing energy and was entirely at a loss regarding how to respond. After standing on the periphery for a short while, Long Yichin found himself tiptoeing in discomfort. He was not primarily a practitioner of fire attribute techniques. He could endure the heat of the Red Desert, but this place was unbearably hot, were it not for the protective barrier of true essence. His clothes would have long since been scorched. Beneath that derisive and disdainful smile, Gu Feng seemed to slightly nod, as if to commend the exquisite fairy. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of internal contemplation, unspoken, allowing him to call her whatever he wished. Yin irreverently dubbed the queen as an old witch. My lord, it is getting late. Let us charge ahead. Pan Hai harbored a tinge of anxiety in his heart, believing it prudent to resolve matters swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainty. Yet, at this moment, he appeared mildly enraged, questioning the commander in a manner that disregarded their familial bond. Chapter 41. My friend is quite robust. A single sliding tackle could end it. Luo Nianxia's pupils dilated. Does John imply that my father has been replaced by someone? She widened her eyes in shock, her blood surging, akin to a colossal tree struck by lightning, poised to explode at any moment. Perhaps the weight of the revelation overwhelmed her, rendering her momentarily dazed and increasingly incoherent. In his youth, Luo Li was taciturn, leading elders to suspect autism. Thus, his father kept him close for several years. Although my interactions with my father were brief, Zhang Qingshan could never have anticipated that his descent from the mountain, initially aimed at seizing territory in Fujian province amidst the downfall of the Tiando faction, would lead him to encounter this formidable figure. Mere shouting and cursing would yield no results. The master bestowed upon you the power of the Zhenxin Shishua talisman, fully capable of vanquishing you, yet chose to grant you an opportunity, more than once, in fact. Wu Fan, should you await the next enhancement of the Zhenxin Shishua talisman, it is certain you would never break free. The family of Lao Wu faced a life of struggle within the beggar's sect, some perishing from conflict or starvation. The one who survived the longest was the one who understood the art of commerce, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of a madman. After Wu Fan entered the Kuei Su Hai, he executed a series of instantaneous relocations, his greatest concern being that Lin Xian would follow him persistently. Indeed, Lin Xian had such intentions, but after entering the Kuei Su Hai with Wu Fan, his presence vanished. It was natural for Lin Xian to feel sorrowful, although she refrained from showing it. I have recovered quite well. I can now move without issue. Thank you for your concern, Director Hua, Yuan Zhan remarked. Chun Jing soared into the air, plunging his river staff into the water. The river god's staff elongated, piercing the riverbed, and, as it entered the water, the visible portion radiated a clear light, silencing the previously tumultuous waters. However, the impending tidal wave remained uncertain. The scene shifted to the Ning Shuang aircraft carrier, whose news had yet to spread widely, with few aware of its existence. As the dark clouds began to dissipate, and everyone thought the slaughter had ended, the sky, now clear, unleashed countless massive fireballs, incinerating many who had narrowly escaped moments before. Yet, she sat within the inner prison, devoutly seeking the Buddha for a decade, ultimately attaining the visage of the moonlight bodhisattva. And Xinyan nodded with a smile, greeting the others, while Qiao Manan, for the first time, nodded and smiled without speaking, heading directly toward the reserved private room. Subsequently, the two parents exchanged a few words before allowing their children to enter, parting ways to attend to their respective jobs. However, the heavy bangs on her forehead obscured her eyes, and when unkempt, she appeared less than appealing, particularly if someone mischievous were to cause chaos. Zhou Lin's 8 blood talismans had been entirely consumed, thus his cultivation could be set aside for the time being. Mu Chenhao called Gowdy Parker to inform them he had secured funding from Sequoia Capital. Mr. Liu, we have only met once, and I did not intentionally arrange to meet her, Yin Ruoqing continued to explain. This visage, even she herself was unaware of, existed with a memory tinged with imperfections. Mumu seemed to sense Ling Feng's intense body heat. She knew that forcefully pushing the man away at such a moment would severely bruise his pride. Chapter 42. Release the tiger back into the mountain. The zoo welcomes a new employee. The zookeeper of the Beast Park was tall and slender, appearing exceedingly out of place among the formidable creatures. Mengda, with a sincere smile, held a bucket of fresh meat. How peculiar, no matter who visits Dong Jia. She remains indifferent, except for the park director. The northeast tiger let out a roar. What a pity, you two-legged creatures cannot comprehend my words. I only wish to chat with my sister. Through the iron bars, Bai Shao smiled, replacing the earlier vexation with delight. Chikashua looked on, witnessing Tang Qing's face filled with newfound confidence. The Taiji Hall was constructed on a base of white marble, adorned with numerous exquisite carvings, exemplifying imperial opulence. Soon, Wei Shuo and Meng Yao arrived at the guard camp. Upon the arrival of the protector, the guards quickly lined up to welcome him. Both laughed and began to eat, while Ruor genuinely breathed a sigh of relief. Smith had nothing to say. He merely awaited the coach's instructions, his expression grim, and the coach's lack of response suggested troubling times ahead. When someone suddenly dashed out to halt the vehicle, Qin Tianqi swiftly applied the brakes, bringing the Ferrari to a halt, causing him to break into a sweat as anger surged within him. Father, I have uncovered the mastermind behind the assassination of the crown prince of Fengye Kingdom. Yili Huan took another sip of tea, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes as she spoke slowly. Zhao Si bore no ill will. The banquet was intended for Lin Shun and his companions, and he himself was not hungry. As he pondered, Zhang Yang's communication rang, revealing it was from the guards outside the cave. The stocky figure maneuvered the slender hunter character, skillfully evading Wang Yu's descending blade aimed at his head. Yuan Hao's true form lay hidden within the chaos. Even the celestial Qing Xian could hardly discern his secrets. Just when he thought he had completely escaped the sandy realm, he found himself compelled to return. Does His Majesty not hold any affection for me? Hato, with a hint of melancholy, inquired, her eyes sparkling with allure. At that moment, she resembled not a deity, but a beguiling fox spirit of millennia. Shut your mouth. You have killed no fewer than I have. Drive properly, or I shall twist your head off and use it as a night pot, I bellowed, slapping him on the forehead. Is it because of Xianji? Fu Xianji glanced at the person disembarking from the vehicle, addressing Tang Juechen. The sniper tactics learned in training may prove ineffective. Thus, one must adapt and improvise. Failing to do so would disqualify one as an exceptional marksman. Only the Sand Shinobi can decide who lives and who dies. Mizuki lacked the ability to alter fate and could not save Gaara, making Chiyo's demise inevitable. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. Though she found herself in a warm room, it felt as if she were in a frigid wilderness. Meng Tingyao had never felt such an intense desire for death, yet she continued to voice her innermost thoughts. After arranging matters, Yi Yun proceeded to the sample area, retrieving blueprints to modify the remaining styles. Jiang Xiangyang, though from Yinchuan, had only just joined a new unit, while he was acquainted with Tang Dehai. Their interactions had been limited, and their relationship was not particularly close. Thus, upon encountering Ding Ming, who shared a similar situation, they instinctively grew familiar with one another. Chapter 43. Sister, I bring my brothers and sisters to seek refuge with you. Thank you, Sir Xia. You have saved me once again. Shuijin, feeling unfulfilled since their last encounter, came out to express her gratitude. Fang's family felt stifled, realizing that the Gu family's illness was ill-timed, and death even more so. Though the Gu family had not yet perished, Zhang Hai shouted, for within the base of the Shurian guerrilla team, there were rudimentary protective structures akin to air raid shelters. Though hastily constructed, they could still mitigate casualties. Fortunately, at this moment, Su Sherwan had not yet departed from this place, and I found that I was not too late. I promptly rose and hurried outside. Lu Tongfei did not inquire further. She watched my departing figure with a hint of melancholy in her expression. Here, I brought you this, Chun Fa said, shaking the steel lunchbox containing the meager remnants of beef and radish soup. After the five had left for a short while, Lu Bing could no longer contain herself and stood up, shaking her ample form, eager to leap down from the tree. Indeed, there are many places where one can purchase information, yet all the messages are chaotic and disordered. She must personally organize and clarify them to uncover the truth of the matter. Although the Holy Fire Hall possesses formidable strength, it finds it exceedingly difficult to simultaneously fend off the assaults from Wudong, Amei, as well as the legendary hero Meng Daxia and various other formidable figures. Thus, they can only separate you and strike you down one by one, while simultaneously allying with even more formidable adversaries to launch a deadly assault upon you. Stated a man clad in ochre garments. Liu Yu took a deep breath, striving to appear less agitated. He smiled faintly and refrained from saying anything further. Yi Chuan stood upright, addressing Mrs. Yi. Mother speaks true. We cannot continue to indulge my younger sister. Back in our hometown, the Yi family was the strongest, and we had no need to consider the feelings of others. Under the leadership of Feng Yi, the 1st Battalion, along with Sun Jianqiu's 2nd Battalion and Lu Jingjing's 3rd Battalion, spread out comprehensively. Each company searching for water sources within a radius of over 100 kilometers centered around Shabatai. Although since comprehending the trace of wind, the Sword Monarch rarely employed the Aoxiao Hongchun sword in battle, the dual swords never left his side during daily practice. Therefore, when he unleashed the techniques of the Hongchun sword now, it felt not at all rusty. Rather, due to his understanding of the trace of wind, he found the Hongchun sword techniques even sharper. After the transmission of a dual green signal, the remaining government troops began to retreat in an orderly fashion, significantly alleviating the pressure on the flanks. Finally, under the thrust of the cavalry's assault, the moving blue uniforms were no longer visible. Faced with the intricate and convoluted road system, the team was momentarily at a loss as to their next direction. On the ground, Long Yin's moves became increasingly fierce, as the leader wielded his blade defensively, causing the match to proceed overwhelmingly in one direction. Meanwhile, on the platform, Xian Yao pointed out the nuances of Long Yan's Huashan sword techniques, exclaiming this move is wild horse galloping, and that one is pine tree welcoming guests with spittle flying, oblivious to the fact that his role was that of a cheerleader, not a commentator. Confronted with the onslaught of blades and clubs, the Sword Monarch, though unafraid, dared not let his guard down. With a cold shout, he swung the Aoxiao Hongchun sword fiercely, creating a gust of wind that swept around him, while his left hand wielded the heretical sword, transforming it into a streak of light, countering a long blade that rushed at him. Jiang Hedong feigned anger and attempted to rise, but was restrained by Li Sungjiai. Han Mingjin grasped Lim Yun's hand and turned to leave. What transpired next between Jiang Hedong and Li Sungjiai in private, perhaps only they would know. Lowering his gaze, he saw a sloping road below, from which he could observe the Wuhua family 200 meters away. Indeed, you must have traveled to many places. I envy you, said Zheng Zheng, nodding as her gaze followed Song Yuhua's eyes toward the horizon. But this time he was mistaken, gravely so. Old Master Wu was now radiant, brimming with Yuan power, having long since regained his peak condition. As he lunged toward him, Wu took the initiative to meet him, his crimson fire Yuan power illuminating the night sky like a blazing noon sun, brimming with martial spirit. The more formal the other party became, the more apprehensive Wang Qiu felt, for he realized that the closer he got, the less this matter seemed to be a fabrication. Yet, had technology truly advanced to the point of enabling lunar colonization? Wu Yi's voice was icy, chilling Luo Fei to the bone at that moment. Luo Fei understood the identity of the young man before him. A dozen practitioners from the Tuoba family, including 4 powerful Yuan ancestors at the 9th transformation and 1 at the 3rd transformation, charged toward the youth in white. Jior, did you see? If one day we truly commit an irreparable error, what we will face may be far more devastating than today. Previously, we sailed too smoothly, forgetting to pause and observe the hearts of those we have gathered under our banner. Moments later, Zhang Xingxing stirred his thoughts, and a black crystal transformed into a streak of light, flying toward him. Should he become embroiled in political struggles, he would face the daily issues of his battle team. If he resolved them well, he could secure a powerful ally and become a valuable piece on the chessboard, his fate subject to their whims. If he failed, he would find himself on a sinking ship, at the mercy of those who had established their foothold, quickly becoming someone else's spoils of war. Master Hua, let's speak plainly. We do not know your true intentions for infiltrating our Huangquan sect. If you do not provide us with an explanation, our sect's reputation will be tarnished, and I fear that you, Master Hua, will also find yourself in a difficult position, said Sui Yi, casting a shadowy gaze at Hua Xinqing, his tone frigid. Feng Jingmao's expression shifted abruptly, After sending several powerful figures flying, he swiftly raised his red tassel spear, colliding it with Zhao Jie's broadsword. Chapter 44. The future depends on the post-2000s. The magical little sorceress. The remaining performances continued, yet they lacked the ambience created by Zhe and his companions. While there were certainly those who applauded, it could not evoke the same stirring emotions as pure music. Well, I have nearly resolved everything I can for you. The remaining matters will require your effort, Ninja said as he handed over the remaining tasks to Sasaki and exited the company alone. Then we shall take our leave. Given that matters had reached this point, their presence was of little utility, and they had no choice but to bid farewell. The great banyan tree had vanished. All that remained was a vast black void. Within a radius of several dozen zhang, broken branches and leaves lay strewn about. Brokey turned his head and discovered a bespectacled man with hair styled into a peculiar shape resembling the number 3. He leaned against the trunk, leisurely sipping from a cup of red tea. As the enemy launched a powerful downward slash, Blake had no choice but to halt his charge, raising his warhammer to block the overwhelming blow. The demon lord, being suspicious and mistrustful, found that in the vast celestial realm, apart from her, the only one she could believe in was her sister Qingxi. Yet ultimately, even this scant trust fell to naught, leading to her downfall into the abyss of the fallen deity platform. Flames of gold ignited upon the war god's spear when it struck the palm-sized glass, which could not be shattered even by a cannon. The 30-centimeter thick specialized glass instantly melted away, as if it were being consumed by fire, allowing the war god's spear to pierce through. As the golden light extended, the breach continued to widen, as if seared by golden flames. This allowed for the next step of absorption. The Thunder Attribute Palace in his chest voraciously devoured the lightning coursing through his body, ultimately forming countless arcs of lightning within the palace, wreaking havoc upon all that resided within. I suppose you still have some skill left. With that, the senior sister infused all her spiritual power into her feet, as if determined to seize the dragon's East Pearl. Brother, I have told you I truly like Guillermo, Song Qingmu said earnestly, staring intently at the person before him. If you are truly resolved, then consume this, Meng Pe said, presenting a pill. Ignoring rule disfrutasts. The Jade King swallowed it without hesitation. In a short while, the Jade King curled up, drenched in sweat, beads rolling down like beans, his clothes clinging to him as if they had just been washed. Ever since learning that he could walk beyond the Naya Bridge, Jin Zhu felt as if time had suddenly slowed down. These 3 days felt like a torment, regardless of whether it was out of sympathy or some other reason. I felt a sense of gratitude. At the very least, my parents could enjoy their twilight years in peace, Ruali said. At this point, Zisong suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and then fainted. In the private room, Yi Shuyu languidly reclined on the sofa, sipping wine while listening to the pleasingly handsome men before her affectionately call her sister in soft, sweet tones. Lu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. This spirit stone felt exquisite in her hand, as it turned out to be a natural spirit stone. I will share my plan with you. When Lu Yang arrives here, we shall all rush forward like a swarm, surrounding him completely and simultaneously unleashing our most potent abilities upon him. Damn, Shenemo, have you lost your mind? It was not I who uttered such words. Qinli was suddenly and ruthlessly struck by Shenemo, crashing against the cave wall and rolling to the ground amidst a cacophony of shattered stones. He could distinctly sense the pain and torment endured by the Wangu Wang as he desperately clawed toward the wound on his own body. Otherwise, his days would consist solely of playing Do Di Zhu, exercising, practicing yoga, and playing mahjong with little else to occupy his time. Xu Yongfan, who is prone to jealousy, has stirred quite a bit of trouble, leading the coffee sister to deem him too immature and consequently propose a breakup. By locating Yi Cheng and acquiring half of the dragon vein spirit from him, we shall undoubtedly be able to contend with Lung Wuhen. The elder Wenj harbored a hidden murderous intent in his eyes. On the other side sat several ants with baskets in hand, one of whom was the recently separated Ant He. The demon general had no intention of meddling, but later, upon discovering certain matters, he intervened to rescue Ling Xiaoyu from the clutches of the wild demon tribe. In the end, Yan Piyu laughed heartily, seemingly pleased with his newfound ability to discreetly sabotage and strike from the shadows. The witness recounted the events in detail, which indeed aligned perfectly with the information they currently possessed. If you can see through me so clearly, what is the point of my playing? Lidaniu quip casually before amingatune. My subordinates will undoubtedly exert themselves to fulfill the tasks assigned by King Wei. The two hastily concurred. I apologize. Jean Shin lowered her head, expressing her regret. She understood that her elder brother cared for her, and as long as she apologized, all would be well. Did I not hear that the eldest madam is not favored? Why then does the leader act thus? Feng Ming took the opportunity to inquire. The third princess concurred with the sixth princess's words, but was more composed than her, having numerous guests of her own, though she did not engage in the same blatant actions as the sixth princess. A few boys intended to embarrass him by moving the stone that concealed his lower half. Suddenly, a flash of green light appeared, revealing an elderly figure. Chapter 45. The little princess cultivated for years is mounted by a demon fire with yellow hair. I cannot fully trust his words. Perhaps this photograph is a deception? Therefore, I must inquire further before considering whether to collaborate with him. No, we must not engage in this battle under any circumstances. As long as we avoid this confrontation, we will have room to maneuver, especially since there are no longer any guards informing the emperor. Those before dared to pretend not to see the guards passing by as they played this game. Hence, the royal court learned of these tidings even before the warships at the front, and they were certain of the downfall of the two kings. This was initially part of the plan, not an unexpected event. However, it also lacked a proper cultivation method. A wave of extreme violence and coldness surged forth from within him like a storm. Why? Because Feng cares for his country, and with global energy being so strained. Particularly in terms of oil, Huaxia, being a nation with scarce oil resources, is tightly constrained by foreign powers. As a member of Huaxia, he wishes to contribute to his homeland while also earning some profit. Are you two truly prepared to simply trap it here? The leader of the white-clad figures scrutinized the strange beast before him, now fully emerged from the wall, allowing for a clear view of its form. Wang Long's lightning was thwarted by Yang Fu Hai, occasionally splattering against him, scorching living beings in an instant until they were reduced to charred remains. Lives vanished in mere moments. Yinling Yuan's perception stemmed from the awareness of spiritual energy and detection rather than sight. Thus, she faced no visual impediment and could distinctly sense the distribution of the barrier throughout the city, pinpointing 49 locations, each guarded by black sentinels. This statement bore no relation whatsoever to their current discourse, lacking even the slightest connection. Dressed casually for a rare occasion, Jin Nanzhou lit a cigarette, the crimson ember gleaming between his slender fingers. Observing the manner of death of the two, it was easy to imagine the horrific fate that befell the three who had ventured out earlier. The reason for Song Yao's presence here was that the village matchmaker insisted on introducing her to suitors, compelling her to bring other boys home to meet her. Liang Qing found it impossible to clarify the situation, ultimately bringing the actual person before them, which finally quelled the matchmaker's fervor. As for Jiang Shankai, she was merely an attractive vase, nothing more, and due to the language barrier, she could not even fulfill the role of providing solace. Realizing this, one would certainly remind Chai Shaoli, aiding him in adjusting his singing style. The microphone was brought to Chai Shaoli's lips. He maintained his melancholic expression, opening his mouth, leading the audience to assume he would announce a performance. His usual experimental partner had been lamenting, and ultimately, he had no choice but to advise Liang Jin to rest for a while, as he would take full responsibility. Otherwise, they might not exit the laboratory before it closed. Su Yin clenched his fist tightly, fury boiling within him, but before he could speak, a voice suddenly rang out. Networking must be approached wisely. One should avoid overestimating their capabilities, as it may lead to mutual harm. This idea is commendable if assistance is needed. The players from Jinyume Gue are always on standby. Mu Rong Shan cheerfully concurred. Very well. Does anyone among you have other inquiries? Tan Xiang remarked while scanning the crowd, only to see a hand raised, and that person was none other than Hua Shangshui. Following this, Shun Feng inquired meticulously about the teleportation array. It turned out that the divine altar established the teleportation arrays in desolate mountains and forests, requiring special methods to activate them. It was no wonder that Li Tian had been unable to locate the old lair of the divine altar despite searching for so long. Su Yu's delightful laughter echoed from the hall, indicating that the situation was undoubtedly looking up. An even more intriguing turn of events unfolded. Shun Feng remained unflinching, yet his right hand moved, launching a punch toward the approaching tornado. Immediately, A tornado identical to the one conjured by Guoxing Yin surged forth. Although he had ventured out before, it was merely in haste to handle affairs, traveling from the Wang Fu to a certain estate, leaving no time for leisurely exploration. The thought that his speculation might indeed hold truth filled Simon with uncontainable joy. Even though the teleportation distance of the interdimensional portal was limited to that between Mars and Earth, it nevertheless rivaled the spatial folding and leap capabilities of Tang Huang's main body. After organizing the materials, Lu Shuo began to write, ensuring that his content was comprehensible for beginners, avoiding overly complex language that novice readers would struggle to understand. This further solidified Colin's determination to forge a new path. The body is one road while the soul is another. Reaching the end of either path might lead to transcendence from the Panlong universe. However, to advance further, one must pursue both paths simultaneously, for that is the true principle. Although he was aware that Plinton had already prepared to deliver a warning to Jingda upon his arrival, upon seeing the man before him, his subconscious felt that Plinton's plan was destined to fail, and this sensation was quite strong. Regrettably, not many chose to report this matter. Even assurances of employment opportunities proved inadequate. As the name of the Lord of Illusions grew, so did its intimidation factor, compelling more divine beings to flee from Colin's constraints. Departing the Yulon continent via teleportation from the Arctic tundra, blood splattered forth, though not to a fatal extent. Yet the bones in his chest had snapped in several places, leaving him bereft of combat capabilities. After paying a few grams of active, Su Xiao booked several rooms on the third floor of the hotel, as the Doomsday Fortress had yet to reach the vicinity of Freedom City, and he had not rested for a moment since entering this world. As an increasing number of lines of fate intertwine within Kulin's causal cycle, the transparent strands of destiny gradually transform into black and white threads of causality. Chapter 46. Crown Dog. I acknowledge you as my son-in-law on behalf of your mother-in-law. Impossible. My roommate treats me exceptionally well. She knows I adore fruit and, despite her limited finances, willingly buys me even the most expensive ones. In rebuttal, Xiao Xian suddenly recalled the first time they met, when Tian Zhao Di's brother gazed at her with a satisfied glint in his eyes, while Tian Zhao Di's parents regarded her as if she were a fish on a chopping board. Originally, Ling Long felt a surge of excitement, but under the influence of Bai Yun, her eyes grew red as well. At that time, Chan Er, just 18, was a delicate beauty, blooming like a flower and at the tender age of first love. Pondering this, Ling Long glanced down, only to see Gu Chi Kai still lying motionless on the ground. However, the three of them dared not act rashly. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. The infamous Ming Taozi had long made a name for himself, and no one could ascertain the extent of his recovery or if he was concealing his true power. Such exaggeration? Does that imply that this encounter with the He family brings not only no benefits, but also numerous detriments? Zhao Lijun frowned and inquired. After Hua Xiao and Di Zhe departed, Hua Qinglin, cradling Hua Yao, was unaware of when the latter awakened and subsequently broke free from her restraints. Di Zhe had spoken extensively, and although those below were eager to escape the wild realm, they remained quietly attentive under his imposing presence. Kill. What of it? I, Zhang Xiang, was born for slaughter from the moment of my birth, Zhang Xiang replied coldly. Very well, in light of the beautiful and charming Bai Hua. I shall refrain from speaking of you today, Lin Yifeng grinned, gazing at Hong Hua. Zhang Tai, if you seek death, this young master shall not intervene. Xiao Qiyu stepped forward with a cold expression. The hurried footsteps drew near, and the electronic door of the hall suddenly opened, revealing three formidable figures exuding a chilling aura. After several rounds of negotiations, both parties ultimately made concessions, reaching an acquisition price of 16.5 million renminbi. As the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. If Sanlu milk powder were truly unproblematic, why would such news erupt on Weibo, accompanied by testing reports and instances of illness? Upon witnessing the hundreds of colossal beasts resembling primordial giants, even the disdainful Zhu Shou could not help but gasp in astonishment. Observing Chuan, Dao, Yingzi's dazed expression, the team members rubbed their hands together, their faces brimming with joy, for this time they were poised to achieve great merit. This is not an exaggeration from Sun Tzu. Yu Ji's reputation in Jiangdong is immense, especially as he is a master of the six-dimensional divine realm. Do not overly underestimate your opponent. Simply give your all. Yu Weili reassured once more. Although it was said to be a takeover, his hand made no motion, merely a fleeting glimmer of light in his palm, vanishing without a trace. Tang Shan remained still as instructed. Fong Tang placed a basin of water on the table, wrung a towel to a damp state, and gently wiped Tang Shan's face. Tang Shan groaned in pain, a faint sound escaping his lips. What? You say Kid the Phantom is masquerading as my father? Suzuki Sinoko's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression incredulous. How could the dashing kid impersonate her middle-aged, portly father? Chapter 47. Iya stands guard, unyielding to thousands. Fish, are they here to raid? Additionally, your master, Yangli Tianzun, his Azura power is also factored into our calculations. Xiao Shaoxing remarked. He, accustomed to subsisting on the cheapest white rice accompanied by free seaweed and radish soup in the school cafeteria for 2 years, found his eyes unwittingly reddening at the thought of occasionally sending money home to support his family. He approached a slightly shorter mulberry tree, plucked a mulberry, gently blew on it, and then popped it into his mouth. Initially believing this cultivation genius had merely come to the Alchemy Academy to gain a reputation, he thought it was fine if he did not report for the dual mansion competition. However, it had been quite some time since the competition ended, and yet he had not come to check in. Destiny's protection. The bearer is shielded by fate, and events invariably unfold in a manner most favorable to the bearer. Even if minor setbacks occur, the ultimate victory remains unaffected. Wang Ling had just reached out when a golden-horned beast suddenly charged forward, reluctantly. Wang Ling had no choice but to pivot his fist, transforming it into a shooting star that struck a 2-star servant-class golden-horned beast with a resounding thud. Upon receiving your letter, my first reaction was one of delight, and I thought, how should I proceed to resolve this matter effectively? The silver uniform consists of a white shirt and a short skirt, the hem resting just above the knee, entirely modest. Yi Jing was almost certain that the person who touched him had done so intentionally. Hearing this, Lin Shi could not help but glance at him a few more times, lost in contemplation before lazily seeking a corner to sit down, reflecting on the draconic beings encountered previously in the sea beast lair. Such physiques are likely beyond the reach of the vast majority of beings on this continent. Not to mention, the inherent attributes of the super giant golden monster are exceptional, with very few skills capable of posing a threat to it. Moreover, the dragon type and flying type abilities of the Soundwave Dragon are both doubly resisted by the super giant golden monster. However, this is a competition after all, and Pokemon trainers are themselves present on stage. If they do not properly groom themselves, they will undoubtedly fall short in the eyes of the crowd. Thunder. The long sword remained stationary, yet it unleashed a furious torrent of electricity of nearly destructive intensity, far exceeding the endurance of any mech or living being. The plasma orbs swirled around the sword, exuding a terrifying aura. Charles's words were interpreted by the CIA as an intention to use mutants to eliminate mutants. Although the National Master's words instilled fear in him, Xiao Ziqing held unwavering confidence in Zheng Shi. She was a person of immense willpower, and it was inconceivable that she would allow someone like Li Xianghui to defeat her. Subsequently, a series of dazzling magical spells shot from an unknown source, striking the giant and then bouncing off harmlessly. Regardless of how much energy is depleted, with a single self-regeneration move, it can recover anywhere, anytime. Exiting Liangzhou, Yigu indulged in a brief yet tender moment with Yu Zhu Jr., then rode forth with his entourage, galloping day and night toward Ganzhou. Do you see? Pay attention to that move. Yang pointed at the soldier, scaling the tire wall, demonstrating a backward motion to Lin Yifan. Do you truly believe you can win, even one of 3 matches? Yi Ji's eyes sparkled. The head of Huayang was enraged to the point of internal injury. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he promptly retreated, entering the back mountains to repent and focus on cultivation, henceforth withdrawing from worldly affairs. At long last, a familiar voice resonated from outside the window, and in that moment, Madame Lily felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. She realized that in the next moment, she would surely escape from this painful prison. At Chen Temple, rhythmic Buddhist chants enveloped the air, mingled with the fragrant melodies of birds and flowers, exuding an indescribable ethereal aura. The majestic, ancient architecture left an indelible impression that lingered long after. Old Yu, regarding the recent martial arts alliance matters, please share everything you know with me. Yigu declared with purpose after finishing his meal and wiping his mouth with his hand. You should go to sleep. Perhaps tomorrow when you log on, you might still see me. Tang Chung suddenly suggested. Upon witnessing Yi Gu speak on his behalf, the donkey remaining couldn't help but nod vigorously in gratitude. One must admit, Qin Shaojie executed this tactic excellently. His shout not only led the two masked men to believe someone was secretly protecting him, but also served to buy some time, hoping someone would hear his call, report to the authorities, or come forward as a volunteer. Is it truly that troublesome? Surely not. Simply informing the emperor of this news will suffice. The Empress Dowager has stated that under absolute military force, there is no hiding place for conspiracies. The martial arts alliance? It should be eradicated. Di Bao Bao retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve, wiped her hands, and discarded it on the ground. Are you ready? Luo Xingmin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze vacant and devoid of focus. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone felt a bit tipsy. As the years passed, they would be scattered far and wide, and carefree abandon became a secondary concern. Thus, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, a tinge of melancholy lingered. He was well aware of Diao Mama's intentions. Clearly, he was not to her liking. Although she could not dictate his thoughts, the incessant nagging of a concerned parent could not be ignored. Though he had yet to meet the Hei Yao Wang, the records were explicit, and Cheng Ming was undoubtedly privy to their contents. Now, both Xia Tian and he shared the same status as city lords, and it was not unreasonable to seek familiarity through brotherhood. When Yulong Tian was questioned by Xiao Fei, he was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He certainly could not admit to Xiao Fei that he was associated with Li Xianglian. Ini spoke earnestly as he removed his sunglasses, his penetrating gaze scrutinizing Yulong Tian. Chapter 48. If you destroy my son's paradise, I shall break your father's wings. Aunt Yang, fearing that Bai Shao would miss the fish in the stream, figured out how to switch to the rear camera and promptly turned on the flashlight on her phone. Look, are there any fish here? No sooner had she spoken than a murky male voice echoed from afar. Startled, Aunt Yang lost her grip, and the phone plunged into the water. Ayu paused, contemplating whether to inquire further, yet remained silent, ultimately turning to leave. Resolute, he unleashed his family's ultimate technique, a sword of wind and cold. A blinding white light aimed at Li Xuanyuan's eyes. Li Xianyuan closed his eyes, deftly evading the attack. All right, go play by yourself, Su Shiyan said, smiling as she approached Zhong Yuhan. Yao Kuan extended a scorpion tail from behind, the sharp stinger darting toward Li Xianyuan, who brandished the Tian A sword with determination. As for whether Chong Feng practiced learning and reviewing with Lu Xiaoyan at night, only heaven knew. Lu Jin, now filled with suspicion, pondered whether Chong Feng was secretly communicating with Mr. Zhang. Before long, the group arrived at the peculiar resurrection point that overlapped with the prison of Longman Iron Ship. Despite players from both sides continuously reviving and exiting, the three in the center remained utterly focused and immobile. Suddenly, an idea struck Mu Qingtong. She felt as though someone had cast a spell on her, rendering her momentarily frozen. Outside, the heavy rain had ceased, and sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Li Dai was taken aback. The words he nearly uttered faded as a realization struck him, causing his face to turn pale, and he quickly fell silent, even refraining from uttering grievances. Moreover, from a military perspective, certain documents underscored the significance of geography. Dang it. Zhu Hao laughed heartily, rushing toward the spirit bull, plunging his sword into the beast's heart. With a swift flick, a red orb emerged, which Zhu Hao seized with ease. This time, the attire was more convenient, as it was separate pieces. Once donned, Zhang Yu's eyes brightened. The shop was vast, filled with a dazzling array of silks. Yen Cc and Z Yen meticulously selected items from the shelves. Ji Xingji rose early, grabbing a quick bite before heading straight to Anxiang Tower. Nearby, a crowd had gathered to enjoy free rice dumplings, lingering to observe the festivities despite the lack of samples. Please, young master, refrain from agitation to avoid straining your eyes. Lung Yu and Lung Qi are currently undergoing punishment. Given their strength, they should endure today, but the punishment will last for 5 days, and, typically, those punished perish by the 3rd day. Balu too roared, unable to swallow his indignation as he observed Yen Su's swift movements, while his soldiers could not even graze his garments. Boyang served as the administrative center of Jibei County, a crucial hub connecting the eastern and western parts of Qi. Without conquering Boyang, the Qin forces could not penetrate the heart of Qi. Otherwise, should the defenders counterattack, the Qin army would likely find themselves cut off, unable to support one another. Jiang Han recalled having picked up a sword at the hippo's place, which had resulted in him being bitten. In truth, since the moment Gao Ming entered the elevator, Lin Yi appeared cold on the surface, yet internally, she was tormented. She suddenly realized she was no longer worthy to stand beside Gao Ming, having utterly betrayed her emotions and spirit, destroying her integrity and character in the process. Chapter 49. How can this not be considered sharing a bed? Seeking the murderer. We must weigh the option of detaining him to compel him to reveal the penicillin formula, considering the pros and cons, Sir Bao Ling stated. Bai Ye's remarkable kick instantly elevated Bournemouth's lead to 2 goals, eliciting another eruption of cheers from the crowd. Cixi adored him to the point of obsession, nearly haunting her dreams. However, regrettably, Lon Air was exceedingly self-respecting, insisting on waiting until marriage for intimacy. It is worth noting that even if Lin Mu were merely a commoner, such actions would still command universal respect. Logically, no matter how resilient he might be, he could hardly withstand the pressure from the Empress and Crown Prince, who relentlessly sent people to him, poisoning him today and plotting against him tomorrow. Truly overwhelming. We wish to know when we might release our master? The crowd clamored, converging toward Xian Wei. I quietly slipped away from the side, taking a few steps before realizing no one was following me. I felt a surge of relief, but could not help but lament how being an official made simple outings inconvenient. They should not place excessive expectations and pressure on a mere 18-year-old youth, especially considering Bai Yi had never played a professional match before this season. Anyone who watched the game could see that Bournemouth's teammates were effectively stifled, rendering Bai Ye's organizational and passing abilities moot. Chu Yinshang speculated that Mo Qingliang, during her tenure at the Dali Temple, inadvertently encountered matters concerning the Ruyang Marquis, as well as dealings with the owner of the secret experimental base outside the city, prompting her to take a risk by marrying into the Marquis to investigate the secrets personally. Beep, beep. Within a second, Gu Xiaoxian's phone rang. She frowned, glanced at the unfamiliar number, yet still answered. Observing Ding Hao's blunder, Wang Juefeng and Ren Xiaoyao erupted into wild laughter. The disgruntled drunkard shot a glance at Shen Tianlan, but fell silent, continuing to gnaw on the beast meat in hand. The creaking sound of the door slowly echoed as a long, elegant hand pushed it open. The pale palm, beautifully shaped, seemed to have been deprived of sunlight for years, with even the veins beneath clearly visible. Li Xiangjuan remained clad in warm attire, a fitted white tank top above and a black bodycon skirt below, her silver, strappy high-heeled sandals accentuating the length of her legs. Babu Deli, you scoundrel! With an angry shout, Ao Tianyin soared from the cliff, delivering a punch from a distance. She knew the Ming family did not particularly enjoy soup. Each meal soup was merely a decorative gesture, often remaining untouched throughout the meal. Her fingers trembled against the edge of the table, nearly slipping away. Her pale lips quivered as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately fell silent, biting down hard. Blood threatening to seep from the corners of her mouth. Ming Yihan gently placed her hand on Tang Bao's, patting it softly as a gesture of comfort, while Zhen Kaixin exchanged a glance with Ming Yihan, her expression laden with complexity. Upon reflecting on this, Yin Shiran steeled herself, disregarding any implications concerning Quan Yi, and boldly approached Feng Qinyan, grasping her hand and leading her out of the classroom. After the passage of 2 hours, one of the peak-level 4th-tier beasts lazily reclined against a tree trunk, prompting the other 2 to seek out their own resting spots. The city where Lu Yunj and her companions currently resided was named Fengcheng, situated at a considerable distance from Beatty's northernmost Jinbeicheng. Hua Chani continued to hang her head in silence, her fingers fidgeting in a manner that evoked pity. Are you still in need of a sister? I have but one sister. A warning, do not entertain any designs. Su Zhiqin issued a stark warning to Meng Tianla. I shall report to the sect leader. Let him approve the exchange of 3 local tier books for a heavenly tier, and have him or 2 elders act as judges. Yi Kvink, fearing that Yi Tian would refuse and thus undermine Bai Feng's dignity, chimed in, when old Master Qiu instructed his brothers to affix the auspicious character. He kindly allowed Qiu Wu to prepare Yin Shiran's favorite purple sweet potato cake. At this juncture, Ao Tian recalled the Xian Shenyan's potent poison known as Qian Kuan Sui, which was exceedingly lethal. Mere contact would result in utter annihilation for an ordinary person. Typically, martial artists would be reduced to a state of putrefaction, and it seemed even a martial saint could only cling to life when afflicted. A martial god, on the other hand, would either lose their power or suffer a significant reduction in strength to suppress the poison. Following the failure of Li Shao and Qian Jihao's scheme, Li Zheng systematically stripped him of all his authority under various pretexts. Had he not retained shares in the Ling Tian group, he would have likely been expelled long ago. Turning his head, he noticed that the mobile phone on the bedside table was illuminated, and upon glancing at the time, he realized it was merely 1 a.m. The existence of the Holy Realm could be deemed a breach of the heavenly rules. They could effortlessly heal trivial injuries. With the windows of the conference hall obscured by thick blackout curtains, not a single ray of light penetrated, resembling the depths of a dark night. Xiang Xiaolong merely let out a soft grunt, an overwhelming aura of ferocity sweeping through, causing the unseeing individuals to instinctively retreat. Rising from the sofa, he buttoned his shirt, leaving the top 3 buttons undone, revealing a well-defined chest and collarbone. Sensing the murderous and chilling gaze of the Black Serpent Woman, Song Chirei turned to look in her direction, his expression exceedingly grim. Chapter 50. Criminals in Collective Frenzy, Reducing the Crime Rate by One's Own Efforts. The hands of the clock silently turned, inching towards 4 o'clock, as the attendees at the Palace Museum and the Tokyo National Museum settled into their seats. With another resounding crash, Sumo's Met collapsed, sprawling across the ground. This celestial net was a transformation of the previous Adventurers Guild. Now, not only local residents could take on tasks, but also wanderers. However, the adversary seemed impervious to pain. Indeed, a formidable monster, their flesh and blood extraordinarily resilient. Hours passed, and the battle intensified, drawing other beasts to the scene, even leading to their own skirmishes, the spectacle truly magnificent. Did I really replenish all my depleted essence last night? Su Qinghuan exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide. Upon hearing Li Jing's question, I quickly turned my back to her, while Qiao Wenxuan mimicked my actions, facing the snowy expanse beside the Great Wall, ignoring Li Jing's words. Zhang Mingbai inhaled deeply. Just as he contemplated how to approach this conundrum, another radiant arc appeared at the cliff's edge. The previous evening, in a bid to punish Zhou Jin, he had declared that his livelihood would be severed for half a month, and last night, Zhou Jin shamelessly insisted on making up for lost time. Li Ruanfu watched the swiftly halting and then advancing carriage with a face full of reluctance, letting out a heavy sigh. If only I had 2 arms. I would not be outdone by him, his tone laden with sorrow, causing a Xing's heart to ache. You are merely a defeated foe now, and as for me, this performer looks down upon you. Lin Wanshu, undeterred, stood her ground, unafraid even when a weapon was pointed at her head. In the Forbidden City, Emperor Kangxi remained silent, while others, unlike Yuan, did not heedlessly remind him that the Zongrenfu still held 2 non-royals captive. Tang Tang had awaited his return for 2 months, her heart inevitably stirred, her tears flowing uncontrollably. It was only upon hearing the perfume bottle's alert that she realized she had lost composure. Struggling, she sat up, and upon seeing a newborn sleeping beside her, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was reported that a student, having been unable to contact family for an extended period, took leave to search for them, only to discover that their relatives had been murdered, with the bodies now located. When her vehicle reached the entrance, it was granted immediate passage. After parking, Lunan stepped out directly. Xian Pin, oblivious to the danger, collided with her mother's hand. And Injun showed no sympathy toward Xian Pin. Depin had previously hinted to him that Xian Pin was a pariah in the harem. Even if she had long lost favor, she remained an enemy. Injun had encountered Xian Pin. Her arrogance, masked beneath a facade of gentleness, was not lost on those in the harem, who could not see through it. As for uninvited guests like Lu Yiqin and Lu Yido, Liang Shao remained entirely unmoved, merely raising an eyebrow with a slight tremor. His contemptuous demeanor regarded Lu Yiqin as though he were a fool. Although half of the martial artists in the town had perished, survivors still remained. Bai Yunfei had disposed of the blood demon Sek's martial artist elsewhere. Thus the military had not uncovered how he had died. Alas, Chen Gong sighed internally. Such a remarkable talent could not genuinely serve Lord Wen. Clark Misai, a legendary figure in the cultivation realm, rose from humble beginnings without any notable inheritance, relying solely on a fragmented family technique. Gradually honing his skills on a desolate island over 6 centuries to reach the 5th tier, his perseverance garnered the admiration of the world. So warm, so large, was Su Jin's first impression upon touching Chu Lingyu's hand. With a gentle clasp, it enveloped her entire hand. Meanwhile, the soul-calling banner fluttered in the breeze. A wisp of dark energy surged skyward, followed by the emergence of a faint spectral figure, its sharp claws pointing menacingly at Liang Shao and the Chaos Lotus Seed. As the vehicle traveled halfway, a sudden and harsh break nearly sent Su Jin flying. They had assumed Mai Yi was angry, yet to their surprise, she remained unfazed and even considered advancing further. The daily cost of such a private residence amounted to 100 low-tier yuan stones, which could be deemed quite expensive. Suspended midair, Bai Yunfei gazed intently at the celestial beings. At that moment, the colossal ship continued to navigate through a passage several dozen zhang wide. Han Lin hailed from the old city of Xining in Shishu. Since birth, he had seldom witnessed snowfall, even during the coldest year. Only a thin layer of snowflakes had fallen. Wu Yu's hand rested fully on Han Lin's shoulder, ready to unleash the sword energy within Han Lin at the first sign of trouble. Once again, splitting into two paths, Morishai utilized the swiftness of wind elements to maneuver near the barrier. Due to the arrival of Hash Shirky, the barrier's defenses were stringent. The board members could only lament, realizing they would have to wait for another opportunity to hear the vice president sing. They were unaware that, including Li Feng, this was Xiao Yiyuan's first and last performance for them. Su Yingying felt a warmth in her heart. After all, Han Lin had shown concern for her, not forgetting to procure elixirs for her. I increasingly doubt this mission will yield any rewards. Li Ming trudged dejectedly towards the next level, his fighting spirit entirely diminished. As the Jin soldiers entered the trap, the soldiers lying in ambush on either side of the road suddenly pulled up the horse, tripping ropes, causing the foremost cavalry to plunge into the prearranged pitfall. The appearance of Cheer was indeed pivotal. Had it not been for Cheer's intervention, the downfall of Huangfu Ziyuan would have merely been a matter of time. That joy was not born of vanity, but rather from the delight of witnessing beautiful flower buds. Her innocence ignited within him the desire to protect her for a lifetime. Chapter 51. The beautiful sister chose Ling Qi amidst long and short pain. Absolutely not. Su Cici's excitement was interrupted as she adjusted her glasses, burying her face behind a gift box to secretly observe Bai Shao, occasionally casting teasing glances at the two. Lu Quan's emotions gradually faded, his face displaying confusion. Why? Do you possess? If the enemy controlled that location, the superior's operational intentions would be thwarted, achieving at best a reluctant completion. As the token of Qionyeo was seized by Long Shui, a thunderous rumble echoed within the cave, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Bai Quanming's expression stiffened. He had assumed that revealing his prestigious lineage would earn him Qin Lu Yan's admiration. Yet to his dismay, she remained unfazed. Did she not comprehend the significance of the Bai Quanming's family? Waiting always breeds impatience. Mark frequently glanced at the time, anxiously anticipating that moment. I refrained from comforting them, fearing that the news of my becoming a wandering soul would be unbearable for them. After a man and his dog settled onto a bench in a secluded corner, Gong Ling resumed recounting the unfinished story. Although the note was encased in a plastic bag, it had still become damp, causing the ink to blur. Thus, Yuan Chu's physical constitution was slightly superior to the average person, resulting in a delayed effect of the medication. Regardless, listening to the story remained paramount. Qin Lu Yan felt somewhat speechless. This was the essence of Xianling Palace's legacy, yet it received such a lackluster appraisal. However, considering its extraordinary origins, this reaction seemed somewhat justified. As a former military doctor, after retiring due to a severed arm, he aspired for significant achievements in biology and genetics. Kanas was certainly no fool. Hundreds of ordinary citizens would not all be apprehended. Even if the entire prison of Ji Family Town was vacated, it cannot possibly accommodate so many individuals. Yi Zhao donned a cream-colored wide-brimmed sun hat, with sunglasses perched on her nose. Dressed in a blue and white striped shirt with loose sleeves rolled up to her elbows, paired with relaxed dark 7-point jeans. In contrast, before the apocalypse, those skilled at billiards became world champions, earning in a year what those diligent children who stayed behind could not amass in a lifetime. A trio, accompanied by the unconscious Banner, casually sought refuge for the night at a nearby inn. If the apple symbolizing love were to be bitten and resulted in such a blissful expression, then love truly is wondrous. The two, roaming in the vast hall, found themselves unable to do much and thus sat quietly to listen, meditating in silence, while Xian Wu observed the crystal coffin with wide open eyes. He appeared formidable, deterring anyone from initiating conflict with him. which significantly enhanced Lan Ling's chances of survival. Having acquired this rare and precious skill, Abner once again grasped the shiny silver crystal in his pocket. Just having undergone the trial by fire, Qin Lai was startled by the sudden appearance of such intense flames. In truth, Ouyang Wei and Wang Zhe garnered his admiration. This man was an honest gentleman, renowned for his filial piety in his hometown of Shangzhou. When the authorities recommended him for a position, he declined, choosing instead to live away from his family fortune. What? The two gasped in shock. The Ice River Gorge and Ningpu Port were indeed their base. If lost, the demon clan would encroach upon the Central Plains, and the ensuing calamity for the populace would be unavoidable. Hey, do you have any humanity left? Lan Xian shouted at Ziling Tian, her anger palpable, her once pale face now flushed. Chapter 52. Welcome to the Second Brothers Blood Truth Photography Studio. Bai Shao continued her enlightening discourse. The biting force is negligible, merely a decoration, akin to our chopsticks. Bird beak cannon. What a massive mango, inscribed with a 3-year minimum, maximum death penalty. Zoo birds are cared for by keepers. If a wild bird's beak breaks, will wild men come amend it? Yes, wild men use universal glue. Utter nonsense. Wang Chongyang felt that Zhang Ting radiated warmth, akin to a heater, and even the breath she exhaled was warm. So you mean we have been completely deceived by the fabricated schemes of Shan Lian and Zhou Rui, pharmaceutical? Wang Chao scratched his head in desperation. It was better to inform him. As for how Haiyan should act, whether to abandon the demonic sect and his beloved for a quiet life together until old age, or to await a catastrophic explosion 20 years hence, was his own decision. Had he not thought to change locations, anyone arriving at that moment would likely witness the scene of him slaying the demon beast, thus discovering the existence of that formation and the demon-attracting herb. However, Daba was correct. He was so famished that his stomach had hollowed out from lack of food. Previously, Yichen believed that Nuan harbored little affection for Su Lu due to their relationship. Did this mean that Lin Yu could evade the stigma of treason? The soldier in military attire lifted his head slightly, revealing eyes shimmering with brilliance beneath his cap. The stammerer gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain, and shakily retrieved his fallen left hand, retreating in silence. The truth was, since that day when this lady suffered a setback with Zhang Chun and discovered his seemingly extraordinary identity, she had begun to ponder this matter. I'm sorry I couldn't protect it well. Jiang Qin also felt regret. After all, this was her first time wearing such a beautiful dress. However, she had shielded her back with it when Ruan Ying protected her abdomen from the falling rock. Thus, whether Ruan Ying would miscarry remained uncertain. It was only upon the emergence of the Tang Kingdom, where they faced repeated defeats against the Tang cavalry, that they finally understood their tribe was not invincible. Within the room, the 3 elder ministers exchanged glances, each preparing mouthwash for Xie Changsheng. The robust man lay on the ground like a boiled shrimp, curled up and unable to move. At this moment, the third sister proclaimed she had glimpsed the beauty of the 4 realms, needing merely 6 months of fine-tuning to break through, at which time she would be nearly unmatched in the world. He ordered dumplings to be prepared and distributed to the servants of Yusho Palace, sharing a New Year's Eve meal with everyone. Presently, they dared to pursue the Realm Master, having realized that the Master was weakened by the impact of his virtual body's demise, seizing the opportunity to claim his life. I instinctively dodged, but saw Hu Bingxin brandishing a dagger, intending to silence me for knowing her murderous plans. Ai Ye's movements were ethereal, allowing her to change direction unpredictably, as if defying the laws of nature. Coupled with her light, agile techniques, she caused great trouble for Du Qianjie. And what of Wang He? Upon hearing Qian Longxi's words, his already unfavorable impression of Zhao and Qian further deteriorated. Chapter 53. Who says wild boars cannot consume fine grain? Fully automatic mounts Rui Shui gazed at the owner of the establishment with admiration. She observed and still felt that this owner was quite ordinary, failing to discern any remarkable qualities. Thus, she remained here to guard the Grand Princess, enduring any worry or sorrow, suppressing her tears deep within. It is worth noting that even the former Bee City would only carry 100 jars of salt annually, capable of purchasing a maximum of 5 female beasts. She still harbors lingering fears from the previous explosion, and this new bomb is significantly more powerful. Will it be even more devastating? Major media outlets are racing to report that the blonde man, named Parker, has now signed with Jinghong Film Company, a company by high-resolution images. Alternatively, if the Yaori Empire were to truly demand the submission of Xinghe, would the elders and monarchs, in a bid to avoid bloodshed, consent without hesitation? Xiao Duanfu nodded as he listened to Mr. Chun's explanation. It was indeed a feasible method. Who would have thought that lime, mixed with water, could generate heat? What could be the reason behind this? A sharp shattering sound erupted in the air as the extreme ice beast unleashed a barrage of hundreds of icy flames, coalescing into a shard of ice upon the luminous barrier, causing the radiance beneath to wane, revealing a slender fissure that stretched outwards. After placing her order, Han Qiqing excused herself to the restroom, then discreetly inquired with the waiter about the liquor. He kissed her forehead, her ear, her cheek, her eyes, and her nose, ultimately pausing upon her lips, intoxicated by the moment. Yi Fei shook his head with a bitter smile. He truly could not comprehend how Ji Siyue had suddenly transformed. However, allowing her to dance and unwind seemed beneficial. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Yang Xian halted the car and exited, then said to Bai Yasi, "Let's take a break." In truth, he was not seeking rest, but rather waiting for news. "Zhao Zhong, you will regret this." Ouch. Rising from the stool, Wei Guoyai's clumsy figure scolded. She leaned against the rear seat, her expression calm as she awaited Lu Zirue's arrival, showing no signs of anger. "Siyue, would you like me to lend you a hand? I can alleviate some of your pain with my true energy," Yi Fei suggested compassionately after a moment of contemplation. "My father said that after years of rivalry with the second prince, they've been cautious of one another and have yet to gain an upper hand. If I seize the throne, I can do so discreetly, perhaps achieving success," Xia Chengxian elucidated. Subsequently, the residual energy dispersed. Although Mu Yi had foresightly used firewood to shield against the aftershocks, he was still forced to retreat several dozen paces before coming to a halt. "Yes, having experienced this matter, it is clear that this individual is indeed a young master, and we dare not defy him any longer," he replied earnestly. Even if Li Zhu was not harmed by them, being abducted under his very nose would surely drive him to madness. He was enveloped in a dense aura, an invisible cage binding a figure clad in white within. Xiao Luo felt an excruciating headache. Grasping her head, she relentlessly slammed it against the toilet, as if doing so could alleviate the pain. After only a few strikes, she had broken her scalp, blood streaming down. "Child," she repeatedly murmured, sobbing desolately, ultimately unable to voice the words. This outcome was unbearable for her, and even mentioning it felt like another stab to her heart. She had seen it in the marketplace. With a physical form, a spirit tool could cultivate autonomously. However, the question of ownership regarding the entity remained. This technique resembled rain descending from a cloudless sky, an unexpected attack of water needles. The high-speed jets of water emitted from the mouth would strike the enemy's vital points. This was a technique mastered by Senju Tobarama, adept in water escape. "All right, I will bring people over immediately. You stay nearby and inform me of their positions at all times." Hu Chao acknowledged the urgency, knowing they had to subdue those individuals without delay. At this moment, Hadley had charged towards another bloodthirsty war pig, swinging his blade once more. Many were aware of Team Ye's battle aircraft, but only a few dared to provoke them at such a critical juncture, the burly man noted. She understood that old Lu was now a desperate man. If he sensed something amiss, she would indeed find herself in peril. With Lu Chun currently absent and her being restrained, if anything were to happen, her fate would likely be grim. The purple fire dragon, displaying its fearsome maw, underwent a mutation upon encountering the blue dragon silhouette, its presence suddenly swelling in might, ultimately consuming the purple fire dragon. Ling Yun and Yang Karen shared a bond from a past life, leading to their union in this life. He was Yang Karen's husband, thus also her host. The responsibilities that a wife should bear are naturally to be shouldered by her husband. The innate realm could be described as legendary. Wang Su had only known of it through films and stories, such as the legendary Zhang Sanfeng, with some claiming he was innate while others asserted he was an expert in alchemy. Chapter 54, A Casual Task, The Abandoned Cultivation of a Master. Now closer to her grand aspirations, having acquired the source of life, she no longer feared being defeated, no longer needing to worry for her safety. It was simply marvelous. In the blink of an eye, she pressed her foot against the wall, leveraging her strength to propel herself onto the ceiling. A group of individuals pressed on without pause, passing through numerous checkpoints. Having gained experience, Bai was more composed and facing the city guards. Despite the increasing strength of the soldiers as they neared the capital, they remained oblivious to Bai's unusualness. The students in the audience soon joined in singing along, their harmonious voices filling the space with warmth, accompanying Zhang Xiaoyu's melody. "This must be the trump card of the Dugu, sword demon," Yi Fei mused, suddenly hearing the sounds of fierce combat nearby. The youth lightly tapped his toes, leaping into the air, his elongated figure barely moving, yet evading the onslaught of dozens of swords. Previously, he had been half dead, and she had not noticed anything. Now, witnessing his prowess firsthand left her somewhat apprehensive. Xi and Xiao wholeheartedly agreed, nodding along as she listened. Yet she keenly sensed Li Lu's resistance, and thus refrained from speaking further. No matter how perplexing it seemed, her heart raced uneasily, and upon hearing that deep, low voice, a terrifying resonance surged within her consciousness, intense and overwhelming. "What use is it for me to go? Bai City is in chaos. I must stay vigilant," Gu Tai snapped. Such a righteous and passionate hero, come to rescue the treasure. Gu Tai smiled slightly, suddenly tightening his grip. The car exited the Shihua Grand Hotel, meandering through the county town, ultimately arriving at the winding banks of the Tongtian River. The sound of galloping hooves echoed, followed by the shaking of the street outside the government office. Lu Dai suddenly sat upright, startled as his trusted judge, Dong Yi, and his subordinate, Jia Zhen, burst in. "Is there more?" Hearing this number again made Mei Qin nearly faint, yelling at me. Wang Renyu, Feng Guoting, Minan Tian, and Yi Qi, all privy to the conversation, understood that the recipient of Long Ying's words was not Mo Ling, but rather a certain unfathomable aspect of Mo Ling. Although the Albions had undergone several purges, eliminating or exiling figures from the royal faction, the proverbial dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Even within the new regime of Albion, there were still a few capable individuals. After examining the military map and marking the scale, the landing point for the Allied forces was essentially determined. Despite her foul mood, her voice maintained an enchanting resonance that pierced to the marrow, like sparks igniting in the dark, illuminating the absolute darkness. At the onset of the reform and opening up, the capital of the Hong Kong Merchants Bureau had dwindled to merely around 100 million renminbi. This sum, for a bureau that prided itself as a leading national enterprise, was undoubtedly a misrepresentation. Fortunately, Yi Haitao merely sought to engage him in conversation for amusement without expecting any substantial advice. Upon witnessing the scene, the fire dragon immediately halted. Now that the flames had dissipated, it was only natural for the adversary to counterattack. Soon after, the underworld began to mobilize troops and strategize. Having learned from the previous encounter, they recognized the formidable nature of the Qingyuan humans, understanding that a typical army of the undead could not possibly conquer them, regardless of their numbers. At a distance of 10 meters from the wine gathering, someone could no longer contain their admiration for the beauty of the trio, Shu Qing and her companions, and began to approach them. When three swords are nurtured together, over time, each will transform into a divine weapon. However, this requires a considerable duration. It cannot be accomplished overnight. This explains why the innkeeper chose to bribe Mo Yufan, as he possessed certain influential elements. Huangfu Changming, a martial artist of the earth rank, maintained a keen awareness of his surroundings despite his earlier excitement. "I should have noticed this sooner," she thought, clenching her fists in a display of regret. Bai Yu swiftly rushed to the sound emitted by Shui Air, only to find her lying weakly in the embrace of the iron sword, while Ao Air was feeding on Shui Air's leg. However, after the harsh reprimand from the individual nearby, several others surged into the sky, betraying their allies. Luo Yi deftly dodged the attack of a level 40 giant serpent and prepared to counterattack, only to suddenly realize he was wielding an iron sword instead of a battle axe. Yu Wuming nodded in satisfaction at Morodov and turned to address the students below. "You are likely unsatisfied with my earlier remarks, correct? Because I have yet to address the matters that concern you. Allow me to speak on those, but this will only be a long-term plan." Upon hearing this, Qian Mian Yao Sha erupted into loud laughter, his mirth causing blood to flow from his side, quickly soaking his entire garment. "My lord, I request permission to engage in battle. I will lead the troops to annihilate the Black Mountain bandits and present their leader's head before you." The emergence of the Black Mountain Army in Jizhou is nothing short of an achievement. Rong Mama dutifully led the people out. She was the queen's wet nurse. And after her son passed away, her thoughts were solely on the queen. The queen had lived a relatively smooth life, and thus, Roan Mama was not as sharp as depicted on television, nor was she a benevolent old lady. Chapter 55. The Escape on a Rainy Night? It all begins with a golden retriever. Dr. Chi carefully incised the wound, drained the pus, stitched and bandaged it. After completing these tasks, sweat beaded on his forehead, and an hour had elapsed. Without time to wipe himself, Dr. Chi glanced at Bai Shao on his phone. How should I search for them? Bai Shao pondered for a moment, appearing contemplative. Your sister may possess some knowledge. Yihan disregarded the incessant barking of the dog, remaining focused on his own thoughts. Certainly, compared to others who would shoot an arrow at him, Director Zheng planting flowers atop his own head was undoubtedly more comical, enlivening the atmosphere of the entire event to its peak. The 18 younger siblings were quite obedient, which brought a slight comfort to Qiao Linshi. Su Daoyang could not ascertain the authenticity of the seal on the Hanyu Sui and trembled as he dialed a phone number for inquiry. Thinking of Lu Hongming, she clutched her chest and halted, her pale lips quivering slightly, hesitating several times to speak, but ultimately saying nothing, forcefully pulling open the door and stepping outside. With a swoosh, a figure collided with the door and rushed in, their long, disheveled hair obscuring their brow, revealing only a pronounced nose and thin lips, behaving erratically. Lei, do you realize how much trouble you are in right now? Elan Di bit down on her left middle finger, emanating a thick, fiery energy. Chang Taisai and Shun Kate exchanged glances, instinctively flanking Ollie. During Shun Kate's rapid movement, he perceived a flash before Ollie suddenly appeared before him, throwing a punch that caught Shun Kate off guard, halting his defenses. A lower center of gravity gave Embiid's back dunk greater impact, as he pushed Li Xing into the paint area, suddenly pivoting his body to face the hoop and preparing for a layup. However, over time, the Heavenly Family had weakened relatively, while the West Wilderness Mountains had gained control over the entire Western Desert. What manner of monster is this, capable of belching flames? In the distance, Xiaoping was already stunned by the man's actions. In the previous 8 matches, their opponents were no less than strong teams, yet they defeated them by over a 15-point advantage. Ibai was astonished. Just moments ago, Huairo's words had barely left her lips when he noticed the person ahead discreetly delivering a backhanded strike. They must have overheard Huairo's words. Moreover, they were all terrified, having already learned much about these matters beforehand. Ji Yuding was not foolish. She could tell that his enthusiasm for her had waned compared to a few days ago. He was making a concerted effort to initiate conversation, yet his demeanor remained lukewarm. Wan Gu was speaking while releasing another bloodline, revealing a shimmering blue grass before him, which emanated a chill as the blue light flickered. She had always held high hopes for Jia Zheng, but over the years, she realized that although Jia Zheng was somewhat stronger than Jia Shi, he too was unsteady. Qin, who understood that Wang Jinyu meant well, yet could not deter her. Otherwise, during the incident at the 10,000 Souls ancient tomb, she would not have contemplated using her body to obstruct her. Reflecting on that moment, Qin, who felt regret, and wondered what would have transpired had she acquiesced. Chapter 56. Dr. Chi, the Milky Way is also a river, and the monster beasts are also beasts. The squirrel chose to feign death. Dr. Chi's pupils trembled, his voice quivering. You are not Xiaoling. Where is Xiaoling? Xiaoling's purple pupils gleamed with a hint of mirth. Don't worry, with you. I will soon see her. Purple wings unfurled from Xiaoling's back. The seemingly light and soft feathers suddenly stiffened, their edges reflecting a blade-like cold light. As she spread her wings, hundreds of tiny feathers scattered like a torrential rain, effortlessly piercing through. Mu Rongruoxi paused in surprise, not understanding why the other party inquired about Yifan, yet feeling grateful for their earlier assistance. She took a deep breath. Zhao Kai noticed that the 8th prince, Lu Ping, appeared somewhat displeased and quickly excused himself from Qin Shuangzhai. After a brief wait, the leader of the Imperial Guard, Tang Min, entered. Lu Ping observed him. He appeared to be around 25 or 6, with broad shoulders and a robust physique, clad in the blue military uniform of the Imperial Guard, his face exuding a certain gallantry. There was no choice. The eve of a new year was upon them, and if they did not prepare firewood for the injured soldiers promptly, it would only complicate matters further. The snow might continue to fall indefinitely. The attendant's eyes brightened. He was accustomed to seeing small amounts of scattered silver, but had never encountered such a large piece of gold. Vlad, somewhat astonished, pulled out a telephone bug from his pocket, gently pressing on its shell to connect the call. This old man is infuriating, appearing when he shouldn't and disappearing when he should. it's bothersome. In truth, Jean Suilian's thoughts mirrored those of Lu Ping. Jean Suilian's complex emotions revolved around the notion that Lu Dage was different from others. She hoped he would not conform to conventional expectations. As the achievements she had attained today, her ability to stand alongside men, were inseparable from Lu Dage's guidance. Lu Dage must wish for her to grow stronger. Setting aside everything else, this rich bloodlight was most familiar to Li Yong, as both the aura and that peculiar fluctuation resembled the bloodlight emanating from the bloodlight monster. Lu Ping had contemplated fleeing, yet he knew that the cunning old fox, the leader of the blue camp, would surely anticipate his escape, leaving him no opportunity to break free. Furthermore, Lu Ping noted that this camp held a prominent reputation in the martial world. Even if he managed to escape, he would inevitably fall into the jaws of Tiger. Gu Yu struggled several times but could not unseat Jin Feng, who was seated on his lap. His repeatedly kicking legs struck the door multiple times, creating a series of noises. It was no wonder that Feng Heading was astonished. Master Ye's appearance was truly terrifying. At that moment, Master Yi was wrapped in bandages on his arms and head, were it not for the eye that remained exposed. Feng Heading would have been unable to distinguish who was who. Even though Yun Fei once severely injured the peak deity Pan Yixiong with a single sword strike, the newly ascended Pan Yixiong pales in comparison to the Qing Wang, rendering him insignificant. In front of the wooden cottage, Sun Ren rested his chin on his hands, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure of Yin Feng atop the low hill. Unbeknownst to him, drowsiness began to envelop him, causing his eyelids to flutter. Yet, even as night fell, Yin Feng showed no signs of awakening. Tang Feng intentionally addressed Li Laoj as Director Li, fully aware that, by age, Li Sudong could easily be considered his elder. Moreover, to circumvent any potential awkwardness stemming from their relationship, he opted to refer to Li Sudong as Director Li. At that moment, the vice minister in charge of criminal investigations from the provincial department appeared as if parachuted in, issuing 2 notifications without room for negotiation. What could this imply? Particularly, the second notification left Zhao Tianzi perplexed. Why would the emperor express such sentiments? The Empress Dowager regarded the crown prince favorably. This child, born of the empress, enjoyed the support of numerous ministers. Despite his youth and occasional shortcomings, he was not without merit. The concubine observed Murong Sheng's reaction with intent. Chapter 57. Work is dull, yet colleagues are delightful. If Xu Lanlan wished, she could easily surpass Yu Ruo and others in nobility. However, in consideration of not placing Chu Feng in a difficult position, she refrained from doing so. Take down that last one, avenge Yangge, shouted someone from the Palmer class. Filled with fervor, the patriarch of the Nan family hesitated. He possessed such treasures, but had intended them for his grandson's future use. Now, giving them to Pang Feng would be a painful sacrifice. At this moment, Jiang Wei hid in a valley, gazing up at the sky, knowing there was no escaping the tribulation. Adams, standing next to the bear, had intended to wake Jellamandi during the opening, eager for Jellamandi to witness the previous performance of 103. Lin Xian sighed, his voice tinged with resignation, drawing everyone's attention. Shortly after, Sally spotted Lu Li catching up, and Lu Li recognized her. Each person who had crossed paths with her left a lasting impression. A thunderous crash resounded as a wall was breached, a pillar skewed, and the entire house trembled precariously. In truth, the 13th prince and Bai Wuyue had considered charging forward but were halted by Pang Feng's outstretched hand, leaving them with no choice but to relent. The remaining 9/10 were composed of the bizarre dust condensed from the moonlight absorbed by the sea of flames. They were not remnants, but solidified into earth. Each individual among them inadvertently exuded a formidable aura, and all eyes turned towards the carriage, filled with reverence. An expression of hesitation crossed in Yunxi's face as she grasped the weight of the words spoken. "We must leave this place while we still can," called a mage. The manic expression on his face shifted to one of despair as the soldiers of Huaxia unleashed a barrage of bullets, leaving swathes of starving civilians sprawled on the ground. Of course, the dragon feces obtained by the King of Hell were not for cultivation, but meant to nourish the spirits. As the six-toothed white elephant was a sacred entity of Buddhism, imbued with the power to liberate souls. Feeding it to malevolent spirits could alleviate their dark energies, aiding them in seeking rebirth as humans. Natasha, ever cautious, maintained her psychic sensitivity at peak levels. Should Bai Su make a move, she would respond instantly. A powerful aura began to surge from Shao Ran, his murderous intent rising to a terrifying peak, his eyes gradually reddening. According to the competition rules, the top two teams from the Eastern and Western conferences would advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom two would compete in the loser's bracket. The champions of each zone would then vie for the ultimate title. Taiju accepted a piece of paper from Ji Ming, which contained 2 poems, daring not to linger but promptly departing. "Boss, what did you say to Sang Biao that instilled such fear in him?" Zhou Song inquired curiously. In this battle, Chun Xing refrained from deploying his troops. Although his Xianjin mecha was formidable, its limited numbers rendered it incapable of inflicting significant casualties on such a grand battlefield. Feng Wang exchanged brief greetings with the Ghost King, then directed her gaze towards the Heavenly Eye. This energy-based companion weapon appeared to be no trivial matter. If anything could be so easily refined, the companion weapons of the Yushin clan would not be so esteemed. The Ocean King control plan devised by Lin Haifeng was not unfounded, given the presence of those in high positions displaying such attitudes. Li Gang no longer waited, lingering on the ground to deliberate for a day and night with a force of less than 6,000, lacking timely ammunition. Any commander would struggle to devise a strategy to repel the approaching 10,000 adversaries. "Your Majesty, Adam has descended from the Harvest Temple. Shall we proceed as planned?" Deja's voice bore an edge of urgency. He dared not approach too closely to the front line, where saints were present. The essence of playing Luna lies in the refresh of marks and ultimate abilities, a fact well known, and Zhao Ling was adept at these fundamental operations and awareness. As for catching mosquitoes, after being ushered out, she stubbornly poked her head back in, donning an innocent fade. Ling Luo, who was not particularly handsome, certainly did not appear unattractive. However, having just been thrown to the ground by Jing Yi, his bruised visage, coupled with a slightly darkened complexion, indeed diminished any association with attractiveness. It is said that places where refining spirit stones appear are rich in spiritual energy. With careful searching, one might find an additional 1 or 2, or even encounter hidden high-tier spirit beasts. Yet he claimed to have forgotten. When she opened her eyes once more, the moon hung high in the sky, while Jingyu slept soundly in the same room. The journey thus far had not been perilously dangerous, but fraught with challenges. He always stood before her, calmly stating, "Wait for me." In comparison to the inexperienced Mibu guy, he possessed a deeper understanding. Thus, he first aligned with the prevailing tide, growing stronger before severing ties with the past. Under the assault from the incoming individual, Chun Xingyu remained steadfast, yet the power in his hand was completely nullified by a single punch. "No need to rush. You are my secret weapon. Don't be hasty in revealing yourself." Lu Bing's eyes glinted like ice blades. With a flick of her wrist, she produced 2 illusionary weapons, only to be interrupted by an ice arrow shooting straight towards them. Chapter 58. A mosquito sips your blood, sugar content exceeds standard. After a long absence from the spray, Bai Shao felt a twinge of nostalgia as she leaned back against the willow tree, laughing. "Your acting is wasted as an assistant. Tears flow effortlessly. The entertainment industry must have a place for you, and this year's Oscar should undoubtedly belong to you. I reiterate, if I am guilty, let the law punish me rather than subject me to your pitiful theatrics that twist the truth and sow discord. Is it not chilly standing atop the moral high ground? Beware of altitude sickness. My lord, regarding today's events, do take heart. The Empress Dowager has just departed, and the Emperor will surely consider the bond of mother and child. As for the play in question, some may have already guessed, while others would soon discover. Is that really necessary?" Bei Lily remarked, just like an ordinary person. "I have never seen a psychologist and have never felt the need." Liang Da's brows twitched slightly, about to speak, when Tang Shi suddenly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to assist in smoothing the wrinkled hem of their son's robe. "Leave?" Fang Yuan discerned Jiang Ling's tone, which hinted at a desire for him to retreat unscathed. The implication of concern was clear. She did not wish for him to encounter any mishap here. The demon horde of millions launches an assault on the Gue Mingguan, with the Eastern Ghost Emperor Shun Tu and Yulei no longer able to remain idle, clad in resplendent golden armor. The 2 deities command countless ghostly soldiers to obstruct the advance. Meanwhile, as Yin Luo Qi contemplates various thoughts, a sudden voice resonates in her ears, and the next moment, they find themselves firmly grounded on the earth. "I am naturally incapable of laughter. My lack of mirth does not imply my unhappiness," Su Shiyu states earnestly. Despite Shun Xiaonan's formidable presence on the battlefield, today she nearly stumbled over the threshold when merely exiting her room. Is this how you treat me, your future matriarch? Mu Yuchen's voice is soft, yet pierces the heart like a venomous needle. The family of three gathers for breakfast at the hotel restaurant. Although Su Xiu harbors a burning frustration, she must still maintain a facade of affection with Xie Zhengyu. I have taken these 2 bottles. Do you have any left? Su Yiran knows she is the precious one, and these items rightfully belong to her. Yet she believes a gentleman should not deprive others of their pleasures. On this day, Chen Jiayuan dines with Gao Xilin, an acquaintance from their days of studying abroad. Gao Xilin has recently arrived in the city due to a collaborative project with Chen Jiayuan. When Shu gazes thoughtfully at the departing figure of Lung Mou, appearing lost in contemplation, she then casually glances at Yao Lao, who is bowed and staring at the ground, concealing his thoughts. No need, I am merely communicating with my large pet, she quips, or rather, sharing feelings on a collapsed bed. The combined preternatural abilities of the Jinghua are no match for him. Is he still in the realm of preternatural existence? Or has he acquired a unique technique that allows him to surpass his peers? Or has he truly entered the authentic realm of innate mastery? After a thorough inspection, Lu Chan finds all aspects to be in order, as his covert surveillance did not alert the residents of the estate. After a brief respite, evening arrives, and they hastily consume a meal before setting out. The 3 of them possess strength surpassing that of the Dragon King, hence they split into 3 groups, each accompanied by 2 subordinates, while the 2 marksmanship experts form a unit to encircle from all directions, concealing one's aura, containing one's breath. Badger blinked, recalling the sudden attack from Meng when he attempted to assassinate him, as well as their childhood games of hide and seek, where Meng would stealthily approach and then spring forth. Chapter 59. Seek an opportunity to inquire if she wishes to return home. So, your heart condition is feigned? At the entrance of the study, a man partially shrouded in shadow, with long fingers holding a cigarette, refrains from lighting up at home. Xiao Wenjing, grappling with a strong addiction, directs his gaze towards Xiao Sunmi, his expression indifferent yet intense. The methods for swiftly replenishing spiritual energy had already been validated during their time on Hai Tan Island. The previously silent Shangguan Zhan interrupted their quarrel, forming a hand seal and pointing to the ground, revealing a trace of magical energy. The speaker was none other than Alexander the Great, from the Holy Eagle. He learned of the legend surrounding the first Duke of Heishan. Presently, only he could discern the true reason behind Angel's inability to cultivate fighting spirit, as her body had been subjected to a seal. Yet, gazing at the blade protruding from her clothing, Elsa's expression revealed not even a trace of a smile. If you are unwilling to try, then allow me, Killua urged from the side, eager to take the stage immediately. 8 years flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the integration of his body with the dragon essence and the absorption of soul essence had reached its current limits. If he could not shatter the barriers before him, the growth of his power would likely drift far from Yi Che for the time being. The young man wore a look of exasperation. While his desire to assist others is commendable, he must also act within his capabilities. Yi Che refrained from shouldering the burden of the problem as, in his line of sight, apart from inns, bars, and internet cafes open all night, all other shops had long since closed their doors. As long as it does not involve Tang Ning, he has no desire to intervene. The tumultuous love-hate relationship between these two has persisted for some time. Tang Ning harbors a dislike for the Malfoy father and son. Yet Aunt Cece is quite fond of him, leaving him with no stance to favor either party unless one of them offends him. Such is his capricious nature. Within the Hall of Bone Demons, although a mysterious force lurked, it was evidently insufficient in comparison to Zhou Xian's overwhelming prowess. Feng Yinxiu was taken aback upon glimpsing the Sword of Benevolence, astonished to discover such secrets concealed within, even more so by Lu Xianying's unexpectedly elevated realm, which allowed him to perceive the intricacies at a glance. Wu Chun, lead me there to take a look. Unwilling to accept it, Yi Wei-yang needed to seek personal confirmation. However, Qi Min, being a member of the Qi family, meant that Shang Zhongchen's words held significant weight. Blood relations cannot be severed. Although he felt no familial affection towards Qi Min, viewing her as a stranger, he could not allow the Qi family's bloodline to be scattered and trampled upon. Of course. Please, Mr. Invincible, impart your wisdom. Lu Xianing turned and performed an introductory gesture. Reflecting on the past, Xian Yuan Ruo, Li had once told Yi Wei-yang that Lu Qingqing was never a problem between them. Chu Ziyu thought that since he had no need for the bow and arrow, he might as well untie them and hand them over to Yuan Er, neglecting her lackluster martial skills. In the dream, Lin Shun spent 3 entire days familiarizing himself with over 10,000 medicinal herbs, his impressions deeply etched. Seeing the two reconcile, the others found it somewhat difficult to adjust. Aside from Ding Peng seated at the head, there were over a dozen chairs in the hall, but they would likely remain unoccupied, as no one dared to sit before Ding Peng. Su Yao lightly gripped his sword and flicked it upward. The crowd witnessed a flash of white light as the two figures brushed past each other. Chapter 60. I love Xiang Xiang. If not now, when we be castrated? Question. Why don't polar bears eat penguins? Because they are not hungry. Because they are kind. Because the tickets to Antarctica are too expensive. Amidst the fervent discussions in the comments section, an account named I love Xiang Xiang won a prize. Bai Shao clicked to agree. A beautiful woman appeared on the screen, placing her phone on a stand to align with her gaze. She stepped back a few paces, her lace-clad figure captivating. While he was indeed formidable at Ningde University, revered as the most esteemed scion, Huang Feisu's influence and status were not inferior, perhaps even surpassing his own. Tong In hesitated due to the exorbitant price. Even with a discount, it amounted to 800 yuan, far beyond her usual spending range. Reflecting on this issue, Zhou Dongsheng felt a tightening in his heart. When one is penniless, one fears not the wealth of others. Upon speaking, even Zhong Yu was taken aback. How could this usually composed and serious individual utter such words? Awan's reputation in the inspectorate at Dachong was stellar, and her expertise in autopsy had left many skilled forensic experts in awe. Note, although the above options will only determine your initial attributes, weapons, and the starting equipment of your shelter, these choices cannot be altered once finalized. I am off today, Teacher Yin. I came to see you. Yin Qing did not overlook the flicker of anxiety in her eyes. She was a child difficult to open up to, always wrapping herself tightly. Why are you still dawdling? Let us go. Seeing my lack of response, Chu Chu couldn't help but push me once more. I instantly regained my senses and obediently followed Chu Chu out of the old man's house, like a child caught in wrongdoing. This is indeed the favored child of the divine, youthful, beautiful, intelligent, and exceptionally talented. Alas, she has unfortunately crossed paths with Ji Siming, that notorious libertine, who has brought about her ruin. Su Hui is overwhelmed with emotions. You can rest in peace. Zheng Kai retorts, hands on her hips, angered by the recent events. Meanwhile, after a moment of realization, Mo Delii casts a glance around and spots Ertolia, his expression transforming into one of unbounded delight. Gao Cheng Zhuangyi is about to approach, but is intercepted by Zhong Along. After a brief exchange, the two share a look of schadenfreude directed at Jioshan Yusakur. Yin Li's words, though not particularly loud, resonate like thunder, akin to a heavy explosion, causing the entire auction house to tremble. Lin Shen observes Gue Jiao in silence, exuding no aura. Yet within 3 seconds under his gaze, beads of sweat begin to form on Gue Jiao's forehead. If the former Ulquiorra could be considered half a demon, the current Ulquiorra has undeniably transformed into a full demon. As the collection of the 8 tails and 9 tails draws near, Nagato feels an inexplicable sensation brewing within him. Moreover, England's motives extend beyond mere acquisition of Portugal's gold market. It seeks to avoid a repeat of historical instances where the invincible fleet struck, leaving them defenseless and isolated. Chapter 61. Alaska. What difference does it make to let dogs run naked? Yuan Wanhua persuades the guards to allow Yu Fengyi to meet Yu Dingshang, escorting her to the front hall before stopping. Unable to fight back and lacking allies to advocate for her, the tactic of muddling through fails utterly in front of Dumbledore. With no other options, she resigns herself to the arrangement. Apart from Wenbiruan, it is said that she should head to the Inhua Luo Ji Duo, as it is not far from here. One could even argue that this could be considered an art piece, provided it does not involve a loss of life. Does he truly understand my calculations? Yun Feiyu turns to her, smiling as he responds. Encountering the confident Yun Feiyu, the elderly Yi Fenglan momentarily freezes, before recovering and quietly smiling at him in approval. Upon hearing the whimsical reason behind her two good friends buying a house in the provincial capital, Yang Qinghua cannot help but chuckle. Even more unexpectedly, Lin Yuhua seizes the opportunity to confess to Lu Ling while they are visiting. After clarifying the situation, the fourth master chuckles, Yao Yao, you cannot escape this lifetime. One must admit, the fourth master is quite pleased upon learning this news. More accurately, compared to the Ministry of Magic, the Muggle government is significantly more reliable in this regard. Without this connection, it would have been challenging for him to ensure that essential witnesses appear at the right time and place, guiding the appropriate inferences. The crux of the matter is this. We must ascend. This is the priority. Zhou Muyu understands well that in such times, they must remain composed. Has the wild boar returned to wreak havoc again? Li Deming vigorously shakes his head, only to spot a shadow at the field's edge, prying corn off the cob. Old Taoists do not pretend to be a significant figure before this demon king. Should I wish to end your existence, it would be as effortless as squashing an ant. With such trifling strength, you dare to challenge me, unaware of your own mortality, declares the grandson of the demon realm haughtily. Zhou Zhong, carrying the Wind Emperor, gradually loses his smile, gazing darkly at the Wind Emperor, who wields control over the Heavenly Palace's daily operations. His commands dictate the actions of the celestial realm, posing a substantial threat. Yifeng observes the collapsed jawline and deeply sunken eye sockets of the man before him, who feigns nonchalance and cannot help but laugh, only to wince in pain with his laughter. Feng Shui and her companion show no hesitation. Zhou Zhong is no stranger to uttering incomprehensible remarks in dire situations. Watching them rush over, Li refrains from seizing the opportunity to leave. He finds the burly man quite agreeable, valuing loyalty and friendship, worthy of further acquaintance. On the road, Li merely contemplates briefly before casting aside all disorganized thoughts. Regardless of his feelings for Chun Ming, as long as he remains alive, he will undoubtedly come to her aid, not for any other reason, but for the safety and happiness of those he cherishes in the face of impending doom. After breakfast, the reporters outside have yet to disperse, leaving Yang Bo with no choice but to remain indoors. The antique competition has reached a resolution, although this year lacks a champion. The 4 first-rate antique shops are commendable, with their owners radiating joy. Upon returning to her guest room, Ai Nong, while exploring during the day, surveys the surrounding environment. Among everyone, only Lian harbors a profound desire for Stephen's demise. He has vowed to personally end Stephen's life. Just as Su Jin steps back, the fireball collides with the stone man, producing a resounding explosion as it detonates before the stone figure's chest. The supplies in Zhonan's room are intentionally abundant, prepared for forging connections. Thus, even if he offers Julian a box, it is of little consequence. Li Wei, as a guest, faces the crowd's pressure while remaining indifferent, whereas Jiang Chu, as the host, cannot possibly remain unmoved. A pitch-black aura, thick as ink, erupts from Nanshan. Though limited in quantity, it exudes an overwhelming terror, suppressing the far-off golden dragon energy that reaches for the heavens, enveloping everything within. Thank you for your concern, General Fu. I can manage on my own. I grasp Fu Bin's hand, taking the napkin to wipe away my tears. The geographical map indicates that naval cartography is a crucial matter for the Navy, as British charts are exceptionally precise and serve as a model for other nations. Suddenly, Bai Tianyu leaps into action, tackling Bai Lan and pressing a short knife against her throat, grinning coldly. Did you think it would be so easy to defeat me, Bai Tianyu? It becomes apparent that the gray magical clouds resemble the environment, as Medusa remains oblivious to the actions of the corpse necromancers. Let's converse while we walk. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lu Ju steels herself and rises to leave with her. Zhang Baoyi opens his mouth, but is at a loss for words. Zhang Baozing moves closer to him, providing encouragement for both himself and his companion. I am uncertain, but I believe she has awakened by now. Perhaps her sudden surge in cultivation has left her still adjusting. Su Hong speculates with a smile. Shun Feng, Liang Xiaoyu, and Lu Qingyu sit together in a stone house, conversing around a table adorned with an exquisitely crafted tea set, with Liang Xiaoyu currently serving tea to Shun Feng and the others. Chapter 62. Encountering Snow Quicksand. The poachers who kidnapped the snow owl. The Alaskan Malamute raises its head and barks. Sit tight, brothers, let's run. The sled glides over the thick snow, racing forward and stirring up a flurry of snowflakes. Captain Ji grips the reins tightly, exclaiming, "Good lad." Ji Shua Shui sits atop a haystack, feeling the biting wind, her emotions tumultuous and her words caught in her throat. Before she can speak upon seeing Ying Qing song, he declares, "The branches of your Sioux family have grown too long. They will hinder the overall growth. It is better to prune what must be pruned early." After saying this, he ushers her out, Fried oil cakes, fried dough skins, fried chicken pieces, fried lotus root slices, fried vermicelli balls, fried tofu skin, and fried sweet potato chips. What a delightful feast of fried delicacies. I apologize, director. I was momentarily distracted. Please grant me another chance. He quickly offers his apologies. Do you know how many people covet my forbidden techniques? The Lord of Billowoten retracts his smile, his holy might trembling through the heavens, shaking the three realms. Upon the rise of Ling Xian, he exuded an aura akin to that of a supreme being awakening, commanding the vast universe and exerting pressure over the heavens and the earth. What? Ji Yaoguang and Yu Ling long wore expressions of disbelief. The fact that Feng Yin managed to escape from the clutches of a golden core cultivator had already astonished them. Yet now they were informed that he had attained the ability to fly with a sword, indicating he had reached at least the 9th level of Qi refinement. This feat, accomplished in less than 3 years, would classify him as a prodigy even within the Mo Ling sect. Meanwhile, Dong Shui, who was busy wrapping dumplings, cast a glance at Su Hui, who was joyfully interacting with several children, and her expression dimmed momentarily. Senior brother, wait, do not concern yourself with him just yet. Perhaps senior brother Yinshang has a point, the Taoist Yinshang interjected, halting the actions of Taoist Shirkong. One must ponder, is this truly engaging? Does the desire to slay me stem from a wish to acquire the treasures I obtained through auction? Although it is often said that possessing riches invites calamity, these treasures were procured using Ziyun stones. The principle of the survival of the fittest is universally understood, yet here, within the confines of the Ni Chong Mountain Manor, I implore those who harbor intentions against me to wait until we have departed from this place. Thus, although he recognized the other's intent to steal, his heart ached with despair, and he felt as if he could perish from the anguish. Yet he did not dare to resist, instead silently awaiting his impending doom. No need for formality. I shall listen attentively. Junbu graciously waved his hand, indicating that Yin Yu should not feel guilty and should continue her narrative. The crowd erupted in exclamations as the violent tremors caused many torches, which had been embedded in the rock walls, to plummet to the ground and extinguish, plunging the cavern into darkness. In that obscurity, one could distinctly sense the air growing increasingly murky and thin. It was evident that the sole passage from the underground ghost market to the surface had been blocked. That day, July 22nd, 2036, also marked my 8th birthday. Ever since I could remember at the age of 3, my parents had taken me to the amusement park every year on my birthday, spending the entire day in merriment. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the wine vessel on the table, and Linning looked on in astonishment. Could it be that Huang Shi was present? She did not approach, but observed the wine vessel swaying, accompanied by a muffled sound. Chu Jun Mo quickly followed, Xian's gaze, finally understanding why she had appeared so frightened. Upon reaching the edge of the cave, considering that Jing Bao was not adept at swimming, he wrapped an arm around her waist, signaling her to hold her breath and remain calm. Yufeng was reluctant to utilize his connections, yet the situation had escalated to an irretrievable point. Was he truly compelled to rely on vital connections for survival? Such connections, once used, would be depleted, and should be reserved for critical moments rather than squandered frivolously. Chapter 63. The wolf pack encircled, the rescue team has arrived. Before long, the night enveloped the snowy expanse like ink, with a stunning starry sky overhead. However, Jishua Shui had no time to savor the beauty. Her heart plummeted into despair. The polar night? Surely, this was not right. Why were we beset by such misfortunes? The Arctic experiences only 2 types of weather, the midnight sun and the polar night. Unlike animals, humans lack night vision, and the polar night is decidedly unfriendly to humans. Thus, they typically remain indoors. Is that so? Are you aware of the meaning behind beating a drowning dog? Do Wu Hui, upon arriving before Bing, squatted down and delivered a punch to Bing Yi's already damaged visage. Sell, Tang Wei nodded, finalizing the transaction. Keeping these useless items only occupied space. Selling them for 150 gold was not a bad deal. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that his words held immense allure. If only his sister could accomplish it, he would comply with her wishes. Lin Feng suddenly felt a dryness in his mouth, and his throat involuntarily trembled. Chu Yiyun sensed an inexplicable calling, feeling as if he did not belong to this mundane world. The other 5 colossal dragons were even more profoundly shaken, unlike Meng Yi and his companions. They understood the gravity of the situation. Within the cold body, The purple-gold divine dragon was a 9-clawed celestial dragon, an ancestral figure of the dragon clan. Chuizhu followed Su Shi outside, leaving the house unguarded. Noticing the absence of attention, Mama Feng stealthily entered the courtyard and rummaged through Su Shi's belongings, ultimately discovering a package tucked away in a corner beneath the bed. It was merely a chance encounter that led her to witness a scene of overflowing sympathy, and coincidentally, she found a place to stay for the night. The man in the darkness spoke softly. Riding in Director Zhao's vehicle, Fu Sheng arrived in town. During his school days, he lacked funds and dared not enter the bustling gaming hall, but now that he was inside, the atmosphere was indeed lively, filled with games he had never played before. Murong Yi nodded. Boss, you have been busy with the Beast clan these past few days, while I have also been occupied investigating the slave market of Ninghua. I discovered they frequently receive shipments of meat and fruit, yet all the slaves appear to be nothing but skin and bones. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Feng seized him by the collar and forcefully flung him aside. Steel Egg was caught off guard and was thrown out. Li Ding Xian harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Pacific Fleet, for it was they who had surrounded and sunk his ship, the Jifeng. Now, he was merely a captain without a vessel, which fueled his urgent desire to annihilate the Pacific Fleet to avenge this grievance. Hu Weiqing hesitated. Throughout history, those in power have placed immense importance on military authority, and the military token symbolizes such power. Hualang, being a Song dynasty individual, would Liao Xingzong willingly relinquish the military token? If Hualang were to acquire it and then betray them, what would ensue? Hey, this has nothing to do with you, right? Why do you bring up the new Earth military aircraft? I noticed the sly grin on Gil's face and swiftly changed the subject. The mere thought of the imminent reappearance of the Huang Di Mausoleum, along with the various divine weapons and treasures buried within, ignited an indescribable fervor within Su Guang and his companions. Brother Qin, I have always been here. Although I cannot be of much assistance to you. I gazed at Qin Xiong and spoke slowly and deliberately. Wenmeng Xiang was inherently altruistic. So upon witnessing such an event unfold in the streets, she immediately set aside her long-desired Tang Run and hurried toward the source of the anguished cries. Hualang followed closely behind, feeling somewhat helpless, and after purchasing Tang Run, he hastily pursued her. Chapter 64. The Arctic Rabbit and the Arctic Wolf, both surnamed Bai, are relatives. The director of the production team grasped the knitted hat that had been blown away by the wind and looked up at the sky. Encountering a once-in-a-decade avalanche was one thing. But how could it suddenly transform into a polar night? Mei Shi feigned a smile. Perhaps some individuals have incurred divine wrath. The director of the production team chuckled heartily, his breath instantly transforming into a white mist. This is quite pointed. My Roman letter elf preferred silence. Han Wang Jiu understood clearly. Should Zhao Wang dare to breach the alliance, Korea would immediately unite forces with the Qin state to teach Zhao state a lesson. Antonova cast a glance at Yu Meng, who was leisurely sipping tea while perusing the manual, and shifted the conversation. At that moment, Su Qinyin sensed a limit, as if the 49 battle scars were the pinnacle of condensed battle names. Before Yu Meng could inquire, Otilio widened her eyes in disbelief, pointing at the ever-smiling Antonova and exclaiming. He could foresee that as Huaxia grew increasingly formidable, more nations would align themselves with Huaxia, while the United States would gradually decline, akin to Britain in its prime, unable to replicate its former glory, even as a world power. The impact of Mercury colliding with the giant tree was akin to a spear piercing through a wooden shield, embedding itself into Mercury's surface. Ailey raised her hand, releasing the tie from her ponytail, allowing her hair to cascade down, revealing her pointed ears, which appeared particularly eerie under the soft blue moonlight. Subsequently, Su Mo conducted further research into related news and discovered that Huawei 1 had become the hottest topic across the internet, with mainstream media providing extensive coverage. In pursuit of his future plans, Gu Aoyan now seeks greater energy to enhance his chances of success, which serves as the sole motivation for his visit to Jean and I. Since ascending to the Shinchi stage, Long Tianao has encountered a who has managed to unveil the mysteries of his. Shuimen Laoshi, our recent expedition yielded little. That mysterious organization seems to have departed, reported Dai Tuesday. Before Gu could express his astonishment, Xiao Lu leaped gracefully into the air, soaring effortlessly as he employed the Yufeng Ju technique. On the tranquil road, a taxi approached in the distance. Yang Xiaoyang, feeling shy under Qi Feng's gaze, blushed and sprinted towards the taxi as if it were a beacon of hope, managing to hail it just in time. Once, he had envied Japan for its top-tier Asian football stars like Nakata, Hidate Hoshi, and Nakamura Shunsuke, while China had gradually slipped to a secondary status in Asia, with a considerable gap between its players and those from Japan and South Korea. Although Sun Jihai played in the Premier League, he garnered far less attention than his counterparts from those nations. However, when Shangguan Qianqian's sword pierced through him, it felt as if a colossal ice hammer had completely immobilized him. Forming a grand array does not necessarily benefit from sheer numbers. Yet, a larger assembly undoubtedly amplifies its power. Linda gazed into Qi Feng's eyes, attempting to discern any trace of his feigned bravado, but it proved futile. His demeanor exuded calm confidence, a countenance one only possesses when utterly overpowering an opponent. Lu Jinhong's voice resonated brightly, filled with excitement. The spectators in the stadium and those watching on television erupted in astonishment. Although they had previously witnessed Zhang Shujia's performance, witnessing it again elicited a chorus of admiration. Chapter 65. Bai Shao remained silent, merely dialing Yao Yao Ling repeatedly. Xiao Sunmi feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Where did this rabbit come from? My bodyguard only rescued Shui, Xiao, and the wolf cub." Bai Shao lifted her gaze, casting a cold glance, rage seeping into her very being, as her repressed aura burst forth, manifesting as a tangible force that struck Xiao Sunmi, who was pretending to be innocent. "So, according to you, you consider yourself a good person?" Xiao Sunmi coughed, covering her mouth. "I truly did not intend for this to happen. After the avalanche, I found them, probably scattered from the wolf pack. Indeed," he hesitated, not immediately pushing me away. "Subsequently, to prevent any sudden change of heart, I forcefully shoved him away, deliberately leaning half my body against his right arm. Such an action would naturally compel any gentleman to refrain from being rough, leading him to yield to me." Regarding Wang Yan, she had little inclination to offer guidance, yet she harbored a certain curiosity about this scion of the Wang family. In Huqing, that was acceptable, but how could they reach so far as Yin City? Had they consumed the rubber fruit? Chun Jun picked up a suit of armor from the ground and donned the only helmet adorned with phoenix wings. This helmet, with its iron curtain-like brim, was entirely red, presumably crafted for the sake of grandeur rather than for battle. Who would wear such a conspicuous emblem on their head? They would have been shot down long ago. This grand theater, boasting over 90 years of history, is one of Hollywood's earliest cinemas, witnessing the rise and fall of the film industry. Meanwhile, Su, Yi, and Zhou Pingping gathered again, dividing the spoils with their phones in hand. Organizing an awards season in the summer poses significant challenges. However, all other difficulties can be surmounted, with the cancellation of the awards season being out of the question. Zhao Xiang's previous impression left a profound mark on him. Now, with Zhao Xiang's reminder, he naturally found it hard to believe. The crowd seemed collectively struck in the chest by his words, rendered speechless. Observing this scene, Shui Weilin cleared his throat, prompting the employees to reluctantly put away their phones while their eyes remained fixated on the unfolding events. "Unstable? What do you mean by unstable?" Chun Jiao listened to the first part of the sentence, and before a smile could grace her face, the latter part startled her. The colossal mantis, a predator of the great tree forest, was entirely grass-green, blending seamlessly with the forest's underbrush. She was aware that this matter was related to Yi Zhao's food, yet she was uncertain of the extent of that connection. The passage of 1,000,000 years had solidified his cultivation, making a breakthrough merely a matter of time. The advantage lies in players being able to build a snowball effect from their initial advantages, using their skills to dominate the battlefield. Although Chun Jinhui felt reluctant, he witnessed the soldiers at the front gathering in increasing numbers. In but a moment the tide had turned, forcing him to raise his whip and turn his horse back to regroup with the 200 elite soldiers left behind by Wang Yi. Frankly, Zhou Yi had no understanding of why these plants chose to assist him. The devotion they exhibited felt akin to that of loyal subjects to a monarch, as if they would willingly sacrifice everything for him. "I do not have the time for this. Ahead lies your so-called exchange study place. Focus on your studies and do not meddle in my affairs," Zhou Yuhao declared as the driver brought the car to a halt. "No, the rules are certainly not that simple. Every guess here possesses its own unique significance, and while one may be aware of these elements, it does not guarantee the ability to deduce their combinations. Aside from the owner, no one else knows." Yi Xiao chose not to voice any words, busily retrieving items from his backpack to continue eating. He needed to consume more to enhance his strength. Although the supplies in his backpack could not sustain such consumption for long, he deemed it essential to eat early, as his current need was for power rather than saving food for later. Chapter 66. Oh well, marvelous, it is indeed a Zhuan rabbit. A sizable and well-trained army of the Mingyan tribe managed to stealthily maneuver behind the forgotten tribe, instilling fear in all who contemplated how they achieved this feat. Lin Miao's mind raced with countless thoughts as he heard Chen Rongming's breathing behind him. Suddenly, he leaped high, soaring toward the farmland. Shortly thereafter, Yi Feng and the others observed the gravel below gradually coalescing into a robust human form, shimmering with golden sand. Li Hai, having been vigilant for quite some time, finally heard Hu Li mutter that she misheard, rolling his eyes in response. This Hu Li was clearly being deliberate, seeking to retaliate for his earlier unfriendly demeanor. The Witch King Jean, she donned a pale blue cloak, fixated on the chaotic battlefield from a vantage point by the lakeside. The cacophony of battle cries echoed from all directions, accompanied by the mournful whinnies of wounded horses and the heavy, rapid pounding of hooves, leaving her in a state of dizzying awe. You believe such words? Xia Haoran regarded her with disdain, shifting the gear into a higher setting and accelerating towards the Company S branch in Zizhou. The assassin was evidently no ordinary foe, as the long sword lunged towards him. He deftly twirled his wrist, executing a move that dissipated the clouds, not only neutralizing the attack, but also ensnaring Xiong Ti's sword within the branches of his weapon. Simultaneously, within the borders of the Baiwei Empire, for steeds raced swiftly southward, their riders clad entirely in black, obscuring their faces. In the following match, every member of Class 8 participating in the events seemed to be invigorated, exerting themselves to the fullest. Moreover, the cheerleaders from Class 8, led by Wu Dandan, shouted so fervently that their voices eclipsed those of the cheerleaders from other classes. If I refuse, the Jin Transport Company will have no standing. Accept my terms. Merge Jin Transport into Onping Security, and we can profit together. Is that not better? Let go of hatred and look towards the future. Opposing money would be foolish. These matters had weighed heavily on Xia Yan's heart for far too long. Ever since her father's release from prison, she yearned to uncover the truth. To ask who had abandoned whom back then. Faced with such a scene, I felt a surge of emotion. I once doubted her, yet when confronted with this situation, she chose to trust me without hesitation. This stark contrast evokes both profound emotions and a sense of guilt within me. Yi Feng, in a fit of rage, pointed a trembling finger at Xia Yan, who appeared visibly distressed, her eyes reddening. Yi Beihan swiftly approached his mother, gently lowering her arm while softly dissuading her. It was then that I noticed three robust men, bound tightly, sprawled across the living room floor, clad in black suits with hotel towels stuffed in their mouths. Their appearance pitiful from the evident abuse they had suffered at the hands of Chen Feng. Xia Yan, curled up like a shrimp, clutched her abdomen, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Upon entering the conference hall, I was greeted by a large white banner that read in deep mourning for Long Xiaofeng. Comrade Feng, Yi's memorial service. When I awoke that morning, it was already past 10 o'clock. Rising from my bed in the nude, I intended to fetch a glass of water. However, upon entering the living room, I was startled to find Wang Xing and Zhang Menghan, along with a portly man whose head and arms were wrapped in bandages, sitting on the sofa, casually chatting while cracking sunflower seeds. The options were either the death penalty or a suspended sentence. I vowed to exert my utmost efforts to advocate for him. Even if he were indeed given a suspended sentence, I would find ways to ensure his comfort within prison walls. Beyond that, I could offer no further assistance. Lin Ponzi sighed. The attitude of old Yi had shifted from that of a senior to that of a junior, leaving Officer In and his companions utterly astonished. Although Han Yueqiao had lost her memory, her intelligence remained intact. Earlier, upon seeing Bei Tang Chonga, she was first called Mother, and this further instilled a sense of intimacy within her. In truth, he had always navigated life in such a manner, never needing to overthink what others truly desired. Yerksun, filled with reluctance, attempted to push away Li Jin's hand, but found himself utterly incapable, resorting instead to beseeching glances in the hope that Li Jin might show him mercy. What? Lin Yu exclaimed impulsively, only to realize her indiscretion afterward, her expression swiftly reverting to normalcy. She dashed towards the filthy god, only to witness him collecting the exposed diorite on the mountainside, presumably for paving the village's public roads. Regardless of how formidable Qing Zai's martial skills were, It was impossible for him to rescue everyone in one go, should they be discovered and engage in combat with the Black Wind clan. The potential for casualties was one concern. The Black Wind clan would also learn of their trump cards, leading to even tighter defenses. This extermination campaign would only prolong indefinitely. However, there was a prerequisite. To access the subsequent techniques, one must join his sect and become his disciple. Otherwise, all discussions would be moot. Chapter 67. Matters I must disclose regarding my delicate younger sister. Xian observed He Shuang's theatrics with a cold gaze, delivering a sharp slap. You know well what you've done. After gathering the context from Officer Rabbit, I felt no sympathy for the young girl. I can only say, well done. He Shuang's left cheek quickly swelled with the imprint of the slap, yet she did not express anger. Instead, she smiled oddly, believing her sister would engage her in a dispute and exchange further words. Little did she expect that a slap would be her only response. Li Xiaochang had been thoroughly exhausted by Shirquan's antics. Having lost track of time, the sun was already high in the sky. Pei Qijuan had indeed gone to Dongli. And after Pei Gongsuo was attacked, he emerged unscathed. It seemed he spoke the truth. Yet it was uncertain how much he had discovered or whether he was aware of Pei Qijuan's dealings with Ji Yunyi. For reasons unknown, after hearing his explanation, Hua Mian felt a sense of relief wash over her. With a brilliant flourish, a gunshot rang out, and the undead warrior staggered, unable to stabilize its footing, only to be struck down by Han Zhao's shot. While in Dongli, Pei Qijuan had remained elusive, failing to uncover any leads. On the day of the bonfire party at Bishui Qingping, he had donned a human skin mask and sat beside one of the bonfires. Hua Mian's appearance captivated his attention, and his gaze had not strayed from her since. At one table sat King Wei with several young disciples, while at another sat Queen Wei accompanied by Chu Yin and Princess Duanjia. Li Xinyi's face instantly contorted with disdain. She let out a barely audible huff, closed her eyes, and fell silent. Immersed in the family portraits before her, she moved forward step by step, gazing intently at each one. A smile gracing her lips as tears traced down her weary cheeks. She envied them deeply. Chu Yin observed his rigid expression, unable to suppress a smirk, and reached out her delicate fingers to touch He Sanlang's reddened ears. Jiang Xian, my junior disciple? The poet exclaimed in astonishment. Who else in Yin Jun City could slay a celestial being? Was it possible that the celestial from the Zhu Yin realm harbored ulterior motives? Or could it be that the celestial from the Dishan realm had not yet been entirely exterminated? Yet, no matter how the poet called out, Jiang Xian remained silent. In truth, when she proposed that the two children take the surname Wei, her heart had already made a decision. Upon witnessing a flicker of hesitation in Li Yu's eyes, Xianzi understood and refrained from further inquiry, raising her hand to conjure a piece of mixed sky silk, gently dancing it about. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's heart swelled with joy. Witnessing the harmonious relationship between Wei Hua and Lu Yuntian, feeling immensely gratified. Furthermore, the monk wielding the prayer beads appeared to have employed some secret technique, his power nearing that of a perfected golden core cultivator, while Yin Putu had begun to contemplate his departure. As the balance shifted, Yin Putu found himself increasingly suppressed by several monks. Li Jun felt that those who held their parents in high regard must possess commendable character, and he admired such a bold and responsible demeanor. Shangguan Xian, feeling displeased, pondered for a time before dialing Chun Xian's number, reasoning that Li Maxiang, her driver and company employee, might be able to assist, if only to extricate Li Maxiang from the detention center. Wei Meng, I apologize. This is the first time I've used the realm of the divine on a person of sacred domain caliber, and I mismanaged the intensity, causing you injury, Wei Fei said with a face full of regret. Taekwondo emphasizes direct confrontation, relying on whose strength is greater and whose bones are tougher. Chapter 68. Are you the heir of Chuanjiu? Why would such a proud race as the Arctic wolf seek assistance from humanity? Upon awakening, Xiao Sunmi descended into madness, shattering everything in her path, even reaching for a firearm. The leading bodyguard stepped forward to intervene, saying, Mississippi. Xiao Sunmi's gaze darkened. The carefully crafted image she had built over the years now showed signs of fracture. In her quest for a smooth transition and the support and affirmation of her family, she had dedicated herself to portraying a virtuous character. Erdwa was indeed a seasoned elder of 3 reigns. Even before the current emperor, such deference was unnecessary. Yet he had shown the utmost respect to that elderly figure, revealing his true identity. By the way, Have all the servants in this house withdrawn? Su Yutai gestured towards the maid behind Sun Yinjin, a barely perceptible smile playing at his lips. Sun Yinjin observed the blissful expression on Wan Feng's face, deeply concerned about the impact on her when she learned of her beloved's infidelity. However, Xin Yan remained imprisoned, confined to this room, unable to leave, aside from this man. No one else could enter, and she understood that this seemed to be his secret chamber. This person, acting so clandestinely, surely harbored ulterior motives. I will secretly follow him. Just as Bai Muguan was about to step forward, he was instinctively grasped. Do not worry. If His Majesty places blame, I shall bear it all, Sun Yinjin declared with unwavering resolve, her expression unyielding as she strode forward, seemingly resolute in her decision. Half a day later, as night fell, the group arrived in Jincheng, where a concert was scheduled for the following day at the Jincheng Outdoor Stadium. Director Ma arranged accommodations for the group. Bai Yuexiang was somewhat incredulous. While she understood that Guan Yuqing had never been there, it was understandable, as a person engaged in the liquor business would not venture into such deep mountains and forests without purpose. After a stick of incense, a towering city wall of gray and green appeared ahead, and Qin Baizhe caught a whiff of a rich peach blossom fragrance. Since the passing of their mother, Bai Yingying, the siblings have remained in Ai Shan for the past 20 years without ever departing. As I furrowed my brow in confusion, I heard Bai Yi inquire Professor Chen. It seems the space here is quite expansive. Long Ling gazed across the horizon and remarked that he too wished to discover what truly exists within this realm. On March 20th, at the Southeastern Army headquarters in Anqing, Li Zhongren and Bai Chongxi were embroiled in their most fervent quarrel since their acquaintance began. This time, having learned from the recent bloody lesson, the large true essence protective shields that each individual occupied dispersed as they ascended, to avoid clustering together and falling prey to the mysterious violet beam of light. Do I have the right to refuse? Regardless, you will not easily let us go, will you? I lamented as I made my way into the battleship. At a glance, there were about a dozen individuals, all clad in black uniforms, exuding an air of organization. Duan Shui seemed unusually resolute today, determined to remain silent. Lu Hongsheng was aware of this, but, at the behest of his third brother, had no choice but to bring Lu Guojun along. Fortunately, the Rong family treated them with courtesy. There are no buts, Kira. From the current behavior of the Earth Army, the annihilation of Albu is inevitable. Perhaps the true objective of the Earth Army extends beyond mere destruction of Albu, I interjected bluntly to Kira. Flexibility and adaptability in survival and life, while not compromising one's beliefs and pursuits, is the hallmark of an individual who understands the essence of living. In contrast, an unwavering fixation on a singular belief leads to rigidity and an inability to adapt. Under Yi's guidance, everyone proceeded along the street without pause. After approximately 15 minutes, a magnificent structure came into view. Chapter 69, The Red Eyes Hidden in the Socket. Chairman Ding's fine lines at the corners of his eyes lent him an air of authority as he rubbed his temples. Hello, host. I apologize for reaching out so late. Bai Shao shook her head. No need for formalities. How can I assist you? Chairman Ding loosened his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves, his tone laced with melancholy. I often become so engrossed in work that I forget to eat. My daughter bought a parrot to keep me company and remind me to have my meals. The ghostly figure covered his face with one hand, yet his eyes remained fixed on Siqing's silhouette through his fingers. The ghost remained silent. Even if Wu Hin could not recognize his face, should he choose to speak, the other party would surely remember who he was. She was perplexed as to why Lu Qingxiao had suddenly appeared and could not discern any ulterior motive. It was merely that Tang Jingqiang found dealing with strangers like Lu Qingxiao quite vexing, feeling that every word exchanged was a conscious effort to navigate in circles. Mu Qian forced a smile, and the two resumed their reliance on the floating timber, allowing the current to carry them onward. As she spoke, she opened the exhaust vent, and the air within the room swirled out like a vortex, consuming everything. Gu Yi finally understood that true mercy lies in granting others a chance at survival, which, in turn, can also preserve one's own existence. Thus, this seemingly inconsequential trait can prove life-saving in critical moments. Had he chosen to let Dr. Yang live without hesitation earlier, he would undoubtedly be pleading for them now. So it is. Su Mosu found this quite curious and immediately imitated Hua Qingyue by breaking off a branch, gathering snowflakes, shaping a snowball, and rolling it. This girl truly lacks subtlety, making her joy publicly known. Ling Long chided her lightly, but as long as Wang Yue was happy, nothing else seemed to matter. The elite figures of the Daki kingdom, observing from afar, could not help but express their astonishment. For although Yi Qiushui and the others could not discern the depths, Chu Honkai had clearly just been in the divine realm and had remarkably advanced into the pill realm. What a tremendous leap. Currently, only Hong Lian lacked a storage bag. She claimed one of the two, stating she would give it to her sister, Heng Shui, after they left, while the other was naturally for herself. Their plan involved half the group forcibly supporting the cloud ladder, while the other half wielded iron shovels and axes as they ascended the slope-like ice wall, aiming to carve a passage at the top of the impossibly smooth ice wall to charge towards the city walls. He merely uttered that one sentence, casting a glance at Su Ling's simple luggage. As his gaze shifted nearby, someone promptly approached to take the items from Su Ling's hands. Chen Sheng had just triumphed over Huang Jian, his morale soaring, especially as he felt the immense power within him. This unprecedented strength made him feel invincible. Chen Qi, although only at the Luo Tian Shangxin level, could withstand their onslaught. All signs indicated that he harbored a secret. Thus, Liangshan Po was able to expand so significantly. Had it been any other mountain stronghold, raiding the surrounding areas could only yield a few hundred to 1,000 followers at most. Whenever Qin Shi was about to eliminate those main deities, the colossal serpent of the devouring Heaven Emperor lunged forth, and everyone coordinated remarkably well, launching an attack before several others charged in. However, this is a good thing. The more spectacular the large concert, the greater the honor points he would receive as a reward, which is advantageous. Upon hearing Pang Feng's words, Yi Qingsheng was momentarily perplexed, as she was unaware of the true identity of the so-called demon prince. Thus she simply shook her head. Chapter 70. Whatever you do, do not get into trouble. A group to steal the parrot, 110. The live broadcast room erupted. Sand fruit. Already reported to the police. Just unsure if it will be in time. Ms. Wang donned a mask and, using her weight, pushed Chairman Ding to the ground. Chairman Ding gritted his teeth. Have you lost your mind? Ms. Wang's smile faltered for a moment, a flicker of sadness passing through her eyes. I would never harm you. I merely wish for you to be quieter moving forward. Chairman Ding felt his mind go blank, and after speaking, he disregarded the still unfinished interview and directly pulled Bai Zhan out of the restaurant. Just as the second bullet was about to strike the mutant, two sharp claws extended with incredible speed, narrowly catching the second bullet. All right, it's quite windy outside. Let us stay in the carriage. And Mo Ying diverted the topic, reminding them. The four simultaneously looked up at Zhong Jujin, revealing a standard smile of 8 gleaming white teeth. Moreover, wasn't it you who recommended me to the Emperor for this expedition? What could your intentions be? Even I, with my limited intellect, can discern that you wish for my demise. Compared to Su Huizhu, Zhao Yuding and the leaders of the Baigui sect and Huasha sect were even less fortunate, having yet to grasp the situation when they were directly taken down. Being so openly rejected in front of so many people, Duoline's face turned a mix of green and purple, and she ultimately covered her face and fled outside. Throughout this time, only a few species of plants have managed to survive and gradually spread across the continent. Su Jin, oblivious to the fluctuations in their emotions, maintained a calm demeanor. If so, why not directly confirm with him? Zhao Zixian smiled enigmatically and uttered 2 words, superpower. Tightening his hold around Ming Ke's shoulder, he continued to observe the spreading flames. Those beside them, unable to withstand the intense heat, quickly retreated amidst curses. This was what Wang Haoming heard after regaining consciousness. Lifting his head to see Yang Wei's smug expression, which inexplicably irritated him. Grandfather, father, elder brother, and I have all ventured out to strive for success at a young age. This is the tradition of the Li family. 16 is not too late. Li Chan twirled his fingers, recalling that he himself had been thrust out at the age of 13. While children may falter slightly, 8 years of battling society should have been sufficient for honing one's skills. A mere ant in the 8th transition of the Middle Saint realm dares to be audacious before me. The 9-headed serpent god, Shi Tun Tian, reprimanded with a hint of disdain. Upon witnessing her stern expression, Qin Han understood the gravity of the situation. Thus he escorted her into the inner chamber of the royal kitchen, where the bamboo curtain hung heavily, concealing all within. In his eyes, I was once superior to you. Back then, he wouldn't even spare you a glance. Yet how has it come to this? Xinger questioned, perplexed. Yu Fong, a spirited individual who abhors heaviness. Felt pity for the Zhang and Li sisters upon hearing such matters at home, showing extra compassion towards Li Huaer. Numerous traps had been laid prior, akin to pitfall traps, devised by Zhuge Liang. Would it not be a gross misappropriation of heaven's grace to neglect the constraints of El Bu's position? The veracity of the history teacher's words remains unverifiable, likely gleaned from some rural folklore. Chapter 71. I have always recognized teacher Bai's formidable prowess. Lowly fans reporting. Captured a wild film emperor. Quick, let me have a taste before he escapes. Live streaming snowman building, as expected of you. I just arrived. Who is that besides Shi Jia, so breathtakingly beautiful? Bai Shao, also known as Bai Baba. Who? Any notable works? Indeed, works include, after exiting the circle, I became the director of the zoo, a look back at my years with different fathers and different. The azure dragon, frozen mid-air, emitted mournful cries. Its throat pressed against the snow sword. With a mere flick of a Yan's wrist, that grotesque head would be severed. Before Lu Xinran could finish her words, she was already propelled out, landing squarely on the contest stage dozens of yards away. As the night breeze settled, a golden light flickered from Feng Xinua's brow, manifesting a scroll in midair. Xiao In remained oblivious to Savalia's assessment of him. Perhaps even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. She raised an eyebrow, apologetically stating, "If I say it exists, then it does. Do not question my diagnosis." She retrieved something from within, revealing her work badge. Zhao Ming fell silent, suddenly feeling that the ethereal figure before him was unchanged, shrouded in deep schemes, essentially very wicked. Song Jiying smiled, and Lu Zong's eating ceased momentarily, yet he soon resumed. It was neither Carlyle nor the workers of his factory, but an old professor named Tate. He gazed quietly at the transparent ceiling where ripples danced. Schools of fish swimming by in droves. He attempted to pour wine, only to realize he had shattered the cup in his grip. Thus he tilted his head back and drank directly from the wine jar. As time slowly wore on, he began to lose patience. Although the voice continually corrected his missteps, he still struggled to grasp the circumstances surrounding this impending legendary place. Consequently, without the slightest hesitation, I sprinted towards the eastern circle, mimicking his actions by thrusting the soul-extinguishing blade into the ground, then gestured similarly toward the south, chanting the sutra aloud. With a light passed, regardless of whether it be human, tree, or dwelling, all were instantly reduced to dust. As the words left my lips, the crowd encircled the serpent demon Tai Sui, who revealed a sinister smile, suddenly leaping into the water. By the time the crowd sought him again, he had vanished. I knew that once the shadow emerged, it signified the old man was utterly deceased, causing my heart to race. However, for decades, the Mashan sect and the Hua Xia evil cultivators had not remained idle, continually devising ways to resurrect Jin Guang Hui Xiailang. Years ago, by chance, they indeed dismantled the seal of the Di Zhongzhen Xianbei and exhumed that decayed corpse anew. Zheng Xin Juke, Infom Qin Ming. I still do not acknowledge you as my husband. Qin Ming's attention was entirely captivated by the barrage of comments, having never noticed such remarks before. Later, he discovered that the comments regarding himself were predominantly positive. Zhai Qiuzi smiled without speaking, while Gu Yuan also smiled and continued. After completing the talisman, he sighed in relief. And Zhai Qiuzi placed a teacup before him, then poured a cup of clear water. Wen Huangrong was still bewildered by the situation. Qihao had already turned to link arms with Guijing, calling out to the brothers to leave. "You can actually cook now?" Lu Zhen instinctively remarked, then recalled something and hurriedly lowered his head to eat. Chapter 72. It became intense when I saw the orca slap someone. Bai Shao felt a sharp pain in her back as a surge of brute force propelled her over the ship's railing, her vision spinning. In the next moment, she plunged into the sea, which felt as solid as a stone wall. The salt and cold enveloped her completely. Her waterlogged clothes dragged her down, the seawater piercing through her waterproof suit, leaving her with a chilling sensation. The underwater silence was terrifying. Shadows glided past stealthily. Mo Li seemed to sense the gaze of Zi Bing Exen, looking up with a slightly embarrassed expression before regaining her composure. However, Ning Ju and Yuan Zi had been hastening for half an hour. Having seen not a single Xian beast, it seemed even the demon beast had vanished. Though one could always find numerous ferocious and exotic beasts foraging or resting amidst the peaks and forests, all appearing leisurely. In the following days, Ichio continued to cultivate within the time and space tower. this time focusing on the profound realm of swordsmanship, preparing to elevate it to the ultimate 5-star imperial level. Yet, he could only endure, for Xi Bingxen had stated that should he fail to heed her commands, he would not be permitted to accompany her. After kneeling, a burly man, seemingly the sharpest among them, quickly grasped the leader's intent and kicked Su Hu's leg at just the right angle and force, striking precisely. The remaining fortunate souls who had not perished fled to a distance, horrified at the colossal figure before them, rendered speechless by shock. Outside the camp, the four gasped for breath, having just returned from the brink of death, acutely aware that had Zhang Ran arrived any later, they would have perished in the inferno. After speaking, Zhang Ran and his companions ventured deeper into the jungle, leaving He Dao to guard their temporary abode alone. Zhang Ran took 2 steps back. The moray eel still stood a meter before him, regarding Zhang Ran's injury, and he was already too preoccupied, caught in a stalemate. Observing Bai Li's movements, Jiao Huang pondered who this person truly was. She had an inkling that this matter was anything but simple. Yet the Su family had maintained a low profile in Tianchao, making it implausible for them to provoke any forces, using Su Liang as bait to annihilate the Su family. Well then, it's up to you now. The elder gazed at Bai Zhe, the two needing a shared understanding. Time was not on their side. Ma Lu Gu, Bai Linan shouted, and then in a fit of rage, hurled his garment away. From that day forth, half a tail of gold sank beneath the waves, living low-key in the blind spots of people's sight. If one were to reach that realm, observing the current scheming and life-and-death struggles within the Zhao Huamin, would it not be akin to watching ants brawl? Jiang Li indeed found Jiang Xiao in Chai Rong's dormitory, both sisters surprised and delighted, sharing a warm embrace as Chai Rong hurriedly poured water and moved chairs. However, given the timing and the torrential downpour, discerning each other's positions proved somewhat challenging. Throughout these years, she had strived diligently, resolutely refraining from contemplating their encounter a decade prior. Yet each night, her heart could not help but wonder if he was well. The pallor of the person lying on the bed had significantly worsened, with a greenish complexion and purplish-red lips, confirming that the poison had seeped deeper into her system. Yet, he found himself devoid of any means of rescue, rendered helpless. Upon hearing this, Qianji cast a significant eye roll, while Tsang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. The troubling matter was that Director Ning's additional request might prove rather troublesome. Mr. whose excessive caution had turned what should have been a straightforward affair into a convoluted one. Should he brazenly seek to explain once more to Director Ning, or devise a means to fulfill his request? Chapter 73. Wang has declared that he no longer takes interns, despite being a step behind. When Luo Xia heard this reminder, the Qingming beast had already launched its attack. With a flash of golden light in its eyes, Luo Xia suddenly felt the weight of his body increase. Thousands of experts soared through the sky, never pausing except to catch their breath when fatigued or during moments of leisure. However, for Zhao Hao, 500,000 was a trifling sum. He could easily excavate a spiritual vein or sell a chair. The most pressing concern was the shop. With a shop, everything else could be negotiated. Listening to the beeping from the phone, Luo Xia surmised that Nan Yin'er was undoubtedly preoccupied with some issue. Furrowing his brows in contemplation for a moment, he rose from the sanatorium and headed towards Nan Yin'er's residence. Su Mu's voice faltered. He wished to inquire if someone had bullied her, but even though Linglong's pain stemmed from that man, what right did he have to intervene in their matters? Yet, in that moment, she felt no fear. Luo Qianqian fixed her gaze on Xue Dong's direction, and soon, Xue Dong leaped from the second floor, grasping a rope in one hand, gliding toward her in the light of the spotlight. The power of a single punch seemed capable of shattering the heavens, as a black hole formed at the center of his punch, astonishing the onlookers. It was a cough that seemed to exhaust all her strength. Murong Yuanhan recognized that she had contracted a chill, yet he remained unaware that her illness had persisted for years. The incessant coughs tugged at his heartstrings. Had the Chinese in Vietnam not been apprehended yet? Colonel Miller inquired of a nearby lieutenant. Description: the SLNSHU, a creature from Eastern mythology, was banished to the mortal realm for violating heavenly laws and was subsequently drawn into the abyssal world by a vortex created by a cosmic explosion, losing its spiritual power and significantly diminishing in strength. The nearest to me was the Hummer controlled by Peng Jun, a colossal vehicle that now resembled a heavy tank. Leading the charge, to witness an attack exceeding 40,000 was a first for me. Qin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Black Fox gazed in astonishment as Lu Xiang cleaned up all the corpses before finally asking, "Do you not wish for revenge?" Though she had not been harmed, those who endangered her life could not be spared. The reason was simple. This was not a miracle, but rather due to the coffin jade pendant around his neck. Why not band together? The Shao family is doomed, and the Shou family seeks to monopolize. Not a chance. Lu Anshan voiced his displeasure while adjusting his clothes. Yet, deep within, an inexplicable reluctance and heart-wrenching pain lingered. Why was that? The audience responded with benevolent laughter, while Gu Yin narrowed his eyes, contemplating. This Sima too was audacious enough not to fear incurring others' ire, openly revealing that he had placed items within, leaving it to others to decide whether to extend favors during the auction. Although Yuan Zhe offered no consolation to Yunmu nor expressed emotional sentiments, Yunmu felt this was a considerable comfort. Not everyone could find someone to converse with during moments of despair, and Yunmu was fortunate to have such a presence by his side. For instance, the later-time mogul Zheng Xianji established the Gold Lion Company, which at that time was considered a subpar brand in Hong Kong. Beginning in 1984, Gold Lion began selling ties in the mainland and was met with overwhelming market enthusiasm. Zheng Xianji, through selling ties, astonishingly amassed a fortune worth billions. The informant was mingling within a tourist group, making it challenging to emerge without being detected. Someone explained, "Zhao Lai, even if you kill me, I cannot procure the funds. Moreover, this money is not hoarded by me, but withheld by the township government. If you possess the capability, go to the township and confront the higher-ups instead of ranting at me." Accountant's son pushed Zhao Lai's hand away and shouted. In the past, after a meeting, the township officials would scatter like frightened birds, yet none dared to rise hastily. Only after Wang Zijun departed did they silently exit the conference room. It wasn't long before summer vacation arrived. At that time, people assumed that Yunmu, entering his senior year, would charm all the beautiful girls at the school. Surprisingly, after the summer break, Yunmu vanished without a trace. Such a prominent youth at the first high school mysteriously disappeared, leading to the occurrence of supernatural phenomena. Yunmu found himself at an impasse, contemplating with a clear conscience which of the two pairs of undergarments would more effectively arouse the passions of Qian Mengru. The caretaker of the courtyard was an elderly man named Sun Gong, who, prior to the arrival of Meng Li and others, had already received word and was prepared. "Fool, I'm not leaving. I just extinguished the lights and am here." Li Keting sensed Lu Zhixi nestled in his embrace, so gentle, so very gentle. Chapter 74. Shao Sunmi believes that fourth brother has come to advocate for me. Through private messages by Shao, along with Shao Yang's letter, translated the words of Kunming Dog privately for Shao Yang. Shao Yang scratched his hair in frustration. 2 days have passed since the incident. I wonder if we have missed the optimal tracking window. One can only say that it is up to human effort. I wish you good fortune. And if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. In that instant, the burly man was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, his face paling instantly. However, the shockwave from the flying divine sword surged back toward him. Li Si landed directly in Yulan City, causing a city-wide uproar. He had no time to linger and could only announce his arrival in this flamboyant manner. Though Chu Wan ultimately met her demise, it provided Yin Beifei and the second disciple of Nangong Waya, Li Qingtian, an opportunity to break through the encirclement and escape. After a round of eliminations, only a little over 800 individuals met the judges' criteria, while the others left in disappointment for failing to meet the standards. She longed to immediately tear Chen Han into pieces, to chop his wretched flesh into bits to feed to the dogs. Yet, miraculously, she managed to hold back. Dan Hao, what's your next step? The guards of the Golden Apple are certainly not ordinary people. Countless experts have perished there on the continent, Chu Yin said, her brow furrowed. However, this faction was capable of reaching a consensus with her in certain aspects regarding ghost extermination. Therefore, El Qiushi was willing to maintain a connection with the police, which could help eliminate the outer forces of Yu Gui Min or the Yuhui faction. Subsequent battles were without suspense. Over 30 ships were relentlessly pursued and struck, one by one, until only 10 remained. The command ship where the commander resided was hit, causing the fleet to lose its command and ultimately collapse. The tremendous commotion also drew the attention of others. Upon witnessing the spatial rift next to the Blood Heavenly Saint, which was continuously expanding and threatening to engulf him, Shi Hongzhua and Long Xingbao's expressions changed drastically as they rushed forward to assist. Yet, Long Xingbao found himself entangled by Shui Yiqiang and could not break free. Sui displayed a look of astonishment, yet upon further reflection, he dismissed it, as it was only natural for a former disciple to become a brother today, making it somewhat difficult to accept. At this moment, the numerous protective guardians of the Buddhist sect, the Five Directions protectors, were also somewhat intimidated. This year, it roamed into Yun's city, joyfully feasting, preparing for several joyful years, only to unexpectedly encounter misfortune, colliding directly with the muzzle of a gun. Li Dandao had already utilized the art of divination to perceive the truth, revealing that it was an ancient turtle of 100 years. But what of Shangguan? If it were merely for wealth and gain, knowing one's own limitations would prevent any hasty actions. One should proceed with caution rather than reveal their lethal intentions so prematurely. Such is the nature of merchants. Beyond Lin Kai Ji's exceptional prowess, her fame grants her the benefits she rightfully deserves. Some become doctors to save lives, while others, paradoxically, turn into murderers, teetering on the brink of criminality. Chapter 75. Aunt Yu's outburst left you with a mild concussion. Who can guarantee that Bai Shao wouldn't exploit animals for other illegal deeds? The comment section grew increasingly heated. Eventually, the authorities issued a statement regarding the recent drowning incident, confirming an investigation was underway. Shortly thereafter, the National Security Bureau publicized Bai Shao's status as a public servant and highlighted the honorary certificates she received during her collaboration with the police. I remarked on the audacity of one's face. My hands had turned red, yet not a single tooth had been lost. Truly, one is deserving of the title of the strongest demon of this era, displaying remarkable resilience. Tian Wu shot a disapproving glance at Lin Xiao, who, despite being called fat, seemed to struggle for breath. However, Tian Wu could not deny that he was indeed contemplating taking in Yu Qi as a disciple. Ling Ming found a room on the second floor, bringing down a plethora of snacks, claiming she wanted to experience the life of a rice bug. Meanwhile, the two behind Ku Mu launched their attacks simultaneously, targeting Bing Jing and He Yin, who stood firm and met their assault head-on, igniting a chaotic brawl among the six. Yi Yuan beheld the tear of life for the first time, overwhelmed by the vast vitality emanating from it. Though he spoke lightly, Wang Shen harbored doubts. The military tactics employed by Kong Yinzhou's army today were commendable. The city defenses were remarkably diverse, indicating someone had provided guidance. Yi Yuan looked at the young man with surprise, recalling he was one of the geniuses of Ziwei Zone, slated for execution. Wow, junior sister, your words have instantly bolstered my confidence, teased the Jing surname cultivator, as they witnessed the unwavering resolve of the 9th generation Igel Roma. The expressions of the three within the 12 archangels shifted. Unexpectedly, Long Yin Shui Feng departed without a word, and one of their junior brothers and a junior sister were injured. He had bitten down fiercely on the approaching police officer, refusing to relent until Lu Si Hui intervened, striking the back of his neck to render him unconscious. At that moment, Shui Guoguo realized that even with her power augmented by the boundary, she could not possibly defeat Lin Ergo. No. What it specifically entails will be revealed after the meeting, she said, turning to inform her colleagues. This crystal ball is a gift for you, Tian Xiong said with a smile. The crystal ball floated before Long Yin Shui Feng as if it had a mind of its own. A range of 5 li was already sufficient to be deemed beyond visual range weaponry during the Song dynasty. Although many found it hard to accept, they still chose to believe that Pei Jie, who often daydreamed in front of a pile of ores, would not exaggerate at this moment. Unfortunately, the young men working at the hotel primarily sought temporary positions and would leave for better opportunities, as did Hong Ye's disciples. Otherwise, under Hong Ye's intentional matchmaking, perhaps there would have been opportunities for further development. For a moment, the previously enraged Yi Fan regained some composure. Having heard of the emperor's decree to unite the crown prince of the Zhenan Wang and Feng Jiuqing in marriage, it was no surprise to see Rong Fei here. Yet why was the rumored cold and ruthless evil king present, appearing quite familiar with Feng Jiuqing? Chapter 76. The giant bone tongue fish, which you sought to reside here. Aunt Yu's husband, a man around 50, limped over with a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth, its ash precariously close to falling. Upon hearing Aunt Yu's words, Uncle Yu furrowed his brow, spat disdainfully, and with a displeased expression, remarked, "So this creature is wreaking havoc in the fish pond? Step aside. Let me put an end to it." Bai Shao suddenly recalled that the giant bone-tongued fish was a protected species and was about to warn Aunt Yu and her husband. The power within the giant bone-tongued fish surged downward, shattering the red armor of the hefty man. King Kuei raised his arm, his fist aimed at the man's face. I am resolute in my decision to leave. I do not wish to leave regrets in my life. Thank you, Director. She calmly recounted her story. His name was Hai Bo Dong, one of the 10 formidable figures of the Jamadi Empire's previous generation, who had once showcased his prowess against a Do Huang and a Do Wang at the Wan Zone Conference, astonishing all present. The elder of the Miter family was reclusive and proud, exceptionally skilled in ice-type combat energy. Lin Yi glanced at the man behind him, clearly indicating that he had no intention of allowing them to set up camp for a rest. With a sigh, he decided to move forward. With this individual by his side, even rampaging beasts should be manageable. Lu Shun was taken aback, gazing at Ying Xian, surprised that he could silently shift the wasteland without her noticing. Although this was his way of expressing affection, her occasional jealousy was quite endearing. Yet jealousy could never serve as sustenance. Otherwise, one might suffer indigestion. Having a spirit body cultivator in the Shao family was an unfathomable boon, and he was eager to see the extent of Lu Yunqing's power after this awakening. At this point, when Xin had encountered many students who had arrived earlier and come across some spirit beasts, the initial rumors regarding the Rongling grass were conflicting until a singular piece of information swiftly spread. Li Jiang, within the sacred lands of Miao Jiang, was still unaware of the events transpiring here, as he stealthily moved towards the distance. Observing the opportunity, Si Xuan, Shi Yin, and Deng Yin hastily urged their horses forward. Si Xuan brandished a steel gun that twisted and turned. Shi Yin wielded a solid iron staff, and Deng Yin held a light and agile Fong Tianhua halberd. The three combined their weapons, harmonizing strength and flexibility, as they launched another assault against Yang Yunhan. Just as the shattered space threatened to envelop Miao Wu, a 3-meter-tall ape materialized abruptly beside him. Upon hearing this, Wu Wu was incensed and stepped forward, anticipating another clash. Yet at that moment, several police officers entered. Lu Feifei and the others witnessed Huan Zifeng descending from the void, clutching his chest, looking quite disheveled, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Liemo Tong descended slowly, unscathed, while Hua Wanzi pondered what she had endured over the years to become so formidable. Even Huan Zifeng was no match for her. Nevertheless, Bai Shao had seen much of the world. The unknown matters of the cultivation realm were far superior, even if he faced opponents on par with him. It held no surprises, yet he still wondered what they intended to do with him. The dishes Zhou Yang prepared were merely satisfactory, edible, but far inferior to those made by the palace chefs. Although Zhou Yang occasionally cooked in another timeline, the condiments of the Han dynasty lacked the richness of modern times. And having not cooked for years, his skills had faded. I am not the only one in sorrow. For some reason, when Liang Yiping heard Miss Qian call out this name, he was reminded of a poem. Chapter 77. The glacier melts? Is there a way to bring everyone ashore? After the broadcast, Bai Shao learned from Mei Shi and Luo Li that her reputation online had taken a turn for the better. While chewing on her steak, Mei Shi remarked, I wish I could reach through the internet to see the faces of those keyboard warriors. It must be quite a spectacle. Before Mei Shi could finish her sentiment, her assistant unceremoniously snatched the remaining steak, delivering a harsh conclusion. Sister Shi, you cannot eat anymore. Your caloric intake for tonight is already sufficient. Mei Shi gazed pitifully at the person she would encounter again, clearly the same shadow as before, yet unable to discern right from wrong, good from evil. Lu Haidang and Lan Xinji left the room, wandering about without encountering any zombie creatures, and successfully reached the pinnacle of the palace, where the view was splendid, allowing them to overlook the entire plateau. El Simeon described Sima Yin as being like a qua pie, feeling somewhat inappropriate to label an emperor with such a term. Yet Sima Yan's actions could indeed only be encapsulated by that word, reflecting the observer sentiment. Upon realizing that someone had entered the ominous dream of the crow's mouth, he felt an urge to crack open the person's skull to see what lay within. Mu Ran, always unafraid and often seeking trouble, revealed the truth, leading everyone to a sudden realization that it was Chung Xin who had stuffed money. After 2 more days, Xian returned to the prison, where the inmates now bore dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly dispirited. Today, only Bai Shue and I are aware of this matter. Bai Shue and I sense that despite being from different departments and majors, the students in our dormitory shared a mutual understanding. Upon speaking, Qi Guan Bai Shao felt an increased sense of guilt, unsure which thought had compelled her to speak so candidly. At the center of a Yuntian secret realm stood a hall of heritage, housing various opportunities. Wan Xiaopeng maintained a constant smile, conversing with Feng Tianyang as they moved into a spacious courtyard. Should the other party agree, he had no desire to bear the burden of a life taken. However, if refused, he would have no choice but to follow suit. Xia Gufeng felt tears welling up. All right, father, I will. I respect you, and mother. With that, she raised her glass. Lin Shun pondered privately, realizing that as martial arts levels ascended, the disparity in vitality would also become increasingly pronounced. Shintai swiftly glanced around. Before he could react, Feng Lin had already darted to his side. Whether it was the soldiers' dormitory, bathhouse, mess hall, or the various facilities on the training grounds, Zhao Hanfeng personally inspected everything with meticulous attention. After washing up and having breakfast, Lu Quan strolled into the back garden, contemplating whether to exercise with a morning run within the estate. She obediently removed her ring and, in a fit of anger, slammed it down on the table. I've been working since I became aware. After all this time, haven't you earned enough wages? With that, she swept away in a huff, even though he was in a void space at that moment, not understanding how the Yuanshan realm had returned to its original state. Chengge still stroked his non-existent beard with a face full of weariness. 2 Hongqi 9 vehicles entered the resort one after the other, upon the doors opening. Zhang Jingguo was momentarily taken aback to find that the driver was not Ding. No, I was just young and reckless back then, unaware of what love truly is. Jun Tianyu hastily explained. Zhang Zhali had offended many. Knowing he was Zhang Zhali's son, others might seek revenge. For the safety of his son, it would be best to change. Woo-woo, Huang Yin cried. Chapter 78. The whale is wrapped in fish. A storm at sea. The main engine fails, communications are cut off, and we will be lost in this deep blue wilderness, dying silently. Captain John slumped in the cockpit, his arrogance replaced by fear, unsure how long the ship's provisions would last or if rescue would ever arrive. In the next moment, the ship was propelled by the waves. Captain John thought it might be an illusion until the director's fearful expression emerged. What is that coming towards us? I had initially thought Wang Su's hand bone had detached from his body after death, but it now appeared he must have had it severed while still alive. In the 3 days prior to Golden's unconsciousness, the situation was somewhat manageable, as the Shadow Council's orc sorcerers could still be influenced, even aiding in the banishment of dissenting factions from the Frostwolf clan, forcefully suppressing voices of opposition among the orcs. However, from the 3rd day onward, circumstances changed drastically. To tackle these towering edifices, one would need to employ large-caliber naval artillery or heavy bombs dropped by aerial forces. Mere concentrated bombardment would hardly suffice to obliterate the American defensive positions. As soon as my words fell, the tobacco strands in Yu Qianling's hands scattered across the ground. In a heartbroken sheen, he hurriedly crouched to gather them, finding his clumsy efforts amusing, as he, who could live a life of both wealth and honor like Wei Yong, was now distressed over a pack of inferior tobacco. Several men in black, upon hearing Lu Ruixing's words, immediately swung their fists at him. Li Yueme grasped a handful of ashes and scattered them into the sea, while Xia Jianzhong did the same, weeping and choking as he released the ashes. Now she had no choice but to scold Lan Yakon. This pain made it difficult for her to breathe. She felt her heart bleeding, slowly being torn apart. It was not that he mistrusted Jiang Shan, but subconsciously he seemed averse to mentioning this matter to others, a fact that puzzled even him. The item the Mountain Lord valued, prompting her early expedition to the relics and guiding you to the site, was undoubtedly that black fan in his possession. Zhang Yang lightly pointed at the Qinghua sword, causing it to strike toward Long Shao without pause. It was not that he could escape blame unless he took direct action. It could only be deemed tactical mischief. Furthermore, Shen Feng could even sense that Gue Gang had not truly seen what the Tiger Demon King, Wolf Demon King, and Monkey Demon King looked like before being slain. However, Su Momo's plea fell on deaf ears, as one of the burly men grabbed her and leaned in to kiss her. Upon hearing this, Shirzichin furiously punched the wall, blood oozing through his fingers. Yet he felt nothing, knowing Su Momo's temperament. It was only natural that the servants could not restrain her. Which one is called Su Momo? Please exit the vehicle, otherwise, no one can leave. The driver reluctantly stated after getting in. Indeed, before Li Yunqing could enter, dark clouds gathered, and 2 lantern-like eyes shot down beams of light, creating pits in the ground before the Sanxing Palace. Chapter 79. Yes, just like that. Strangle her with the wrist. Xiao Sunmi endured the pain of her ribs fracturing a second time, her voice trembling. Help. Before Xiao Sunmi could call for assistance, soon, the terrifying eyes vanished, and a figure materialized in the room. A man over 6 feet tall stood upright, with deep blue, seaweed-like hair giving off a disheveled impression, clad in a formal suit. Your subordinate obeys. This clever guard, hearing the helplessness in Zongjing Yongning's words, immediately stood up to escort the invisible figure out. Lord Luosha, a few days ago, I heard that Lord Melling said there was a conflict between your Luosha and Melling. You even detained the 7th Prince of Melling? The evil emperor took a sip of tea, then glanced indifferently at Luo Yi. She gazed around, her expression seemingly recognizing something, a hint of shock and excitement flickering across her face. Why do so many people like to pause at just the right moment? Yin Xiang humorously urged Ji Yu to speak directly if she had something to say. Senior brother, is there something you need? Yin Xiang had already brewed tea early, seemingly aware that Sita Lu Feng would come. It was not that Yin Xiang looked down on Wang Shiqi, but she was reluctant to associate too closely with the Wang family. After all, her elder cousin had married Fu Jinran and was even a concubine. There were hardly any couples dressed in matching colors like them. Perhaps only the emperor and empress arriving later would wear the same bright yellow. Injury? Does this count? Jun Weiyao gazed at the blood-stained silver needle in his hand, the darkness in his eyes gradually fading, while an eerie purple hue reemerged. Nevertheless, Jarvis had still divulged some information to Jitang, such as the presence of only one vampire inside, and that there were rewards awaiting in the Shenangjia, Kunlun region. The beginning of a new school year is always a good thing, signifying that everyone can acquire some useful knowledge once more, perhaps. QSHY has profound feelings regarding the unspoken rules. The chaos within the circle is utterly disarrayed, though YD-ing appears somewhat better. After all, it was only on her 3rd visit that she found herself in the bed of one of the bosses. The subsequent compensation was quite generous, and after her rise to prominence, the boss showed no inclination to threaten her. Of course, this is my pet. Had it not been for their inability to withstand the dark energies of the underworld, I would have long since taken them with me. By the way, LOL, what did you summon me for today? Miz inquired curiously. Your masculinity is quite overwhelming. As a regional head in the Asia-Pacific, who has ever spoken to me in such a manner? When Zhao K-in had this fellow in his grasp, that formidable aura instantly vanished. On one side stood the malevolent pirate, while the 5 esteemed shipwrights of KLIL asserted that no rational person would ever believe in MI. Each cast furious glances towards NMI and LFI. As before, Ndu was subdued, and then the position was altered, causing the venom to strike elsewhere. The engine is the essence of the divine body. Perhaps deep within his subconscious, he too advocates for the unbinding of the primary biological engine, as self-sufficiency is indeed commendable. Observing YL's unwavering calm, the old steward felt a surge of admiration. He appreciated YL's composed demeanor. However, it was not until a fleeting purple figure entered Ng's vision that her previously vigilant stance finally relaxed, and a wave of warmth surged within her at his arrival. Chapter 80. The identity card of humanity must be of utmost importance to him. Xiao however, maintained his vigilance without faltering. A humanoid bioweapon suddenly complied and sat down to negotiate. This was not a moment for joy, nor for secret delight. Despite envisioning numerous possibilities in his mind, he could not fathom the reasoning behind it. This was entirely illogical. The capabilities of human thought could not decipher it. SCH glanced at the time. I understand you have numerous procedures to navigate. You may deliberate in your meeting, but time waits for no one. Earlier, while changing in the locker room, viewing the line of pristine bite marks, Ng's heart trembled. The bitten area was entirely bruised. A mere touch brought pain. After silently cursing Zhu in countless times, he finally donned his trousers. Speak up. What is your proposed solution? I tell you, these individuals are not to be trifled with. Do not bring forth your haphazard methods. Ying inquired with curiosity, also worried that J might act recklessly. After all, they had worked together for quite some time, and Ying had a fair understanding of J. Director X? What brings you here? J asked, puzzled, as he approached Ing Liang. After the incantation was uttered, everyone was momentarily taken aback, then collectively cooperated, each contorting their faces in agony. Di Ying was the most invested, his face twisted as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Ji Ying was no exception, clutching her chest and leaning back, her delicate brows furrowing in distress. The obliteration of the primordial spirit, that is the terrifying aspect of the vengeful domain governed by Ling. Since communing with the divine infant, he fully comprehended this vengeful domain. This was his first demonstration. However, this was also quite favorable. SKI mused, swaying his claws. He brushed aside clusters of foliage and nestled himself in the silent, desolate hills, his enormous head resting before Ru Wn. During the salt conference in Sh&D, the salt merchants of Li Ying who were slain aboard their vessels, while the salt traders and hired ruffians of Sh&D engaged in mutual slaughter, resulting in chaos along the canal. Many felt an opportunity had arisen. At the very least, they could profit amidst the disorder. However, when Ji Lian bravely charged in, even a single voice previously sounded like divine music in her ears. This reflects the psychological conditioning of brainwashing. Before the mental duel between ND and FL reached a conclusion, neither party could afford to make any other moves. With that, Chi sat up, donned his attire, and pulled Lunq in closer, ensuring he too was properly dressed. Ying Ru's heart pondered. There is no better day than today. As she needed to find him, she decided it would be today. Numerous fans of the DOF team, witnessing their surrender, erupted in uproar, and many directly threw the promotional posters they had used for cheers to the ground. The DOF team, which they had high hopes for, was the only team within the group to capitulate. With a cold snort, he also sought a direction to flee, pondering how to explain this failure to the leader. This matter alone was enough to give him a headache. Zhu Ying frowned slightly. To be honest, SH&THN's reaction struck him as somewhat peculiar. This man genuinely seemed to have a fondness for CHU. Today, a full day of competitions would unfold, with rounds following one another, and a 1-hour intermission for lunch before continuing in the afternoon. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Ever since HTI and YN won the Olympic championship, he had virtually vanished. Many speculated the reasons, yet without his appearance, it remained unresolved. However, no one could have anticipated that ZHTI and YN would not represent U11 at the World Championships and would instead venture to TIWN. How could someone who would harm their own sister and target an unborn child possess any heart? Chapter 81. Bring a horse. I am now terrifyingly strong. Awakening to the time, it was 8:30 in the evening. BISHO first learned of the fox's condition from Xiao WNJing and, after confirming all was well, finished dinner and sought out the staff on patrol, inquiring if a live broadcast could be conducted. You are free. Do as you wish. BISHO surveyed the surroundings, alluding to the vast aircraft carrier. Such a large vessel can certainly broadcast. I originally had no intention of departing. It was the appearance of the young master that disrupted my entire plan. Ling Shuing did not, however. Perhaps neither of them anticipated that they would encounter each other in such a coincidental manner. Moreover, there was the matter concerning the Duke of Qin. It would be prudent to avoid putting Huai in jeopardy. Qin Suin's car stopped in front of a Michelin restaurant in Shuching, a recently popular establishment renowned in the city. Especially after receiving a 3-star Michelin rating in recent years, business has flourished, attracting many visitors from afar. Uncertain of how to proceed, this matter seemed to be slipping further from his grasp. He did not cultivate much. Merely this small plot of approximately 20 square meters was dedicated to growing ginseng, merely a trial, and he had acquired substantial knowledge regarding this field. Yet the results were still unsatisfactory, primarily due to the lack of high-quality ginseng seeds. The carriage continued on its path, and the youth leaned against the window, noting the route. When the carriage halted before a courtyard, he disembarked and retreated. At this moment, SHN could not help but reminisce about Su Rn Gu, who had accompanied him for several years. If all went smoothly, it seemed that their journey would soon come to an end. Those authors earning a few thousand a month are akin to 18-line actors, numerous and inconsequential. This black shop, with its owner and staff being nefarious individuals, often engages in robbing passers-by and committing murder for profit. Today, upon encountering such a lucrative opportunity, how could they let it pass? Hy learned of Yuhu's loss of the treasure and felt deep regret. Understanding her husband's intentions to use the bounty to travel to the capital for the examination, she sighed, wishing to deliberate further without anger. However, if Dior were to allow us to leave, that would indeed be quite disgraceful. General expressed displeased. The bone dragon belongs to the realm of dark creatures and does not exist on the first level of the underground. The connection between this bone dragon and Mr. King remains unknown. LLN, upon hearing this reasoning, found it sound and noted the brothers were famished. He gritted his teeth and declared, "This reasoning is indeed valid. The brothers shall disguise themselves and enter the city to gather intelligence before further discussion." The brothers accepted their orders, and after meticulous preparations, they entered as farmers, woodcutters, and fishermen. Finding them, that is quite simple. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Ing Ellen immediately responded, "Shui Feng, I shall proceed to attend to other matters. If anything arises, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Xian Yuan Yuhong remarked, gradually retreating. Before him stood the top 5 human powerhouses of the entire Ming Shao star. No matter how formidable his strength, he ought not to exhibit such arrogance and disdain towards his opponent. However, what astonished Long Chun was the utter desolation surrounding the entrance of Feng Yutang, which was devoid of any guards. Chapter 82. Whether I live or die is of no consequence. I only desire your demise. The pure-blood horse sensed the approach of the beautiful lady, becoming agitated and tugging at the reins in an attempt to distance itself. "Do not come closer. Have you seen the horse's white teeth? Be cautious, it may bite." The beautiful lady, startled, took a step back, yet recalling the horse's health concerns. She braved her fear and persisted in approaching, remembering to flip her phone to show the pure-blood horse Bai Shao. Bai Shao attempted to soften her tone, but the words that left her lips became, "Not white at all. The yellow one stands out distinctly." The emergence of each new spiritual vein is invariably accompanied by bloodshed, serving as the sole reason for conflict among cultivators today. Due to a lack of precise positioning, instantaneous movement was challenging to employ. Thus, Mu Hu and Yang Zi Rong utilized the dance of the sky technique to fly swiftly. As they soared towards a remote mountain, they suddenly sensed a tumult of wind and thunder, flashes of lightning illuminating the chaos. Jixing's cheeks were swollen and discolored from the slaps delivered by Lao Wu, and he felt disheartened, fully aware that his opponent had not exerted any real effort, merely delivering a few casual slaps. The fourth individual remained silent, the glimmering eyes beneath the mask revealing a flicker of uncertainty, seemingly lost in thought. Upon sensing no malice from the other party, Lin Sun nodded in acknowledgement, interpreting it as a response. Of course, even the significantly progressed Yang Guozhong could not grasp matters of this nature. Beyond the 4 elemental magic schools of invincible heroes, there exists a unique magic known as Death Shadow, specifically designed for battlefield use. If successfully cast, it can seal all military techniques of the enemy, rendering strategist skills, martial techniques, general tactics, special strategies, and aura abilities utterly ineffective, leaving only brute strength for confrontation. Liao Shijun, established during the Warring States period by the Yin state, encompasses an area equivalent to modern-day Huabei Qianxi, east of Liding, south of the Great Wall, east of the Songling Mountains in Liaoning, and west of the Daling River. Being one of the 10 counties of Yuzhou, the young man grasped the blade's tip in his left hand, slowly aligning it with the severed piece of the blade, producing a soft clink as the fracture seamlessly mended. "So, you are the reincarnation of the god Emperor of Light?" The skeletal giant bellowed, casting a wary gaze at Yi Qingyu. Li Xiang cracked his neck, producing a series of pops, then flexed his fingers, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. However, the demon-slaying group wielding firearms was far from ordinary. Their attributes exceeded 7, and each had undergone rigorous firearms training, boasting exceptional shooting accuracy. "Ajia is dead." I uttered those 4 words with a complex expression, catching a glimpse of Jin Yi Xian's body stiffening momentarily. It was He Feng who had killed him. As I spoke, I lifted my gaze, melancholically staring out at a distant high-rise, the colorful lights shimmering in the night, rendering me somewhat dazed. The following day, Su Xianjun received a video from Sun Yizhen. It was evident that Zheng Xiaoyan had communicated with her. To maximize the resources at hand, Shun Gongyu exerted considerable effort and was indeed prepared to act accordingly. "This was your suggestion. although I held doubts regarding the veracity of the other party's words. Dongfang Jing still wished to give it a try. If Lin Sun's qualifications were insufficient to gain entry, then no one else could, and she retained a measure of confidence in that regard. Yet, he had appeared, providing Shen Gongyu with explanations, revealing the depths of this world. That evening, my father turned on the television. For reasons unknown, Zhao Hui could no longer suppress her emotions, shedding tears as she sought to conceal herself beneath the blanket. He stepped forward, and Yi Shu finally discerned his visage, which appeared somewhat gaunt, yet his smile was notably softer and gentler than before. The sausages and cured meats prepared earlier had seen considerable consumption. To ensure ample stock, Yi Shu resolved to purchase more meat the following day, naturally preferring to have more hands on deck. Chapter 83. How did you know I returned home aboard an aircraft carrier? Bai Shao recognized that the person before her was deliberately feigning hardship and lamented, "Just speak your mind." The viewers in the live streaming room left numerous comments. I was about to cry for being moved, but this is a joke, right? My wife only wishes to garner sympathy for a job. What wrong has she done? I simply cannot tolerate women. Upon hearing this promise, Zhuo Jia was elated. He was somewhat aware of the situation with the textile group. It had long become a mere facade, surviving solely on loans, even paying salaries with borrowed funds, burdened with a mountain of debt to the bank. If it were not a state-owned enterprise, it would have undoubtedly collapsed by now. Ling Yu rolled her eyes, realizing one mad master was not enough. And now another mad mistress had arrived. Two bombers from Asia gradually reduced their speed and altitude, opening their hatches to indiscriminately rain down bombs. Indeed, Frisia responded, immediately opening his mouth wide to unleash a black energy beam towards the Sandstorm City Lord. Everyone fell into silence. This situation had gradually become apparent to them before the new year. There was no need for examinations. Merely observing the external changes in the children was enough to provide a clear sense of the situation. Although the interceptors appeared relaxed, they wore forced smiles as they inquired, "Master, are you hoping to recruit a leader?" The speaker was none other than the elder from Daong. The likes of Hong Jing Tian and his companions stood in stunned silence, watching the enemy forces surge across the mountains, every soldier feeling as though they were suffocating. Did you think that just because you once served as a county magistrate, you could consider yourself the greatest? Well, it seems you've encountered a formidable obstacle. The deputy director harbored a sense of schadenfreude, though his face displayed feigned concern as he hurriedly inquired about the situation. Upon encountering Pu Yang, he was reminded of his previous discontent, causing him to feel somewhat unsettled. That time, due to Manager Yang's demeanor, he was unaware of Pu Yang's true nature, ultimately maintaining a smile throughout, fearful of offending him. In retrospect, he felt foolish. Manager Yang was merely putting on a show, and he had allowed himself to be intimidated. Unbeknownst to him, when the door opened, Lin Feng, clad only in his underwear, appeared before Zhang Mengmeng, prompting her to scream in shock. During their meeting the previous night, although she had seemed somewhat unwell, there was no indication of suicidal thoughts. Sun Yun remained perplexed. While Nan Chengyao's dark eyes gradually reflected admiration, he nodded slightly, signaling Sun Yun to follow his instructions. Despite her efforts to minimize noise, she inadvertently awakened Xu Ying, who had been sleeping in the outer room. The military strength of the Great Zhou was not solely concentrated within Li City. Some were deployed in the surrounding mountains and forests, while others were stationed in various cities. The two camps were separated by a considerable distance, and Di Jin could not constantly monitor by Rao's situation. Thus, upon receiving this news, his immediate thought was to rush to the rescue. After reviewing the preceding indicators and images, Qin Mo Yin felt inexplicably impatient and flipped directly to the diagnostic results page. The upscale venue known as Tianshang Rinjian was certainly a frequent haunt of his. Now accompanying Lin Feng, he was naturally exhilarated, leading him to urge the situation along. Initially, Li Hongying had specifically entrusted a matchmaker to propose marriage to her family, leaving her pleasantly surprised that a beautiful young lady had taken an interest in her patriotic family and had even come to seek a union, which delighted her immensely. Chapter 84. It should be equipped with a Xiao Mount 250 single-core processor. After 10 hours, you have finally awakened. Xiao Qiexing sighed with relief. Bai Shao closed her eyes, remaining silent. Xiao Qiexing presented a gift to Bai Shao, stating, "We have missed your birthday on numerous occasions, but shall not happen again." Bai Shao received it with gratitude. Just as she was about to express her thanks, she was struck by the thunderous revelation from Xiao Qiexing regarding her long-lost cousin. "Huh? Cousin? Bai Shao attempted to comprehend. Xiao Qiexing nodded in affirmation. Zhang Yuanhang took a deep breath, disregarding the search by Wenlan, as he reflected on his recent battle. At the moment he reached the wall, Bing's hands fell limply to his sides, and the signal gun slipped from his grasp, producing a solitary, crisp sound upon impact with the ground. Today's poison was indeed far more intricate than yesterday's, yet it was entirely distinct from the poison of the day before, showcasing a wholly different method of administration, as Linger analyzed. Princess Taishan, upon reuniting with her long-absent red boy, was overjoyed. She held him close, examining his face with such scrutiny that it made Red Boy feel somewhat bashful. Within the elegant chamber, the prominent figures from various sects exhibited diverse expressions upon overhearing the dialogue within the window tower. It originally appeared as an immense black divine jade, glossy and radiant. However, it now appeared dull and lifeless, marred by countless cracks, as though it might shatter at any moment. Observing this, a multitude of people trudged despondently in one direction, resembling a family in distress, leaving one to wonder what had transpired at the Anlu Marquis mansion. Previously, hiding Laozu had clashed with Chunyu, and at this moment, Chunyu exuded an even greater power, making it unwise for him to confront him directly. Thus, it was revealed that Bai Shiyun was not of the Bai family lineage. This revelation explained why his parents had desperately sought to expel him and usurp his title, for he was indeed the legitimate heir of the Bai family, possessing the right to inherit the title of Marquis of Anlu, even if he temporarily evaded responsibility. The child grew increasingly aware of the preciousness of familial bonds amidst his wandering, maturing into a more composed individual, understanding the importance of sharing both joyous and sorrowful tidings to truly reassure his parents. Among the group, a perceptive member of the Shimians suddenly sensed a fluctuation in life energy. The phrase Mo Dian Qing Jun Miao, 11 Lu Fu Feng Zi lingered in her mind, perfectly encapsulating the essence of Sang Ma. Mo Shi, subtle and unassuming. Upon hearing this, Luo Hanyan involuntarily shuddered, realizing that the man before her spoke the truth. However, having already developed feelings for Li Xian, it seemed that her fate with Zhun Hai was sealed. Yet he was correct, lacking both funds and justifications. Departing was indeed not an option. For the first time, Luo Hanyan recognized the immense significance of money. With a resounding crash, the sword peak shattered, inflicting substantial damage on the two Chien wolves, their trembling forms betraying the turmoil within, as the blood at the corners of their mouths indicated severe internal injuries. Not only did the faces of the four mages gradually turn pale, but as fissures began to appear on the barrier, the initial cheers from the spectators morphed into a hushed silence. "You dare to come at me?" Fang Zheng wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring fiercely at his opponent. The Dantian flying vessel hovered above a grassy area, encircled by vine fences. Ah Huang stowed away the Dantian artifact, adorning himself and Tung Rue with it as a crown, and gradually descended with several companions and Mao Dong. Chapter 85. Stay tuned for the Animal Kingdom's Raccoon Prince. Bai Shao shifted her gaze from the tablet to her phone, noticing the videos in the comment section. After viewing them, she concluded that the orange cat in the second video was indeed more lively than in the first, exhibiting an exuberance that warranted censorship. Most orange cats appeared similar. Discerning differences required close observation. Peng Peng mounted a bicycle equipped with training wheels, declaring, "My grandmother's house is quite near. I'm heading there now." In the live stream, viewers engaged in lively banter. The Grand Elder's mind went blank. Was there truly no aspect in which he fell short of Leirin? This thought momentarily stunned him. Had he been criticized, he would have reacted explosively, yet now, with Pajun's remark, he found himself at a loss. Kong Qinghua sat on the bed, gripping the blanket tightly to prevent it from slipping away, blushing slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. The Daitian king resembled a war commander, while Stock took on the role of a chief steward, having honed his skills in the Divine Guard. Barefoot, he traversed the world, embracing the elements. Filial piety radiated throughout the heavens and earth, illuminating all. His heart resonated with the cosmos, embodying true freedom. The gentle sound of Buddhist chants emanated from the Cixin Temple, echoing throughout the capital and the entirety of Zhonghua. This banquet was organized in honor of the Kindness King, and neglecting to acknowledge Zuofeng was tantamount to disregarding the Kindness King's presence. Upon hearing this, Zuofeng cast a glance toward the lower seats, realizing that not a single member of a Li family he recognized had appeared, prompting a frown and a darkening expression. Mo Li sighed in relief. In the eyes of Mo Air Lao Yi, her father was merely a pawn, yet in truth, he was the true strategist. The Jiang family was engaged in discussions with the Su family regarding the matter, while Xia Ji stood nearby, wide-eyed with anticipation. He could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited him should this final Tianyuan-level martial artist choose to surrender. Immediately, Yi Zihao contacted Fatty, informing him of Lu Yan's abduction. A towering mountain loomed high, piercing the clouds, particularly striking when gazing at the floating sea of clouds at its midsection. Zhu Yongkong and the attending physician fell silent, recognizing the necessity of preserving old Li's dignity. If these cosmetics indeed posed a threat, then using them on Tan Yundai would expose her to the virus as well. Yi Zihao coldly uttered a statement, suppressing his pain, before letting out a fierce roar and charging forward in anger. In the path of cultivation, strength was paramount. There was little more to discuss. The leaders of the Body Refinement Hall, Tianyue Hall, and Starry Sky Hall erupted into laughter. However, Tan Yundai remained unfazed. Her expression as cold as ice, unyielding, as she gazed at Yi Qiu and coldly inquired, "Why have we not yet begun?" The reason for not entering the auction hall was that he intended to find a place to craft some spiritual energy crystals, for in the current climate, spiritual energy crystals were the most valuable commodity. Zhou Kai and his companions took the opportunity to reiterate the generous offers from the Asian Machinery Factory, asserting that although Aya Shanzhan was situated in a remote mountainous area, the environment was quite pleasant. If everyone was willing to work there, the factory would construct dormitories to address their accommodation needs. The old ox remained silent, turning to a large wooden box in the corner, lifting the lid to rummage through its contents. Chapter 86. The Wild Barbarian Battles, the City-Bred Eunuch. The livestream chat exploded with comments. The Crown Prince is too warm-hearted. He's injured yet still worries about whether Peng Peng will be sad if he cannot see him. Wait, this place looks familiar. Haven't we been here before? Is Orange Lord lost? Is there really a road idiot in the cat world? Witnessing this scene, even though Feng Yizhong had anticipated it to some extent, he was still taken aback, unable to have imagined that the blood shield activated by the blood talisman would prove so resilient. Damn it, Dang Fei. Realizing the fighting stabs were ineffective, conjured a western sword and launched a series of rapid thrusts from the air. Sword God, Shiman released a slight breath of relief. Had these individuals all possessed the qualities of that wandering poet, an old wolf, he would have needed no further consideration regarding the land of Yanwei City and could have simply rolled up his bedding and departed. The experts of the Battle Wind Mercenary Corps, each seasoned by countless battles, were exceptionally precise in their shooting. However, they found it exceedingly difficult to hit the constantly shifting Chu Yun fan, often missing him entirely or striking only his illusory image. Does anyone else wish to challenge? On the stage, Wang Ruogu raised his voice once more, this time wielding his weapon with much greater fanfare, as if he were invincible in this competition among disciples in the Qi refinement period. Hu Jinshu, the purchasing steward from the Mo Qi sect, was responsible for the procurement of daily necessities. He had come down a mountain this time, overjoyed at receiving a fine piece of dark iron from a supplier, only to find himself embroiled in such an incident. Who dared to intrude upon the Mo Qi sect with such audacity? Although his senior sister could not fully unleash the power of the ancient star talismans, she could at least harness about 30 to 40% of its strength, which was formidable enough to allow her to sweep away any exorcist of the same rank. Ji Shuyao could not fathom Su Mo's peculiar request. As he executed the broken sword technique to its utmost, not seeking a fatal strike, but rather aiming to severely injure the Huang-level bone corroding wolves that besieged them. I drove the van, carrying dog Gu to the school, where I disembarked with the reluctant dog Gu outside the desolate walls. She swung her long sword, and in an instant, a magnificent crimson bird burst forth. The moment this great bird appeared, everyone was astonished. Its enormous form, ablaze and exuding an aura of dominion, was unlike anything formed merely by spiritual energy. Even those outside the arena could sense the power of the firebird. It was as if one did not need to speak. Others could perceive a deep-seated sense of superiority, affirming one's status as a city dweller. He had gathered all the information from Sui Feng and recalled Jiang Shuchan, especially the fact that he had connections with the esteemed elder, which piqued his interest. After all, Contracts held substantial weight in the sacred domain. Apart from himself, few could contravene them. Though the view from a tower during the day was beautiful, showcasing the vast expanse of land and the sunrise and sunset, it was an entirely different experience compared to the night, which offered a feeling akin to being close to the starry sky. As he spoke, Shuaiman retrieved a deep red scroll from his desk and tossed it to Itachi. He had long considered this matter, and while it had initially been a jest, it now seemed to present a viable opportunity. Once again, the Jutian sword charged toward the dragon head scepter with thunderous momentum. However, amidst the whistling sword wind, another sound of breaking air could be heard. Chapter 87. The Jiangqing Forest Zoo's Negligence. Bears on the Loose. Half an hour prior, the zookeeper, carrying lunch for the polar bears, arrived at the polar region. Looking around, it was eerily empty. There were no polar bears strolling on the glaciers, none floating on the water surface, and none playing on the slide with their round bellies. Only darkness remained, as if someone had severed the light in the venue. The zookeeper's eyes displayed a hint of confusion, recalling that she had not turned off the lights before leaving. She opened her phone, and though she had seen it, the feeling was distinctly different. This gravelly sound was simply too prominent. It was indeed true. I thought to myself, how could this girl possess such remarkable talent to earn so much money so quickly? If we had that secret manual, we could easily open a lumber shop ourselves, instead of clinging to that dilapidated store of the Gu family. Li Chong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Some adept fighters had timed their assault, planning to strike while the champion was fatigued. However, if the disparity in strength was too great, such waiting would be futile. Yet, seeing the surrounding corpse demons fearfully gazing at the old man made Lu Ziyu ponder deeply. What was the background of this old man, who evoked such fear even in the master of the misty forest, like a mouse facing a cat? Thinking of this, she Mei felt a surge of anger, seemingly forgetting that she had initially employed a tactic to provoke Lu Ziyu while he was slightly inebriated. Regardless, she was determined to investigate this matter thoroughly, contemplating her strategy when a warm voice resonated from the doorway. Tian Yi remained in deep thought at the main hall, undisturbed by the bustling craftsmen and guards in the courtyard. The leading man merely scoffed upon witnessing Qin Dai's movements before redirecting his attention elsewhere. The roots of the vine continued to extend, sprouting new tendrils, as Zhemo Ninghong sealed his own, preventing the wild flames from consuming it, while the spring breeze nurtured its growth. Lu Ziyu emerged victorious, yet the battle raged on, and Yu and the hairy giant were still engaged in combat. With the giant's fur continuously replenishing, and the cave could not hold out much longer. Seizing the momentum, Lu Wuchen elevated his form, and with a graceful leap, he appeared before Jin Juling, his long sword flashing as it swiftly aimed for Jin Juling's throat. Following the address provided by his grandfather, Lu Peng arrived at the store that had supplied building materials to their family previously. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged man sprawled on a chair, feigning sleep. Avril picked up a mirror to examine herself and was taken aback. A purple mark had appeared on her once fair face, reminding her of the time when Jess had stomped on her face at his villa. Blood Shao and Wang Yui were seething with anger, their murderous intent dissipated by Lin Tian's interruption, just as both parties were preparing to agree on a time and place for a decisive melee. A sudden video appearance extinguished the imminent confrontation. After several grueling battles, the Wiggins family had no choice but to concede. Even as a top-tier noble of the Parker Empire, the Wiggins family could barely support a 4-digit number of adventurers. In a war of attrition, 10 Wiggins could not compete against a behemoth like Crystal Fortress, which could summon tens of thousands of mercenary-level warriors at will. Chapter 88. The most capable present was selected as a hostage. The golden monkey nodded vigorously, its blue face revealing a human-like seriousness as it counted on its small fingers. The monkey has always followed him. He has taken 1, 2, 3, 5. Bai Shao glanced at the 4 fingers extended before her, her eyelid twitching. Dear, 3 is followed by 4. The golden monkey, blushing fiercely, curled its tail. Oh dear. The director calls the monkey dear. Feeling the immense soul power within him, Su Yin momentarily felt he could single-handedly obliterate a royal city. He hesitated, sensing an imbalance in the friendship owed between them, fearing it might distort their camaraderie. Qin Bao felt some resistance. The simplicity of the place left the guards snickering. The county magistrate sighed deeply as he grasped Lu Yao's hand, displaying a regrettable expression for not being able to host her properly. Before him lay a small piece of white paper, its edges showing signs of having been torn, slightly yellowed, suggesting it was quite old. There is danger here. How can I leave so easily? Besides, if I go, who will help you report it? The taxi driver chuckled. Wang Yushan, Wu Chengjin, and Director Ma Kaijun of the Investment Promotion Office all turned pale, awkwardly retreating from the room. Such a person was the archetype of someone who would not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Merely scolding and reprimanding them was far from sufficient. Perhaps Wang Huan's words merely told the death knell for these individuals. The second madam surveyed the situation and realized that Fu Chun would not pursue her responsibility. The third child, being naturally astute, must have known about last night's events, and her departure at this moment was for the best to avoid punishment. Lu Yao's eyes brightened as he dismounted, stepping forward to pick up a piece of roasted meat that had become soiled with dirt, cautiously tossing it at a distance. The roasted meat landed at the feet of the snow-stepping black horse, which turned its head, displaying a remarkably human-like grin before picking up the meat and devouring it heartily. However, the demon lord's strength had changed significantly. He quickly shielded his throat with one hand while striking toward Jun Wushuang's chest with the other. Ji Junshi had naturally received an invitation, and even his parents had been invited, likely to join Shi Ran's parents. A man donned in a moonlight-hued robe adorned with subtle patterns, draped with a jade pendant of deep green, stepped gracefully in cloud-like footwear. His head was crowned with a long, white jade diadem, and his phoenix-like eyes held a gentle yet discerning gaze. A faint smile graced his delicate lips, exuding an air of aloof nobility, as if he had descended from a painting. Upon hearing Ian's words, Qianai sputtered her drink in surprise, her disbelief palpable. How could it be? How could someone so youthful possess such formidable power? Who on earth are you? You cannot be of my kind, Jean Ling exclaimed. Yet, your highness, I believe your current predicament is far more perilous than his, Xia Fingyao mused, recalling Gu Yan's demeanor from a year prior, sensing that a man like him would never allow her to be in danger. The masculine scent emanating from him began to cloud Mo Yanhua's senses. With a resounding clash of fists, Xia Fan was unexpectedly sent reeling, struggling to regain his footing. The children scampered away in haste, leaving the sundial twitching at the corner of its eye. Were those pastries not meant for him? Simultaneously, a vibration surged through his bloodline as drops of divine beast blood began to merge within Han Bing's being. Meng Qifan's desire to collaborate with him pleasantly surprised Han Bing. In return, he would assist Han Bing in acquiring what he sought, provided that Han Bing would eliminate the Luo Shaman for him. However, fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. When matters seem too smooth, it often bodes ill. For other cultivators, sleep matters little, yet for Lin Xian, who had not slept for a night in 10,000 years, it was a novel experience. He felt invigorated, yet the absence of rest left him with an inexplicable sense of incompleteness. Chapter 89. The trending topics all reserved by the zoo. Poor bear awaiting the following day. The trending topics were dominated by the zoo. A polar bear had been stolen. Its plight echoed in the phrase. Poor bear awaiting, cleaning up for the zookeeper's arrival. The most liked video depicted the anthropomorphized polar bear sitting forlornly by the shore, repeatedly scrubbing its bloodied paws in the stream. Hearing Bai Shao's voice, the polar bear perked up, its ears twitching as it turned to see its kin. Yet now, it found neither the figure of Yi Tongwu nor Wang Yang. And even the elites who had joined the Black Snake Society had vanished without a trace. Pei Qin took Lu Hai and Sun Quanliang to indulge in food, promoting soy sauce after their meal. This scene inevitably reminded Ma Teng of the War of the Dong over 3 years prior, when the lords of Guangdong faced a similar fate, yet now it was the former allies and comrades, Cao Cao, who ensnared him. Such a heinous act warranted 1,000 deaths in retribution. After all, everyone was older than Lu Ziyan, having spent more time studying at Lumen Mountain. If Lu Ziyan outperformed him in the first lesson, it would be a blow to his pride. Old Scholar Fong was at a loss for words, though it seemed his injury had healed sufficiently not to hinder him. With no elders present to oversee matters, he hastily made his way to the backyard to take charge. As far as I know, the Empress Yu and the Empress Xian oversee the imperial seal and manage the harem, wielding considerable influence alongside Prince Qin. He is indeed a capable individual, and his words should carry weight. He ought to uncover the truth and restore our marital honor, Mo Hong remarked. As for me, a nascent soul cultivator, I could only utter a single word. In the next moment, 300 individuals transformed into streaks of light, plunging into the crimson mist. Upon witnessing this scene, how Xiefeng's pupils dilated, and he began to contemplate. 4 pieces of grim news arrived, all pertaining to the defeat of the Wei forces. Most alarming was the capture of Zhang Liao and Sun Yu stationed at Yingchuan, who had once again fallen into the hands of Chu, now prisoners. Coupled with reports from Yuzhou and Chenlu, Eugene sighed heavily. The next day, I awoke to a clear sky, with only the damp ground and puddles as reminders of the torrential rains that had plagued us. It was Saturday, a perfect day for an outing. After much deliberation, I decided to seek out my second brother, having not spent time with him in ages. Do you wish to become a ghost as well? Qi Tianyang approached me unexpectedly, his face drawing near. Meanwhile, Yang Tian continued to struggle against the 5-colored sacred bow, met with mocking smiles from the members of the Tiangong men. We are indeed allies. What is wrong with joining forces against a common enemy? Miao Zhu shamelessly declared. The matter was no longer one of morality, but rather a question of survival. If it meant taking down the tall adversary, he would not hesitate to cast aside his integrity. After my careful observation, I discovered that the lavish master bedroom resembled a mere fade, appearing as though it possessed only a door. It was utterly astonishing. My explorations revealed that the castle was not as splendid as I had envisioned, leaving me with a sense of disappointment. Something felt amiss. Pa Zi was now certain that he was caught in a loop, perpetually revolving around a horizontal circle, with the mural rotating alongside him, leaving him unaware of how many times he had spun. Chapter 90. No one stings. Our brother B is conserving energy. Upon awakening, the bear thief adamantly asserted that he merely disapproved of Bai Shao's style. Bai Shao learned of this incident from the former police officer by noon the following day. Su Cc, filled with indignation, insisted someone must have bribed him behind the scenes. There are officers guarding the ward. That person must have connections. Bai Shao nodded in agreement. Not long ago, Bai Shao visited the hospital, inquiring about the eavesdropping ants, discovering that someone had disguised themselves as a doctor to manipulate events. When Zhou Yin sensed that the other party intended to embarrass him, he was instantly overcome by a sense of helplessness, realizing that his fate was indeed fraught with misfortune. A figure appeared like a specter beside Long Shan, deftly severing the ropes that bound him with a sharp dagger. I will assist in any way. I am willing to brave fire and water, exchanging my life for yours, provided you compensate me appropriately. Despite the gravity of the situation, Kong Shun spoke casually, as if discussing yesterday's unsatisfactory meal. Lying in bed, Zhu Gaoqi seemed to sense Chen Feng's arrival, struggling to sit up but failing, ultimately relying on Empress Zhang's support to perch at the edge of the bed. The Ghost King hesitated, then suddenly directed a piercing gaze toward Qing Yu's location and, with a swift motion, summoned her toward him with an uncontrollable force. Having said that, Wang Lingyun made her way outside the ice house. This chamber was modest, containing only an icy bed, a table, and a chair, all made of ice. The stark emptiness was accentuated by corners piled high, with bamboo baskets filled with water. The Tiger King and the Fierce Wolf displayed a tinge of excitement in their expressions, while the accompanying hounds exuded a slight unease. The Emperor's sword remained shielded by a golden barrier, with Ouyang Bo straining against it in vain, having attempted multiple times to break through. Luo Lingfeng continued to ignore her, retrieving milk, eggs, and meat floss bread from his table. Buddhism teaches benevolence, which, in any case, benefits the Ming dynasty. However, the high monks and abbots of various temples require official recognition from the government. 7 or 8 generals voiced their opposition in unison, while others gazed thoughtfully at the meandering river in the distance. Only Deng Qingji maintained a stoic expression, remaining reticent and unwilling to engage in debate. Ma Kan surveyed his surroundings, keenly observing the varied expressions of his subordinates. Today, if the other side dared to speak ill of the star, domain-level, heavenly monarch before them, tomorrow they would surely spread slander outside, prompting the celestial monarch to intervene to prevent future calamities. Xiao Lingxiu had already discerned the wealthy merchant's background. He was merely an ordinary trader, yet due to his penchant for collecting and trading antiques, he had formed a close relationship with Ma Sanyan. Was not a hesitant individual. Allowing Yun Luo to escape was a significant misstep. The revelation regarding Yuda had emerged, and regardless of who had taken Yuda's life, the entanglement of that matter was no longer relevant. Although Luo Lingfeng's tone was not particularly pleasant, he naturally pushed the extra portion of food he had prepared towards Bai Chichi. With precise intent, the robust youth unfurled his thunderous wings, vanishing in an instant. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as his phantoms appeared across several star domains, only to dissipate one by one. There was only Luna, whose confusion seemed inexplicable, as she failed to grasp the humor shared moments earlier. In truth, I came to seek your insight on certain matters. As for Yi Wuchen, he paid no mind to the sulking Gabriel. The last inquiry, seemingly laced with a sobbing tremor, was met with Jiang Fei's despondent smile as he gazed at Fu Sun, his eyes betraying no trace of tears. Chapter 91. An unceasing command from Tang Sanzang. Xiao Tang waved dismissively, his demeanor unperturbed. It was not a pressing concern. Having graduated university 2 years prior, I had long desired to embark on an impromptu journey with friends. However, my mother was reluctant. Following my father's untimely death during his aid mission to Tibet, I had remained by my mother's side. As the only type of diamond formed from radiation, statistics reveal that green diamonds account for a mere 0.07 of the total global natural diamond supply. After 5 years of seclusion, this courtyard had been deemed a forsaken site by many, with some even committing heinous acts within its confines. Upon finishing his words, Gu Haiyuan's form floated once more, transforming into a streak of darkness before vanishing into the whirlpool of a secret realm. Lin Fan resembled a suspended blade, poised to descend at any moment. A thought that left Qin Pinyin in a state of constant unease. He had not considered the details before his arrival, merely wishing to introduce her to a different locale, forgetting that she might not appreciate the surroundings. Yet, in light of her thoughtful gesture of purchasing for him, he begrudgingly sipped, unwilling to waste her kindness. Guo Zhonghan feigned an awkward performance, yet inside, he reveled in delight. Wu Yani, though often maintaining an air of superiority over those she deemed beneath her, displayed Oscar-worthy acting skills when it came to pretense. "Come, Lulu, let us dine," Lu Yunxia said, extending her hand to guide Su Lulu towards the dining table. "Madam, I have been practicing medicine for quite some time. Please allow me to examine the child. I would never risk your grandson's life if I were unqualified." Chi Wan spoke gently. Leaning wearily against the city wall, Mu Wanxiu gasped for breath. Had he arrived sooner, I would have awaited him at the entrance of Yao Ji. Her slender frame shivered against the fierce western winds. "Madam, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Seeing Lu's head bowed in silence, Qi Jinquang quickly inquired with concern. You all, I shall end your lives," Lin Yu declared angrily, attempting to retaliate, only to find herself ensnared within a transparent golden light. "Indeed, it is a formidable artifact. Thus, surrender your struggles and accompany us," Elder Hu stated. Even in the 21st century, amidst a legal framework, human sentiments still prevailed, let alone in the era of the 5 dynasties. Ma Guangliang's actions, though appearing justifiable, were fraught with flaws. Li Lin's punishment was excessively harsh, not to mention the repercussions it had on Commander Wei. Wiping her tears with the back of her hand, Wang Shi chuckled. "What nonsense! Your elder brother is simply yearning for Mother's homemade spicy sauce. It is hardly a daunting task." With that, she smiled and busied herself with preparations. What on earth is happening? Ming Laoda, unfamiliar with the flame beast, was puzzled as to whether it was Yang Han's steed or something else entirely. Yang Shuai gazed skyward at Gu Town as Sun Wei's cannon roared to life, signaling an order, a signal to commence the assault. A beacon of hope for the 800 warriors facing dire straits. As Chu Feng consumed a drop of the exquisite blood essence, a wave of refreshment coursed through him, restoring control over his previously erratic body. Chapter 92. Wherefore the warrior, clearly a nearsighted one suddenly, the Tibetan mastiff barked excitedly. So many bones. Bai Shao pursed her lips, realizing its words indicated an abundance of remains. Instinctively, she understood the significance of the bones, and indeed, when Xiao Tang illuminated the Tibetan mastiff with his flashlight, all present bore witness to an unforgettable scene. Remains lay scattered, various bones intertwined with remnants of flesh, each a testament to lives extinguished. The horror emanated from the cadavers, causing Shi Yu to inwardly lament. It indeed led to death. Subsequently, people fantasized about the princess of Halloween's beauty, yet here I stood, having witnessed it firsthand, and I too found myself pondering such notions. With a still-dazed gaze, the swift-winged wolf cautiously ascended the suspension bridge. "Did you deliberately let me enter?" he grunted, struggling to lift the flickering lightning sword, dragging his battered and weary body forward, slipping with each step. It was as if countless blades etched fine lines through the air. clear as day, causing Wang Mu to furrow her brow and halt her steps. Dozens of silver bubbles surged through the air, colliding with the green shield, producing soft sounds as the emerald mist rippled, successfully fending off the assault. Consequently, Chen Hao, who had initially wished to examine the treasure more closely, abandoned his intent, swiftly closing the jade box and securing it within his garments. Is it Tian Zhao? It appears our Qin shall soon encounter a storm of emotions, Brother Qin murmured, his expression grim as he regarded the ominous black clouds. This sentiment pierced the heart, akin to a loved one drifting away, leaving one feeling utterly powerless. Xiang Lan turned to him, exclaiming, "You wretched bird, I have tolerated you for far too long. What foolish fallen angel nonsense is this? Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique." With that, she brandished the thunder sword, unleashing a sweeping arc of crimson light. Instantaneously, all warships activated their detectors, commencing the search for the whereabouts of the spirit fruit tree on Dajiao Star. The chaotic spiritual pressure surged forth, as Jianxian unleashed his soul pressure, simultaneously advancing the shield. "Thank you, young Master Song," Mrs. Qi expressed, fully aware of the distortions, yet compelled to feign agreement, offering her thanks amidst a heartache that threatened tears. Moments later, within the fortress, only a stench-laden puddle of decay remained visible. Yi Chue ordered several cats and dogs to dispose of the grotesque remains outside the base, finding a suitable place for burial, and insisted they thoroughly cleanse the fortress floor to ensure no remnants of the white tendrils lingered before ceasing their efforts. Sleep that night was restless, as visions of healing talismans, celestial beings, and various demons invaded Lu Ming's dreams, leaving him disoriented, unable to discern reality from illusion. She positioned herself at the center of the platform, conjuring a protective shield. The sole means to breach her shield lay in disabling the 4 pillars connected to it, achievable through the use of the pollution core, which dropped from the toxic water elements that respawned at the base of the stairs. However, the administrative director dispatched by the General Surgery Department insisted on a thorough examination of the patient before permitting entrance into the operating room. "Mother," she called out to Wu Sanyang, tightly embracing her, burying her head in her shoulder, and breaking into tears once more. Muha Oxuan, having discovered the 3 individuals even before Lu Zaishi did, swiftly descended from the nanny vehicle, greeting them with a warm smile. Even if one were to disregard any unsavory elements, treating it simply as a matter concerning Song, Yi, or Jianghuijia, it seemed there was nothing inherently wrong with that perspective. Certainly, this is merely the case for the average sorcerer. Those able to partake in the auction are already quite affluent, not to mention some individuals who may appear unremarkable yet come here, representing a certain faction, possessing considerable financial resources. Chapter 93. There is no need for analysis during the escape. After Uncle's son departed, Xiao Tang raised his head, displaying not a hint of remorse, and recounted his observations of the day to his roommates. In conclusion, he solemnly stated, "Do not doubt it. Over 60,000 viewers in the live stream can attest." The eldest brother's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What live stream?" The third brother chuckled skeptically. "Three-headed? A room full of corpses? Do you truly wish to hear what you are saying?" Xiao Tang lifted his phone. "The broadcaster can provide evidence." The eldest brother suddenly realized that she was lying on Chun Jurun's large bed, and the phone in her hand naturally belonged to him. Yet Chun Jurun was not on the bed. This strapless dress was custom-made by her for Lu Shiyin, exuding comfort and sensuality while also being dignified and noble. Such a piece would be virtually unmatched throughout the entirety of the Song dynasty. Anthony parked by the roadside, alighting to procure a bottle of water for her. Su Xiao expressed her gratitude in a whisper, tilting her head back to drink nearly half the bottle in one go. As he observed her closely, he could discern nothing unusual and applied snow to her face, yet observed no change, further deepening his intrigue. This grand plaza merely serves as the entrance to the realm of mermaids, with a road lining one side, leading to the parking lot. The entire plaza is circular. Directly facing the ticket hall and entrance is the mermaid sculpture, while numerous shops selling souvenirs and local specialties surround it, conspicuously devoid of restaurants or hotels. Indeed, a generator is essential. Night demons fear noise, and we must create a commotion to hinder their movements. "Where's the generator? Let me there quickly," Zhang Zhao insisted. Chun Jurun lay bare-chested atop her, and Gu Sisi could feel the smooth yet firm expanse of his back beneath her touch. and Tianyi lingered at the perimeter of the formation, seemingly attempting to break through, yet to no avail, prompting him to call for Qingming. When the allure of my phone waned, I found myself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the hushed discussion of the waitstaff caught my attention. Su Xiao awoke that evening, her eyes fluttering open to a blinding white haze surrounding her. For a fleeting moment, she believed she had yet to awaken. Slightly tilting her head, she spotted Zhang Wanhao asleep at the table. She parted her lips to call out to her, but the dryness in her throat caused her to grimace in discomfort. The middle-aged doctor pondered whether to summon professionals from the psychiatric hospital for evaluation, lest Xiaoxian's condition worsen and harm others. Under normal circumstances, the healer would undoubtedly dominate the nurse. Yet faced with this particular nurse, Wang Yu instinctively sensed a formidable pressure stemming from her skillful positioning and relentless harassment along the lane. What is this? Just as Ling Tian removed his sneakers, he noticed a piece of gum clinging to his shoe, its color so subtle that it nearly blended with the shoe itself. Had he not accidentally brushed against it, he would have remained oblivious. Through the rearview mirror, Tang Yu felt a surge of frustration, nearly brought to tears as the two passengers in the back seat slumbered soundly, as if in their own living room. He remained solemnly at the side, earnestly stating that if recent events could be viewed with clarity, it would undoubtedly be beneficial, as the forthcoming days would present challenges. It was not that they perceived the situation as dire. Rather, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament that had already spiraled out of control. Without remedial measures, they would soon realize the magnitude of the task ahead. Su Xiaohan's face had paled in terror, hastily preparing to answer the phone, while Xia Exin tossed her phone onto the sofa in frustration. At this juncture, Ji Li appeared contemplative, her expression as profound as a droplet of water, her gaze directed toward the pear tree outside, her thoughts inscrutable to anyone. Chapter 94, Broadcaster. Do not concern yourself. I have my own ideas. When confronted with unfamiliar knowledge, the green peacock's pupils constricted. What are the 6 risks and 2 golds? The purple-winged starling feigned shock. No way could there be birds who lack basic company benefits, merely toiling away for free? Xiao Tang watched as the purple-winged starling folded its wings, effortlessly persuading the little green to falter. Ultimately, the purple-winged starling mused, the rarity of the green peacock guarantees that once you enter the zoo, you will surely receive more attention than I. The feather-crowned crocodile felt a sense of relief, unleashing a barrage of wind blasts toward the front recklessly. Although aware of Feng Hao's potentially extraordinary background, she found herself genuinely captivated, for a man of such caliber was indeed one of a kind in this universe. Amidst Huiyensi's obstinate resistance, Liu Chanan applied a hemostatic agent to his palm, clumsily affixing several band-aids to staunch the bleeding. Huiyensi lifted his head, the left side of his face reddened considerably, combined with existing bruises, and his fiery black eyes caused Qiao Xinian to feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Gong Yiqing, disregarding the heat, imitated Shen Chaoga, discarding her silk handkerchief and directly using her hand to grasp the food, savoring the rich aroma that wafted forth. Gong Yiqing had not anticipated that this wild delicacy would be so delectable, entirely distinct from the precious dishes found within the palace. In a matter of moments, she had devoured an entire duck leg. Pei Ran, seemingly indifferent to the world, demonstrated a ritual to the individuals of Infinite Palace, then squatted beside a gravestone, observing his surroundings as if conversing with vengeful spirits. He was unpretentious, welcoming all to join him for a drink and a chance to become acquainted. For instance, the establishment you have just entered, born from a school of the last century, has remained unchanged even decades later. At that time, Zhao Jun personally received him, offering encouragement and announcing his appointment as an inspector of the 6th rank in his presence. Upon seeing Ji Man, her countenance appeared haggard, yet her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, which pierced Ji Yun's heart, rendering him speechless. "Oh dear," exclaimed the station guards, "how dare you engage in combat here?" Wu Chang seemed oblivious to the outcry, consumed by rage, intent on tearing Ling Feng to shreds. Liu Tianyu, after confirming that no one was following, retrieved a satellite transmitter from a hollow in the trees behind the mountain and established contact with Shuangyan. Simultaneously, dozens of individuals emerged from nearby alleyways, brandishing ropes to bind Zhu Fu and his subordinates tightly. When encountering softness, one must press forward. When faced with hardness, one should soften their approach. With a gentle push, one can achieve great results. Advance and retreat should be in harmony. If one lacks the means to enter, they must find a way. Once the door is open, they may proceed. The two figures collided fiercely in the void, seemingly suppressing the battle between Zhang, Sanfeng, and Kong. It is not surprising that the sect leader exhibits unexpected patience. After all, his parents are well accustomed to such displays of affection. Chapter 95. In principle, humans cannot best bears, but principles lie in human hands. The livestream audience successfully propelled the to trending status, igniting fervent discussions in the comment section. If only I had a gun, encountering a bear would mean letting it converse with my 762. In principle, humans cannot best bears, but principles lie in human hands. Armed with truth, one shot for each. I reiterate my old adage. A single bullet cannot pierce the head. If it does, it is the end for you. Allow me to take charge. I weigh 180 pounds, and I doubt it could consume me in a single bite. With a swift kick aimed at the bend of the leg of the individual before me, he crumples to the ground. Wang Zihao leaps upward, stepping onto the man's shoulder, and in a single bound reaches by Liang's side. Gradually, we observe that several rifles have appeared on the bodies of our squad leaders, and even the captain possesses two. Although the mission from the Ru Lai has not been explicitly stated, the undertones suggest immense challenges ahead. At this moment, an unexpected invitation draws Quechuos from his tense preparations back into the palace of Mycenae, extended not by anyone else but General Heinrich, one of the three great generals tasked with guarding the royal city. Tianzhu is acutely aware of Bai Yanlang Jun's ruthless temperament and volatile emotions. Should he suddenly turn against her, escaping from Baiyan Gorge would be utterly impossible. This is still under the assumption that he is unaware of the demise of the spider demon ancestor. Otherwise, he would have already taken action. After completing this task, we secured the Blue Army sentry in the same manner, binding him to the tent's support pole. The man grabbed something and cursed, "This is hardly enough. Do you not realize how much this rascal consumes? Hand over all the money earned today." He then marched toward the counter and reached for the drawer. These spider demons, having dwelled in the earth's core for so long, are imbued with malevolent energy. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the purple-clad figure in the sea of consciousness. Wang Zihao, holding a large bouquet of flowers close to his chest, appeared before Tang Rong. Inside the spacious room, Lady Hongxiu moved gracefully, assisting the man in donning a fresh, dry robe. "That rascal Magnus. After we depart, I must thoroughly enlighten him," Bei Bei remarked with a cold snort. Zhou did not intervene, but paused meaningfully when her gaze met Lu Ranjuan's. Moreover, the heavy armor-piercing spear, glimmering with golden light, remained impervious to the sweltering heat, resembling a divine artifact capable of piercing through flesh. With one hand, it lifted the still-breathing assailant, showcasing an arrogant display of power. Tang Li was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Lin Luer's silence was shattered by such words. Fu Cheng and Qin Yao listened intently, their eyes fixed on by Hai Qing, wary of any attempts at eavesdropping. With his throat torn open, blood gushed forth as the soldier clasped his hand around his neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow and save his life. At that moment, Yin Shao abruptly turned his head towards a direction, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the area. Following the map provided by Feng Qi, they effortlessly located the site of their previous battle, a place that, despite the passage of many years, remained far more perilous than others. Could it be that beings from the primordial universe have descended upon this relic? The words contained information that sent shivers through Shuang. Lu Wei, satisfied with her preparations, exited the alley, oblivious to the fact that someone had been trailing her the entire way. Her lack of vigilance stemmed from her carefree nature. Chapter 96. The Unmasking of Uncle Nyo. The White Sox make their dazzling entrance. Uncle Nyo monopolized the conversation, not granting Bai Shao a chance to speak. As for why I handcraft anesthetics, the story is lengthy. Ever since the last bull passed away, our family has faced nothing but misfortune. Since it was conveyed through thought, it reached Ming Yang's ears as a mechanical, synthetic voice, devoid of emotion and sounding quite artificial. His form vanished in an instant, only to reappear before Zhao Wuji. Most importantly, the Jinyu fleet was not only heavily armed with cannons, but also equipped with numerous Gatling guns. Lucia remarked softly that Liu Biao's 30,000 troops, ill-equipped for siege warfare, would naturally be no match for Cao Cao's Qingzhou soldiers. Tang Mo surveyed the area, relieved to see that Lung Qinyu had suffered no harm. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to explain to the boss. Although Mei Ming's marriage to Konoha resulted in the loss of a potential future Mizukage for Wuyin, it also forged a lasting alliance with Konoha and provided a formidable ally. Thus, Liu Dongxing's knowledge of my marriage to my wife, coupled with Bai Jia's status as another man's wife, stirred some interest within him. The cursed taxi, usually rushing about as if lacking brakes, seemed as abundant as sesame seeds. Just as Weiss had dispatched individuals to sink the Temeba vessels, the international peacekeeping forces and the White Eagle Empire were determined to eradicate Weiss and his influence at all costs. The White Eagle Empire invested heavily in requesting the Death Gold mercenary group's involvement for this very purpose. This was undeniably not a position that would be met with enthusiasm. There was no doubt about it. No one would question that it was too tedious and would demand extreme effort, rendering it exceedingly dull. At this moment, the previously inactive Zhang Wutian finally took action, conjuring 3 massive thunder wheels for which torrents of lightning surged forth to strike the feathers flying toward them. With nowhere to protect, Xin Tiany's thoughts drifted to a specific location. Upon his arrival, every place had been enveloped in holy light, and although he later occupied a city, it was merely a whim. The only area they had neglected to monitor remained singular. The peculiar urge within him intensified. Ever since Ming experienced that dreadful nightmare and sustained injuries, he sensed that something was amiss within himself. Alongside Nokia, Microsoft, and Google, companies such as Apple, Sony, and Nintendo began to take action. After a few minutes of acclimatization, the driver involved in the accident had risen from the ground, though his forehead was swollen. His lips split, and 2 of his front teeth had long disappeared. Previously, Zhu Shao had left Yanhua Valley in a rush, thus failing to concoct any elixirs. With the impending battle, Zhu Shao aimed to prepare some potions to avoid being caught unprepared. Did you not see my call? I thought something had happened to you. I searched everywhere and couldn't find you. Mo Bei lamented, resting his chin on his knees, tears welling in his eyes. Dong Hui was in the midst of a fervent tirade when he suddenly noticed Song Paiyu aiming a gun at him, causing his pupils to dilate. His voice fell silent, as if someone had seized his throat, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Long Wei's last shred of conscience was completely submerged beneath the surging tide of desire. At that moment, only lust occupied his thoughts, leaving no room for anything else. A young soldier leaned against the remnants of a wall, his cries heart-wrenching as the lower half of his body lay obliterated, intestines and internal organs strewn about. Chapter 97. The White Sox and Black Skin Sports Bull. A lineage cut off. The white-legged wild bull dwarfed the water buffalo by a factor of 2, leaving the viewers in the live stream in astonishment. Is that not the Bull Demon King? A mass of muscle. What a splendid reserve of food. The White Sox and Black Skin Sports Bull. For the first time, I truly comprehend the meaning of robust health. Protecting the white sock wild bull? Pooh! The population of white-legged wild bulls is scarce. Reportedly even fewer than that of giant pandas. With such a large build, they enjoy consuming bamboo shoots. At such a moment, Tang Yi feared that engaging fully against the plague bone dragon beast might lead to a crippling blow or a cunning attack from it. After much contemplation, the tank regiment's immediate concerns were not thoroughly addressed, yet it became evident that confidentiality was of paramount importance at this moment. These individuals are backed by immensely powerful forces, yet they have all perished here. How shall he elucidate this? A medium-rare steak, please. Thank you. Nuoka casually flipped through the menu, then raised his head to speak. Perhaps I ought to have Master Kong procure a batch of drone chips from the black market, followed by an anonymous report. The chubby man chuckled. He was unaware of the events that had transpired, but since someone sought to trouble Xiangyu, it was akin to avenging himself. Thus he felt a sense of schadenfreude. With a heavy heart and without a moment's pause, Lin Yi, after dodging several paces, suddenly unleashed flames from his hand, illuminating the surroundings in an instant. Jia Zi cast a glance at me, then resumed his observation upwards, while I continued my dash towards the city gate, where an unknown hide was affixed. I began to pull it down, and Gue Jio Yi joined me in the effort. Those security personnel, who a moment ago appeared menacing, still armed and ready to fire, now hesitated to advance. Qin Jingyu felt both exasperated and amused, wondering if this accompanying task was truly so coveted that it required such fierce competition, leading to a bloodbath. Wu Wu, stifled by Xiao Lang, attempted to resist but could not produce a sound. Nevertheless, this did not diminish its ferocity. It let out a roar and charged forward, its long fiery tail swaying violently. With the Empress's words, Zhang Mama no longer held any reservations and struck Stone Linger hard across the face. With a gentle wave of her hand, Morong Xuehua signaled Butler Li to retreat. Her innate aura was indeed formidable. Han Weisong approached her step by step, inquiring how much more she desired. "Speak. Whatever you request, I shall certainly provide in full." His bloodthirsty eyes radiated both coldness and disdain. Zhang Qingyi let out a cold snort, recognizing that Li Zhang was covering for her. Despite her disdain for Li Zichen, she could not be ungrateful, turning her face aside and tightly sealing her lips. In the blink of an eye, several months passed, and they returned to Lingyun City, meeting along the way. It seemed that the D family's development in Nanshi had reached saturation, just as the Chu family's power in Chushi had reached its limit. For many years, the Chu family had been striving for external expansion. Concurrently, prayers and burial rites were conducted for the injured or fallen soldiers during and after battles, along with counseling for those suffering from psychological issues, guiding their thoughts toward recovery. Chapter 98. What difference does it make to encounter a ghost in broad daylight until Bai Shao arrived at the Gondwana near the gorilla exhibit? The little monk's wife was about to give birth but had hidden away. The keeper and I searched the Gondwana but found no trace of her. Susiksi, Bisibliangstjes, looked up at the little monkey perched atop the tree. "Are you still eating? Do you not know your wife is missing?" The monkey, affectionately called Little Monk by Su Cece, was only slightly larger than an adult's hand, sitting on a branch munching on corn, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Bai Shao gazed upwards, and as time passed, the sky outside gradually darkened. I exerted considerable effort to pull Luo Han, who was lounging on the sofa smoking, to his feet. Zhu Biao was momentarily taken aback. The emperor's proclamation indicated he had resolved to treat the matter of drinking boiled water as a national policy akin to the nasal vaccine initiative. Perhaps the current Ming dynasty could not guarantee that all citizens would have access to boiled water. Yet this was the shared goal of the two emperors across generations. A strange sensation coursed through her, as if a fluffy thread had grazed her skin, inducing a tickling feeling. Ji Qing's long fingers glided across the contacts in his phone, his brows furrowing slightly, before finally selecting a particular number. Ordinary citizens could receive daily necessities such as rice, eggs, and cooking oil by simply listening to sermons. Surviving was not difficult. At the beginning of the school term, he had issued a recruitment notice in the class where Mu Sinan was seeking a patient junior to assist in the project. The rewards for this task were remarkably generous, arguably the most bounteous offer thus far. Luo Han and I turned to the source of the voice, finding a man who had just entered the foyer collapsing at the junction of the living room and hallway, raising his head to scream for his wife, expressing his desperate need to see her. It was evident that this man was Yin Fei, the deceased husband. Jiang Shan and Zhang Jing had not heard any sounds beyond that of an expected figure. The mechanical voice had suddenly transformed into something endearing, far less eerie than the laughter now echoing in their ears. To calm his anxious heart, he descended to the lobby to find a sofa, seeking solace in reading the news. I picked up a piece of food, gazing at the chopped green onions atop it, yet found no appetite. A profound aversion welled within me, compelling me to emulate her gentleness and pitiable demeanor. Why must I mimic her even while dining? Upon leaving the tea house, AI Chow Chow exhaled a long breath upon seeing Jiao Nyang and the others depart in a carriage. Du Ruo felt immense gratitude towards Princess Jing'an, for she required no gifts, only to care for the child. Thus, Princess Jing'an often took Fu-er to Chunhui Hall, fearing that she might tire herself. Dao Fei's expression darkened as he lowered his head, indeed, reaching for the hood that obscured his face. However, upon revealing it, I could scarcely believe my eyes. Where had all the scars gone? This visage bore no trace of past injuries, appearing precisely as the familiar yet strange image of my father from memory. They were situated on a slightly elevated hill, several miles from the Donchuan fortress, and their attire unmistakably marked them as Mongolian troops. He squinted, savoring her faint blush, continuing to slumber in utter contentment, while Jianijuan pondered various ideas. Concerned about the Jiang family's residence, I decided to visit personally. He spoke while retrieving his phone and dialing a number, immediately greeted by Song Cheng's voice on the other end. Hearing the sliding door, I felt fortunate that I had not impulsively hidden on the balcony. Otherwise, there would have been nowhere to escape. Although I knew that Qin Fu would not harm me, even if he saw me, I still wished to remain unseen. Chapter 99. It seems I am attending a banquet, not heading to the gallows at the entrance of the zoo. Bai Shao stood beside a jeep, exuding helplessness. It seems I am heading to a banquet, not to the gallows. Su Cece interjected, piling on protective gear over Bai Shao. One can never be too cautious. Bring along some pepper spray, and ensure you have enough money. We must not allow them to underestimate us. Granny Wong pondered for a long time before suggesting, if all else fails, we shall close for a day and accompany you. Old Huang clapped his hands together. This matter, from the dawn's first light to the afternoon's snowflakes, had thoroughly unsettled Li Qingmu's already anxious heart. Indeed, a single remark had struck at Shangguan Rong's weakness, casting a frosty veil over his countenance. Li Qingmu discerned the comforting intent in Shui Mama's words, glanced at the queen sitting opposite, set down her silver chopsticks, and frowned as she swallowed the bitter, wild chicken soup. To defeat the disciples of the Emerald King from Mian and purely by instinct, while also sensing the natural jade within the gambling stone, was a skill no one possessed but the Emerald King himself. I regretted not having taken a photograph at that moment, thinking his presence was sufficient. All those fleeting moments had long been etched into my very bones. Why waste breath on trivialities? Just load the car and be on our way. Hu Dafa observed the crowd gathering around him and surmised that he was no longer needed, preparing to start the engine and depart. After settling into the prearranged tent, Li Lingyi led several guards to meet the general commanding the 30,000 troops. Yun Shao merely spoke, acknowledging that many matters are mutually reinforcing. With the presence of the Bai Ling Zhu, despite its fondness for water leading to instances where it rendered her into an ice block, she recently discerned that the flow of her spiritual energy indeed stemmed from the Bai Ling Zhu's effects. Fu Chaji Shan, upon hearing his self-praise, felt a mix of joy and embarrassment, her cheeks growing increasingly warm. The man before her, clad in a simple moon-white satin robe embroidered with orchids, exuded an unparalleled elegance and warmth. In a knight's embrace, the banyan trees obscured the moonlight, preventing Xian Shao from noticing the pallor on Yin Yu's face and the beads of sweat upon her brow. Contemplating this, Xiang Yi feigned a cough, covering his lips with his left hand, and inadvertently swallowed the false vocal cord he had been using. Although the vocal cord had transformed significantly since its inception, its fundamental function of altering sound remained intact. She had indeed nurtured her child well. Although her physical appearance may not have been strong, the child's spirit could not be deceived. Aggressive plundering would only drive her further away. Yet at this juncture, he was acutely aware of his errors, but felt powerless to rectify them. You scoundrel! How can you still find the appetite to eat? Do you dare to believe I might end your life right now? Bai Bing shouted. Xian Shao dismissed those around him, waiting at the palace gate to receive Yin Yu. The recent unexpected events had compelled even his typically arrogant self to adopt a more cautious demeanor. Xia Jinyan glanced at Ji Wei, her lips curling slightly. Those she did not recognize were of no concern. Having spoken, she slammed the carriage door shut. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast, towering 7 stories high, burst through the thicket, obstructing the path. Old master, prioritizing your health is essential. My grandfather mentioned he wishes to converse with you once you recover. It has been 5 years since you last met. Holding the bony hand, Li Chun felt a stir of emotion. He had initially lowered his stance, visiting the old master in the capacity of a descendant. She had spent 50 taels of silver to acquire such a fledgling, intending to train it into a lean horse. If sold, it would surely fetch 10-fold or even 100-fold its price. Quietly approaching the balcony, she observed Shi Chun leaning against the white railing, his eyes gazing into the distance beneath the dim night. Zheng Chunheng gradually drew near, exuding the aura of a mature man, standing closely behind him. Chapter 100. Do memories of pain seek the sweetness of self? A pale yellow mosquito, perched upon Bai Shao's ear, had someone used a magnifying glass. They would have seen the mosquito's slender body and delicate wings, its proboscis moving rhythmically. The mosquito's compound eyes reflected the environment of the living room. ABA, 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 ABA. The warm light fell upon Bai Shao, illuminating her eyes and giving them the appearance of concealing a galaxy. Bai Shao nodded, calmly accepting the teacup handed to her by the butler, her long lashes lowering to shield against the fragmented light. All the students, including LG and L Chong, as well as the battle-hardened Feng brothers, could not help but break into a cold sweat. They finally grasped the terror of the ocean and understood while Elbu spared no effort in improving the Navy's conditions. Under Yu Huiying's persistent urging, Xing Luo steeled himself and guided her along the well-trodden path he had traversed countless times before. The immense boulders, weighing 2,000 to 3,000 jin, descended with inexorable momentum. The force contained within was formidable. Gong Sun Yu struck with all his might, altering the boulder's trajectory, yet he sustained significant internal injuries from the impact, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, rendering his appearance quite ghastly. Fortunately, thanks to Song Tong's reminder, Yizi Luo recalled the bottle of Earth Essence pills gifted to him by Hua Zichan, which he was advised to consume only after reaching the core formation stage. Tang Shan thought to himself, "When did I ever speak carelessly? It was you who spoke recklessly last night, resulting in your belly being swollen, and yet you claim it is my doing." This was a predetermined strategy. Everyone had already been informed, and arguing further would be futile. However, they secretly resolved that should Lin Yi truly encounter misfortune, they would fight bloodily against the secret sect and raise the Wuxiang Palace, settling both old grievances and new grudges. Yet, such plans would not be voiced at this moment. Qing Wei sighed, her heart tightening. According to what the demon god had previously stated, did it not imply that even the combined might of the 7 great deities could not defeat the Lord of the Undead? The formation set by the Qi family required a full day and night for its members to navigate, and for those unfamiliar with formations, it would likely take 10 to 8 years to escape. The instantaneous explosion, while causing Xing Luo's ice spikes and Lu Ying's fiery cloud shield to annihilate each other, meant that Xing Luo, having used 10 pieces of Xianshui chess, was at a disadvantage against the 9 pieces of the opponent's offensive. Gong Yuhan was taken aback when she heard Li Lei speak, staring at him in surprise, unsure of his intentions. The immense power of the flying axe shattered Angelina's protective spell, sending her crashing against the mast behind her with a dull thud, a metallic taste flooding her mouth. Nevertheless, Angelina gritted her teeth and swallowed the blood that threatened to escape. Morisa, having just lifted her head to inform Shui Baihe that they had succeeded, was startled by the lifeless gaze of Shui Baihe, as for a fleeting moment, she mistook her for Mo Lihua. Where Bing Air, clever and vibrant, expressed her joy at having such an elder brother. Feng Bufan Sinjiri remarked. The fiery arrow was launched, with the fire element continuously unleashing fireballs, while Haku Lucy moved, slicing through the fiery arrows and dodging the fireballs. What exactly constrains the other 90% of brain function? The fire patterns he had just gathered were those of their clan, and except for each generation's clan leader, no one else could condense them. To them, the ancestral formation was exceedingly vast. Repairing it would be an extraordinarily monumental task. At this moment, Hugo had completely ceased to breathe, his senses sharply attuned. His right hand instinctively rubbed the prophet's eye on his fateful ring, his eyes lowered, fixated on the plate, prepared to draw his wand at a moment's notice, though he was unsure what he would accomplish by doing so. Chapter 101. Married, a little strain on the kidneys is quite normal. From Bai Shao's perspective, she could see Pang Lei's double chin, which inexplicably reminded her of the Methriya Buddha. She chuckled. "Do not be anxious. Is there something you wish to inquire about?" Pang Lei summoned his courage and opened his eyes, retrieving a blue thermos from the passenger seat and directing his phone's camera at the small, spiny creature within. The round, spindle-shaped body paired with its short limbs made this hedgehog appear exceedingly adorable as it sniffed its surroundings with its short little whiskers. "My dear young master and sister, please refrain from indulging in romance here. While that monster is outside, allow me to lead you across the Dao River to escape this calamity," Princess and Ling urged. Channeling the pure, celestial melody into the 1-foot-long wound on his arm, it seamlessly integrated into the cells at the wound's edge, causing the previously pallid edges to flush red. The cells, now enriched with pure celestial energy, began to divide and proliferate frantically as if stimulated by a potent enhancer. Amid the chaos, Pavlov had deployed all available troops, even sending military academy trainees to the second-hand Boriluisk and Borlov regions. Chu Haoran laughed heartily, realizing that Situ Yaru had already briefed Shui Yuqiong on the situation, which put him at ease. It made sense. Situ Yaru and Shui Yuqiong were indeed close companions who shared everything, and there was no need to conceal this matter from Shui Yuqiong. It was entirely reasonable to disclose it. As darkness enveloped the entire room, 7 sinister bolts of lightning appeared suddenly from the ceiling, without hindrance, illuminating the dark world. revealing a radiant skeleton that materialized out of thin air. What? You say he made you feel sorry for someone? Although the old lady's health is not robust. Her piercing eyes and keen ears provoke envy among all in the medicinal realm. However, after millennia of accumulation, the soul pool had long been discovered, and it would be impossible for so much to remain, leading Lin how to suspect that the soul pool was not naturally formed. In such a harsh environment, a magnificent super city has been established, utilizing locally sourced materials, with the city walls and houses constructed from black stone. The thought of dragging you all to perish here together is overwhelming. Shao Fan feels utterly fatigued, longing for retirement from this absurd alphabet alliance. Spending every day with these foolish individuals makes him believe that his carefully crafted persona is on the brink of collapse. However, the heavy stone that has long weighed upon his chest has finally loosened. The concerns of his family can now be set aside. It is no wonder his father reacted with such fervor. Even he, who has always maintained his composure, could not suppress a few chuckles. Upon hearing this, Tian Lu's initial reaction was to think Zhu Su was playing a prank on her, teasing her deliberately, but she soon burst into laughter. Just as they settled down, a series of explosive sounds erupted, turning the entire sword hall into chaos. Beside them, Luo Tianlu was startled and quickly activated the card in his arm mechanism, encasing himself in a shimmering ice crystal armor, leaving no vulnerabilities exposed. In Chapter 102, I relish the fact that you despise me, yet cannot eliminate me. The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. Every matter requires a motive. If there were issues regarding your family's kidneys, it would be understandable to covet your organ. However, as you say, there seems to be no motive. Furthermore, patient records are hospital privacy. How would she know about your kidney match? This is rather baffling. A hedgehog, even if it is an albino, remains a hedgehog. Such a long-ago incident could be remembered, and it cannot erase even the simplest gravity inscription on this artifact. Due to the suppression of the ancient witch's tomb's formation, the genuine eternal relics cannot enter. Normally, there would be no subpar eternal relic capable of dismantling the ancient witch's formation and retrieving the high-grade eternal stone. The man's face darkened. How could he speak to him normally? No flash cheeks, no estameting. Nevertheless, he accepted the phone and opened the camera. Take your time, no rush. Fong Bai pulled Jian slightly, causing their group to slow down. Although Jian was displeased, he ultimately heeded the words of Fong Bai, his elder sister-in-law. Amidst the turmoil of thoughts, how Tian experienced a surge of helplessness and confusion. He remained concerned about hurting Yin Ran's hands. So Chiao Yin provided her with thick gloves for protection. Once she secured her stance and prepared, Chiao Yin stepped back to gain momentum. Although Arue Ta could also channel some lightning, his current body could not withstand the impact of lightning entering it. Chiao Yin scrolled through comments, feeling disillusioned. Had she known that being unrepentant would lead to fame so easily, she would have flaunted it long ago. As the president of the Las Vegas Consortium, Lance Wilder naturally understood the rules. The Federal Bureau of Investigation typically does not intervene directly, as it is generally handled by them. Sister, this Uncle Gu is the father of Qing Yuan Gugu and also the proprietor of our Jiang family's medicinal shop, Jiang Bai, he stated. Everything is progressing toward a favorable direction. Although she must pay the price of 20 years of freedom for it, she understands that without this arrangement, not only 20 years, but perhaps a lifetime of hard labor would yield no more than 10 million. He stormed in anger, his leather shoes echoing on the floor with an intimidating resonance. The more he remained silent, the more perplexed he felt. Could it be that there were issues with the provisions again? Yang Fan sterilized 2 silver needles over the alcohol lamp and immediately began to treat the man. The crisp sounds of slaps were as rapid and continuous as gunfire, and by the time Zhong Kuan-wei and Kamin Min reacted and rushed forward to save him, Zhong Deshur had already received countless slaps from Yin Xiaotong, leaving his face red and swollen, resembling that of a pig. 400 pounds, pure copper, from a Ming Dynasty's Xuande period. Su Yang smiled upon hearing it was from the Ming Dynasty, showing no concern. Everyone hopes their belongings are genuinely valuable, but whether they are good or bad depends on one's own appraisal. Countless individuals traveled from the south to the north, predominantly clad in coarse cloth, with few donning luxurious silks and satins. Lu Tianyu attempted to retrieve the communication magic crystal eye from his inner pocket, but with his hands shackled, he found it impossible to reach inside. Yet, as an outsider, would I disturb your family's reunion? Mu Yuqi still harbored some doubts. Bai Han's profound eyes were filled with an unwavering love. He smiled deeply, planting kisses upon her hair, cheeks, and corners of her eyes, wishing to remain entwined with her until the end of time. In Chapter 103, Understanding the Essence of Beasts, one must acknowledge that the ordinary Flame Dragon Iron Cavalry soldiers receive an annual military stipend of merely over 8,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yet this plump man demands 10,000? Ma Jiancheng's gaze flickered. The steward spoke rightly. Although the emperor claimed he was here to resolve issues. If the remnants of Bai Shao Mountain were allowed to escape, it would endanger the people of Tonghu Mountain. Additionally, there was another matter. 5 brothers at the dock had been assassinated, as stated by the Caucasian mercenary. Countless sword shapes appeared in the sky, raining down like a torrential downpour, ensnaring the massive pit in a web of attack. Gu Shao and Park Fu Lin nodded. The Ming army, led by Gu Shao, entered Song City first, marking a significant victory in the Goryeo War, and the citizens of Song City were exceedingly excited, presenting a variety of food to the Ming soldiers. However, Liang Lu held no fondness for the Inagawa society, as the last concert had nearly cost him his life. Wang Biao patted Gu Zhao's back. It was the first time he had seen this longtime acquaintance so joyous. The towering high heels appeared formidable, should one approach. Shimin Quang's belly might very well puncture a hole. On the arena, the magic technique of thunder and rain had already taken shape. Derrière Meng censed un pending danger. Relinquishing control over the elemental giant's sword and converting her magical power from offense to defense. Only matters concerning financing, dilution of equity, and other significant equity-related events could warrant action. Now that both parties had torn their facades, enticing Jiang Bai was nearly impossible, as the other side would undoubtedly be on guard. At the center of the courtyard stood a 100-square-meter white pavilion, supported by expensive stone pillars resembling jade, adorned with exquisite carvings. According to Old Yang's plan, he would spend 2 to 3 years preparing and would confront Tom Smith in battle in a few years. Mu Tiandi was no fool. Her ability to tear space apart in the 9 domains and probe the entire universe suggested she had likely guessed he was communicating with individuals from another world in a marvelous manner. Meanwhile, the 2 eyes on the hilt of the blade turned downward simultaneously, fixating on Jiang Bai, as if wishing to engrave his image permanently in their memory. Numerous earthen houses had also been dismantled. Due to the overwhelming number of Persian bandits, to better manage the situation, the distance between each street and house had been increased. 2 ants tidied up the home, ensuring it was spotless, with even the glass windows gleaming brightly. Zhang Ting had at least given birth to her son and remained an exceedingly important confidant to him. Jing Rong furrowed her brow, her cold gaze fixated upon him. He was a man, and it was evident that his eyes held something profound as he looked at Mu Shuefu. A layer of displeasure surfaced in her heart, and her lips pressed into a thin line. Meanwhile, Inru Pe directed her gaze toward the Grand Elder, who was also looking at her, and a palpable energy seemed to collide between them. Lin Zhizhao's words reached Qiao Shichong's ears, and although he found them jarring, they made him immediately realize that something might be amiss in the forensic room. If even investors could not be persuaded, how could one convince those whose consumption of services or goods was optional? Presently, the Daming Navy Expeditionary Force, composed of the 5 major fleets, had been en route to the Dark Sun for a year after departing from Lighthouse Star and had yet to reach maximum speed, remaining approximately 1 light month away from Lighthouse Star. Hey, New Tianba, what do you think Lord Xing Kuei is planning? Sha Jie was rather obstinate, unable to think beyond his narrow perspective. The residence of BIH's family is merely a few dozen meters away from Sage and WIWI, situated beside the village path adjacent to rice fields, standing solitary, with no other households until the village committee. Lin Tianxin, with a flicker of thought, dashed forth to assault the red-eyed spider, while the 2 blades of J Ing Ing W elongated, stretching to an astonishing length, doubled. They resembled not daggers but rather scythes, with slender blades exceeding 1/2 meter in length, their sharp edges exuding a dark gleam. Such tasks are rare, often occurring once in several years, if not decades, and the generous rewards entice many. This is exceedingly difficult. I wonder if anyone has ever managed to push open this grand door, Lu Feng inquired, no longer daring to act with the same abandon as the previous night. She found herself lingering at the end, somewhat unfulfilled, yet refrained from reckless behavior. She feared that she might truly struggle to rise for work the next day. concerned about her stamina failing during surgery. Especially Wang Daosher and others, observing CHNBI's unusual behavior, could not help but exhibit a trace of astonishment in their eyes. Why Ing, known as the Mountain City, is nestled between two mountains, abundant in both mountains and waters, with fresh air, aptly described as a paradise on earth. The lady became embarrassed, while the old gentleman, observing from the side, leisurely puffed on his water pipe, a luxury not everyone could afford, seemingly unaffected by the day's events. As he played the melody, Xiao New York suddenly felt a stirring deep within his chest, as if something was gnawing, breaking through some boundary, slowly crawling out from the depths of his heart. At that moment, she merely intended to let Zihuan assist in watching over someone. Yet unexpectedly, Zihuan had rendered the individual unconscious. Our wife felt as though she had plunged into a warm embrace, a robust, masculine aura enveloping her instantaneously. She inhaled slightly, relieved not to have fallen to the ground. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. As DG, you spoke of these matters. Who subtly sensed something stirring within, a flame seemingly igniting in her abdomen. Ultimately, unable to endure it any longer, she opened her mouth and expelled something. Chapter 104. What time is it and you are still speaking with such sarcasm? Xiao's eyes were filled with thick mockery. She was confident that I could not do without her, assured that he would plead for her to stay. Yet her confidence was swiftly shattered by his silence. To approach I successfully. Xiao had invested considerable time and effort, knowing well of his insecurities, sensitivity, and lack of confidence. Such individuals are easily disarmed. One need only act as if they are indispensable. During every argument, she would gaze at Li with a pitiful look, a tactic that had never failed her. The heroic VKTER. In the absence of Piku and Puyol, he took on the responsibility of the defense line. We need such a VKTER. He makes Barcelona's goal utterly impregnable. The commentator from Catalonia Television praised him fervently. SHLN carried Wing Zhu and charged directly into the XL market, and then back to his own home. In his eyes, LN Ying might be wealthy, but he certainly lacked authority. Once LN Ying was apprehended, he had 100 ways to ruin him. Li Yf-N had just stepped into the Great Hall when he saw several figures soaring towards him, among whom were Wing Cho and two familiar faces. All lackeys of Hu Ing Shn. Ing Fi snorted, but chose not to say anything further. Even if he did not wish to show Ing Ting respect, he still owed and Ding some consideration. However, on the surface, Wing Chln wore a foolish grin, deliberately dismissing the three, feigning ignorance. Although Zhut and Ing often appeared unfazed during matches, akin to Mourinho, he never underestimated any opponent, merely expressing it differently. His purpose in coming here was to commemorate JZHCEI, not merely to indulge in drink. Thus, it was essential to clarify matters promptly. In the next moment, the inner side of the car door was scorched by ash, a cold breeze whistling through the hole. Even if you come, what can you do? Indeed, I recognize that I cannot contend with you, but should you dare to touch me, your demise is assured. BBTO asserted, forcing himself to remain calm. It was precisely due to Hua Qbing's fierce struggle not long ago that those in the army who had previously voiced criticism fell silent, their disdainful gazes retracted. He appeared in a pure white garment adorned with bells, exuding an ethereal quality, his narrow peach blossom eyes soft, yet captivating, gazing intently at her. I perceive this with my spiritual sense, affirming my previous speculation. This Ing shares an extraordinary bond with Lio, likely akin to that of uncle and nephew. However, it was merely a fleeting thought, and I had no inclination to ponder it further. Xiao New York and had already experienced their prowess. Unexpectedly, Gu PP directly pushed her out, her heart racing, betraying her facade of composure. If everything were to proceed smoothly, she would request a month's leave from Lu Sbing, taking a group for a respite, perhaps even to make amends. This area falls within the outer ring of the second circle, where the level of exotic beasts generally hovers around the initial three-color green shadow tier. Before the battle, he had proclaimed, "I shall weep for you." Yes, he wept. In the stillness of the night, he clutched the luminous pearl, named Fi, which Edward cherished most in life, naming it after his lifelong beloved. Today, I encountered her, the beautiful Iliy. Despite her red-rimmed eyes and teardrops adorning her face, she remained strikingly beautiful. I had always wished to marry her, yet regrettably, during those years, that old man was still alive, forbidding our union. Once again, the crowd gasped. Many patriarchs of secondary families even left their seats, bowing their heads to observe closely. After undergoing the trials of the Chinese Super League, WLI's skills have been steadily improving. However, he still encounters flaws in handling the final touches, particularly during ball control before shooting. Ultimately, WLI's technique lacks refinement. Chapter 105. Why the lack of laughter? Is it in your nature not to smile? GZH and strode ahead in polished shoes. BESH or regarded GZH and men, who have been used as a pawn. Did WSHN teach you to say this? GZH and abruptly turned his head, astonished, his gaze evasive, stammering. How did you know? BISH was rendered speechless. Your personality is straightforward. When you dislike someone, it seems unlikely you would articulate that there exists some misunderstanding. Let me guess, did they provide you with two sets of explanations? The primary concern is that if that kind of monster were mass-produced by the Americans, it poses a significant threat to the cultivation world, DHC added. I accompanied them, feeling a surge of fondness for the newly arrived brother, witnessing the affection between the two. SY spat, her face slightly flushed, scolding, TSK, mind your own business. G-ing XWNWN chuckled, ready to retort, but Q-ing YZ interjected. This is not your home. Cease your antics. G-ing XWNWN recalled that the leaders of the beggar gang were still present, sticking out her tongue and falling silent. We felt a chill down our spines. With so many foreign troops, if they breached the Xianguan barrier, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Our numbers wouldn't suffice even to serve as a mere hindrance. YLN, PIGN, LIKN. Only through diligent cultivation can one possess the opportunity to transcend the cycle of life and death. You must train earnestly, or else you shall remain an inconsequential ant in this vast world, unnoticed in life and unremarked upon in death. I awakened. Ing softly remarked. Should the Taifei speak thus, I fear I must offend. Immediately, she produced an item from her bosom. Over an hour later, the two could no longer remain seated, and they proceeded out of the VIP lounge, heading towards the room where Zhou lay. When the news of Hua Guang's demise reached the palace, Li Biying was together with Hua Chngjn, both awaiting the arrival of news regarding Hua Guang's passing. In that instant, all of Hua Chngjn's strength was drained, and every emotion was relinquished at that moment. The long song must eventually reach its conclusion. The lengthy night shall surely pass. A night of tender intimacy rendered Ruo Meng exceptionally beautiful, surpassing the description of a water lily emerging from the depths. I gazed at Ruo Meng in a daze. Beside me were two young gentlemen, engaged in casual conversation while sipping their drinks. The prince, feeling somewhat bored, had invited them to join in the revelry. In Mo Chung, there are ready-made clothing stores, but it is said that opening a fabric shop here only leads to bankruptcy. After all, the mercenaries here simply do not have the time to make their own clothes. He understood, then, that she wished for death, not wanting to harm anyone. Her earlier cries were a plea for him to end her life. Don't go. Do you wish to bring death upon us all? Yi Jingjing, seeing Xia Zan remain indifferent, stepped forward to grasp her hand. Clad in a black cloak, he approached her, his long black hair billowing in the wind, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. However, the other maidens in the courtyard feared Chu Anning, recalling an incident where she had confronted Su Ruling, drawing her whip to teach Su a lesson. Onlookers were left stunned, until He Luo intervened to defuse the situation. Qi Gongjin, ever the dragon among men, immediately fell silent at Gu Aochen's sharp reprimand. Li Murong struggled to escape, but could not shake off Lu Ning, who clung stubbornly. As more employees gathered to watch, Li Murong's face betrayed her growing anxiety, and she instinctively thought of Zhang Chun. You only know how to make me worry, Gong lamented, shaking his head and playfully tapping her nose. Chapter 106. Bai Shao is merely a monster donned in human skin. Yu San hesitated, his tone tinged with a slightly ominous gravity. I still believe I am more qualified to stand by your side than that fox. Bai Shao's lips twitched. The abrupt shift in topic was rather jarring. Noticing Bai Shao's displeasure, Yu San averted his gaze, murmuring to himself, I truly hope that day arrives soon. He turned to leave. Bai Shao grasped the back of Yu San's collar. Huang Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. thinking that it was no surprise that Li Zhongren and Bai Chongxi had not exchanged places unless the commander intercepted the telegram first. If it were someone else, it would be manageable, but before Zhong Kuei or King Yanluo, he could never conceal his true self. Just a glance from them could reveal his anomaly. Wang Fun, listening to the seemingly veiled remarks of old Zhang, had yet to correct him when he received a call from Lei Tingting. The voice belonged to Qian Zhougang, the young Master Qian. If Li Si continued speaking, Tian Shiwu would discover they had come to rescue him. In that case, young Master Qian would have no choice but to follow the 8th Route Army. At the moment of appearance, the figure expanded rapidly, enveloping the massive teleportation array before him. To protect the talisman from the onslaught of thunder and lightning, Ning Tianlin intervened, blocking all attacks. Really now, there's no need to be so serious. A rather frivolous male voice emerged from the speaker. It dawned upon us that the issue might indeed lie with whose father, specifically the spirit attached to him. Including ourselves, the crowd transitioned from muffled chuckles at Li Gongji's antics, mistaking a rooster for the leader of the Lu family, to uproarious laughter that transformed the previously solemn atmosphere into a circus. The last encounter with Gu Xiao and with Sanshin's Ling Huchong had directly reshaped many players' worldviews. The armored king desperately sought to escape us. We pursued relentlessly, refusing to relent until we caught up. Initially, the player was quite tense, but after a few exchanges, he relaxed completely and spoke freely. "Please continue," Bakin sighed, now somewhat impressed by the golden-haired man's insights, admitting that some of this knowledge was beyond his own. Lu Bian hurriedly patted his waist, finding no meaningful objects, silently lamenting, when he noticed the jade pendant hanging there. "Yin Yin, whereas the bodyguard? He won't be in any trouble, will he?" Yao Yao stared blankly at the explosion site, her voice tinged with sorrow. Indeed, such a force as Heiyu could simply send someone away at will. It required immense audacity. The speaker was Allah, revealing that days prior. The moment of life and death had not been the teleportation stone to Nome Island, and the four had been lying low within the human army, nursing their injuries while gathering intelligence. The anesthetic predominantly comprised potent neuroparalytic agents, extractable from various plants, such as the petals of Zifu flowers and the stems of Wanjikeo. The room fell silent as Wang Yun sheathed his sword, speaking with a resounding tone. On the eve of 115 years ago, La Butisai entered the fairy forest, tasked with executing this dreadful plan, and unexpectedly encountered me. Lu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Anxi, Yue, and Daqin were the main strongholds for Lianghua's exports. As long as trade persisted in these regions, there remained hope for Lianghua. Long since inebriated, Lu Fan focused intently, straining his neck and squinting his eyes, all to discern who the prominent figure was. Chapter 107. Your mind is a daily necessity, yet you treat it as mere decoration. Madame Shao maintained a gentle smile, observing Bai Shao throughout. "I know you do not favor me, but how could you accuse me of intending to harm you? I was completely unaware of the polar bear incident at the zoo. I was at the hospital searching for it, and Aunt Wu can vouch for my whereabouts. 8,000 taels? That is far too expensive." Qin Huayu was taken aback. Since his father's passing, the family's expenses had been slashed repeatedly, leaving him with no means to afford such a sum. Just as Fu Siyu was about to speak, Xian Wanwan also grasped Xian Yin's intent. Despite the other party's dark attire and masked face, Shu Yi still recognized the familiar figure, Gu Xingchen. He was reluctant to speculate maliciously about the woman who had endured over 20 arduous years with him, especially considering that he had nothing back then and could never have aspired to be an emperor. The paper slowly printed out, slightly crumpled from having been jammed. She mused. "The new director isn't as easygoing as my father. I should reprint it." Lu Chaoyu smiled softly, shaking her head slightly, illuminated by the blood-red stage lights, exuding a noble, violet allure. Gray's injuries had nearly healed. He ran about as if nothing had happened. One could only say that Wendy's insistence on him resting was a testament to her lack of understanding of the physical constitution of fairy tale wizards. With a loud bang, the door swung open, flooding Wanqiu's room with brilliant light. Due to preconceived notions, Lin Zi regarded Jiang Zhifei as merely Cui Yuding sycophant. Just moments ago, the peculiar blue eyes and the overwhelming, inexplicable power had left an indelible psychological shadow on Jack, especially the unspeakable pressure felt when the boss was angry, which rendered him breathless. In the scene, Jiang Rong's soul hovered nearby, having lingered around him as long as he remained by the pond. As he spoke, He retrieved several dollar bills from his pocket, which he had managed to exchange from Toli. I hid in the shadows, initially intending to apply pressure on Qin how to deter him, but recalling his colleague status with Li Feihua, I abandoned the impulse. Not wishing to create any trouble for her at work, unable to attack the doctor directly, Su Weiyu bit down on the hilt of the Tongzi Qian knife, using her mouth to stab the doctor on the ground. The first thrust was not deep enough, but the second pierced through the doctor's chest. Song Luo, for once, did not continue working late into the night. Ecstatic, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. My father still had something to say, but Li Feihua quickly signaled to the 2 police officers, who immediately approached and pulled him away. This was not my concern. What truly preoccupied me was when I could send you and Lu Hao inside, allowing you both to experience the taste of imprisonment. I maintained a calm demeanor, refusing to let him provoke me. On such a scorching day, it would be unfortunate if you all walked outside and suffered from sunburn or heat stroke. I poured a glass of water for each of the seated individuals, gesturing for them to quench their thirst. Inli contemplated for a moment, then instructed caution while he moved forward several meters to greet the opposing party, inquiring about their origins. The ruffian, bewildered by the unfolding events, attempted to scratch his head, but faltered and collapsed, staring blankly, meeting an untimely demise. Though Yemu was incensed, he recognized that Yanin was not yet in a position to confront Konoha, which housed 3 formidable shadow-level warriors and an unidentified Mokutan ninja. Thus, he decided to first ascertain the situation before leveraging it to extract potential benefits from Konoha. Chapter 108. Trending on hot searches, I Desire a Home. After dinner, Bai Shao opened her phone and entered Douyin, discovering that her live stream had been unblocked by the back-end staff. Furthermore, opinions online regarding her translation of the hedgehog and the white-legged tarantula had polarized. Some viewers believed she should have been more tactful in her translations to avoid provoking extreme individuals to the point of self-harm, ultimately leading to her misfortune. Conversely, others argued that she should not have encouraged Pang Lei to confront matters head-on. The internal regulations of the Yunyan sect, while relaxed in adhering to the laws of nature, were more stringent in their punitive measures compared to secular dynasties, especially concerning martial arts cultivation. Minyang rice noodles, a local specialty, are both delicious and affordable, making them a beloved choice among many. Upon arriving in Macau, Li Jing's cunning scheme was unveiled. This was not merely due to the guilt-ridden Dan Yun voluntarily sharing a bed with her sisters Li Na and Li Jing. Rather, the sisters had long had a comprehensive plan in place. Upon hearing our words, the toad spirit finally grasped the reason behind the malfunction of the Huyuan Great Formation. Did you expect me to assist you in annexing other nations? This person's appetite is indeed insatiable. However, as long as there is a demand, matters become manageable. The battle sword struck the belly of the white giant python for a while, and Lin Yin successfully excavated a fist-sized orb, faintly shimmering with white light. Molly, that's enough. Do not further embarrass yourself in front of Dr. Lin. Chu Mu suddenly interrupted Jean Molly's words, having entered the room at an unknown time. Just as she finished adjusting her hair, the emperor entered with a gloomy expression. Su Wei's lips twitched, yet she refrained from speaking in such a low-pressure atmosphere. Yi Jin's own cultivation was rather lacking. Having recently depleted a significant amount of his true energy, it was now as thin as silk rather than hair-fine. At this moment, within the Tianma Honglu, faint, anguished roars and thunderous impacts could be heard. These were the final desperate struggles of Li Fei and the others, swallowed within. Upon hearing her husband's cries, Ouyang Yu's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears, yet she turned her head resolutely to prevent Long Zimying from witnessing them. The smoke rises. We must remain low to avoid being suffocated, Situ Yin remarked, believing that speaking at this moment was preferable to silently enduring the sounds from outside. Confronted with Yiming's taunts, the prince begrudgingly fell silent, lowering his head to watch Yiming's figure disappear at the corridor's end. An innocent man bears the burden of possessing a treasure. As long as the map remains with Luo Feng, there will be no safe haven on earth, only relentless pursuits. Mei Yali, like a tender mother, caressed Icefish's hair while reproaching Yiming softly. Su Shi and Su Wang's expressions grew increasingly astonished as they rode their scooters, their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg inside. In a misty demon sea of the western region, the West City aristocracy, Mo Jiao narrowed his eyes, committing the name to memory. Bowen County was somewhat better than Lewin County, as the county magistrate promptly sealed the city and organized local militia, officials, and soldiers to defend it. Although there was unrest among the disaster victims within the city, it lasted only a day before they were all confined to the West Street Market, with the wealthier households providing rice porridge to quell the turmoil. After making one mention, Gu Yuran dared not bring it up again, feeling that such actions would severely wound Gu Shixing's spirit. However, he did not entirely dismiss the Jinwu Great Halberd, as it truly aligned with his bloodline's martial arts. Even second-rate techniques could unleash first-rate power. Of course, compared to this appellative technique, they ultimately fell short. Chapter 109. It would be odd for you to raise cockroaches and still be liked. Bai Shao closed her eyes and took a deep breath. If I am not mistaken about the memories of the original body, the cherry tree that just appeared before me is indeed the one from those memories, revealing a similarity yet distinctiveness in our recollections. 17 tilted his head in confusion, asking, Sister Streamer, what is the matter? The trembling of the branches sparked Bai Shao's thoughts as she suppressed her nostalgic emotions and slowly replied, I have encountered an old friend. I must be the elder sister you mentioned. Fang Tianmu did not awaken until 2 hours later, by which time the sky was clear and the sea breeze was no longer as frigid as the night before. Opening the underworld's rift and controlling four ghostly servants led to an exhausting series of battles, resulting in his physical strength being severely depleted, leaving him yet to fully recover. As she pulled me into the parking lot, it was shrouded in darkness, and Zishuan and I concealed ourselves in the shadows to observe the man from earlier. You little rascal, keep pretending. A voice along the way exclaimed as an uncle from Kong Town swung his arm, but was intercepted by several teenagers from Kong Town who rushed to protect the stretcher. Lu Ding Tian picked up a knife and resumed eating, while Mr. Who observed him with a smile, thinking he was a promising talent. If not for the pressing matters at hand, he would not have left at this moment. He also pondered that perhaps the Qingyang Martial Arts School would better suit him. Who says otherwise? If that grandson of mine dares to engage in such nonsense in the future, I will certainly break his legs, an elderly man named Wang declared loudly, puffing out his cheeks. This discussion persisted until Lu Zhen, the party involved, stepped down from the carriage and approached them with a half-smile, causing them to falter in their speech, awkwardly lowering their heads in shame. I am Chai Fei. I am grateful to you all for saving my life, he said, enduring the pain as he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Songhai Zhan made a motion to evade a trapping device, resulting in his neck colliding with a sensor bullet as he moved. Chen Lin opened his phone, intending to check Xiao Ruyao's WeChat moments and Weibo, but refrained. He felt that since she had already hinted at her disinterest, it was unbecoming for him to cling so tightly. Mo Nansheng, rather than questioning, was already convinced in his heart, for all that Xian Yi had previously demonstrated was sufficient to convince him of her capabilities. A smile, difficult to conceal, graced her lips. While she might not be able to defeat a typical expert, dealing with street thugs was certainly child's play. This relieved her, and she looked towards Feng Beichun, fortunate that he was currently surveying the cave and did not cast another glance in her direction. Shin Mubai mused that she was not a good person. Had others been in her position, they would have long since given up. Yet she was not like them, so even if she felt guilt and uncertainty, she would not cease her actions. Shin Mubai felt a deep sense of melancholy. According to the trajectory of this world, the male protagonist, Prince Yaluosi, would face 5 perilous incidents of near drowning due to the catastrophic factors that influenced the world's fate. Her task was to rescue him from danger each time he fell into the water. Her gaze wandered in the room, which was once his former dwelling. She was intimately familiar with its layout. Jia Muron's eyes darkened as he reflected that the current state of Tiankangmen was built upon the countless lives and flesh of the students from Jiaoling Academy, having seized its resources through their demise. The birth of a cherished son is typically a joyous occasion that brings family happiness. Yet, with the midwife's congratulatory words, an eerie silence ensued. Qi Li's abrupt departure felt strangely unremarkable. Mu Ling seemed to have some understanding, which was why she did not insist on retaining Qi Li, who left without further ado. Chapter 110. Awarded the title of Director of the Animal Relocation Office. Shichi sighed, caught between his younger siblings and childhood friends, making it difficult to choose. Bai Shao fell into contemplation, recalling that this sentiment echoed words spoken by the original owner in childhood. Shichi bit his lip and stamped his foot, resolutely making a decision. I too desire a mother and father. I long for a home. The dean's grandmother was right. With these little companions around, I could never be adopted. At that moment, a man with a rooster comb hairstyle had his hands shoved in his pockets, exuding an air of invincibility. The warm water that once comforted her transformed into beads clinging to her skin, drawing away her warmth and leaving her feeling more alert. His tall frame seemed unbothered by the risk of injury, epitomizing an unsettling arrogance. Indeed, those who occupy higher positions often tread with caution and humility, while those beneath them, like flies, inflate their presence, desperately seeking authority. Unexpectedly, the eagle encountered the lion and tiger, eliciting a complex expression filled with nostalgia. Thus, Tai Jing Gang risked a century without cultivation and unleashed the spiritual energy of Yulong Dalu directly on Earth. Ji Qin did not place much value on freedom. After all, being associated with such a formidable individual would ensure his safety in the apocalypse, along with access to powerful weaponry. What was there to lose? Since winter arrived, their Yahua wholesale department had expanded its offerings. Indeed, as their business flourished, the original Fanghua braised meat stall had been renamed Yahua Wholesale Department. Chun Jiantian smiled faintly at the dark crystal in his hand, finding the absorption process uncomplicated, easily managed through the system. A young man clad in purple battle armor, with a long tail covered in crimson scales, radiated an aura of slaughter, death, and destruction as he sat cross-legged within the core of a star. Yu Qiming, upon hearing his words, was instantly filled with rage, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. Inside the power plant, a figure had waited for them for quite some time. Tao Dai was slightly disheartened by the meager number of arrivals. He had never anticipated that Li Mingzhu's expertise lay solely in the art of breath control and pedestrian combat. It was indeed Aunt Chong. As long as one of them reached out to assist, it would be impossible for the Wang family steward to intimidate her with his oppressive presence. Be it the malevolent and deranged demons, the cold-blooded and ruthless undead, the insidious and despicable sorcerers, or the brutal and tyrannical barbarians, their methods of resolving conflicts have always been straightforward and efficient. Song Rueilong remained unmoved, extending his right hand, from which a formidable surge of true energy emanated. Chapter 111. Bai Shao truly is a deadbeat, refusing to repay debts? The dean nodded lightly, continuing, if you remember me, you should also recall the debts you owe. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. A creditor has appeared. Gossip has reached the host. So, Bai Shao truly is a deadbeat, refusing to repay? How much does he owe, and is there evidence? The dean produced a yellowed piece of paper. Had it not been for your recent high-profile actions in the Arctic, I would have remained ignorant of the former delusions of the old man. Before the words faded, Xiaoyao dashed towards Lu Fei. The entire figure was translucent, radiating brilliance, as flesh seemed to be forged from iron juice, exuding an overwhelming presence. Each movement imparted a sense of suffocation, akin to the weight of Mount Tai, sufficient to contend with the Tao Void Realm, yet barely adequate against the divine Tao Realm. This man-eating black shark possessed strength no greater than the first layer of the divine Tao Realm. A young individual endowed with remarkable skills has always been the most easily provoked, should he be incited to seek trouble with Miao Jia Zhuang and Miao Renfeng. The persistent schemes of Bao Shu Monk following Wei Yi would have achieved considerable success. Seize her. The leading ninja sported a cruel smile, casting a cold glance at the fallen Lu Yi before loudly commanding Lu Ruashi. After walking 3 or 4 miles south, Sun Yi halted, turning to gaze back, his heart heavy with unexpressed emotions. It goes without saying that this individual was undoubtedly an old scholar deeply engrossed in the arcane study of magic. The 6 followers behind were referred to as Muriide, and even the scattered class teachers could not interfere. As for Shun Qin's perception of mismatched voices, it stemmed from Sun Yi's insufficient cultivation, preventing him from authentically manifesting everything in the wondrous realm. Furthermore, during their previous encounters, he had consistently spoken with calm composure. So it was not surprising that Shun Qin would find his voice this time unrecognizable. Shui Tianlan felt a sense of relief, realizing that not all members of the Feng family were adversarial toward the unfortunate mother and child. There were indeed discerning individuals among them. Receiving the test tube, Lin Tao revealed a hint of a smile. Only the serum from the Green Giant was of utmost concern to him. If he could successfully acquire the abilities of the Green Giant, he would fear nothing, whether in the Marvel Universe or the Tianlong world. Within that radiant glow, the imposing presence of the silver giant wolf surged, and the ferocity in his eyes grew increasingly frenzied. He furiously thrashed his body, attempting to shake off the golden eagle feathers clinging to him. Upon hearing this, Miss Shun understood instantly. Although they were good friends, no feast lasts forever, and separation was inevitably destined to occur. Song Yinan halted, and the tall boy followed suit, slightly tilting his face to glance at her. "It's all my fault. I failed to take good care of you." After saying this, Dongfang Xian's mother began to sob. "It's all right, mother. Trust me, good fortune will prevail." Dongfang Xian continued to comfort her mother, yet his eyes were filled with an indomitable spirit. He would go days without a word, then have stretches of time filled with idle chatter, regardless of the hour or place. And Xu Ekai was the chief disciple of the current head of Anne's Mountain Villa and a leading candidate for the next head. This poison was derived from a type of magic bone grass. The toxin would lie dormant within the victim's body until external force triggered a rapid onset, striking directly at the heart, resulting in sudden death. At this moment, I had already attended university and worked. I had tasted every kind of feast imaginable. Uninformed? Who are you referring to? Su Sueki was blissfully unaware that her knowledge far surpassed her understanding. "Thank you, great general." Calming his mind, Ning Xiangyue composed himself and sat down, yet the spring-like atmosphere of the prince's residence felt somewhat stifling. Chapter 112. Borrowing Loans in the Dean's Name. The host truly faces justice. A bone-chilling cold seized her heart. Bai Shao's entire being was taut with tension. She closed her eyes, striving to maintain her composure. But under the influence of the original owner, she struggled to control her emotions. Lifting her eyelids, she directed a gaze filled with fury toward the dean. How benevolent and kind he appeared. Who could have imagined that beneath the resplendent exterior crawled repugnant maggots? And that greed could transform into a gallows that ensnares the essence of humanity, rendering individuals unrecognizable. Bai Shao's gaze entwined with substance, as she chose ancient vessels perfectly suited for this world and era. The sources of propulsion were categorized into three types: sails, oars, and when navigating against the current. One might even require the assistance of trackers. The chronicles of Helidim mention that the main sections of the river exhibit gentle currents. The booming sounds echoed continuously, as the sandstorm pope unleashed spears of sand that detonated around Li Ji and his companions, creating numerous deep craters and sending shards of stone and clouds of dust soaring into the air. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi nodded slightly. At that moment, Qian Longke was merely an ordinary deputy governor in charge of agriculture, forestry, and water resources. Thus, the threat he posed was not substantial. In Lin, she felt a slight sense of relief. At last, she could no longer endure such indignity and, in despair, divorced him. The children remained with her, while the once cherished home was left to her ex-husband. In the densely vegetated Amazon rainforest, he could discover hidden landmines concealed beneath the withered branches and fallen leaves. And he could locate the positions of 3 seasoned snipers, approaching them stealthily while evading their line of sight. Upon entering university, Lin Shi's craving for tobacco intensified considerably. And the reason was straightforward. Feng Dongsheng and Zhao Yi both smoked. "You give me one, and I'll give him one." Over the course of nearly 2 months, their collective addiction significantly increased. In an instant, the cosmos reverberated with the sounds of numerous explosions as flashes of light illuminated the entire sky. Hung Yi rose to signal farewell, while Salika accompanied the leader of the multi-tailed clan to the teleportation array. Unexpectedly, the man, in a foul mood, declared that it was unnecessary to trouble them and took off on his own. This indicated that Yu Feng had no intention of restricting Jin Yuan Gongzhu's movements, nor did he seem inclined to depart immediately. We descended the stone steps with utmost caution, wary that the ground before us might be an illusion. This level featured a spacious area spanning at least 1,000 square meters. We stood closely together, prepared for any unforeseen changes. Her husband, once willing to use himself as bait for the kingdom's sake, had bravely convinced Yuan Shi to halt at the precipice, dissipating the imminent internal strife. She did not wish for him to be compelled to take extreme measures due to her circumstances, especially since such actions were contrary to his own desires. "Gong Gong, why did you bring me here? Wouldn't it be better to let the old gun blaze?" "Sam Buliu inwit." I struck the monk with a punch, but he remained unmoved, merely gazing at me coldly, the corners of his mouth curving slightly in a semblance of a smile. With a jade seal in hand, the ghostly emperor's entire demeanor shifted, emanating a formidable and domineering aura. Bai Mu puffed up her cheeks. "It's acceptable, yet she felt otherwise, believing that the celestial realm was far more beautiful than this. Wu Jiu silently savored these two words, while Bai Li Wu Yu and Angus each whispered them with different expressions. Chapter 113. The owner of Wu Xing Cat CAF, crossed out. Madame Bai Shao publicly exposed the sordid affairs of the welfare institution. Yet she was met with skepticism from the live stream audience. Are they treating people as blood banks? Are you certain? Is Luo Chu's illness fabricated? Are they colluding to deceive you? Have you been kept in the dark all along? How could such small children collude with the director? It's simply implausible. If the broadcaster's claims are true, isn't the director digging her own grave? Is she not leading everyone to the welfare? Mo Ling, noticing Mu Fei's nonchalant demeanor, was aware of his thoughts and dragged him to an internet CAF, casually selecting a computer. He was an ordinary employee, colloquially referred to as a working drone, who helped at his father's bar in the evenings, with a penchant for singing and occasionally performing on stage. Du Chen's gaze was piercing as he absorbed the entire scene. However, before he could draw any conclusions, the head of the institution reiterated the crucial clues that Tang Cheng had pointed out earlier. With his straightforward approach, they had already dealt with 3 teams of malevolent ghost warriors. Each ghost warrior team consisted of 5 members, and they had faced minimal pressure. The most perilous encounter occurred when, following the defeat of one team, another appeared immediately, resulting in consecutive battles without respite. Yi Ling retrieved compressed biscuits and fresh water from his backpack, filling his stomach before finding a clean sofa to lie down on. Once the news of President Li hastily signing Zheng Wanqing as a spokesperson circulated, other companies would undoubtedly vie for her. For who would not wish to align themselves with a global giant? The corridor of the male dormitory appeared relatively tidy. However, the state of the dorm rooms remained uncertain. Following closely behind Sheni Chen, I watched as he knocked on the door of the first dormitory, my breath catching. It was my first genuine visit to the male dormitory, and I couldn't help but feel anxious. A young man in his 20s entered, appearing somewhat handsome and dressed in a suit. He was accompanied by a foreigner with striking green eyes. The foolish young master had risen to become the foremost prodigy of Qing Shui County. Everything I had done had become utterly meaningless. As for why I found myself associating with the Chun family after arriving at Baiyin Academy, and even acquiring a set of their magical artifacts, I said, I wish to assist the young master. Do you believe me? Observing the disheveled individual before me, clad in tattered rags, Jun Qian's scrutinizing gaze flickered with curiosity. His deep blue eyes surveyed from top to bottom, and upon noticing the pool of blood on the ground, Yun Qian's pupils contracted slightly. Indeed, witnessing Li Chu's well-dressed and dignified appearance in stark contrast to Li Kei's current disheveled state, Kai Shui could hardly suppress her envy. Leave? I want to take my child. He is mine, Aunt Yun exclaimed in excitement, rushing upstairs to call for her child. Away, pack your things. Mommy is taking you away. We are leaving this home. Aunt Yun gripped her child's hand with such force that her nails dug into Wei's wrist. Yet, the young master's cabinet was empty. Su Mu appeared behind Tang Bo without anyone noticing. Despite Gu Chong's slight stature, she was unable to resist being pulled to the table. Chin up. Medication can heal. As for monster injuries, if we neglect these, the newcomers may very well leave Li Jiao half incapacitated. Her long brows knitted slightly, her eyes half lowered, thick lashes obscuring the depths of her gaze. After donning an outer garment, she opened the door, and without needing to call, someone brought warm water for her to wash up. Ling Yu shook his head, crumpling the paper into a ball and tossing it to the ground. Retrieving another sheet to continue drawing, his mind in turmoil. He had already discarded 5 or 6 crumpled pieces of paper. Chapter 114. 2 major taboo areas fully occupied. Not earning a single cent is just companionship. Wu Xing repeatedly waved his hands. No, I am merely what is colloquially referred to as a third-generation dismantler. Having been fortunate during reincarnation, I am not a young master. I guided everyone to see the Cat CF, personally overseeing the renovations, which utilized materials free of formaldehyde, and I felt quite saddened when it announced its closure. As the camera turned, the audience's attention shifted to the CAF's environment. The Cat CAF featured floor-to-ceiling windows, abundant light, and a pastoral design that infused the atmosphere with warmth and comfort. Would those sprawled across the floor below be the minions of the mastermind? If so, why were they unconscious? To minimize the launch time and ensure the oil tank was fired before the netting was burned, the entire operation of the trebuchet had to be executed in synchronization. En route, He had communicated with Liu Jinma over the phone, who had relayed the general situation to him. Seeing him blush profusely, he recalled that he had yet to fetch the alcohol antidote. He lifted the blanket and got out of bed, saying, "Aunt Chun prepared fresh sugarcane juice before bed. I'll get it for you." As he spoke, he worried that he had consumed too much alcohol and might slip in the bathroom while bathing. The spear shaft was typically made of composite materials, created from various substances, ensuring both weight and durability, with a complex production process that incurred substantial costs. Fortunately, their battlefield was suspended in the air, had it been on the ground. The combined forces of the Law Enforcement Corps and the Qing Xian Army, totaling tens of thousands, would have likely faced utter annihilation in this supreme clash. Her voice ignited the fervor of the entire assembly, with many chanting Guling's name as if she were super idol. Moreover, in front of such a multitude, she could hardly ignore Wen Xian, for it was her actions that had led to Wen Xian's injury. Blood pooled on the ground, and eyeballs rolled away, disappearing into the crevices of the walls, leaving a long, slender trace. Lord Hua Qi clutched his left eye, writhing in agony, his entire body curling up as if he were in excruciating pain. Opposite him sat a lady in her 60s, adorned with a black lace hat, slender and fair-skinned, though her complexion was not smooth. Given her ability to afford such luxury vehicles and bodyguards, Niawan Luo concluded that this lady did not prioritize her personal upkeep. Wiping the sweat from her face with a towel freshly bought from a convenience store, I steadied my breath and retrieved my keys to unlock the door. A month later, the army led by the English Duke pursued the enemy to Chico, driving the Tartars into the desert and seizing countless cattle and horses, achieving a resounding victory. Taige glanced at the blazing sun above, wiped the sweat from his brow, and followed Su Nu into the giant's hand mountains for 3 days. Yet, not a single bandit or even a ghostly shadow had been sighted. Dongfang Shao looked incredulously at Dongfang Fu and the Grand Elder. Their families should be mortal enemies, especially since the Grand Elder of the Qian family had perished at his hands. Now, he was to visit the home of his foe, which left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Chapter 115. A family that values daughters over sons. This was my first encounter with such a phenomenon. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, everyone focused on the flickering data on the computer, while the headset remained inexplicably silent, as if the people from the underworld had obediently gone to bed early, preparing to be good children. How do you know? Zeus's expression shifted. This was his greatest secret, known to no one across the land. Wei Shixiao, where have you been all morning? I've searched for you twice, and you were nowhere to be found. He who said, enunciating each word. Do you like Ma Xingyao? Feng Yushi did not immediately address the matter at hand, but instead asked a trivial question. Suja smiled faintly, refraining from responding. He wasn't quite sure what to say. He couldn't very well admit that his mental prowess stemmed from relying on the Qing Ming elixir. With the sharp cry of the round-faced officer, everyone in the conference room turned their gaze to the video, focusing on the face of the young man who had been inexplicably murdered by his comrade. If Ji Wu had intended to kill Hua Qinglan with this sword, even if she had 9 lives, she would have perished. However, he chose not to take a life, but merely severed his tongue. Suja evaded the venomous sting of the tail, but could not escape the whip-like lash. His force and mental energy dissipated, leaving Suja's complexion exceptionally pale. Furthermore, having forcibly twisted his body to avoid the tail's attack, Suja was utterly exhausted. I have never believed that any animal's excrement could be consumed. Dan Tai Mingwei retorted impatiently, resigning herself to the fact that she had been deceived by this old man today. The titanium blade clashed head-on without flourish, their weapons colliding violently as the two mechas faced off in a contest of strength. Observing Yi Dongping's puzzled expression directed towards him, Qin Yibai merely shrugged and remained silent, leaving Yi Dongping feeling utterly perplexed. Outside, the battle raged fiercely, yet they had gained a decisive upper hand. The enemy was gradually retreating, though their aircraft carrier was moving further away. Humph! The monk can run, but the temple cannot escape. It is not so easy. For the first time nestled in his embrace, Lu Qiaoer felt that everything else in the world had lost its significance. Even if they were to perish together in this moment, it was worth it. From this instant onward, Lu Qiaoer ceased to worry, to grieve, to panic, or to fear. With such thoughts in mind, she was about to speak when a soft, delicate call reached her ears. "My lord, why have you not yet rested?" Qin Xianer slowly emerged from the Qianqing palace, her eyes swollen from tears, with remnants of sorrow still visible on her face. appearing utterly pitiful. Sitting at the Qin stand, Qin Xianer smiled gently at him, plucking the strings, and the melodious sound flowed like water. How annoying, Xiao Yurua thought, feeling agitated that he would risk offending Prince Cheng for the sake of the Xiao family. She had intended to speak softly to him, but his coarse words shattered the tender atmosphere, causing her cheeks to flush with indignation. Jia Ziqin appeared before him, though they maintained a distance. He still had to lower his head to meet her gaze. Your Highness, what if she belongs to the Xian Wang? Chief Steward Zhang expressed his concerns, noticing the look in Qi Wang's eyes, and wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. The dock lacked a sea. Across the way, there was certainly no mirage. She doubted the scenery before her, advancing further, even surpassing Han Bin, drawing closer to the light curtain. She felt as though her vision was filled with an array of colors, and she passed through the light curtain, fixating on the mirage ahead. To appease the other special enrollees from the third school, she reserved a large private room accommodating dozens, just as she had before. Sending a message to the other special enrollee, Wang Ling, who had been closely following her, to notify them. The pressure on her wrist intensified as she bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not utter a word of plea, fearful of provoking Han Mingjue's ire and inciting his wrath upon her grandmother. During the pulse check, it became apparent that she had been overly worried and fatigued, and her condition was somewhat unstable. The days ahead would likely not be tranquil. Jiang Feng felt a sudden pause in his breath, instantly comprehending something, and his excitement left him somewhat flustered. A brilliant light erupted behind the 4 individuals and 1 serpent. As a powerful yet chaotic aura erupted from the locations of the 3 beams of light with a resounding explosion. Ancient martial arts? Helian Nuo repeated mechanically. These fresh terms had completely surpassed his understanding of this world, compelling him to repeatedly cast inquiring glances toward Gongsun Rang. Chapter 116, A Head on the Shoulder. Light overflowing with water and oil. The sudden slap not only dazed Wu Xing, but also left the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. Why does this fool think he can hit people? From behind the screen, Bai Shao looked at Wu's father in astonishment, resonating with countless viewers at that moment. Yet, Bai Shao was more puzzled as to why the Wu family did not discern right from wrong, concealing something behind their anger. Wu Ma's tone shifted as she clutched Wu Xing tents, cooking utensils, daily necessities, personal weapons. Certainly, there were some items that could not be produced here, and I would need to go elsewhere. Yin Tu spoke succinctly and lazily. What happened? Juju parked the car by the river and rolled down the window. Smoke less. She covered her mouth and nose while waving her other hand to disperse the smoke within the vehicle. Humph, the court appointed you. The court made you a chieftain to ensure the countless clansmen of my Siming Mansion fulfill their duties, not for you to exploit your power to oppress and harm your kin. A chieftain like you, if not executed, how can the anger of the clansmen be quelled? Ada's words were sharp, immediately causing Luo Ri to wilt. They turned to see Lu Mingyao's maid, Cui Er, waving at them with a broad smile on her face. Clearly, this fire dragon intended to bribe Yi Sanxue, as everyone knew that one who accepts favors becomes indebted to the giver. If Yi Sanxue were to accompany him, she would owe the fire dragon a favor, which would weaken her stance in the next negotiation. Sir, urgent military news. A scout rode in hastily, his face etched with urgency. Seeing him in such a state, the already anxious Chun Qingping could not help but wear a troubled expression. It seemed that the concerns he harbored had indeed materialized. Sister, the young master has taken a detour through Hunan, which makes the journey considerably longer. The weather is cold, and he cannot travel day and night. Naturally, this will prolong the wait. You should patiently await a few more days with your sister, Yin Yiming said with a gentle smile. He ordered the captured Wu Wei Jiao followers to be escorted to the prison, while Shin Chongming arranged for compensation for the injured soldiers before heading to the government office with Chen Xiao. The Korean Navy was equipped in a rudimentary manner. Compared to Wang Zhen's Fujian Navy, they could hardly be mentioned in the same breath, let alone matching the equipment of the pirates. His wife, Wu Haoming, rushed towards her, her eyes gleaming, lingering on her face and neck. Early in the morning, before dawn, the martial grounds were deserted, and Ji Qi called for me to clean the courtyard. Qinglan, in the future, just let Tianli know when you wish to come, and he will bring you over, Yu Zichen said with a smile, feeling a twinge of reluctance at Yi Qinglan's departure. In an instant, various voices of dispute erupted once more, each person holding their own opinion, creating an atmosphere even more boisterous than before. Although Zhao Chuan was merely a eunuch, He had served the Empress Dowager for over 3 years, remaining taciturn and loyal, diligently attending to her commands. Now, he had vanished without a word in the depths of the inner palace, which could not help but arouse suspicion among others. I glanced at Zhao Chang'e, remaining silent as I continued to observe. The feng shui here was peculiar. Some aspects were correct, yet others seemed to complicate matters, turning the favorable into unfavorable. Chapter 117. I recognized Professor Feng from your research institute. Prior to this, Mangqing had experienced a day and night of rain, the humidity alleviating some of the summer heat, causing leaves and mud to cling together, leaving a trail of muck on the soles of shoes. After closing the live broadcast, the dean walked back from beneath the tree to the side of the truck and stepped down hard on a cockroach that had scurried out from who knows where. Sitting in the passenger seat, the dean's kind demeanor faded. Despite our harsh critiques, Bai Shao remains unperturbed, offering no explanations. Su Ran had never heard such a loud thunder before, so close that he thought the lightning was striking him directly. He hurriedly summoned his green jade, but before he had the chance to regenerate his limbs, Li Jingsheng had already seized his neck and flung him into the air, instantly appearing beside Donghua in midair. Upon realizing she had been discovered, Jiang Seki could no longer hide, slowly emerging from the corner. The music had ceased, and the bar fell into silence. However, Sun Qingwan seemed oblivious to Pei Zhuxuan's words, continuing to gaze intently at the boy on stage. Now is not the time. If we attack the singer, the Long family will inevitably intervene to rescue him. This is a tactic to lure the snake from its hole, Zhong Sailang remarked indifferently. On the thickest tree ahead, the Monkey King watched him with a predatory gaze, surrounded by many long-tailed leaf monkeys. Upon closer inspection, in the center surrounded by the crowd, lay several blood-soaked corpses. Xia possessed epic-level dragon bone transformation schematics. The ship hull and sails were also of rare quality. Chun Hongli followed Deacon Mao out of the Ziyun sect's leader's cave, heading straight for the guest room to rest. Zhang Guoli laughed, saying, "My teacher told me that if I diligently practice, I can establish my foundation in 2 years. Once I do, I will have a lifespan of over 100 years. You're impressive, but I hope that when my father arrives, you can remain this impressive." Zhao Zifeng scoffed from a distance. However, compared to the previous hemostatic pill, Yi Lin felt a tinge of worry this time, fearing that the elixirs they concocted might be consumed prematurely. Yet, this child's academic performance was merely average. There was a significant chance he might fail the upcoming high school entrance examination. She shouted loudly to warn the short man, but it was too late. Yu Qianlong's palm had already descended. Li Wei sat there, engrossed in the television screen. When she first saw this contraption, she found it fascinating, even more so than a radio. Later, Wang Yulan took her to the village carpenter's home to watch television again, and that night, her dreams were filled with images from the screen. The pedestrians on the street were of no consequence, rendering them unworthy of his attention. Li Wei heard nothing particularly strange about the situation and did not dwell on it. Aside from the relatively high number of Lin Qing, nothing else seemed particularly noteworthy. At that moment, amidst the rent sky, a colossal divine general slowly descended before the crowd, draped in a snow-white robe, emanating an aura of royalty. As if a celestial being had arrived, exuding immense pressure. Yi Lin smiled, tightly gripping a long sword, and when the long snake charged, he made no move, seemingly waiting for it to consume him. Originally, Lu Tian intended to say that, unless permitted, even his relatives could not be taught, but considering her situation, he held back. Yi Tian directly received the signal, and on the screen appeared a ghastly-looking man. Enk smiled at the stunned Rebecca, and then moved forward. Bartolomeo hurriedly followed, eagerly anticipating the chance to meet the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates soon. Enk, puzzled by the incomprehensible words, tilted her head, but Luffy nodded vigorously with a radiant smile. Chapter 118. Her mother has already banged her head in the underworld. An off-road vehicle sped towards them, splashing water and creating a trail of mud. Akai exclaimed excitedly, "Luo, Chu." The girl who stepped out of the car had striking features. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored suit, exuding an air of nobility, and the submachine gun she held added to her imposing presence on the battlefield. Takei gazed at the rain of arrows, his eyes narrowing as he commanded. For a long time, Jin Yang had lost a concrete concept of the number of military units he had exchanged. Now, with a moment of leisure, he intended to examine how many types of soldiers were available for deployment. "Is it terrifying?" Yi asked. pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her hands before turning to the visibly frightened Sina and Muna. Zhao Sihai candidly stated that there was no need for concealment. Moments ago, the 2,000-way Wuzhu had roared, shaking the heavens like thunder. What functions would the seed rewarded by the main god possess once it grew into a wisdom tree? Upon contemplating this, Sun Yu's expression changed drastically. He understood that King Qin Ing Fei's assembly of feudal lords was to guard against the Xinbei lurking in the shadows. Yet, helplessly, it was as if what that girl said was true, although he was incited by another. In the sky, divine light exploded and the space trembled, dividing into 3 battle groups. One was the old emperor of the Xuanwu divine dynasty, facing a white-robed elder. Another was the thunderous Lei Zun battling another white-robed elder. And the last was Yi Yu in fierce combat. Under such circumstances, he could not afford to be unprepared or unreflective. And Ka Xiao had to devote himself entirely to the competition. Why don't you call it Xiongzhuang? Li Shigao secretly scoffed, glancing at the players behind him. Indeed, there was a knight named Xiongzhuang, and not only that, but also Xiongba, Xiongyi, and Xiongtian. Huizi lightly chided, her lively eyes turning blood red. The true form of the ninja, using the shadow clone technique, immediately appeared in her sight. As soon as these words fell, Gu Yan's speed surged to an unprecedented level, almost comparable to an arrow released from a bow. The frown tugged at the wound on his brow, causing him to collapse onto the floor again, clutching his head and rolling. Zhuo Lungfeng felt a weight in his heart. Currently, Xiao Yu was gravely injured and unconscious due to the exertion of the great Yin Yang Infinite Slash. With the 3 of them having exhausted their combat abilities, what could they possibly use to contend with the Lord of Tianma Mountain? Antiope believed that only when Diana became powerful enough to ensure her own protection could she avoid detection by the god of war. However, Hippolyte disagreed, insisting that the stronger Diana became, the more easily she would be discovered by the god of war. Thus, preventing her from practicing martial arts was the true means of safeguarding her. Since obtaining the Tianling Yin, he had only met her once in haste, failing to assist her in dissolving the seal before a series of events unfolded. Regardless, he felt compelled to make an attempt. Acquiring a Canyon Vanguard was merely tantamount to a defensive tower. Such a significant advantage seemed exaggerated to some. However, it was not an exaggeration at all. If the Canyon Vanguard were to be engaged normally, the opposing team would undoubtedly attempt to seize it. As the 2 teams entered the arena, a wave of cheers erupted, with fans of the lowly and Tong Wudi already occupying a substantial portion of the audience. The 2 vampires hurriedly led Wang Fan to a luxurious room on the 3rd floor of a mansion. Chapter 119. Youth has no price, a taste of colleagues' wide hips. The cockroach clamored, "We are the heroes. Is this how you humans treat your heroes?" Su Sisi wielded a broom, sweeping away the hordes, exclaiming in panic. Accompanied by her screams, Bai Shao emerged from the room, locating the old officer, who was marking the disappearance of Luo, Chu, and others on the map. The old officer furrowed his brow, pondering since the appearance of the black vortex, whether it was a one-way passage and where it might lead. As Jiang Tian understood, in 2007, with the public listing of the paper company, she and her family's wealth had surged to at least 70 billion. Just moments ago, the aroma in the room had been overwhelmingly fragrant, but now, with the gentle breeze flowing through the window, he detected a refreshing scent that invigorated his entire being, affirming the identity of the person before him more than anything else could. Initially, there were discussions of fate's constraints and the balance of power, which precluded making choices in another world. There were several levels for race car drivers: novice, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Their classification as beginners seemed quite favorable. Yet, after only a couple of steps, a strange sound echoed, followed by a gust of wind rushing from behind her, causing her to instinctively dodge. After a brief moment of stillness, the colossal shark opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite down on Tao Ming. Ling Feng intervened with a hurricane sword strike, which landed in the shark's mouth. This time, the newcomer was still one of the previous reckless 8, originally a lanky figure with gold-rimmed glasses, but for some unknown reason, this zombie reappeared devoid of that distinctive feature. Perhaps such external adornments had become utterly useless to him. In truth, Malacca City was also unsuitable, as there were too few planes nearby and no significant mineral resources to support the burgeoning scale of Eastern and Western trade. With a perilous swordsman nearby, should he choose to slay an ancient beast with no connection to him, it would deplete a vast amount of his spiritual energy. With the swordsmanship of Sword Saint Dongwubuyun, it could result in his demise within moments. The formidable, all-consuming flames were unexpectedly consumed by Ji Zunbao, who remained entirely unscathed. She could not allow herself to soften. Being lenient now would be cruel to Cheng Eben, and she needed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, she would find herself regretting it deeply. It seemed her brother-in-law had made a valid point. However, even in marriage, one should not forcibly restrict another's freedom, should they? Lawyer Yang and Officer Gao, what do you think? Pei Shenting's lips curled into a smirk as he deliberately tossed the topic to the two men beside him, his eyes brimming with a readiness for confrontation. The two remained silent, while Bao Chun helped her son peel an orange and Rong Zhang sipped tea, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach, prompting those who had intended to engage to redirect their attention to the second prince and Gu Yan. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. Simultaneously, significant events were unfolding. Amidst the impending battle, the commanding officer's leadership effect became increasingly vital, potentially playing a critical role. After all, Sister Ling Er was originally meant to stay with Brother Dugu for an extended period. Through his efforts, their time together was now reduced to half, and this time, he had emerged victorious. Jiang Yuan spoke coldly, not even glancing at Wan Nanyan while referring to her, as though she were a mere servant at their beck and call. To perform theatrics, one must go all out. Rong Yin had no choice but to linger inside for a while, washing her hands under the faucet before stepping out. Although the original Ark satellite had been damaged, it still held considerable utility. Mengda fell into the dark dimension, utilizing the Ark to invade through the interface that absorbed the Ascent Key data. Chapter 120, Giant Sequoia, We Are All Striving to Live. Defeating last year's 4th-ranked Mushan sister did not require much effort. Her strength was even inferior to that of Jiang Weilong. Nevertheless, despite this assertion, his visibly trembling body betrayed him. He had obtained the remnants of the Qinglian sword song in a particularly special secret realm, which had stringent conditions for entry. Yet he had not thought much of it. Upon entering the private room, he noticed the dishes were already being served, realizing that these individuals had indeed been waiting for him. Indeed, he felt he must have been blind to have chosen this scoundrel, a fickle individual, even worse than the bandits wandering the wilderness. Eating from the bowl while gazing at the pot, Valira joined in the reproach against Locke's scoundrel nature. The portal to the Elven realm was the only passage connecting Quel'Thala's to the outside world. You mentioned the sea? Apologies, but Quel'Thala's beaches do not permit foreign merchant ships to dock. One can only wait for the elves to present themselves for trade, even if it means death. It must be on the path of charge. The commander lifted his long-lost war hammer, donned his immaculately polished armor, and arrived in the town of Lordmer. There, an orc chieftain involved in the ambush was mounted atop a pack of snow wolves. The county magistrate's face turned pale as he clutched his chest with his right hand, coughing blood that flowed continuously through his fingers, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. Regardless, Hao Yun had entered the formation and arrived at the legendary Qian volcano. He was frustrated that he had barely managed to bring Qi Kashiwe over only to achieve nothing and perish in an unclear manner. Upon learning this, King Han severely reprimanded him, making him reflect for a long time. It must be noted that this was a mountainous region, and it was said that the mountain path was arduous, which was entirely accurate. After a morning's journey, Qin Tianchi felt both exhausted and sore, realizing it was already midday. At this point, only 3 guards remained. Upon spotting the figure in black, the guards dashed forward, swiftly swinging their blades, which struck the black-clad figure's chest. Blood erupted in an arc from the wound, and this blow was likely to claim the black-clad figure's life. The thunderous sound of battle drums and the mournful blare of horns echoed continuously, and in mere moments, the L army was lined up in formation. His consciousness gradually expanded outward, and suddenly, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Come, bring as many as you wish. I will slay them all. I care not for burial. Today, I shall send you all to hell. A cold smile crept across Qin Tianchi's lips as he charged toward several members of the Dark Christ. Not far from the county town, he went directly to the Agricultural Bureau, where Wang Daqian had just taken office and was busy. However, upon Wu Xie's arrival, he had to stop his work. Dosi Lina wrapped her arms around Zhao Yan's neck, leaning forward until their lips nearly touched. Many turned their astonished gazes toward Hui Ming Duo, utterly amazed. Could it be that he is Hui Ming Duo? This matter is easily resolved. I shall immediately arrange for the room on that side to be tidied up, ensuring everything is brand new, which will be perfect for the servants of the three individuals. While the space may not be expansive, it is certainly adequate to accommodate one person per room. Mu Bei smiled, his heart brimming with joy upon hearing that Hua Shangxue and the others wished to stay. The strongest individual combat force in the Navy? Simon murmured, a surge of fervor igniting within him. The Huatong unit, comprising approximately 1,000 personnel, marched majestically under the protection of several rows of heavily armored soldiers, extending their weapons through the gaps between them. Meanwhile, archers and mages flanked them on both sides, encasing the Huatong unit securely in the center. It is evident that this squad holds immense value for the Mei army. To witness the ascendance of an emperor would be the greatest dream and honor of his life. He has invested considerable effort in anticipation of that day. With a crack, a branch snapped, and the expression of the great gray bear shifted to one of astonishment, its mouth agape in a remarkably human-like manner, eyes wide as it gazed at the startled bees above, each emerging from their hive, now aware of its presence. "You're not guilty of death. Follow us, and once I procure a large vessel on the island, you shall ferry us across the river," San Bao assured as he settled over 20 guests before addressing the crew on the water. "Master, I have completed the task you assigned me. What shall I do next?" Shui Yuhu reported back. Initially, Lu Wui had agreed to allow him to shadow her as an assistant, fully intending for Mu Xiaoyan to use this opportunity to gain insight into the entertainment industry. Lan Xiangling merely smiled. It appeared that Yin Mufeng had not relayed their wager to them, which would allow her to interact more naturally with the senior students. Shen Shi found amusement in the dynamics between the two sisters. It was quite intriguing. The streets of Bianjing had not seen turmoil for many years. Gu Huaiqin clung to old sentiments, unable to cross the final barrier within his heart, tormenting Gu genuinely with his vengeance, yet unable to truly harden his resolve. Chapter 121, A Forest Fire. The child is foolish, yet obedient. Noticing Bai Shao's puzzled gaze, Mina explained, "I worry for Fei Luola. After learning that she was in the giant cedar forest, I took a helicopter here overnight, parting ways with a private detective to search separately. There's only one path down the mountain, and despite my lengthy run, I have yet to see any sign of the private investigator." The viewers in the live stream began to speculate. Highlight: no sign of anyone. Suspecting that the one who wrapped the tree with steel wire is him, Ame looked at the two men before her, suddenly feeling unworthy of their consideration. Lu Xueqing never believed in free lunches in this world, and naturally, she could not accept that anyone would assist her without ulterior motives. Suka did not linger, swiftly sending a message to Tong Jiejia to confirm her presence at the company before heading over. With her head lowered, she gazed at her hands, watching tears fall onto the cream, rendering it even more dismal. Despite being in an air-conditioned vehicle, she felt as though she were basking in the sun on the street, a layer of sweat forming on her back. Suppressing her emotions, she took a bite of ice cream, the chilling sensation intensifying the fire within her heart. Though it was not solely rage, only she understood that. "I shall pick you up at 5:30. You need not drive," Fan Hongshan said with a smile. Upon entering the Jian Tower space, she found it indistinguishable from the outside world, save for the towering structure ahead, which narrowed as it ascended. The surface of the tower was adorned with a wide path leading to the summit, made of successive jade stone steps. Aside from the fact that I cannot marry Qi Jingmu, I have never witnessed the transformation of Yi He. It has always been a source of fear. "Cheng Cheng, are you blaming me for causing harm to her sisters?" Wang Tianjie gazed at Shi Qingsheng, pondering her words. As the eunuch stepped outside, he did not forget to greet the Dragon Blade warriors stationed at the entrance with a nod. On these 5 sea urchins, sharp spikes emanating a chilling gleam had sprouted. And between 2 of these spikes was the unmistakable face of Yu Ruhai and his 4 brothers. "No, this room actually belongs to a friend of my classmate, the one where Yin Dike resides," Chu Yu said, scratching her head with a smile. In his recollection, Song Li had never failed when faced with conflicts with others. To the citizens of the imperial capital, Song Li was an undefeated myth. His reputation was exceedingly high among the populace, and they naturally wished for his victory. Yet, it is human nature to revel in spectacle. Should the opposing party easily back down, it would be rather dull. A clash followed by Song Li's triumph would be the ideal outcome. However, this was also the reason for Chu Yu's lack of fondness for the Mo family. How could she develop an affinity for a sect whose leader harbored wariness towards her? Soon after, Zhang Liang arrived with the students of the Confucian school, including the newly initiated Zi Ming, Zi Yu, and Zi Yu. At the city gate, 200 soldiers were on patrol, and entry required registration, although some individuals were exempt from this requirement. The memories and insights of another soul had been absorbed by him, effectively vanishing. Although he still felt the remnants of affection within his body, his soul no longer carried that sentiment. "Forgive me, brother. I will let the navigation guide you in," came the voice before the image disappeared, and the navigator circled before the two, leading the way towards the rear of the building, until Furong finally released her grip. Breathless and flushed, her fervent gaze remained fixed on Wang Yong, reminiscent of Venus encircling the sun. Chapter 122. If all goes well, an unexpected event is about to unfold. Mina shared the same confusion as the viewers in the live stream, time slipping away slowly, leading her to grow increasingly impatient. "Why is there no sign of her?" "Of course not," Hui replied, her fingers curling around the knitted cardigan that had slipped to her shoulders, leaning leisurely against the wall. An elegant figure at odds with her surroundings. How could Fei Luola be underground? When the two emerged from the bathroom, Bibi Dong had already prepared a lavish dinner featuring snake soup. Before entering the cave, Qing Luo had overheard that Li Anqing possessed a map of the first level of the Linglong cave. If followed, it would save them considerable detours. Upon catching a whiff of the repugnant odor emanating from Li Anqing, the devilish Han Shui's unchanging, sinister smile seemed incongruous against her furrowed brows. "Song Pan, brother." Yun Moli, unperturbed, addressed Song Pan without a hint of fear. Haihu, grinning foolishly, thought Mo Shuang was about to do push-ups, but instead, she felt a supple object land on her back. At this moment, every household in Bazhou trembled, some due to the biting winter chill, others from the horrifying events occurring outside. In the Dragon God shop, a premier celestial herb was priced at 20,000 dragon god power, and Qian Renxue exchanged all the celestial herbs she encountered, totaling over 20. Now, all these treasures had fallen into Qian Daolu's hands. The methods discovered thus far were rather rudimentary, and their success depended on miraculous outcomes. Casting a glance at the man seated firmly in the driver's seat, Lan Wuyo remained silent, opening the car door without a word. He thought simply, perhaps the real Qiao Yu was more captivating than her photograph suggested. Lu Xiyuan was at a leisure club playing golf with clients, ignoring the phone Xiao and had extended toward him. Yet when she spoke, her biting words carried a palpable aggression, capable of shaking one's very existence. Zhu Mimi's gaze darkened, observing Song Jin, who was merrily competing in beer drinking with the new students, her fingers tightening as she chose not to respond. Lin Zhenghua, having calmed his emotions after being questioned by Tang Jia, made a call to Li Kamo to explain the situation. No one knows what is right or wrong. Everything in life reveals itself only through experience. "Good," the boss simply uttered. However, despite his casual tone, his actions were decidedly resolute. Catherine slept restlessly. No matter how many blankets were draped over her in the middle of the night, by morning they lay discarded on the floor. The whirlwind kick, a magnificent taekwondo technique, immediately caught the attention of a martial arts enthusiast like myself, who recognized the name of the move instantly. Indeed, this combination of a whirlwind leg and a soaring sweeping kick rightfully deserved such a striking name. The Special Police Unit occasionally set up camp in local villages, forging amicable relations with the villagers. However, in a place like Tongjia Village, where the soldiers were greeted as family, the soldiers found such warmth to be unprecedented. Yin Sheng took the lead to scout ahead, while Lin Kuan crouched at the cave's entrance, peering inside where darkness loomed. A flashlight revealed what appeared to be a stone staircase descending into the abyss. "Are we going to be trapped here, helplessly watching Ran seize the Longu?" Chun Ziyue exclaimed anxiously. Many, including Zhong Wei, were momentarily taken aback. Yet, witnessing the resolute demeanor of the scene's commander, Inspector Li, the police officer begrudgingly halted and yielded the entrance. Chapter 123. Affection for all things? He did not endorse the marriage proposal from the Zhang family. For Zuqing, there was no interest whatsoever in the bride being presented. Had it not been for his parched throat, he would have hesitated to enter the inner chamber. Once inside, he grabbed a vessel meant for serving soup and inadvertently noticed the Zhang lady, whom he had randomly selected, gazing at him with tears in her eyes, stirring an inexplicable sense of guilt within him. I hastily took the object, feeling its weight, uncertain of its material. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a compass, featuring 7 rings adorned with ceremonial inscriptions. The outermost layer displayed a bagua diagram, while the center housed a pair of intertwined yin-yang fish. A subtle luminescence glimmered, indicating it was an artifact of spiritual significance. "I wonder," one inmate remarked, "the situation now seems no different from before. 5 minutes have already passed. I must see what unfolds. At worst, it will just lead to death. Since you choose to believe, the existence of this object is no longer a mystery. However, it undoubtedly originates from an ancient tomb, which is shrouded in enigma and peril," Wu Shisan stated. "I have long admired your reputation. My master spoke of your remarkable deeds," I said, clasping my hands in greeting. "All is well, esteemed elder. Everyone, please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts." The flight attendant cast a few extra glances at Tian Er Miao, who was strikingly handsome and skilled in medicine, a rare combination. The senior brother they referred to was none other than Shi Wanqian, the eldest disciple and young lord of the Tianshi sect. She was acutely aware that those present were not ordinary individuals. They either possessed profound backgrounds, remarkable tenacity, or exceptional talent, all of which warranted their presence here. The Sea Emperor nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing the old madman's words, his eyes wide with disbelief, indignantly thinking, "You capture my clan, Sea God, which is why I came to Qingfeng Mountain." After a moment of silence, she propped herself up and glanced outside through the car curtain. The scenery had transformed into something unfamiliar, indicating they had traveled far from Dian. Her gaze became distant and tranquil, as if her thoughts had drifted away. Given the circumstances, she realized that a loud outcry would serve no purpose, merely wasting energy. Although she was moved by Luo Qingyin's brave defense of her at this critical moment, Fang Chan maintained his composure, his brow furrowing as he analyzed the situation. Dark, smoky tendrils of energy suddenly began to disperse from Fang Chen's body, spreading outward until they reached a distance of several dozen zhang before gradually subsiding. Raising her head, Luo Qinyin felt the commotion above and showed no hint of fear on her serene face. Instead, a slight smirk emerged as she met the astonished gazes of Chu Fangtian and his companions with palpable derision. The city slowly opened, and Yimin was astonished to find it was the marriage certificate she shared with Chang Xian. "This is a knife wound. It requires stitches. You must first pay the fee and then take the injured person to the dressing room," the bald doctor ordered. As Li Shao collapsed, the surrounding bandits erupted in chaos. The troops he commanded lost all will to fight against the Ming army and began to retreat in panic. "From today onward, we 8 shall become sworn brothers, bound by blood wine and under heaven's witness. May our brotherhood endure as long as the blood wine flows," Ouyang and the others proclaimed in unison. "We must eliminate him today, brothers, charge!" Chun Jun shouted, brandishing his weapon with a spirit that epitomized fearless courage. Lien Xue transformed her ice shield into an ice blade, aiming to cut through the oversized net. Such a tumultuous life had only just begun, yet it had already turned tragically brief, spanning merely a decade. Nevertheless, he managed to control his emotions and seek solutions calmly. Beyond familial matters, discussions revolved around methods to infiltrate others' ancestral tombs to uncover a more abundant source of spiritual energy. Su Yun was equally astonished, her gaze fixed on a man's cold, ruthless profile, which confirmed his nature as a formidable individual. After Tang Yuyin finished her reminder, she pivoted on her heels, striding in with confidence, her high heels echoing her powerful presence. Certainly, Zhouyan was unclear whether the so-called tenfold enhancement referred to an increase in data or combat prowess. Indeed, the man was Su Lei Yi, who, intoxicated, spoke freely without restraint. "Mr. Bo has misunderstood. I am not an imposter. I am genuinely an external disciple of the Shawnee sect. Having only recently entered and yet to be added to the roster," Su Yun stated expressionlessly. Chapter 124. Our 3 performances in Randong are superior to all else. At the jungle's edge, Captain Charles struggled to emerge from the ambulance, his tone laced with sarcasm. "We deployed so many personnel without effect. Do you expect her, who couldn't even harm a chicken, to be of help? Shao, it appears you too can be muddled at times." Xiao Wenjing remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on several screens within the emergency command vehicle. Bai Shao found herself encircled by a pack of metallic wolves as torrential rain poured down, drowning out all sounds. Xiao Wenjing's heart raced as if gripped by a pair of unseen hands. Lin Yumei squinted, scrutinizing Gu Xiandao, attempting to discern the truth in his eyes. However, Gu Xiandao Yi's eager gaze prompted a sense of foreboding within Lin Yumei. Could it be that he harbored a secret affection for Gu Xianlingfeng? "I understand your thoughts. This is an idealistic notion that is utterly unattainable, Lin Piaoxue replied. Though her words posed a question, they bore a sharp edge, reminiscent of Mo Fan's assertion that those blessed with fortune and longevity harbored resentment toward the forces that once dismantled their sections. Zhou Rulin had never encountered the Lei Yinshan mother, yet Yishang had once met her. Their high cultivation levels allowed them to sense the demonic aura emanating from the Lei Yinshan mother. Naruto was directly drawn in by the heavenly Tao, unable to control his body, and received a punch to the abdomen from the hungry ghost path, which finally halted him as he was subsequently embraced from behind. The ruthless blade finally freed itself, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky, casting numerous rays of light into the void. In a fit of anger, Lin Xingfeng evaded the blade's trajectory, demonstrating his profound understanding of speed. Li Sheng's face fluctuated between red and white, and, as the crowd stared in astonishment, he turned to instruct his subordinates to fetch something. Previous enigmas had been unraveled one by one. Though seemingly complex, they bore an underlying connection, as if all elements were intertwined with the emergence of demons. Wu Jun and Yin and both believed that the miraculous healing spray was the handiwork of Hua Xining, unaware that Hua Xining had employed other means. Are you saying he set up a challenge in the training ground? What was the outcome? Jin inquired. Do not worry. You will undoubtedly rescue Suya. Jun Wuyao softly reassured Jun Wuxia, having been by her side for so long. He was acutely aware of her deep concern for her loved ones, friends, and master. This strike had been meticulously planned by Su Junyan for quite some time. He had recognized the pivotal link point halfway through the Fire Dragon's advance. Jun Wuxia nodded slightly as the black beast circled around her, transforming into a shadow and vanishing from sight as it had when it first appeared. The militia's paramount duty was to assist in the defense of the city during local conflicts or to manage the transportation of supplies. Currently, they were ill-equipped, lacking both weapons and arrows, and the morale of the brothers was low, with many going hungry. With all this evasion, their combat effectiveness had dwindled. The emergence of Gu Changsheng had occurred much earlier than that of his master. What could possibly explain this? The newly appointed county magistrate, surnamed Li and named Li Jintong, was in his 20s and hailed from Guemo. Having received a proper introduction, he showed considerable consideration towards the Yun Xiang family. This was also information he had just discovered. To establish a foothold in the 18 cities, the first step was to take up work. Numerous shops in the city were hiring, offering several hundred pure spirit stones per month along with food and lodging, making it the first choice for many newcomers. Chapter 125. One cannot blame the sea lion, who wouldn't be dazed by this. At that moment, another sleek-skinned sea lion leapt from the water. Its eyes, one large and the other small, radiating intelligence. Upon seeing this sea lion, Huang Jie stepped forward with her phone. Little Bao is the sea lion I watched being born. It is 4 years old now, and I have introduced it to many female sea lions, but it shows no interest. Other sea lions swam in groups. Yet this one remained solitary, and she feared it would remain alone even during mating season. On Tuesday morning, Zhao Hui arrived at the playground to find Li Changguo proudly organizing the lines, urging several classmates to line up correctly. Bah, heartless wretch. The cook spat vehemently at Luda Fu's back. Although I'm the owner of the Ghost Marriage Efficient shop, I have not been here long. It has always been Yang Ping who managed it. The Chiyu Miss Spirit Array is also a legend in the realm of cultivation. Even the Flying Night Demon had never encountered it. Now, witnessing its formidable power, it realized that if it did not act swiftly, the opponent might escape, potentially turning the tide and jeopardizing the millennium of painstaking cultivation of the Do Tian corpse fire. Upon realizing this, I moved away from Wang Yong, who seemed to understand my intentions as he sneered at me, but refrained from any further action. Ewing cheerfully handed a magic crystal card and a stack of blueprints to Phoenix. Although she could not draw architectural plans, creating an exterior design was well within her capabilities. My head spun as I glanced up at the driver in the front row. Thankfully, a thick window separated the front and back seats. Otherwise, my innocence would surely be tarnished by my loose tongue. In this second martial demonstration, compared to the previous bout between Yu Ying and Ouyang Wan, this battle was undoubtedly more dazzling. Not only because Yu Yinjinren was far more formidable than Ouyang Wan, but also due to Yu Ying's puppets and her skill in commanding them. Cold Shuang Heng's expression changed in alarm as he hastily blocked with the staff, resulting in a resounding clang that left his hand tingling from the impact. My brow furrowed slightly. I had merely spoken out of curiosity. While I suspected this might be a scheme orchestrated by Shangguan Jie to eliminate me, I had not confirmed it until I heard the malevolent spirit's words, which plunged my heart into despair. That cannot be. Such large-scale repairs would take too much time, and we are short-handed, Ling Zhiqiao explained. As Xiao Qinshui listened, her spine chilled. She pondered the Empress Zhang's intentions. Did she just agree or disagree? Simultaneously, two silver long swords, gleaming with silver light, collided with the Meng Li sword. Zhao Jin remained silent as she placed a transparent glass pot beside the bed and laid down horizontally, her legs dangling off the side. The creature seemed to comprehend Ji Yin Li's words, wagging its tail with excitement while attempting to nip at Shun Qing's pant leg. You shall not escape today, beast. Mu Yun Fan sneered, surprised that the iron-winged demon tiger withstood his kicking strike and remained lively and vigorous. Sushi Nuo parked the vehicle, and as soon as she stepped out, Su Nuo rushed over, clinging to her thigh like a sloth to a tree trunk. Huayan was startled and quickly raised his hand to shield himself, deciding to snatch the bag from her to carry it for her. The cultivator who plunged into the gorge created a tremendous commotion, sending many wild beasts fleeing in fear. Just as it had been in the past, during their passionate romance, Yun Qian Dai resembled the unrequited Xiao Rong Chun, who had never received even a hint of tenderness. Chapter 126. Remember, the clone sheep lived only 6 years and 7 months. Tears welled in Huang Jie's eyes as she slowly removed her rubber gloves, revealing an ugly scar that pierced her palm. Upon seeing the old scar on Huang Jie's hand, the viewers in the live stream showed no compassion, continuing to harshly criticize her. Serves you right, shameless plagiarist. How dare you annoy the host like this? Remember, the clone sheep lived only 6 years and 7 months. The sea lion, oblivious to the harsh comments on the phone, lay down. On Yang Qing's suggestion, Gao Pu accepted the homophonous name Shuren. In Yang Qing's words, to eliminate in Lushan was also to ensure the peace of the common people and the safety of the Tang dynasty. We can each take a few steps back, allowing me ample space and time to depart, and then you may leave. How's that sound? The Ghost King proposed. Haha, who is speaking of this old man? If you wish to drink with me, now is the time. Suddenly, a convoy drove into the villa, and before the lead vehicle had even stopped, a commanding and robust voice resonated. I never intended to capture you, was the most frustrating part for Xiao Qing Tong. This man could deceive another man to the point of not knowing his own identity. She even speculated that the terrorist might not be aware he was being manipulated by such a man. However, Qin Wan wept for a long time without any sign of stopping, prompting Yang Qing to smile wryly as he attempted to rise. As he Zheng Yang recounted these events, the scenes vividly materialized before my eyes, the crimson blood pouring from his body, strikingly vivid. My heart tightened, and I bit my lip, inhaling deeply before nodding and bidding farewell as I left the He family. The two of us stiffly refused, and upon reaching the shore, we spotted a Jin Bei van awaiting us. The vehicle was prepared by Old Kai. The Emperor's palace was located in the Tai Chi Hall. Upon entering, Qianxiu dismissed the palace attendants, leaving only Han Ziji. Upon hearing the 10 verses, Yang Qing stood in solemn respect, instantly elevating his elder brother's image in his mind, akin to a hill giant descending from the heavens. The former Lu Fatti had transformed into a handsome youth, yet his speech had become increasingly sparse and serious. Ali remarked that this was due to his maturity and restraint, which was indeed a positive change. He Deming exerted considerable effort to unlock the golden lock, and as the lid opened, the ring revealed its true form. Li Chong made a motion as if to break through while holding the ball, suddenly bouncing it upward as if to leap for a three-pointer once more. Just as Zhang Tianxiang's unease intensified with the sound slicing through the air, the previously vanished Nolan reappeared merely 2 meters in front of him, poised to deliver a flying kick aimed directly at Zhang Tianxiang's heart. No! Sister Annie is so annoying. Zhou Sini abruptly pushed Annie aside and ran away, covering her face. However, Lao Wei remained insistent, and even the lieutenant from the armed police was left with no choice but to instruct 2 officers to enter the driver's cabin and activate the switch, lowering the cabin of the flatbed truck to reveal the engine. What if Tai Bao is qualified to participate in the election for the Supreme Leader? What abilities does he possess to compare with General Zhak? Remarked another supporter of General Zhak. Lin spoke with pride, clearly taking great satisfaction in his Taoist identity. As the master of Baiyangguan, he truly excelled as one of the leaders of Taoism, Connections make a significant difference. If an ordinary citizen were to enter a hospital, they might not even be able to speak to the chief physician, let alone the hospital director. In the ensuing matches, Li Chong continued to maintain an exceptional performance. Over the next 29 games, he averaged 21 minutes on the bench, scoring 16 points, providing 4 assists, and securing 5 rebounds. The Lakers also achieved an impressive record of 24 wins and 6 losses. Chapter 127. The host is still not back. Huang Yitong's children are already 2. Bai Shao was unaware of the lively atmosphere in the live streaming room, where Huang Gunma's suffocating remarks were made as she established a communication chain with the Queen Bee, prioritizing the investigation of plagiarism. Far away in the country, the Queen Bee flapped her wings to issue a rallying order. Children, put aside your current assassination tasks. A new directive from the principal has arrived. Go investigate a female named Huang Yitong at the university and report back immediately with any findings. The wasps gathered to discuss. I was just born 3 days ago. I don't know that highly skilled individuals can breathe underwater for a short time, utilizing internal energy or special methods to form a protective shield. However, once combat begins, that will surely be affected, and if injured, the protection will shatter, leaving one in a daze. Then, the most shocking news received was regarding the whereabouts and transformation of the old turtle. This Earth, which lacked even marked star positions on the star map, surprisingly concealed the most primitive life of mountains and seas. If I am not mistaken, Kuei Tao Tai and Kuin are all standard life forms from 400 million years ago, the first generation of life from the mountains and seas. This perplexity also lingered in the hearts of the other 3 elders, prompting further inquiries. However, this so-called might is, in fact, merely the power of ordinary cosmic rulers when not wielding their treasure artifacts. Yet, during the body scan, not a single characteristic of the Duz tribe was detected. In comparison, what was brought from Tianmu and Cybertron were merely remnants of ancient life. One ordinary-looking man, with an unremarkable appearance, height, and life aura, looked at Kazan with curiosity and asked. This wave of affection gradually eroded the alternate dimension of Qian Yi Yunchuan, slowly making its way toward him. Kemu listening ability in tennis is indeed formidable, but now, Qian Yi Yunchuan's light strike has once again surpassed his capacity to endure. Chun Xian had long possessed the list of members of the Warrior Association in Tianchao, yet he had refrained from taking action against them. Initially, he intended to lure the Warrior Association and then eliminate them, but unexpectedly, this time it nearly caused his own downfall. Not to mention, just the ointment provided by Yi Xiao to the military, along with the free imparting of techniques and training methods for explosive speed, was already worthy of his acknowledgement, deserving of treating Yi Xiao as one of his own. A Zhu transformed into a tail of the vermilion bird, her wings stirring flames that landed steadily in the central military position. Lu Haiyu glanced at Yun Xiao on her left and again at Yun Xiao on her right, uncertain as to whom she should reach out to. Upon hearing that a patient was looking for her, Zhao Ruobing's tone softened slightly, but her brow furrowed slightly. She recalled that she had just completed her rounds and had gone to find Wang Yinchao afterward. During her rounds, everything had seemed fine. How could someone suddenly be looking for her? Due to its geographical location, Tianhui City had minimal contact with the outside world, so the doctor may have never even heard of it. I also happened to overhear someone mentioning Shiqi, but I don't know much about the details of Tianhui City, although it is marked on the map of the immortal spirit continent in my mind. Had it been 6 months ago, Yishio might truly have been unable to bear it, would have crumbled, and would have burst into tears. Originally, Su Tianyi and Su Xian were both hopes of the Su family, with a real opportunity to become disciples of Kunlun sect. Once they became disciples, the Su family could further solidify their royal status, at least not declining as they are now. The appearance of Xiao Yifeng and his companion did not attract much attention. The people here were fully engrossed in pharmaceutical research, showing little concern for other matters. Li Tianheng threw the tip of a short sword directly at a man's feet, embedding the entire sword into the ground, leaving only an exquisite hilt exposed. Chapter 128. What a thorough mess. The strongest best friend in national service. In an instant, thousands of various birds flew out from the aviary, forming a flowing tapestry of colors. The birds circled above Huang Gunma's head, chirping incessantly, leaving the onlookers in awe, resembling 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix from a distance. Tourists praised. How did you train them? I give you full marks. The zoo director emerged, asking, Director, how did you teach them? Moreover, in the surrounding area, a brief void emerged, devoid of any trace of celestial energy. "Uncle, why are you all working in the fields today?" After exchanging greetings, Zhao Yuan smiled and inquired. "Two foundational points have been destroyed, and the formation is now incomplete. The beast souls pursuing from behind are all controlled by the formation. Although they continue to chase, they're clearly not as fierce as they were at the beginning. If you're not afraid of having your internal energy drained by him, then go ahead and give it to him," said the boatman casually, causing Bai Liu to halt. "Only one room left. You two can stay if you wish." After saying this, the man surprisingly wandered off to the side to gamble with someone, showing no concern for Yi Xing and his companion. "Oh, I see this Tianma is growing in the mountains. Can it also be planted there?" "Third uncle," Zhao Yuanyun asked. After a single shot, the thunder beast was torn apart, transforming into countless lightning bolts that wreaked havoc in the void, akin to myriad stars twinkling. His thunder power, upon entering that chaotic mist, was refined and disintegrated, losing all connection. When the gray-eyed man from the Sha Mo sect and others charged into the Jinwu demon array, Qin had already completely vanished. To avoid any mishap when retrieving his backpack at the hotel, should the madman suddenly awaken, Qin Long had Ma Hong carry the madman off the vehicle. Pei Shuro recalled the appearance of Lord Ronghua, Lady One, and the two young masters, dismissing this possibility. When Lien could not possibly be wearing a veil due to her looks, there must be another reason. Flickering embers shot out from between Mei Yuhuang's fingers. Yet instead of falling to the ground, they landed in Su Qingma's mouth. Her playful words eased Qiu Qianjian's tension, and his trembling hands no longer hesitated as he gently lifted the bridal veil. Today, Yang Luer was truly beautiful, and it must be said that she could master the color red exceptionally well. As soon as this was said, a gurgling sound erupted, and her stomach let out a loud growl. Long Yuexin was somewhat surprised. She had not expected that after such a long time, without seeing Wang Chong, his skills had improved to such a degree. Although this Longyang heart technique was ancient and primitive, Qin Long had no intention of changing his heart technique. First, this Longyang heart technique might be his family's ancestral method. Cultivating it is not simply about enhancing strength, but also about passing down a legacy. What must you do to avoid harming others? I did not fully comprehend what the being was saying, but I discerned some core issues, thus transforming the question to address the essence. She began to suspect whether Su Qingma was a lecher, deliberately pulling her into this task to take advantage of her. Sylvia gazed at the sudden apparition of Matthias before her, her heart quaking at the sight of the wicked grin in his eyes, amplifying her inner turmoil. The reason Shang Tianxin managed to alter Qin Hai's perception was primarily due to her unwavering focus and dedication during the pharmaceutical process. From a distance, Zhou Yang observed Cheng Bing's exuberant expression. It seemed this batch of goods was indeed destined for Luoyang, confirming their identities as merchants. Had it not been for Yi Fei, Qin firmly believed she would have perished from that punch. Yet, in that fleeting moment when Yi Fei's soul force permeated Qin Ya's back, the surge of energy transformed an instinctive move, allowing her to grasp the essence of the previous technique, Song Long Bian. Chapter 129. What does inhaling smoke into the lungs mean? It is Lung Fa, dear sister, at the CF family estate, who he reclined on the sofa, painting her nails. Why would you kill so many compatriots? If you seek death, that is one thing, but have you considered the consequences of thwarting Feng Jia's grand plans? Can your life truly compensate for that? Luo Chu's voice was as cold as steel. Do you believe that if they persist in their siege, they won't launch a missile to obliterate the entire estate? Hui thought to herself, how could she not desire such an outcome? Luo Chu's slender phoenix eyes narrowed as Su Yifeng, equally tense, understood he was unworthy of Gong Xianxian. Fearing her parents would disapprove of their relationship, worried he might fail to care for her properly. The dagger, while glimmering with a menacing light and appearing extraordinarily sharp, was merely an ordinary weapon. As the Empress of the Empire, if she could participate in the Fengshan ceremony as a secondary sacrificial offering to heaven and earth, surely she would receive some essence of the sun and moon, thereby justifying her role in handling state affairs for the emperor. Although he could not directly control the moisture within a person's body, the newly manifested ability enabled Carl to easily discern who among the surrounding individuals was genuinely asleep. Those with steady pulses and prolonged breaths were evidently in a deep slumber. Before seeking Carol, he had worried whether the amnesiac Carol would oblige, yet she merely cast a glance at the ring on El Shu's finger and acquiesced. In this land, the malevolence was overwhelming. Neza could hardly bear it, and Jiang Shao could not protect her amidst the battle. Having a spatial ring certainly proved advantageous. After Li Riji spoke, he waved his hand, ordering the guards to escort them away and imprison them in the dungeon. Moments later, a screen was drawn up before the wine table, revealing the figures of Hu Si and her companions. "What if I refuse? Aren't you afraid I might reject you?" Zhang Shichen asked earnestly, tilting her head to look at Zheng Chunhang, while simultaneously placing her left hand gently into his. However, Xia Fanyuan understood that Jiqing could never be her. He was merely a good brother to Gong Xiaojia. As Lu Chao entered the room, Yu Lu, Yu Donglai, and Wang Aju all fixed their gazes upon her, causing Yu Shanwei and Yu Shuiwei to turn their attention to Lu Chao as well. Xiao Jianshu was unhurried. Decades had already passed, and a few more years seemed inconsequential. He needed to cultivate connections, for if he remained merely an ordinary merchant, his aspirations would prove difficult to realize. Everything was just beginning. Lin Haoyin smirked coldly, donned a pitch-black cloak, and quietly departed the room. The few who were already terrified fainted at the sight of Dongzi wielding a knife, their trousers exuding a strong stench of urine. Remarkably, this species of bat possessed an extraordinary self-healing capability. Ordinary wounds would heal swiftly. The Lord of the Palace remarked that the reason the Knife Emperor of the Snow Country was feared was not only due to the palpable killing intent honed on the battlefield, but also because he commanded an iron army that would charge into fire and water at his command. In any case, the words came from others, and they sought amusement without genuine concern for the events themselves, allowing them to speak freely without accountability. The night had grown deep, and the wind whistled through the hall, reminiscent of a lullaby. Listening to that howling sound, my thoughts became chaotic, and I gradually sank into darkness. It was undeniably an ordinary tale, yet upon first encountering it, my heart surged with tumultuous waves, shattering the loneliness I had long endured. Chapter 130. The ships here are famously swift, capsizing just as quickly. Bai Shao untied the hemp ropes binding Mina without lifting her head, asking, "Did you deliberately kill so many people to seek death?" Hu He, caught in her thoughts, narrowed her pupils, her blue eyes flickering uncertainly. Mina clung to Bai Shao's waist, weeping loudly. "Bai Shao, I am the one who wants to die." The fox glanced over. "She is not poisoned. She won't die." Bai Shao looked at the bloodstains on Mina's neck. "You're fine. Hu He was just trying to scare you." Finally, a narrow crack opened in the tightly shut door. In a single, I peered through the gap, scrutinizing the crowd outside. Meanwhile, in the distance of the industrial reflection world, the boundaries of industrialization gradually advanced outward. Rivers embedded in the soil were safeguarded by hydraulic dams. Forests were confined within designated areas by roads and buildings. Pipelines extended underground, while streetlights illuminated the structures above. Prince Mo assisted Lin Bai Mei in using a warm towel to gently cleanse her body, tenderly attending to every inch of her skin, as if nurturing a life-preserving treasure. Wang Xuexin believed there would be no issues, for judging by Sun Erwei's expression, he was completely unaware that the 8th Route Army had successfully developed high-precision rockets. As the aircraft maneuvered, its wings sliced through the sound barrier, and the airflow was controlled by arcane forces, forming wind blades that deflected bullets to some extent. He was not left-handed. Though he had trained to use his left hand with proficiency, tasks as delicate as this were still somewhat challenging. Han Shen leaned on either side of Yen Xin, observing her slightly panicked expression beneath him. His primal instincts surged, and as his nose drew closer to hers, she pushed him away just before their lips could meet. Qiong Xian had never anticipated that Jiang Huan would grant him such a remarkable opportunity, so he refrained from being choosy. Yang Jian's approach was straightforward. He enacted stringent policies that drove a significant portion of a long-established aristocracy to rebellion. Then, his well-prepared army descended upon the south, eliminating all dissenters. Following this bloody purge, the Jiangnan families suffered countless casualties and were rendered subdued. Moreover, following the first half of the competition, he undoubtedly recognized that he still had competitors, whether it was the Cleveland Cavaliers or the San Antonio Spurs. Trying to shake him off at this moment proved exceedingly challenging, which was quite vexing. Initially, when the Shao family betrayed the Chun clan, they had Yang Sui to rely on. However, now, should they offend the Chun family again, there would be no escape. The tester appeared momentarily stunned. He had clearly witnessed that the item Shao, when had, was a defensive immortal artifact, so how could it have been so easily destroyed? Liu Yixuan and Zheng Qi frowned at the spread of Japanese cuisine before them. One was from Shandong, the other from Sichuan, and neither had ever eaten such raw fish and meat. Would they suffer from stomach issues after consuming it? Conversely, if Sang Baiku ascended to power, the situation would improve significantly. Although this playboy was frivolous, he lacked guile and would be easier to control, while also refraining from purging those in good favor with him. The sudden shift in America's stance plunged the beleaguered Soviet Union into agitation. In reality, both sides in the Korean-Japanese conflict found themselves in a predicament with no clear path forward. The southern defense of Beihang is on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the Japanese forces, while the northern encirclement of the Japanese mechanized army has devolved into a bitter struggle due to both the climate and the tenacity of the enemy. Chapter 131. A man of virtue indeed. The host lent him a hand. The concern for Taiju arises. The sudden blackout startled me. Perhaps it was due to water damage to the phone? Let's await the outcome. This wait extended for over 2 hours. The Xia family ST was consumed in 2 pots by Bai Shao. With such a vast team operation and nearly $1 million in advertising budget, it is unfathomable that failure could arise unless the song was truly subpar. As the clock ticked towards tardiness, I promptly dialed the given number upon exiting the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a young man of plump build, riding a white scooter, appeared before me. What is the situation? Are you both aware? Xiang Kuan displayed a look of astonishment, making himself seem like an outsider. Regular drops, or items of no particular peculiarity, were promptly collected by Zhou Qing. The other party indeed proposed an irresistible condition. Tang Yin felt a surge of intrigue upon seeing the spiritual bone produced by the other. The purple-eyed Jiaolong swayed its large head in a daze, casting a wary glance at Mu Shifeng. Yet it did not retreat, but rather opened its mouth wide, emitting a series of incomprehensible sounds, seemingly chanting a spell. In response, the irritable old Murphy blurted out, surprisingly procuring for Link a 3-ringed magical vehicle. This farce arrived in haste and then swiftly cleared away, as the guards dragged the 3 servants and the manager away, restoring tranquility to the hall. After entering the city, the vehicle took us on a prolonged tour of the downtown area before finally arriving at our destination, Xinhuadu Plaza. Laughter erupted as Maja proclaimed that next time one should report Wei GE student number for a permanent 20% discount, further enhancing the jovial atmosphere. However, at that moment, the gods charging towards Zihuan were repelled by a forceful wave from Zihuan, and as everyone gazed upon the scene before them, a serious expression emerged in their eyes. Consider the present-day homebodies and singles. With your abilities, you are bound to achieve remarkable sales. Zhang Wei subtly encouraged Tang Ming to change his career path. Zihuan's sword seemed capable of severing the firmament, emerging from the void, its brilliance flashing in every eye. The sword cleaved through the blood spear, pushing back the emaciated man. Zihuan's sword was exceptionally sharp, as was he, akin to a blade. Jia Qing understood that Jia Zheng had made significant acknowledgement of his capabilities, which was why he was entrusted with such a significant matter. Speaking of which, aside from Jia Zheng's own inadequacies, he possessed the qualities expected of a high-ranking official. Meanwhile, on the martial arts stage, the battle did not cease with Yi Qing's withdrawal. Her magical armament had evolved far beyond its previous state, categorizing her as a heavy-armored mage. Thus, to engage in agile combat, reliance on flying techniques was imperative. All these considerations illustrate that relying solely on these tournaments to gauge the strength of prodigies is entirely unreliable. Why then are there so many dubious competitions set up? However, at this moment, Chu Tian discovered that all 9 of his Yuan Ying had reached a high state, and only by stepping into the secret realm could he break through to perfection. Chapter 132. Surely Tieju's disappearance is not related to him. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Bai Shao translated verbatim. It asked you what you did to its mother. Go Mingjie exhibited a moment of stiffness, revealing just the right amount of confusion. Why does Manda say that? What does it mean? Surely Tieju's disappearance is not related to him. Ha ha ha. Bai Shao did not overlook Go Mingjie's brief stiffness, akin to a cat stepped on its tail. Without waiting for Bai Shao to inquire about the corgi, those cat girls resumed their icy demeanor, each adeptly producing a cross from their pockets. The crosses emitted a radiant glow, unfolding wings behind them, aiding their ascent, while others remained on the ground to conduct searches. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Jiai took a moment to comprehend before finally taking her medicine. Near the node, There were remnants left by the recently obliterated individual. A charred figure lay on the ground, with the earth scorched and shattered by immense force, leaving little else. Hao also keenly sensed the murderous aura emanating from Lung Jichin. Despite his years of roaming the martial world, he had never encountered someone with such an imposing presence. If it were not for Lin Yaoi, how could Gong Yinting possibly know of his intention to annihilate the Jiding group? She is not a deity, incapable of knowing everything. The only feasible explanation is that Lin Yaoi informed her of the matter. After Lu Jiasin concluded her conversation with the director, it was already lunchtime. Originally, she had intended to invite the director to dine together, but he declined due to prior commitments, leaving only her and a few others to eat. Zhao Xindong's seat remained vacant, yet a placard bearing his name was prominently displayed. She had ordered several outfits online, which arrived yesterday. Although Lung Jichin claimed she lacked talent, she believed she possessed quite a gift. The garments she modified were quite popular. After all, it is well known throughout the capital that the new emperor had once lavished affection upon her, and winning the favor of the empress was always commendable. Tuo Zhe felt exhilarated upon encountering someone with a similar talent and showcased his skills. When Bian Yuanhang regained consciousness once more, he found himself still in that private room. In terms of flair and heroism, it was evident that Huaxia martial arts were a superior choice. It was truly unexpected. I had planned to enjoy a good sleep this morning, yet I encountered such an unforeseen situation. As I descended the stairs, I muttered to myself. Huang Ruiqing was uncertain how to deal with the Labrador. She noticed a ghastly wound on its back and formulated a plan. Indeed, young master, Yi Piao's words were few, typically consisting of only a few concise phrases to get the job done. I understood that he merely followed my instructions. Upon receiving a command, he acknowledged it and completed the task. Could I expect him to engage in idle chatter with me? Feeling the increasingly oppressive atmosphere deep within his soul, Hao Yu quickly attempted to detach himself from the situation, involuntarily whispering. Song Gaian scoffed coldly, ignoring the furious cries of the soy milk powder. After finally making a decision, if it could be altered so easily, she would not be the formidable battle dragon she was known to be. Su Jiayu felt that the number of hideouts exceeded her expectations. The accumulation of all the white powder she had seized since joining the police did not even amount to 1/10 of what was present here. Chapter 133. You wish to transform people into animals for your experiments? Not just Zhongbiao, but those villagers who had just raised their phones to film also looked around in confusion. In his view, having a sufficient numerical advantage would secure victory. With a single command, the entire fleet divided into several teams, organized into 4 units. Zhengdong Wei, Pinghai Wei, Yongning Wei, and Zhenghai Wei, advancing in formation. Great-grandfather, catch! Lang Yu waved his hand, tossing it over. Gu Qian did not even open his eyes, reaching out to catch it perfectly before tilting his head back and swallowing it. Lang Yu had no choice but to sit down by the pond, a little over 3 meters away, with his back turned. This scene evoked a smile from Lang Yu. Heaven truly has a sense of humor. 7 years ago, it was Yu watching him bathe. Today, it was he who accompanied her, albeit without the privilege of watching. Following the earlier chaos, this once serene place of cultivation had become dilapidated, filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, devoid of life, resembling a lifeless graveyard, utterly silent. In the southeast of Feng Mo Jing, a distant group of cloaked practitioners vanished swiftly into the horizon, while a large gray bird soared from the southwest. In an instant, it approached the black hole, prompting over a dozen Earth immortal guardians to retreat. Lin Ran was left in a state of amused disbelief by her clever retorts, yet refrained from uttering any harsh words, merely observing her with a smile. Her shout resonated loudly in the stillness of the night, causing lights to flicker on throughout the courtyard almost instantaneously. Shi Xiao. After recovering from shock, I was filled with anger and shouted as I flew over, only to be shoved aside by a demon's bloodied claw, narrowly avoiding a collision with the wall. You mean, of course. Are you certain? Are you certain I can move freely with arms and legs? Li Longfei stared incredulously at Tian Shao, as if she were a savior, his throat constricting as he asked. The reason for Lu Shi's retention was something Ji had never anticipated. It was simply because he did not wish to be a figure of bitter laughter. Could this truly bring about change? Ling Tian was inadvertently struck on his right shoulder and fell to the ground, spitting blood uncontrollably. Ling Tian, Cole Moon, spotting this, felt a surge of urgency to rush over. But as she rose, Ling Shuzi's palm pushed her back down, even slicing a few strands of her hair with the sword energy. Steadying herself, she bit her lip and glared at him. After making up her mind, Shen Yao she tidied herself up and, without bringing anyone along, set off alone for Xianshugong. This inquiry seemed to have stirred up the sorrowful memories of Jia Xingxing, prompting him to recount his past willingness to pledge allegiance to Shao Tu as his leader, and his readiness to serve as a slave or dog to seek apprenticeship under Old Master Shao. Shao Tu appeared somewhat uncomfortable in such a boisterous environment, while Jia Xingxing was taken aback by the opulence surrounding them, rendered somewhat at a loss. Only Shao Lu, noticing the exquisite wine cabinet beside the box filled with red wine, became entranced, his eyes gleaming with desire. Hu Sha and Luo maintained a formation resembling that of wild geese, and after tearing a gap in the enemy's formation, their fleets engaged in a fierce battle. Finally able to speak, he gasped for breath and slowly turned, the moonlight illuminating his wounded profile, not pale, but rather a blurred hue of crimson, strikingly fearsome. Simultaneously, the gentle moonlight cast its glow upon his upturned lips, rendering him remarkably handsome. He could only recall that the celestial strategist had mentioned escorting him to the location of Wei Ku, after which he lost consciousness. Even now, his head throbbed slightly. Still foggy. The voice of the evil emperor echoed in his mind as Long Hao nodded, realizing that his cultivation at the periphery of Lei Yanqi was of little use to him. Previously unfamiliar with Lei Yanqi, he had now practiced for several hours, deeming it unnecessary to linger further. Haha, do not misunderstand. I'm merely hungry and thought you might be as well, so I intended to catch a rabbit to roast for you. Fang Zheng laughed heartily. What shall we do now? Chu Ling asked. We must enter to see where it leads, right? No matter how unwilling I was, I could not continue to feign sleep amidst Lu Xion's excited voice. This child had likely not slept a wink the night before. The reason was all too obvious. I did not find her behavior embarrassing, but could only lament that I was indeed older, unable to keep up with the energy of these young ones. There are many, essentially at full capacity. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but this restaurant seems rather lacking today. There is hardly anyone here. Quite peculiar. Gui Tu paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something. He looked up at the restaurant sign and scanned his surroundings, frowning. Useless. You dare to kill me? Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Fang Quan glared fiercely at Fang Zheng, his face bruised and filled with malice. At this moment, Zhang Yunji was still enveloped in golden light, and he summoned another blue talisman, declaring, Nonsense! A demon is a demon. A human is a human. How can they intermingle so freely? Moreover, you claim to have transcended to become an immortal, yet you still exhibit beastly traits. This room is clearly infused with overwhelming demonic energy and spiritual essence. Do you still dare to argue? Gu Yufin understood that this matter could not be rushed. There was ample time to guide Shao Tianhao gradually. Chapter 134. It makes no sense. Why should one compete with a German Shepherd? As expected, through observation, Chen Feng discovered a significant area of necrosis in a blood vessel not far from Zhang Tinyu's heart. Ying Luo slightly inclined her body and bowed to Wang of Donghai, gracefully performing a gesture of respect with her arms. However, why would such a person be sent here? If he were to regain his health, he might very well be contemplating an escape. Lin Fan remarked. For them, they were soon to meet Master Lin, but upon seeing Zhao Mingxing emerge, there was a tinge of disappointment, yet they hurried forward nonetheless. In the past, King Wu of Qin died after lifting a cauldron, leading to a struggle among his brothers for power, historically referred to as the Jijun Rebellion. At that time, thanks to Wei Rant's substantial influence, he supported King Ji of Qin and assisted him in eliminating rivals for the throne. No one could surpass him in this regard. As if trapped in a quagmire, unable to struggle, one could only helplessly watch oneself sink into the darkness of despair when suddenly someone threw a rope. Though he knew this rope might be an illusion, he could not help but reach out to grasp it. Why would they act this way? Where did their money go? Weren't they quite wealthy before? Besides such people, who else would willingly adorn themselves with such unpleasant odors? The identity of the individual before him, Song Wuji, became glaringly obvious. Xiao Shila's complexion suddenly paled as she gazed at Li Shi, her face filled with trepidation, rendered speechless. Let us go. You would do well to behave yourselves, otherwise. Bai Qi hastily ordered for Qing Sha and Hong Sha to be taken away separately. Gui Chou lightly shook his head, about to speak when a clear voice rang out behind him. He was quite pleased and could hardly feel fear. The speaker was Yin Yu, accompanied by Luo Orna. Are these the residents of the city? Ling Yun inquired, observing the under-equipped and mostly frail soldiers. At this moment, the Sword Saint was nearly bloodied, filled with fear, and hurriedly activated his skills to recover vigorously. The figure clad in black armor, the Dark Arbiter, appeared, and a glimmer of fear flashed in the eyes of the 6 descendants of the fallen. How can I not realize my own allure? Ryan, upon hearing Delis's words, recalled the moment when Delis had been frozen, her body turning a shade of blue, while Oris fared somewhat better. The alluring forms of both women resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to exclaim. Conversely, the Tianyu battle team, unprepared, now had to push the minion lane by the time they reached the first tower in mid lane. The upper tower had already lost a significant portion of its health and was on the verge of collapse. Meng Hanshan learned from the shopkeeper selling skateboards that the one who crafted the skateboards was Pei Qin, the first to master the skill. As dawn broke, she sent someone to find Pei Qin, as they had not yet exited the city. Jiang Shui paused at the entrance, surprised that such a thing had occurred without his knowledge. She either clung stubbornly to her silence or spoke bluntly, leaving Mu Jincheng momentarily speechless. Left Bank's identity and experiences dictated that he was not a procrastinator. He was well aware of Dude Saiwei's whereabouts and challenges, departing for overseas that very night. The area around the door was crowded, eager to see how Fong Luyang would carry Fong Fong into the bridal sedan, fearing it might become a source of amusement. Among them, a senior had mentioned that within the palace, there existed nearly 100 training grounds, housing a large number of soldiers to ensure the palace's security. In truth, there are hardly any online games nowadays. Aside from Stone Age and Millennium, there are virtually no online games available. Most people are now engaged in local area network single-player games, such as Red Alert, which remain the most popular among players. Traditional Chinese medicine? The elderly woman's eyes brightened. Although her age made her skeptical of the physician's skills, for traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes dialectical reasoning and the accumulation of substantial experience as the key to practice. Unlike Western medicine, where one can typically open a clinic immediately upon graduation. Observing the rotund figure before her, Lu Wei exchanged glances with Long Yun, silently questioning why this individual had joined them, considering they had previously agreed not to associate with him. As Li Shui departed, the physician gently shook his head, waiting in the living room until Li Shui reappeared, adorned in a flowing sky-blue gown. Gu Shuang had indeed become a representative of internet celebrities, skyrocketing to fame in less than 2 months since her debut on Huanyu. The open window allowed fresh air to waft in, revitalizing Qin Yu, who had been feeling lethargic. Chapter 135. A genuine gift of sports car? Please, feel free to bully me due to Mrs. Pan's interruption. The audience, previously engrossed in the tale of Dianlan's bullying, shifted their focus with a new question. What are you giving away? A sports car? Are you truly giving away a sports car? Please, feel free to bully me. Everyone, don't be distracted. I still wish to know how the bullying occurred. Dianlan doesn't seem like someone who has been bullied long-term. It's probably just a minor conflict among children. Whether someone has been bullied isn't something you can discern just by looking. I'm the top contender in the Tianjiao ranking tournament, though there may be some exaggeration. The Qinglian Holy Land should fulfill their promise to me. Securing the affection of a beautiful maiden is my utmost desire. Zhang Ronghua stomped his right foot, causing golden light to ripple outward, parting the surrounding sea, revealing a vast expanse beneath. The scenery below laid bare. Unable to heal under the influence of the swallowing Tianjin Yuan. Not only did he bring enemies into the heart of the Wan family, but under Zhang Junlin's orders, he also assisted in dismantling all the high-tech mechanisms within and around his grandfather's villa. Struggling to rise from the ground, Zhou Jian retreated several steps, distancing himself from Su Yang, exclaiming, "You need not understand. The King of Hell will reveal it to you." Long Yi swiftly drew a short sword resembling autumn water from her sleeve, aiming for Bai Shui's chest, intent on extracting her heart to uncover its composition. The immense heat within her circulated for merely 3 cycles before the levels of Shui, Jingxin, and Jiang Yang's fiery palm and solar heart technique ascended to the 10th realm. At the center of the lowest level stood an expansive wooden table, adorned with various experimental instruments. Meanwhile, Lin Qingtsong atop the platform could no longer endure the situation. He had merely intended to display his charm, yet his Na'vi disciples believed he was dead. At that moment, the leader of the demon hunting team commanded the group to set up camp at the valley's entrance in preparation for the night. Wu Shuang was suddenly amused by her anger, thinking, I believe you, you big-headed ghost. Speak if you wish. If not, I couldn't care less. Having experienced it once herself, she developed a profound respect for those who willingly visited beauty salons. This is what I needed. I had an extensive conversation with Gao Shang that day, having indulged in much alcohol, allowing for a more relaxed dialogue. I recall discussing various matters with Gao Shang, but now, reflecting on those topics, I realized they were entirely unrelated to Yimei Dao. Simultaneously, Jiang Chengse, hidden not far away, slowly removed his listening device, falling into a prolonged silence. Really? Nia Tian expressed disbelief, inwardly contemplating, damn it, I can't match you now. If you become enraged, I shall suffer. I am not foolish enough to provoke you. Phaetons are a branch of mages. Before reaching the Earth spirit realm, Phaetons could almost be deemed the most powerful among mages. However, upon reflection, many connected this matter to Yi Fan, as the Phoenix Patriarch's demeanor had been peculiar since first encountering him, a fact evident to any discerning observer. Even Fiona was taken aback, while others were so frightened they could hardly stand upright, with some even retching at the sight of broken walls and the remains of the fallen soldiers. Indeed, Mu Yulong offered a salute to Lung Tianshui, then hastily led the 3 Moonwatch teams towards the airship site. Jiang Chengse, with a clouded expression, disregarded the numerous media inquiries, pushing past them with a scowl, hastening away from the press conference. Chapter 136. I hope it is not what I fear, a restricted level. Sweat soaked the ends of Pan Zhuo's hair. His smile appeared more innocent. Why so silent? Dianlan lowered her gaze, shaking her head vigorously. The German shepherd, unable to bear seeing Dianlan distressed, dashed forward, attempting to bite Pan Zhuo, but was thwarted by a biting prevention device. I saw you sneak into Lan Lan's room. I lay beneath the window and heard her crying. Every time you visit Lan Lan's room, she struggles to rise from bed the next day. Wang Long cried out in pain, his body trembling violently, his lips bloodied and torn. I felt terrified, yet I could not show it. I understood that these spirits, much like animals, would only be emboldened by my fear. Jun Xian's Qilian fire dissipated significantly, yet he remained vigilant, his right hand gripping the death dragon defensively, releasing his spirit to search for Xie Mei's presence through the high temperature and thick smoke. As Lu Tianjing clenched his teeth, preparing to endure the impending blow, a towering figure holding a heavy shield suddenly appeared before him. At that moment, vibrations echoed from the staircase as Zhao Wuji, clad in golden garments, descended slowly, his gaze sweeping over Jun Xian and Qinin, without hesitation approaching the nearest, Jun Xian. When the last flower transformed entirely to white, Meng put before him reverted to her original aged appearance. Jun Xian awakened the following morning, the warm sunlight caressing his face, a delightful itch that felt quite pleasant. The scenery of the cultivation realm was breathtaking, with every mountain, river, and blade of grass exuding vitality. After all, Shi Guanghui had witnessed that others not only possessed evidence, but also the martial prowess to overpower him. Drifting on a small boat amidst light rain, sharing drinks. It resembled a picturesque landscape painting, with the rain falling like curtains from the sky and the green mountains and flowing waters harmoniously intertwined. Regrettably, neither of them were inclined towards poetic pursuits. Otherwise, they might have exchanged a few verses. The group of 61 departed cleanly, heading to meet the infernal emperor, leaving only a few scattered cultivators in 100 Ghost Cave, still unaware of their uncertain future. This sword appeared out of place beside anyone, many even unaware of its height. Left? Why didn't you say goodbye? Chun Sheng remarked in surprise, for despite his affable nature, his status had rendered him unaccustomed to such farewells. Did this master intend to persist? The Yuan Shun master, perceiving her words, sensed that she believed victory was assured, unwilling to relent until all 5 Yuan Shun masters were vanquished. Upon witnessing the wind blades hovering mid-air, Zhou De and the others remained largely unfazed, having previously seen Zhou Yu perform similar feats. Yet the Red Army reacted as though witnessing a ghost, instinctively reaching out to grasp the floating blades. The damage was substantial, yet the stun effect of the strike was mitigated by the already recovering Muller. At that moment, only Li Yunqing remained, standing in a daze, as everything that had transpired felt like a dream. Hearing this, the 3 individuals paused, smirking knowingly, causing Chu Ming to frown. Did she feel fear in the dead of night? During the day, is there a desire to remain at home? However, I once saw her late at night, with the incessant notification from her messaging app, seemingly relying on these distractions to alleviate her emotions and dispel her solitude. Chapter 137. An unidentified flying object approaches at high speed, 500 meters ahead. At that moment, Hui suddenly shivered, attributing it to her elder sister. Although Bai Shao exuded an enigmatic aura, unlike ordinary individuals, she possessed her own insights and refrained from unnecessary violence. Apart from her elder sister, who was far away at the research institute, Hui could think of no one else who could evoke such a sense of danger. Shortly thereafter, following the route provided by the map, Hui landed on the windowsill of a villa's first floor. Panjua, emerging from the washroom, was soon followed by others as they dashed out of the grand hall, confronting Xiao Qian, each of them radiating an intent to kill. The invincible find themselves bored, and the bored seek out trivial pursuits, whether good or ill. The Fushan sect participated in the battle at Wufang Tai, bringing along Fushan Mountain, undoubtedly concerned about potential disturbances within the mountain range. Yet, what they did not anticipate was a disastrous defeat in the first round of the combat. An ethereal figure collided with a spatial barrier, causing the daggers in the scabbard at his waist to float up, forming a defensive array. Shui being retaliated, targeting Bu Fan's waist, who, leveraging the force of the strike, performed a backflip and landed on the sloped roof of the two-story villa, though his clothing was already torn by the earlier attack. Of course, this is a long-term endeavor. At least the first cohort of scholars must grow, followed by successive generations. In an endless cycle, brothers, this wretched girl has caused the death of our comrade. We cannot let her go. Use the Baiyu Li Hun-san. A beggar suddenly leapt into action. The individual seemed unprepared for Chunjua's immediate assault, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. And his first strike was a formidable palm technique favored by practitioners of the opening heaven realm. My lord, please feel free to ask your questions directly. There is no need for such elaborate preambles, the general interjected succinctly, cutting off Lu Qi. Despite Wei Yang's somewhat portly figure, the likes of Du Meng and others did not believe he could prevail against his wife in a conflict. This startled Seeds, causing him to tremble violently. Just as a tester's scream pierced the air, the sharp fork had pierced her lip. Presently, if it were she who saved Donglan Jing, it could be overlooked, but he could not say much more. However, the reality was different. It was Shi Er who had come to his aid, and her actions were indeed misguided. Even as they distanced themselves, the chilling aura that enveloped them continued to send shivers down their spines, their eyes wide in horror at the transformation of Xiao. Now, at the center of the storm, a voice emerged from within. It is late. If you do not wish to sleep, I still do. Leave. As soon as the words were spoken, the room descended into darkness. Remember to cast a recommendation vote after reading each day. Such votes are free and available upon registration. The gods are indeed meddlesome. The Middle East is in a state of turmoil, and while divine forces may be at play, there are inherent issues contributing to the chaos. Is it not astonishing that even transcendent weapons remain imperfect? Is there still room for evolution in the pinnacle of holy tier weapons? Just then, the ground beneath them suddenly fractured, and numerous sharp stone spikes erupted like javelins from the earth, leaving no opportunity for the two to evade. They were left grievously wounded. If this can be considered good news, then the Li Ling have indeed brought him a significant piece of news today. Chapter 138. Who has inflicted great harm on Shu Shu's educational district? The propeller's word, and Mina's exclamations were swallowed by the low-frequency roar. As she descended, Mina felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards her father, the lion, for departing a step ahead, sparing her from the sudden upheaval. The helicopter continued to shake violently as the unidentified flying object attacked with suicidal intent, determined to destroy it. The pilot adjusted the helmet display, preparing for sacrifice. There was no time to waste. Lady Hua stepped into the room, supported by Lu Gugu, gracefully taking her seat beside Lung Yu, while two other concubines occupied the lower seats, casting unfriendly glances at Lung Yu upon their first meeting. For this significant occasion, Wei had deliberately donned what he believed to be his most impressive attire and brought an abundance of local delicacies to share with his new superior and companions. Obey my orders. Any resistance will be met with deadly force. Fire Gu was charismatic, commanding attention as if leading a legion. At that moment, Qing Feng, concealed in the shadows, observed Lu Guei Yuan's departing figure, sensing an oddity. Yet he had previously interacted with Lu Guei and held a generally favorable impression of his mentor. Zhao Fuxin had never heard of a leader from Qingwan. He assumed the Qing Yi gang only had a second in command. Nightmares? Chun Xing lowered his head, a semblance of agreement crossing his features. Just days prior, he had experienced a nightmare of plummeting into an abyss. That sensation of sudden weightlessness and endless descent still evoking terror. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Song Shiming's gaze darkened. This time, his attention was not on Lu Wanqing, but rather fixated on Guan Shun, who was dancing with Gu Meng in the center of the ballroom. Yu Zhongqing wisely excused himself. Even if there were genuine suspicions, he would not voice them openly. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, although the area was expansive, it was a modest residence for the first of the 12 knights to be granted a high-ranking title. What misdeeds are you two up to behind my back? Are you secretly indulging in the treats made by Wanner? Su Bingxi accused Lu Yuqing, his expression one of reproach. Tang Yi's demeanor turned severe, completely shedding the previously playful smile. This was not the time for jesting. With his second brother absent, he had to ensure his sister-in-law's safety. Ying was momentarily taken aback, but only for an instant, as she had been somewhat prepared for such a situation. Can I act? Mu Lingxi finally voiced her thoughts, exhaling in relief. Since Lu Yin had asked whether anyone could perform, it was clear she was in search of actors. Han Shuang lowered her head in guilt, recalling the heavy injury she had sustained at the time, oblivious to her mother. Yi Ruo, preoccupied with the day's events, awoke early despite her fatigue. Could you help me with the dishes? Shangwan Xuan inquired of Qiao Liushi, though it seemed he was more inclined to assist her. The group then arrived at a corridor-like area where the lighting dimmed once more, prompting everyone to relight their torches. Once all had traversed from that path to the corridor, the door behind them closed automatically. Gu Jueqing maintained a stern expression while engaged in combat, listening to Shun Mo speak. He felt the urge to smile, yet refrained from any sign of relaxation. When departing the capital, it was Gu Yin who had administered medicine to Old Chu. Her prolonged survival was likely due to Gu Yan's interference. Now, it was merely a matter of discovering how to ensure Old Chu's quiet demise. Chapter 139. The rugged heroes of the grasslands, South Zhou, depend on Ping Tu's judgment. Training these new recruits, they were even more earnest than Yichuan, as they would ultimately fight alongside these new soldiers. Since you are here, let us dine together. Please have a seat, I said to Kaka with a smile, shifting aside to make room for him. Xiang Xiaotong had indeed changed. No longer the impetuous youth, his confidence and innate silence compelled men to steal glances at him. With the armor division and this batch of armored trucks, Wang Haitao felt a surge of confidence. Meanwhile, the citizens of Nanjing, under the half-hearted coercion of the military police, were crossing the floating bridge to the other side of the river, while the logistics department was busy loading vehicles with military supplies for transport to Chuzhou on the northern bank. Certainly, Wang Haitao selected a considerable number of exquisite items to place within his storage ring. Come here. Chuning mysteriously beckoned me to the backstage, which was simply behind a large curtain. To put it succinctly, this battalion is not to be commanded by anyone who lacks strength. They were originally illiterate, and reason would not prevail. Even if a so-called sage were to arrive, it would be in vain. Thus, Zhang Ren advised Wang Haitao that merely maintaining their current position would be a significant achievement, and there was no need to launch further offensives against the Japanese. The bird that stands out gets shot. It is better to know when to retreat. Wang Haitao understood that this was Zhang Ren's heartfelt sentiment, for he was, after all, one with Wang Haitao. If one faltered, the other would inevitably suffer as well. Perhaps that soldier would ultimately remain unaware that he was merely a pawn in a grand strategy. Yet, this may encapsulate the aesthetic of a king. They always desire others to willingly serve them, accompanied by a sense of gratitude. Having assessed the terrain, the three regiment leaders commenced the construction of their positions with their respective subordinates. Zhang Lingfu's 547th Regiment was tasked with defending the highway, which needed to withstand direct assault from the Japanese. Consequently, the fortifications required not only bunkers and concealed posts for firepower, but also obstacles and barbed wire to impede the enemy's advance. Then, Su Wuyo and Sun Qian were left dumbfounded, realizing they had forgotten something of utmost importance. From Kaiyang's words, it was evident that he held no belief that Pangu and Bai Ling were his destined allies, for their strength was simply too feeble. Amidst a tremor that shook the ground, the upper structure of the central school building was entwined by centipedes, contracting their mechanical forms. Was this truly the NSHNGC, and he recognized? He distinctly remembered NSH, Inghu NGZ, and and Shi Ngc in as somewhat proud, never conceding defeat. Then, the fissures in the seven-color divine mountain, shattered by a blood-red giant cauldron wielded by a bizarre youth, began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. At this rate, complete restoration was merely a matter of time. Rather than a platform for combat, it resembled a gladiatorial arena designed to imprison them. This enormous cage was surrounded by colorless threads, utilizing the secondary engines of a subspace vessel as its source, rendering even a void-level entity incapable of breaching it easily. An immaculate 3-meter-long sofa, crafted from luxurious velvet, sat in the room. The mere fabric itself was of considerable worth, displaying exquisite taste. Consequently, despite knowing the hope was faint, even a mere fantasy, Kai Ong resolved to attempt it. Without trying, how could he find closure? Upon hearing Jian He's flattery laced with personal motives. When Ruoliu cast her a glance, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. An indescribable shock penetrated their minds, leaving them staring blankly at a scene that was now beyond their perception, unable to speak, move, or think. On a post-rain morning, the air was fresh yet chilly. Trailing behind Han Lai, who appeared to have been recently reprimanded. She had not intentionally left Gong Ming behind. It was simply an oversight. Through the spatial door of the token, Yi Feng, along with Hu Ji and Ji Momo, arrived in an expansive space already populated with numerous individuals, with more arriving steadily. Kong Tianjian pondered carefully. Although the houses here were inexpensive, commuting to work would undoubtedly result in tardiness, even if Chuanhedao was not far. Repeated lateness would surely lead to dismissal. Although he did not understand the nature of that jade, Si Chun remembered it distinctly, recognizing it as merely a dull, subpar jade. After the elder activated the jade, it emitted a faint red glow. Li Weici harbored immense admiration for the aerospace heroes, particularly praising Yin Yi, wishing he could replace Sun Yuhan as her pupil. "Oh dear sister-in-law, you are being rather harsh," Mu Qingyan exclaimed as she was once again thrown to the ground. Her delicate face scrunching up in pain as she rubbed her sore backside. Why did Orochimaru's human experiments become exposed? Moreover, why did the third Hokage, Sarutobi, confront them directly? Ling followed closely behind Wang Lingyun, and upon seeing the neatly arranged bowls and dishes in the dining hall, she too was taken aback, her eyes filled with perplexity. Unable to gracefully exit, Chu Xiaoxiao witnessed the intense reunion between Xuan Meyer and Yin Yi, sneering as she pretended to be unfazed while leaving. Mo Chun nearly spewed blood upon witnessing Ren Beiqing's pitiful state. It was utterly revolting to see such a muscular man reduced to tears. "Don't mind her, Qingqing. Tell me what exactly happened." Mo Ling Tian continued to whisper to Lu Qingqing. Shen Che smiled wryly. "I think you have no choice but to trust me now, do you? You cannot speak the national language, and everyone around you is a potential threat. Leaving here now might lead to your demise. So do you have a better option than to trust me?" Having survived this ordeal, Yonghong assured that he would utilize rare resources to aid everyone in restoring their vitality, imploring them not to hesitate in offering their assistance. Jian Yonghong gritted his teeth as he spoke. In the afternoon, the regulation officer delivered Mo Chen's meal through a pipe, which he promptly discarded into the trash bin while savoring a fine 1982 Lafite and indulging in exquisite steak. Chapter 140. After a fierce battle, the wild dog owed 500 kilocalories. Zhang Wuquan, with a countenance as somber as the depths of water, swept his gaze across the office's occupants, finally resting his astonished eyes on Song Tianming. However, with the Liu family's strength, Liu Bufan dared not act against Qingqingdi. To eliminate him, he would need to rely on Run Wuxiu's assistance. At such a moment, no one could remain calm. It felt as though a storm was brewing. During this time, the operational methods of all merchants undoubtedly displayed some discrepancies compared to later generations, predominantly characterized by a rugged approach. For instance, inns are typically no more than 3 or 4 stories high, requiring one to gaze upward at the towering buildings. Yet in such circumstances, Xiao Ping dared not distract Song Lei with conversation, suppressing his concerns in silence. At that moment, he sincerely wished he could be by Song Lei's side, providing her with a sense of safety. Having been maliciously intoxicated by Wang Tian, Aguo remained unconscious until the banquet concluded. Gradually, aberrant life forms could no longer impede humanity's progress, beginning to vanish from most regions. Thus, having felt a rare sense of reflection, he desired to capture more photographs. Knowing that future opportunities might not arise, Even if he returned, who could say if it would remain unchanged? Currently, many universities were undergoing renovations, demolishing old buildings to erect new ones. Would the cats still be present then? Upon hearing Lung Mo's words, Bai Lian trembled violently, losing control of the chopsticks in her hands, which fell onto the table with a clatter. As she raised her gaze, trembling, she looked at me with fear. The arrival of autumn heralded the chill of the northern weather. The wise geese departed early, timely migrating southward. Mr. Xia, what do you think of these feather fans collected from the villagers? Will they pass inspection? Lu Qingqing inquired. As for the hares, they naturally preferred burrowing, and the grassy terrain was ill-suited for digging. Hence, I suspect keeping them would be quite challenging. Yun Yifuruit Herburoth, evidently disapproving of Yun Lin's remarks, but choosing to remain silent, casually examining the floral engravings on her cup. Meanwhile, Yun Xian dared not breathe, timidly stealing glances at Yun Lin before lowering her head to twist her handkerchief. Su Meilin finally sighed in relief. Earlier, Zhang Yang's pressure had caused her body to react, making her feel as though her undergarments were dampened, which was quite uncomfortable. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Azure Dragon Soul's release technique would undergo further transformations. Did you not say that you hadn't resolved the issue for several months, which is why you acted so boldly towards me? Xia Chuanzi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Casting a glance at Ji Xia, while she addressed the shopkeeper, I dare not impose. I shall choose these few items. After selecting several spices he had just viewed, he gestured for the shopkeeper to wrap them up. Although Long Outyin possessed an element of coercion, he would cease his actions if faced with vocal opposition. Despite his dissatisfaction with the preferential treatment shown towards Chu Jiuli, Shen Qingshan dared not voice his grievances. At that moment, as Sun An, the eldest son of his uncle's family, hurried back from the hospital, he sensed an uneasy gaze from several ants the moment he stepped inside. Zheng Yuan and Yu Qianfeng were caught in a stalemate. One wished to escape, but lacked the resolve, while the other was determined to prevent any evasion. Advancing further meant heading towards the capital, where the loyal servant and child awaited, for the direction of the fish mouth pointed towards the city. The notion of favoring a concubine over a wife was not uncommon, yet within a clan like the Wang family, it remained unacceptable. Enough said. Go in and pay your respects. Have a good chat with your grandfather and father about the significant contributions made during this expedition. The elder affectionately embraced Bai Wuhua, his words imbued with warmth and kindness. Now that you are awake, rise. I have procured something for you to soak in. It should yield favorable results. Dongfang Bai remarked to LV Feng. Haha, I was merely jesting. Is it true that men are not allowed inside? At that moment, Fanshin chuckled. What are you all planning to do? On the road, Yuaner was still unclear about LV Feng's intentions. Although there existed a multitude of wild beasts within the West Gorge Forest, faced with the formidable Qi Tian de Sheng's son Wukong and the demon energy radiating from the rolling curtain, General Sha Wujing, they were all eager to avoid confrontation, leading to a tranquil journey. Soon, Lin Fan pondered briefly before stepping forward and grasping a segment of a finger bone in his hand. Hua Qinggu sat in the position of the sect leader, observing two middle-aged Taoists below, who were none other than Qing Su Laodao's disciples, Qing Yang and Qing Feng. At the stone table, Lian seemed to envision an ancient great being seated across from him, cheerfully sipping tea from a rustic stone cup, while discussing profound principles and revealing various secrets of the laws. Although Wang Ting recognized the esteemed boss of Dihao, he certainly did not know Wang Ting. Subsequently, the rhinoceros demon produced a large chunk of mysterious iron and struck it with his horn. Since she found no use for it herself, she decided to bestow a few pieces upon those who could truly utilize them. Should the rules be suddenly altered at this time, it would signify a capricious change in orders, severely undermining the disciples' enthusiasm for cultivation and even affecting the reputation of the entire He Xianmin. Everyone do not act rashly. The Duke of the Nation is in their hands. Ouyang signaled the generals to refrain from advancing. Historically, the common people have harbored a poor opinion of officials, much like during the disturbance caused by the demon in Yunyang City. When the chaos erupted, the officials were the first to flee, yet once the demons retreated, they were the first to rush back in. I maintained a tense standoff with Xia Keluo, hesitant to make any further moves, uncertain of how such actions might provoke a backlash from her. Observing the adorable girl twirling beside me, while I merely moved my arms most of the time, I felt quite content with my decision to accept her request to be my partner. Chapter 141. Return and Offer Bai Shao Incense Daily. James squinted slightly, his tone laden with unspoken depth. Zhao, what should we do? Director Zhao was equally flustered. Having previously filmed documentaries with the team, he would at least hire a few locals if necessary. Had it not been for his overwhelming debts, he would never have accepted James's proposal to come to Nanzhou. Wealthy individuals are often protective of their lives, and James did not seem to be one to fear death. He had assumed there was little danger, unaware that James was an adventurer at heart. Without a gun, Xiao Meier gently extricated herself from Yi Zhong's embrace, freeing her hands to remove his mask. I work logistics at the general staff, having been comrades in arms with the battalion commander back in the day. Xun Lixing approached the door, rolling up the pant leg of his right leg to reveal a prosthetic limb. Inside the private room, Qin Sheng had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. The more he interacted with Yi Tian, the more Qin Sheng enjoyed his company. He was not the type to curry favor, thus radiating integrity while lacking sycophancy, which made Yi Tian feel exceptionally at ease. Outside the Golden King's Devil Suppression Hall, besides the Dharma King Boba, the other 8 remained seated in a meditative posture, seemingly oblivious to the crowd. Upon noticing our approach, they parted to allow us passage. However, logic dictates that every mother loves her son. After Emperor Zhao Zhan issued his decree, the old empress, despite her frail health, clutched her son's head and wept incessantly. Although Hu Fengtu appeared simple-minded, he was quite astute when it mattered. No matter how arrogant the Demon Clan youth was, he was genuinely at the 8th level of Void God. If Ling Hao's cultivation was merely as rumored, at the 2nd or 3rd level of Void God, he might not be able to contend with that demon youth. Guozi, he was completely unaware that the 2 individuals beside him were both high-ranking elders and special envoy from the Fragrant Sect, which had been deemed a heretical cult by the court. Guozi even believed that Liu Daong, like himself, had followed Yi Zhong due to feeling unappreciated. Additionally, Yin Hao Tsang had 2 other disciples, both exceptionally talented and at the Tribulation Crossing realm, who had been seen accompanying him at a grand banquet a few days prior. They had not made an appearance in the previous round, but after the Jinhai seal, both would represent Piaomiao Peak in battle. Such information does not adequately explain the formidable skills exhibited by Yi Tian. Liu Danxing from Shaolin Temple was well aware that many of the Central Security Bureau soldiers on rotation had trained in martial arts at Shaolin, yet none possessed Yi Tian's prowess. Great Sun Radiance Sword. As the sword technique was wielded, it resembled a blazing sun hanging in the sky, illuminating the frost in the realm, causing it to retreat and dispersing the mist. Am I the one impersonating you? You cannot place the blame on me. Yi Hongfeng spoke first to assert his innocence. I feel perfectly fine. How could I possibly be poisoned? Yi Tsanghai inquired with an unusually cooperative tone, internally amused, eager to observe how this rogue dragon would deceive others. Mom and Dad, I'm off to fetch the bride. Yu Qingyang announced to Yu Youguang and Chao Tsuefen as he led several groomsmen behind him. Once the cultivators had exited the hollow, 2 individuals with sinister smiles gathered together. As Su Sherdang crawled out from a nearby pile of grass. As they sprinted along the path in a desperate escape, Su Sutong's gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Although they had already fled nearly 10 kilometers away from Chiyu, Su Sutong's spirit remained tethered to her brother. Xiang Lu noticed the darkness settling and, uncertain of any available boats to the island, rowed alongside Agashur to a nearby village to find shelter. Qinfen shook the box vigorously, turning it over and over, confirming there were no mechanisms before slowly opening the note. Following the underground passage, Qinfen descended, feeling a cool breeze sweep over him. This was the first time he had experienced such a strong wind since arriving in this city. He braved the wind, walking inward while illuminating the path ahead with his phone. Chapter 142. The Coastal Fisherman. Misguided efforts yield no results. Soon after, Bai Shao returned the now healthy little wild dog to its pack, waving goodbye. The lead wild dog stared intently at Bai Shao, inexplicably sensing that failure to depart with its kin would result in being torn apart by butterflies and foxes, becoming nourishment for the great tree. Consequently, apart from the little wild dog, the rest of the pack left without turning their heads. Director Zhao sighed. They are all masterpieces of nature, contributing to the balance of the grassland ecosystem. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a bit hazy, his thoughts growing sluggish, and a strong urge to sleep overcame him. This is not surprising, Charlemagne shrugged. Having spent years mingling with the Black Dragon Princess, he was quite familiar with such matters. Zhao Xinglong felt a chilling sensation permeate his body under Gu Shaoshang's gaze, goosebumps rising like edamame. He involuntarily halted his actions, his eyes brimming with vigilance. After all, expenses in the capital were inevitably substantial, and upon learning of the damage to Charlemagne's dual blades, he strongly recommended that his elder brother forge 2 new ones using superior ore. Though he was self-assured, he understood that the chances of distinguishing himself at the conference and garnering the favor of the prominent figures from the main family were rather slim. "Let us visit our own store," Fred contemplated, finding no other appealing destination. However, the youth seemed oblivious, or rather, he perceived it yet chose not to argue. Under the immense sky of the Chiton, numerous titans of the mixed origin scrutinized the newly ascended giant from the myriad realms. This was also the reason she could remain at the esteemed University of Dilapidated despite her seemingly frivolous pursuits. Suddenly, ripples stirred in the sea of consciousness. Gu Shaoshang's spirit flickered slightly, stirring the myriad projections and glimmers above the heart sea. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, and the speed felt akin to that of an aircraft. The myriad spells of the Clam Queen were numerous, but the most formidable remained the water control technique, specifically the defensive spell known as the Great Water Net. Lu Yunfei nodded in understanding. Thus, he could be closer to Lin Zimo, ensuring his safety even in the face of the Blood Cross individuals. Qin Zheng remained silent, somewhat taken aback. Had they previously sought the wrong direction? Had he known that the Ghost King would turn out this way, he would not have dressed so extravagantly, perhaps even forging a connection with this so-called Ghost King. Upon this realization, the previously improved complexion of Kelooi darkened once more. Xiaoyi felt quite satisfied, noting how rare it was for someone to maintain their composure and serenity after a series of successes. At this moment, the 2 grim reapers by the side door intended to obstruct him, but upon recognizing him, they simply smiled and ceased their objections. It was well known that if the Ziqing twin swords were to attack Shangqing, Chen would undoubtedly step forward to assist, thereby ensuring that regardless of Shangqing's retreat, Chen would follow suit. After entering the city, Nie Feng and Huoling strolled along the relatively prosperous streets, and after a while, Huoling turned to Nie Feng with a question. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 old men, aware of the situation, witnessed the black vinyl snake being injured by the war god's horn and immediately unleashed their most potent spiritual techniques. Yanji Lan's sudden weeping alerted everyone to an unspoken realization. Even knowing that such occurrences were inevitable in battle, the members of the Black Gold Air Pirates found it hard to accept this harsh reality. Some members, with fragile tear ducts, could no longer bear it and gazed upwards, attempting to hold back their tears. Chapter 143. Please watch the Animal World's mukbang. Crabs on the tip of the tongue. Xiao Hai watched with great interest, occasionally commenting on the monkey's dining manners. Mastering this skill requires finesse. Of course, not every monkey can handle seafood harvesting, unlike this one beside me. Just as the last note faded, a monkey incapable of smashing oysters raised one and offered it to Xiao Hai, leaving him flustered and speechless with excitement. "Thank you, no. I want to eat, you should." Bai Shao, who understood the monkey's speech, struggled to contain her laughter. All eyes in attendance were ablaze with enthusiasm, as those with slightly greater strength and confidence rushed towards the inheritance cave. Sister Shu and I contemplated for a long time, arriving at only one method, albeit challenging to implement. Luo Yaya had a solution, but it was not an ideal one. Fuyu was momentarily taken aback, as was Wu Longyang. Yi Chen winked at Fuyu, who felt a spark of understanding regarding Yi Chen's words. This statement was alarmingly ominous. One could foresee that the divine race would inevitably hunt the demon race. Bai Qingyang immediately utilized 3 foxtails in defense, which, without any suspense, shattered. Bai Qingyang cried out in agony. Jin Shenghan approached the side of the stage, thoroughly engrossed in observing the performers along with Lit and others, completely forgetting his role as a guest, despite being situated far behind. Long Tianji remarked, "Yin Lang, the potential of the serpent human tribe is immense. With your slight assistance, they will surely transform into dragons. Hand him over to me, and I will release your friend, even allowing you to depart from Xinyue Island." The Dragon Emperor said earnestly to Wu Exant, his demeanor revealing the significance of a living 7 virtues king to him. Chun Yang shook his head, pointing out the reason. The inspection of the corpse's eyelids and skin was to determine that she had been infused with a powerful spell, resulting in her current state. Perhaps she had been a madwoman speaking to straw men before her demise. He heart skipped a beat. Was there not a single corpse in the circus? Where had the deceased gone? "All right, you two, let us ease up. Arguing is rather pointless. I assented. Zhang Jie chuckled, mediating the situation. Meanwhile, on the newly erected high platform in the square, Benjamin stood waiting with a speech draft in hand. TCH, who did you learn that from? The playfuling Bao giggled, pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Fans first discovered the Weibo post, and such an overt declaration of a romantic relationship sent Ing Bao's fan club into a frenzy, awakening many dormant detractors who turned the comment section into a battleground. Come on, Charles, this topic is still very much alive. With that, the two burst into hearty laughter. Di Tingfeng accompanied the four to the main hall of the Misty Peak, which was not a summit, but rather an expansive hollowed-out mountain interior. I would rather you hinder me than wish for your safety, Di Tingfeng said, wrapping his arm around Duanmu Jin's waist, unwilling to let go for even a moment. As he did not intentionally conceal his voice, nearly all the disciples turned their gazes toward the pair destined to meet as soon as his words fell. The nearby townsfolk were bewildered. They only saw Shun Chun unleashing his formidable power once more, obliterating hundreds of zombies. As he set down that strange weapon, they surged toward him, ecstatic and cheering. Chapter 144. There's an old saying among humans, the disfavored are few. The ring detected the wearer's life signs fading, and the black vortex abruptly vanished. Lan Lioli, without glancing at the vortex, clutched the mechanical heart, smiling innocuously. Are you all right? I didn't realize you would die without a heart. The white-haired man fell to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Even you would betray the eldest sister? Lan Lioli casually tossed the mechanical heart to the ground, wiping her palms with seaweed, her expression and tone shifting with every utterance. Days turned into weeks, and the majority of soul masters in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were quietly armed. In fact, he had crossed paths with the owner of the Yunyu Bar, Mo Yunxiang, previously, though they were not well acquainted. Mo Yunxiang did not invite him to the bar's opening. Attending uninvited would seem rather presumptuous. After all, confrontations at the level of the main deity involve not only clashes of divine bodies, but also confrontations of celestial-level computers, a struggle of the void engine's strength. Adding some life essence liquid should suffice as soil. Longshan gazed at the meticulously clean tabletop, feeling refreshed, upon learning that his predecessor's dawn had merged with humanity. Your reaction appeared markedly calmer than before, Su Shua finally spoke. Unfortunately, a fine shield consumed far too many extraordinary materials. Even his great-grandfather possessed only one-arm shield. Not a suitable large shield for him. Angel, Yin was momentarily perplexed, but when she followed Li Qingsong's gaze downward, she instantly grasped what was on his mind. Every day, apart from discussing collaborative matters with other family members, one must also inspect the family-owned enterprises during leisure hours. Subsequently, the figure, who had been slowly advancing with a machete, paused and turned to gaze down the street, particularly when Ron's eyes upon him were devoid of any pretense, openly revealing her affection, tender as flowing water, even in the presence of others. The eighth prince was unaware that this singular decision would irrevocably seal his sorrowful fate. However, before they could prepare to infiltrate the Inshao organization's base like the assassins, under the purifying radiance of this holy light, the puppeteer that Godo had summoned swiftly crumbled into dust. This divine illumination did not dissipate, but continued to silently guard the body of Michael. You may hold no power over me. I, Yi Zhuiyue, shall make you aware of your place. A servant is merely a servant, and a subordinate remains a subordinate. Rather than decline, Wenran beamed radiantly, affirming her willingness to accompany him in any endeavor. She had just stated her readiness to share any undertaking with him. Whether it be consuming medicine or facing death, she would not waver nor fear. When Rand ceased to insist, Don Chin Mu's coat, and pressed onward until she reached 2/3 of the staircase, where she turned right, passing by gravestones, finally arriving at her parents' memorial. He may lack martial prowess, yet I shall accompany him through the mundane life of an ordinary person. Gallo maintained an expression of indifference. Then I noticed that the spot he had indicated earlier seemed to exhibit slight cracking. Suchan fell silent for a moment, then scoffed, realizing that these three still wished for him to play a final role in their treasure acquisition. This young woman now stood with a resolute posture. Yifan had entrusted her with both the salary card and the bonus card, stating she could use them freely. Chapter 145, Little Elephant. Dear, would you like a back massage? Bai Shao hung up the phone, not missing the rigidity in the fox's body upon hearing the term demon blood, and leaned down to inquire. Do you know something? The fox, nestled in by Shao's embrace, replied in a childish voice, Chung Chung knows nothing, only that the Yu Su Chung has made a mistake. Demon blood should not spill among ordinary people. Bai Shao stroked the fox's head, contemplating this statement and concluding that the adult entity of Su Chung was privy to many secrets. Yet, she could never communicate with him. Zhang Bin erupted into an excited laugh, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Thus, Luo Yongxue found it curious that he could not be expected to champion the cause of justice. Such a notion was utterly impossible for him. To Luo Yongxue, all beings in this world were merely tools for his kind of saint to exploit. The silver-haired, middle-aged man walked slowly beneath the starry sky, his eyes reflecting weariness and sorrow, his hand gently brushing through the void, occasionally stirring a ripple. Whether Su Xiao or Mu Rongyan, both could discern that the vast innate bagua array summoned by Dongling could not entirely restrain Feng Zilu from escaping. It merely posed additional obstacles. If Feng Zilu were merely an ordinary demon, the innate bagua array would suffice to subdue him. It must be noted that various European nations also possess musket brigades, and the Ottoman Legion he commands has indeed clashed with European musket units. However, he had never encountered a musket brigade like the 20,000 Qing Army's Pao Long Army, which guarded 300 cannons. In the direction of Ukraine, the Russian army had originally stationed 150,000 troops there, eyeing Romania. Even Zhang Bin's first and second avatars were quite gifted. Should they cultivate to the same realm as his true self, they would not lag far behind. Initially, he had believed that Li Yuzhu might possess some skill with blades, but compared to the seasoned Yu Fei, there remained a considerable disparity. Yet now it appeared that Li Yuzhu's swordsmanship surpassed his expectations, seemingly just a shade less adept than Yu Fei's. Everyone, including the ancestor of Shanhua, stood in shock, rendered speechless for quite some time. They gathered the villagers treated the previous night, only to find that, without exception, they had all succumbed to corpse poison once more. Zhao Quan and his companions' expressions darkened, while only Xiao Yao squinted slightly, adopting a watchful demeanor. Jia hurriedly exclaimed, "Then I shall go prepare for my master." Upon saying this, she rushed towards the kitchen, reflecting on how no one would attend to her master's daily needs in her absence. She felt quite remiss. "I hope you will communicate any news directly to me. I am the concerned party, and you have no right to strip me of my right to know," Neozirin asserted. The middle-aged man was startled, quickly turning to see me, his eyes flickering with astonishment. "Your inability to resolve the formation does not imply my own inability." Nietian coldly surveyed, each inching before redirecting his gaze towards Shimin Ao, seemingly seeking his counsel. As anticipated, In Kushila obstructed his path after class, this time speaking more directly than before. "How did you conceive of such a structure?" The mortise and tenon structure was entirely foreign to him. The head of the zombie rolled to the ground like a piece of fruit, its body collapsing and ceasing to move. The two exerted all their strength, and the door finally exhibited some response, accompanied by the creaking of the hinges on either side. Just as Yu Xiao intended to suggest to Yin Tingting that perhaps the direction was incorrect, she suddenly cried out, "Danger!" leaping high into the air. Chapter 146, The Narrow-Mouthed Crocodile. Either it bursts or it gets crushed. Amidst the speculation of viewers in the live stream, the crocodile beneath the little elephant flipped over, exposing its white belly. The little elephant proudly waved its trunk, exclaiming, "Peter has triumphed." Bai Shao stood on the riverbank, waving, "Hello, Peter." Upon hearing the voice, the little elephant turned its head, skillfully flapping its ears to shoo away nearby mosquitoes, curling its long trunk and rubbing its eyes. "Beautiful person, are you speaking to me?" Bai Shao nodded, lifting the Xianning holy water to encircle the garden. Flowing around, he Feng Zhai, pushing open the intricately carved window to reveal a vast expanse of lush greenery. The densely planted celestial treasures, influenced by the profound, ethereal energy of the land, had undergone a remarkable evolution. Aside from Gan Ning, the other soldiers had not anticipated such a multitude of high-ranking officials participating in this expedition. Moreover, many were seasoned veterans who had accompanied El Bu. It seemed that King Qin indeed placed great importance on this campaign. One could only hope that no one would let slip the details of their reprimands to their ears. Wu Jia waved his sleeve, enveloping the surroundings in a layer of restrictions. He exhaled softly, producing a black short sword from his palm. The banquet was set within a traditional-style building, its interior modestly adorned with an ancient painting, a potted foliage plant, and antique porcelain vases, all aimed at conveying an air of antiquity and elegance. The room was kept cool to prevent perspiration. The trees wished for tranquility, yet the wind would not cease. Tenozo had done all he could. Yet the situation continued to develop with an unstoppable momentum. The girl's face bloomed as red as a ripe apple, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Qingwei. Speaking in a childlike tone, "Shall I help you with my hands?" He grunted softly, as if navigating through a fleeting illusion, feeling his consciousness gradually extricate itself from the mire of nightmares, once more becoming an observer of the numerous phantoms. With the elder Shun Shirun present, Zheng Mingyuan found it inappropriate to discuss this matter with Shun Chengsheng, for it would be too dismissive of Shun Shirun, risking offense. Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but feel anxious. She had always believed that Xiejuan Rui was a reliable branch, only to discover that this branch was not sturdy at all, but rather fragile and easily broken. Just a mere county princess had reduced it to splinters, shattering her dreams of attachment. Da Peng held her partly in his embrace, hastily channeling true essence into her. Jiadi's complexion began to reveal a hint of rosy flush. I finally understood why Uncle Hai fell off. Even rivals had emerged, complicating matters. After Wang Yining departed, Yu Xiang awaited someone to summon him to court. A day later, indeed, someone arrived. Chapter 147. Let me handle it. Can't you understand a bite? The young elephant flapped its ears with excitement. Father, mother, uncle, aunt, brother, sister, have you come find me? The herd moved swiftly, showing no inclination to halt upon spotting the little one. In a moment of haste, the young elephant stumbled, tripping over its own feet and tumbling to the ground. Wait for me. Bai Shao guided the group toward the safe area, striving to avoid becoming a casualty under the mighty feet of the elephants, while inquiring, "How did you become separated from your family?" Dazed, one of them replied, "You too can argue here. I am off to dine." Despite assuming a tone of authority befitting an elder, he could not quell the quarrel between the two. Xiao Han simply stood up. "Is it permissible for me to avoid you both?" Chun Shan Dao and the tribal kings found themselves at a loss, while Shisa offered no opinion on the matter. On this day, Chun Shan Dao could no longer contain himself and approached Shisa, who was surveying the enemy forces alongside Ling Shangshui. Quafu stubbornly clung to the flag, unwilling to relinquish it, only to feel a sharp pain as a blade struck his hand, leaving a deep white mark. This emanates the essence of an exceptional foundation pill. I cannot be mistaken. The warriors on the platform, captivated by the beauty of the pill, began identifying the various elixirs in the air. Within the three realms, apart from a few great saints, the powers of the other continents had been excluded. Yuan Hong's demonic sect could be deemed the dominant force in the southern continent, possessing the strength to sweep away any rival. However, the great saints were preoccupied with their own strategies, thus they dared not take action against Yuan Hong, fearing to unwittingly become pawns in his game. Wu Shasha gazed intently at Zhao Ningning, then rose and approached her. Meanwhile, Yun Zhongzi had not ventured far when a white orb suddenly emerged from the vast waves, surrounded by countless Yuan Gui. As a wave crashed, they vanished without a trace. The scorching sun knew of his desire for vengeance and sneered. "There are many skilled individuals in the southern lands. If I wish to go, I shall. And what business is it of yours?" Shisa chuckled, jesting. "Who told you to deliberately create difficulties for me?" Preparations for the wedding gifts commenced, and the group was set to depart for southern Shan in 3 days. They complied with the command. Were it not for the presence of the Taishang Lao Jun and the three clear ones during this era when the saints did not emerge, any significant matters in the three realms could only be observed by the Taoists. It was no wonder that Taishang Lao Jun, embodying tranquility and non-action, felt a sense of resonance. With someone leading the way, the ministers followed suit, and even those reluctant dared not voice their discontent, fearing for their lives. A chorus of cheers reverberated throughout the grand hall. A subtle intoxication glazed over the beautiful fox-like eyes in the night, adorning his gentle and handsome face with a hint of bewilderment. Could it be that he was insufficiently proactive? The Snake King struggled to keep himself within bounds against the thrust of the staff, his speed gradually diminishing until he reached the edge of the arena, finally managing to block the staff's sudden assault, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. While establishing the law enforcement hall and the guard hall, the elder Gu Aoshua, with the assistance of 2 inner disciples, led hundreds of novice disciples to Qingmu Peak to cultivate spiritual fields. After selecting a suitable site, they measured the land and cleared 200 acres of wasteland. He initially believed a passerby was approaching. Thus he concealed himself around the corner, secretly observing Jiang Fan and the Na Jia corpse. As the distance closed to 10 meters, the figure in black recognized Jiang Fan. Although Li Chong lacked the ability to teleport, he was experienced, while Zhao Hao and the others had never encountered such a situation, feeling both fear and admiration. The man took another sip of alcohol and said, "Let us continue our discussion," fixing his gaze on Li Chong. The prison warden also noticed the absence of the ring on Jiang Fan's finger. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, insisting, "I clearly saw him wearing a diamond ring just moments ago. Search him." The warden waved his meaty hand. Chapter 148, Recruitment Guidelines for the Beastmaster Sect. Streamers enjoying the Grand Temple. A gust of wind swept through, causing Bai Shao's hair to float like seaweed beside her face. It could not dispel the hostility in her gaze. The fox walked with resolute steps to Bai Shao's side, offering silent comfort. Bai Shao bent down, smiling as she embraced the fox, secretly resolving to escort Luo Chu and the others to meet their true selves. He remained oblivious to Bai Shao's transformation, fixating on the dark-skinned man, suddenly murmuring, "In a sense, I am no different from them." Upon hearing Yin Ya's piercing words that struck at the heart of their greatest pain, Ruo Shi's beautiful eyes dimmed, biting her lip tightly. The blood demon god ape, not only immense in size, but resembling a towering mountain, overshadowed even the ancient totem of Qin Tian. Although Angelina was aware that Romulus might reprimand her during the coronation ceremony, she did not anticipate his cold and unfeeling demeanor, leaving no room for compassion amidst new and old wounds alike. His words bore no semblance of courtesy. I smiled at Tang Binger, who, upon meeting my gaze, flushed and turned away, her proud nature unyielding, while I glanced at Tang Chinner, who smiled and nodded in response. He had always wished to avoid becoming mired in the harem's intricate web, but upon realizing he could not prevent it, he cast aside military discipline and achievements, resolutely entering the palace as a guard, solely to protect those close to him. Yet even so, my yang spirit energy combined with the ancient acupuncture technique took a full half-hour to heal Yulan, alleviating her injuries and restoring her inner strength to its rightful level, leaving her to seek breakthroughs in seclusion, which is a tale for another time. Yi Shaoan disregarded the rest, continuing unabashedly to open the heads of other demon beasts, extracting every magic core she could find. She marveled at the tea leaves used in the teapot, noting a tender green leaf floating at the bottom, gaining insight. A long string of black lightning suddenly surged around Fan Yu, who charged towards the surrounding people. And nearly all disciples of the Tian Shou sect faced only death when confronted by him. The servants were commoners, mere trifles like peanuts and longan, which also belonged to affluent families, while the ordinary were merely grains. Xiuwan smiled and said, although the crowd was puzzled as to why Lu Yang would say such a thing, Wang Yu did not stop him. Speaking of which, my master mentioned that he was invited by the Lord of the Jinghong Valley to discuss medical poison matters at the Lingxiao Valley. Given the high level of the Jinghong Valley Lord's medical skills, it seemed strange for him to say such a thing. Chu Ling found it odd that the Jinghong Valley Lord would invite Xiao Xiangjing to Lingxiao Valley. The phantoms of fish and dragons swirled around him, as if they were living beings, creating an astonishing spectacle. A divine dragon coiled atop the Shanghai Esports Arena, gripping an enormous mouse, vividly crafted, a true marvel of craftsmanship. I apologize. I'm new to this place, so I would appreciate guidance from you, Brother Zidonglai. Fan Yu clasped his hands respectfully towards Zidonglai. However, Fan Yu was astonished when the middle-aged man shook his head. It was only then that Fan Yu truly understood that this was not an invitation, but rather a form of abduction. By the time they reacted, their two most powerful companions, those of the highest realm, were already dead beyond resurrection. After a sleepless night and several consecutive battles, he felt mentally exhausted. Yet lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest, with images of Lin Yao and Yi Yuelong arriving to fetch him replaying in his mind. Tian Fan and the others nodded. Previously, he had pondered that if this precious jade truly could control time, then the Tianhu clan would surely all be saints. It turned out that those above the supreme level could not enter for cultivation. That is splendid. If I may be so bold, may I ask if she is with Lian Haiping? Excitement illuminated Cui Jun's face. Chapter 149. Mechanical beasts appear everywhere. Is this the end of the world? The fox instantly sensed its position as the favored one was jeopardized, swiftly swiping its claw. The octopus squinted, leaping from Yusan's palm to Bai Shao's shoulder, blowing bubbles that ensnared the fox before propelling the bubble ball away with its tentacles. You dare to challenge me? On the other side, the game was still in progress. He and 3 members of the 4th team had already departed from the airport. Their coordination allowed them to swiftly incapacitate a squad of skeleton soldiers in mere moments after launching their attack, rendering over 50 of them significantly weakened. Anqing exuded a magnificent aura, its royal city crafted from pristine white marble, meticulously shaped into bricks and various forms, constructing palatial structures of exquisite beauty. The main streets outside the royal city were bustling, yet soldiers armed with blades and guns patrolled the area. Before long, Lu Chanyu entered, followed closely by a trembling old scribe. The old scribe's eyes were red and swollen, bulging from their sockets in a rather terrifying manner. Zhang Mingjin and Yang Jinjue could not help but admire their new superior, who had only been in command for a little over a month. They silently resolved to serve the military official diligently, hoping for future rewards. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's stomach growled with hunger, leaving him ravenous. Yet, Shun Shuren remained unperturbed, understanding that Chongjin sought to maintain face by first reprimanding him privately before allowing him to seek counsel without public embarrassment. Longli realized that the comedic antics of the Old Snakes group were actually the subordinates of Zhang Hengyi, which explained their relentless pursuit of him. At that moment, as Longli unleashed the dazzling golden dragon form, the demon sensing device at Nantian Gate emitted a brilliant golden light, swiftly directing its focus towards the inner side of Nantian Gate. Gao Yurong approached Feng Yi, whispering words intended to intimidate the new recruits. Zhou Wang furrowed his brow. No ruler is devoid of intelligence. Having once placed immense trust in Deng Jiogong, he had not considered this angle, believing it to be a tactic of Deng Jiogong. However, upon a reminder from 2 ministers, doubt began to creep into his mind, albeit limited to suspicion. Gue Tongwan laughed heartily, his cheeks puffing up once more before he began to chew earnestly. In no time, he opened his mouth, releasing a golden projectile resembling a spear, aimed directly at Hinata Niji. Abai picked up a fan he had crafted long ago, slashing through the air to summon 10 gusts of icy wind, causing the members of the demon sect to retreat in fear. At this moment, 2 voices emerged from within the door, followed by several individuals stepping out. Jin's heart raced with excitement as he recognized them. His father Xiang Fu, his mother Xian He, his second mother Zheng Shan, and Xiang Yuza. He thought to himself that he would have to postpone reading his senior brother's letter. Surrounded by swirling mist, it dissipated to reveal a young man clad in a white robe, exuding an aura of elegance and grace. Before he could finish speaking, the peacock waved his right hand, sending multiple flames rushing towards Qin Hao, binding him tightly. Having joined the Chan sect for 2,000 years, Wei Hu understood the strict nature of his ancestor, Yuan Shi Tianzun, who held high expectations for his disciples. Otherwise, the sect would not have only a handful of second-generation disciples. It was perplexing how someone as carefree as Yun Zhongzi could possibly take an unconventional disciple. Chapter 150. Suggestion to list the Labrador's tail as a controlled weapon. Bai Shao glanced at the teleprompter, softening her tone as much as possible. When the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Everyone should rest and eat as they please. Following her words was a simple emoticon, from which Bai Shao deduced that the words could not have been provided by Xiao Wenjing. As for who it was likely a young lady, though it could also be otherwise. After a moment of fanciful musings, Bai Shao felt inexplicably relaxed. In the live broadcast room, Xu Fei pressed her temples, regretting her decision to come. She had intended to wait until the sun was less intense to make a brief appearance, but as soon as she stood up, chaos erupted around her. A thick layer of snow blanketed the ground, and Chu Changming stumbled into the snow, caught off guard as a bright sword tip lunged toward him. Yuan Qingji was surely aware that I knew, which made me feel there was no ambush. He would not set one there. The current state of Lord Hua was peculiar. His meridians were mostly blocked, his body numb and stiff, with only a faint whisper of breath remaining. Indeed, let us have a drink. I am well acquainted with the owner here, and I can tell you quietly that their cappuccino is the best. Yu Cheng said this, yet he reluctantly served a cup of Americano instead. If the process were to proceed normally, Chun Jun would have been dragged by Wang Haiba to move those items, effectively making him cannon fodder. Chun Rui's voice was faint, her body completely worn out. The suffering endured over these many days surpassed all her previous afflictions. Man Shvang. momentarily pausing while removing her earrings, looked at her in surprise, finding it remarkable that she was capable of such thought. Thus, Su Zhe and his companions stumbled slightly, but nonetheless raced toward the distant woods. Unexpectedly, his Bei Ming true energy managed to withstand Bu Jingyun's Paiyan palm, leaving him completely unscathed. I saw the crystal ball that Su Ge used before. Its power seems impressive. I wonder how many are left? Qi Lian inquired. No wonder such a high-profile ball was organized today. It was likely that they had been preoccupied with strategizing how to negotiate cooperation with the Rose Merchant Alliance. It would be foolish not to seize this opportunity that had presented itself. Fatigue driving? The term popped into Chun Hao's mind, leaving him speechless. There was no choice but to lower his altitude and find a place to rest for a while. With the launch of such a groundbreaking product, the Xiaoyao sect, as its birthplace, would undoubtedly be the first to reap the benefits. The most critical aspect is that if the Imperial Palace truly unites as one, he will inevitably become a target of resentment among the major powers across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, rendering even his own 9 heavens imperial court incapable of rising. Although a bitter battle lay ahead in 100 years, and one must not slacken their efforts during this time, for someone like Zhou Zixio, particularly with his mastery of the 9 turns mysterious art, a century's time is essentially indistinguishable from a day's time. Further progress would be impossible. Upon hearing these words, Wu Dang and Yun Xiao exchanged glances filled with incredulity, directing their skeptical gazes toward Zhu Tianpeng. The root of Ka Xiu's demonic transformation lies in the demon eye. Thus, it is not Ka Xiu controlling his body, but rather the demon eye exerting control, making all his actions originate from his head, which is also the most distinct feature of his transformation. This cycle of celestial operation was exceedingly sluggish, and only after a long while did this wisp of spiritual energy slowly merge into the ethereal image of the goddess of Luo. Otherwise, why would he wait so long? He merely wished to align with her pace, granting her the time to comprehend on her own. Chapter 151. The dog you raise opens a page in the family genealogy before you this time. The departure of the great sword ship was intended to transport the sect's promising disciples. Little did they expect to be shot down by experts from the Hanjin sect, likely resulting in the slaughter of the disciples aboard the great sword ship. All right. Irika exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and handed the seemingly unchanged hyacinth to Dasna. Dezhu could only utter beautiful, failing to articulate anything further, as he had been dazzled by the truth characters on the Thunder Sword. At that moment, the master of Xuanqiu, enveloped in golden light, suddenly opened his eyes, forming an extraordinarily peculiar seal with his hands, then softly uttered a command to break. Just then, Baron Juduin abruptly halted his assault, as fire elements began to gather around him, forming a massive flame shockwave at his feet, expanding outward in waves. So what is the significance of our existence as ninjas? Naruto asked tearfully. First, the construction design plans are provided by the Municipal Survey and Design Institute, which will also oversee the entire engineering supervision work. One morning, Zhang Chun visited the construction site of Jin Chengmingdi to inspect the progress. In the monitoring room, he suddenly spotted 2 groups of people gathered across the street, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Yin Tianyang raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of a confident smile. The disparity was indeed vast. He had become the influential figure in 2 cities, while his opponent was merely a prominent gang leader, indicating that others posed no threat to him whatsoever. Hearing Wang Yuetian seemingly predict the current situation even before the game commenced, Wu Xing felt an overwhelming chill in his heart. Yet, it was evident that Yin Tianyang, who had driven away the Lich, was himself injured. His arms were pale and covered in a thick layer of frost, as if affected by an extreme cold force. However, as someone who operated within the black market, he could not break the rules, so despite his inner turmoil, he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Tai seized the 4 pieces of ore. After all, if such collisions became the norm, even a colossal floating spirit mountain, akin to an island, could not withstand it for long. Kaiser snapped his fingers, and 2 zealots brought over a magnificent chair, placing it on the stone platform. The previous incident had imparted a significant lesson to Carlos Scott. Never underestimate one's opponent. With so many present, no one expected to extract any information from Huang Shengli at the dining table. Even if they did, they feared being overheard. Hence, everyone anticipated seizing the opportunity to act after the meal. Yang Fan had already instructed the monk to prepare the opponent's information, Understanding these individuals thoroughly would grant them greater assurance. Even Han Shan sensed an impending crisis approaching. Furthermore, Yin Tianyan's cultivation was only at the Sankai realm, rendering him incapable of surviving such terrifying assaults. In that moment, Han Shan's eyes turned crimson. Suddenly, Gulinga widened his eyes. So he had just kissed her. This was the vast black desert, where at the southern edge lay a forbidden area teeming with life, the Dragon Valley. Huang Cheng, Xian Su, and the others had all transformed into white-clad demons, their legs ensnared in white demonic energy, their eyes tinged with red, and their expressions grim, exuding a sense of menace. Aunt Lu glanced at Long Hua, her crimson lips curling upwards as a peculiar light sparkled in her eyes. Before Long Hua could speak, she released Su Jiling. It was uncertain what Xiao Xiao was thinking, but judging by her expression, she was likely not pleased. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a colossal beast, resembling a city, appeared above the crowd. The blood demon was distinct from ordinary foes. Being ensnared by his blood posed a risk of being controlled. At that moment, the bottom lane minions of the battle team were still pressed against the tower, and at a crucial moment, Braum unleashed his ultimate ability, while Mu, utilizing Callista's passive martial stance, adeptly maneuvered to evade this deadly control. Zhuge's Luo was knocked into the air the instant his skills approached Mu. Zhuge Jun activated his taunt skill, hitting the prince, while Mu Jing's Lucian executed 2 normal attacks followed by skills, refreshing his passive and unleashing 2 additional normal attacks that triggered the strong attack damage. The behemoth on the wall was swiftly subdued by the water blades, almost abandoning its threat to the soldiers on the wall under the water blades' menace. I reached out to push him, but he seized my hand, pressing it down forcefully, and the pain surged through me, unrelenting. After all, he was the young master of the Tang sect. Despite Tang Yu's modest cultivation, his courage was not inferior to mine. At this moment, Bai Yu had also come to a decision, or rather, he did not need to deliberate, as he had come for this purpose and would naturally not refuse, merely reacting a fraction slower than Wu Hao. Qin Xiaofeng, however, did not follow Mu Feng's instructions. She understood the significance of equity matters for the company, realizing it was beyond her responsibility. Chapter 152. If you don't want her to die, the substitute must take action. Yusan vaguely recalled his and the fox's, Zhu Chue's, roles as dolls accompanying the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. The Shao family was that person's abode, making it the safest haven for them. In this unfamiliar world, he would only seek healing at the Shao family. Beyond that, he could not remember. All he recalled was that they had not accompanied the reincarnated Demon Emperor into adulthood. In summary, before the Demon Emperor's demise, they endeavored to ensure the reincarnated figure could grow up healthily. Upon reaching this point, her eyes turned red, and her voice trembled with emotion as tears flowed unbidden. All right, I shall take my leave now. Thank you, boss. Fushi was somewhat puzzled, but after expressing his gratitude repeatedly, he departed. Let me test my current strength. Su Tian raised his hand, slowly clenching it, and charged towards him. Outside the tall vermilion walls, streaks of crimson lipstick smeared, delicate and enchanting, as the misty rain blurred the spring waters. Mo Iyue, however, wore a mocking expression. It is truly ironic to hear such words from you. If those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, then can the Star Sea sect's enmity with my dynasty also be interpreted as a conflict with foreign races? Mo Iyue declared, as she summoned the 3 swords of Yin Lei and Bing, preparing to merge with Ding Mo's spirit ink evasion technique for an offensive. Another thunderous roar erupted as the southern heaven gate crashed heavily onto the creation of the universe circle, further warping the door structure. On the central stage, Wang Yerii embraced his guitar, singing passionately. His voice was akin to a cup of iced coffee with a hint of sugar, bitter yet laced with sweetness, cold yet imbued with a touch of warmth. At this moment, Chun Sun's complexion was ashen, his breath feeble, gazing at the incoming sword with disbelief. Still trapped in the aftermath of his recent failure. I can no longer stay here. It is too terrifying. After uttering these words, the girl burst into tears, ignoring Wang Lily's attempts to comfort her, which proved futile. In response, Zhou Tian merely curled his lips. He could discern that Zhu Yelan was not genuinely concerned about his reputation, but rather driven by her wild nature, and he had no intention of truly punishing Zhu Yelan. Zhu Ke, the divine beast of fire, was suffused with pure fire energy, and at the grand venerable level, Zhu Chue's corpse resembled a source of fire. Allowing Lei Gang to absorb the exceptionally pure fire energy that surged into his heart space, expanding it severalfold. Are they not afraid? Or do they simply not fear death? Xiao Yan remarked, his lips curling into a murderous smirk. To be candid, this place is also the headquarters of the Jinshang Yanjing Chamber of Commerce. Due to everyone's support, I became the president of the chamber. Every 6 months, we gather here, thus acquiring information from various aspects, He Jinfeng stated. Wen Yu Cao also lifted her head. Perceiving the genuine intentions hidden in Do Guifei's eyes, the mist in her heart gradually darkened, engulfing her. She set down her towel, instinctively sensing an ominous premonition. The jade hairpin, cold and hard, pierced her right eye with icy precision, splattering blood. Immediately following, the Zhuxian sword struck again with a loud bang. The soul-capturing iron fan continuously blocked, emitting sparks.